don't think anybody knows where Antarctica is. That's what you should point out. Wherever they went, who cares? What the fuck does that mean?
That's fine, but that doesn't, like, you're completely just ignoring.
No, I'm completely asking you, where's Antarctica?
I don't know.
Did you make it? Did you put it on the map?
No.
Have you ever been? Has anybody in here ever been around the fucking world? The whole world? No? What's Antarctica? Dimmock's ass.
Do you know what a Leslie material is?
Do you know what Antarctica is? Where the fuck's Antarctica?
What is it might be Leslie material.
How do you prove where Antarctica's at?
What is I think it might be Leslie material.
It might not be nowhere and somewhere at the same time. It might be Bin Laden, but fucking your Uncle Bob in a fucking costume or never existed like an actor.
Well,
who cares?
Like propaganda to twist people's thoughts.
Exactly. That's why they picked the dudes they picked.
Who knows what Leslie material is? Anybody?
I don't. Could you explain it to me, please? I have no idea.
That's what I want to know. What is Leslie material? What the fuck is it?
I'm about to look it up.
Google won't tell you.
I'm curious.
Ask them what glitter is. They won't tell you that. That's top secret too. Rocket fuel glitter.
Rocket fuel glitter. What is that? What is glitter? What is in the conspiracy glitter? I don't get that.
Glitter's top secret. It's CIA shit, man.
I see. I know that. But what are they using it for? You think?
Rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel.
Yeah. Explosions, the atom bomb, anything.
A lunar lander going up to the command module.
To make you think it's an oatmeal explosion like in a lab. They got glitter and everything else. So if they want to make a fake big bomb, it'll be the biggest glitter bomb ever. It ain't going to hurt shit, but you'll see something.
Flash. Yeah. Like in Hollywood. Kind of Hollywood shit.
It also can cause lightning, storms, weather. I'll shut up. I'm done.
Oh, that's true.
I'll shut up, man.
Well, Denmark, a huge glitter bomb went off when the lunar lander ascended up to meet the command module for Apollo.
It sure did, didn't it?
It's a big freaking glitter bomb. Yep. And then the motion track camera caught it all.
How else could they make it look fantastical, like little sparkles and fucking whatever in space?
Dude, yeah, Apollo was fabulous in every way.
Production value.
Listen, every person should pay attention to what they pay attention to and then point out whatever they can. I mean, that's what we're all here for. I just hate the way they do certain things.
The only reason I brought it up was I like to call out things that are fake. And I have a very highly trained set of spidey senses for fake videos. That includes mainstream media, news broadcasts. Maybe it comes from watching hours upon hours and months upon months of NASA footage, but that's what I've been noticing.
Right, and I don't disagree with you that something might be wrong with the footage. I'm just not going to say what it is. That's all.
Wait, so why do you think the Antarctica footage is fake?
I'm just telling you what I noticed.
What have you noticed?
I'm not saying it's fake either. I'm not going to say it's fake.
What else did you notice? That was a lot. Some things I didn't even hear. So, what else did you notice?
Yeah, I know, because I was being interrupted.
I know.
So if you
I actually want to know, so you can explain now.
Okay, so the first thing is you're paying attention. Think of a magic trick. You're watching a magic trick. First thing you're doing is you're being told a story. So there's something very obvious. Now, NASA does the same thing, by the way. You're sitting there watching their hands move. You're watching the thing they're fiddling with. Meanwhile, there's stuff going on in the background that you're not watching. In the Duffy video, the Midnight Duffy video specifically, while you were watching that chroma key, which I very much doubt was a mistake, but that's a speculation, what you can see is if you look at his toque, you're going to notice that it's not behaving right. The background is coming into it. The background is blurring into it. There is spill off. And if you know about SFX, then you would know that there's when you're using a blue screen, not a green screen in this case, a blue screen, you're going to get a blue spill off. Now that was present. So I checked his jacket, which so happened to be blue, which was interesting as well. It looked like what he was doing was you didn't see any issues with all the rest of his clothing or with his face, just the hat. Then you look into the background and you start seeing other little issues like discrepancies in the sky. And this was only in that video. Then I looked in his sunglasses and I noticed that the reflection of what he was seeing, the snow, was darker than it should be. So I looked into the next video where the hat didn't have the discrepancies and it was full light in his sunglasses. Now, these might seem very small, tiny things, but it's no different than when NASA is fiddling with one of those little, things they're fiddling with. And then you look at the background, you look at like a floating pair of scissors, and you can see cut, 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 cut. You can see things moving in ways they shouldn't move, indicating edited footage, which was supposedly live. That's all I'm saying, is there's discrepancies. There's also more than one light source in a couple of those videos, and I'd say that's a problem.
I don't know. I think it's a lot of speculation at the moment over very small details. And the first one that came out, where there was that kind of artifacting on the guy's jacket. I mean, people have shown that kind of thing happening without a green screen and with some other photo layer kind of stuff. So it doesn't necessarily, so it doesn't really show
No, but
us
while
that
you're
they're
busy
faking
looking
that
at the
footage.
chroma key, you're not noticing the other things that are going on. You're too busy looking at that, which I think was there intentionally for FE people to whine and bitch over.
Well, you're obviously entitled to suspect that. I haven't seen anything personally yet that's making me think they're faking the footage. Whether they are or they aren't,
I didn't say they
doesn't
faked
really
the footage.
matter.
That is not what I said.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm saying I don't think it's a good look for us to be harping on about the footage being fake because we don't have anything.
I didn't say it was fake. I said there were discrepancies. I didn't say
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but if it's not fake, why would there be discrepancies? What's the? I'm a little confused now.
Well, go figure it out. You two get in a DM and figure out all the discrepancies in that video, and then.
Yeah. I want to move it on so we get back to.
Yeah. Anyway, I think they were there, and that's all I want to say is I think they were there so we'd look at them, and that's the only reason I think they are there.
Meanwhile, the Earth was measured flat, aviated flat, navigated flat, and practically used as flat.
Yeah,
there are no globes to navigate.
That's correct.
No map needed to measure it flat.
This is a W as far as I'm concerned. Now we have an observation of the 24-hour sun above the flat Earth, both the north and the south. This is good news.
Yep, and it's moving, and the Earth's not, because they got to stand there and stationary while they watch it rotate above their fucking head. What else? Like, no movement, 24-hour sun. I think we're doing good now. I think they helped us out a lot.
I think it's useful.
Yeah,
I think it's useful because it helps us to better understand what's going on in the sky.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is why the globies are melting down so hard, because they've realized basically none of the flat earthers are upset about this. We're all pretty much the same, if not better. Well, because the globies, that's their whole plan, right? And, well, to the globies' perspective, that was their whole point in going, right? But obviously we know it's not going to make a difference, whatever the sun's doing.
Is it not alarming how much of a minority you guys are?
No, the liars.
There would be just one person.
You're always going to be a minority to liars.
Do you you're the globe is the minority in the context of all of human history? So do you not feel uncomfortable being the minority in all of human history? To believe Earth's a spinning ball in a vacuum?
For the last couple years, only since Columbus, maybe.
It's like 200 years of this fantasy fairy tale. You're the minority.
Well, the thing is this, most of the people who believe in the spinning world into the space of life and the explaining world of darkness, they don't even know the details thereof. If you ask a casual guy that has never been on any Discord server or any political discussion in that type of category, you would ask him, how fast does the Earth spin? They would say, I don't know. How many moons are revolving around the Earth? Some would say, I don't know. Because people have no clue about the heliocentric model they have been indoctrinated with. If you ask them, what is the circumference of Earth? They would say, I don't know.
I would say 90%.
I can post a video of some guy asking woman in New York how many moons are there, and they say, well, 3. So
yeah, that's
me,
America. Like, I wouldn't trust America. But
okay,
I'm saying
there's the okay, but there's the excuse, right?
No, because I live in Britain. I wasn't talking about America.
Can we agree? Can we agree that people have no clue about the ball?
Well, hold on.
Can we agree on
Either
that?
way, whether that's true or not, an appeal to consensus, which is what basically you did, is a fallacy. So that's not evidence for a globe. So what's the actual?
Yeah, I know it's not evidence per se, but it's just minorities.
Okay, well, no, that doesn't bother us. That doesn't bother us. We're looking for truth. So whether more people believe it or less people believe it, if it's true, it's true. So it doesn't really matter. So what is the evidence for a globe?
Pictures from Star Wars, from space, from NASA.
40-inch clip.
It can't just be pictures from Star Wars or space or NASA. Is it global?
It's
must be more than that.
Okay. It's a real good fisheye GoPro engineering, where Mexico becomes half of the quote-unquote planet wandering star that you have been indoctrinated to believe.
I was thinking about that, and if that's only 3%, 2% of Earth, imagine how many of those you'd have to line up to make the rest of Earth. What would you need? About 33 to 33 to 33 and a third of them. So you need 33 of those.
Dimok, we just watched a guy, his name is McKeegan, going to Antarctica to make some sun worship. And the one video with the Concorde I watched, she ends the video by showing a picture from the Concorde from a book. I'm going to post it real quick so you know what I'm talking about. And he says, well, see, if this would be fisheye, the Concorde would be curving. Therefore, I can only conclude that the Concorde, that the Earth must be that curve. So, you know what I do? I always finish the.
Put it in there. Put it in there.
I always finish the curve, right? That's what I do. Every time a Glober says this is my curve, I just use the picture and finish it, just to show them how ridiculous they are. Okay, so 1 second, let me post it.
Do they not know their own model well enough to understand the elevation they need to be up to see?
Well, I'm just saying the ISS is the same thing. The ISS only shows 3% of the Earth. So you'd need 33 ISSs to show the whole Earth. And if you say a cube has 6 sides, then how many sides does a sphere have? I know it's one skin of itself, but it would have to have 6 sides.
Yeah.
How do you guys explain?
This is the people.
Hold on, guys. There's a new guy and he's trying to ask some questions, so let's give him some space to do so.
Okay.
How do you guys explain like moon shadows?
Moon shadows?
Yeah, like the eclipses, like different shapes of the moon, like looking.
You mean the way the sun hits the moon?
Yeah, like the crescent.
Hold on. So if I shine a light,
there are shadows?
Hold on. If I shine a light on a lesser light, one of those lights is going to turn into a shadow, even though there's 2 lights there. Correct? British.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so 2 lights are what?
2 lights.
Your moon shadow. How do you explain it? All I need is a bright moon and a brighter sun, son. Good to go.
Well, yeah, I'm specifically talking about
how do you explain it?
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about the number
how do you explain it?
Yeah, I'm explaining something.
You got any
talking
balls?
About the number. I'm talking about the number of shapes that the moon has at different times.
You're going to make stuff up about no spherical attributes of no sphere you have.
Hold on, Darren. So you're asking about moon phases or eclipses or what?
Yeah, I was saying about how at different times, there's different eclipses at different times.
Turn orange and stuff.
Different shapes of the moon.
Different shapes of the moon. So the moon phases, what are you talking about?
Not literal shapes of the moon. I'm saying obviously with the light, shadow, what I mean? Like the different presence and stuff.
Do you know that it's a shadow, per se? What do you mean when you say shadow?
I'm saying that there's different, phases or, shapes of the light of the moon.
Right, there's a darkening of the moon in a specific pattern, which is a phase, yeah. But when you say shadow, that has more connotations, right? That's a definite, that's like light is being blocked by an object, and that shadow is being cast onto the moon. But do you know that that's what's causing it? Is that what you think is causing it?
I guess the standard thing that's causing it is, that there's light being shone, and it's freaking, the night on the Earth, so the Earth freaking is being rotated, and it becomes night for obviously whatever part of the freaking Earth you live in, and then obviously the moon can reflect that, but obviously the clouds can get in the way. It's kind of complicated, but yes, it's shadowy, and the light goes on it.
So how would you confirm? Sorry, just quickly, and then you can go on. So just quickly, how do you think you could test and verify what's causing the phases of the moon?
It might be difficult to do like a full-on verification in terms of like kind of pure logic, is to determine what is the most likely thing, and the most likely, obviously according to the masses in the West, is obviously the globe model, and the planets and all the rest of it, and the sun and the
right. But then that's just defaulting back to appealing to the existing consensus. I'm asking, how would you test it? How would we as people, a community, test this and confirm what the cause is? Could we do that, or can we not?
I don't know. I mean, I'd probably have to think about it a bit. But I would lean, at least for me, given I was like raised on.
Is this the religion chat? Oh yeah, this is the religion chat. So my angry against God would just be that.
Yep. Quiet. Carry on, British guy.
I don't know what the hell that was. So I was raised on the globe model, so I would presume with that. It kind of lines up for me, the logic of the shadows and the planets and all. It makes the most sense to me. So when I hear there's flat earthers, I want to know how it makes sense to them. The shadows, and how does it make sense in their view?
Well, what makes sense is quite a subjective question. But in terms of you were raised with this notion, yes, so were we. We were told the same story. But the thing about what we're doing here is we're examining that story. We're not saying or taking the story as read and as proof. We're saying, can we verify that story? Can we even hope to or attempt to? And when it comes to things like the luminaries, like the moon, the sun, the stars, what are they? How do they work? They're beyond our physical testing, right? So all we could do is speculate, the same as you. But the difference is, you have to realize the story you've been told isn't knowledge that you have, it's a belief in this story. So I would say...
Yeah, I fully accept. I fully accept that it's not 100%. I'm not a moron.
So I would say... No, I'm not implying that you're a moron, and I'm not. When I'm speaking to you, I'm also speaking to an audience, right? So I'm generalizing a bit. But what I would say is, although we can't test and determine the causes and mechanisms and material makeups of the luminaries, we can test the surface of the Earth, which is what we've done. And that's how we know that whatever those luminaries are, and however they work, they're above a motionless topographical plane. We could give you stories. We could tell you what the ancients thought and what previous cultures have speculated and claimed. But we're not making claims of that nature, because what we're doing here is trying to be empirical and go with the physical evidence, observable, measurable, repeatable, testable evidence, which the luminaries, unfortunately, fall out with. You see? So, Aeon, I think you were going to ask a question if you want to jump in.
I think that guy dipped out. Is he still here?
I wanted to ask if when we're having a lunar eclipse, if we can see that everywhere on Earth.
I think the guy left.
Did he leave?
I think so.
British guy?
No, he's still there.
Oh,
yeah, I'm still here. I think he's talking about someone else.
Oh, no,
Anyone want to answer my question?
Did you get a question, British guy?
I didn't quite catch it. I think I was just caught up in the mixed.
Can we see a lunar eclipse everywhere on Earth? Like at the same time? If a lunar eclipse is occurring, does somebody in Australia see the same lunar eclipse?
I don't think so. I think there's different eclipses in different areas. I think, I remember when there was everyone thought the end times was coming because of the moon in America, and I remember it was only in America they could see that, and in the UK we were like, that isn't. So it's just the end times for America, but it isn't the end times for the UK.
But how does that work on a globe? If the Earth's shadow is what is causing a lunar eclipse, why wouldn't you see it everywhere?
How doesn't that work on a globe? How would that work on anything else? It wouldn't work on a triangle, would it?
No, I'm still asking the question. If a lunar eclipse is caused by the shadow of the Earth, okay? You should see it from everywhere, right?
No.
Yes, every single person that's on the side of the moon should be able to see it.
Yes,
and every single person
the framing
can
of
see
that
the moon.
question, yes, from that side, yes. Who can currently see the moon? It would be unrealistic to say, "Oh, you can't see the moon, so you can't see the solar eclipse." That would be unrealistic. But those that can currently see the moon, if in the correct spot, would be able to see the lunar eclipse. But
If in the correct spot?
Yes.
See, this isn't correlating with your model again. Maybe I'm not understanding
What are we talking about? It's just about the moon. The moon. It's about the moon's position. It's about the moon. So I in the UK see the moon in a certain way, and then I don't know if you in the US, but obviously you're not going to have any. We're in a whole freaking different time zone, so you're going to see the moon at a completely freaking different time in a different way. So it's completely okay with the model.
Wrong. If there's a shadow cast across it because of Baltard, Earth, then everyone who has access to see the moon would see it at the same time. Because the Earth's causing the shadow, not your particular position causing the shadow.
Correct. So it wouldn't matter where on the ball you are, since the entire ball is very big, and the ball is what's casting the shadow.
I hope he doesn't bring up the magic word. It would be very bad if he did.
This just doesn't align with what we firsthand observed, though.
Obviously. So I'll ask you again. On the globe model, do we see a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, my answer is still no.
You said no. You said no. You said, no, we don't see it all at the same time. It's just for America, which makes no sense. It genuinely makes no sense. I don't understand.
Wait, what do you mean it's just for America?
Because you can see the moon in the daytime. You can.
He's going to say it. I know he is.
Is he going to say it?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just confused.
Say what? What's this? What's the secret word you guys are talking about?
Yeah, he's just confused. He's not at that level, which is good because it means he's not too jaded. He's not too jaded on the topic. All right, maybe we can come back to this one later. So I just gave you the answer on the moon phases. I'm sure it wasn't very satisfying, but do you understand what I was saying? And that's pretty much the answer anyone will give you, which is that it would be speculation. So
I get it. Speculation. I'm not completely convinced on this moon thing, but it is kind of sending my head in a spin, which is fine.
I didn't try to convince you on anything, right? I didn't tell you anything. I didn't make a claim. So yeah, you will be.
No. I'm talking about what the Aeon said to do with the lunar eclipse stuff. Yeah.
Well, going through the eclipses takes. I mean, I would say it's something that can do with the aid of diagrams and things like that, because you're going to be speaking conceptually about how things work on a globe. You have to adjust your mind to imagine yourself being on a globe, because even though you believe you are on one, your brain is so used to thinking about the world as you experience it, which is just flat and motionless, that most people don't really conceptualize themselves on a particular spot or side of a spinning ball and try and work out how the sun is observed on that spinning ball from this position. Like, it's a head fuck just to even imagine this concept.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really obviously this stuff is difficult to imagine. I
it's
agree.
Mind control.
But it's not intuitive.
But at the same time, I don't think, because Aeon is the one making the claim, and the claim she's making is that it's impossible to have a lunar eclipse on a globe model. And
That's not what I said.
don't.
That's not what she said.
What did you say? I thought you said that's impossible for everyone.
That if you can see it, everyone should see it.
By the shadow of the Earth, everybody, essentially, when it's nighttime, you should be able to see an eclipse, no matter where you are. If you can see the moon in the sky, you should be able to see an eclipse.
No, not matter
what. It doesn't work.
Every single person that has access to view it should see the eclipse.
Yeah.
So I think that's where they're getting confused.
Yeah, that's what I said. So if the moon is in the sky, you should be able to see
Could we do an experiment, a very strange experiment, but an experiment nonetheless? Could we go up in I guess a weather balloon, or something to get up beyond where the sky is, right? Where the blue part of the sky is. You know how we have those videos and you see black? Can we go up there somehow and just take a picture or a video of the moon when there's a lunar eclipse? So the area that we can't see it because it's daytime, we can just take a picture of the moon or a video of the moon up there and see if we can see the eclipse. Because if we can, that's interesting.
I'm pretty sure you said, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you said it's impossible for there to be a lunar eclipse unless everyone can see it. Or am I
Why
missing
wouldn't everyone
something?
see it? Why wouldn't everyone see it?
Because so you are saying that?
Yeah, if you're on a ball, the ball should obscure the moon, right? The shadow of the ball obscures the moon. That's the claim.
Well, not really, because if you're on a ball, it's also technically spinning according to a globe model. So that's why the moon is
that's
set in horizon at different times, different locations.
I just think she's confused on how this actually works. The Earth is obviously significantly bigger than the moon, and obviously it's rotating.
Confused about what she's talking about.
I don't think so.
Cause the shadow? Yes or no?
No, I don't think that's true.
We're going to break it down to its basics. Does the Earth cause the shadow? Yes or no? He's gone.
Yeah, it does. Just say yes. Yes, it does. Yeah.
No, I want him to answer, not you to answer on his behalf.
What's wrong if he just doesn't know?
Then he could just say.
No. I'm just talking to someone right now.
It's not even a gotcha. It's just the model.
Yeah, it's just.
I think we're getting confused is that they're imagining like the whole ball, and you're saying every part of the ball you can see the eclipse.
Yeah, it's a malformed question. The best. Yeah, you'd have to say everybody on the nighttime side of the Earth would see it, but obviously not those on the daytime.
What I'm saying is, let's say the Earth does cause it, right? It still doesn't. Her argument doesn't stand.
Yes, it
at all.
does.
No, because the Earth's so freaking big. Yes.
If the Earth is causing it, then any single person who's on the lunar side of the ball, Earth, should see the effect at the same time.
Yeah. So okay. So let's go back to what she said. She said everyone on the Earth.
No, what I said was if we could get something up there to observe the moon. So we go beyond where the sunlight hits the atmosphere and all and so on, right? Right? That's what I'm asking. I'm saying, could we devise an observation? We go up there during a lunar eclipse where the night side of the world is seeing it. We go up there and we can see it too. Or we can't.
Wait, can you explain why we see it differently then?
Yeah, that's what I want you to explain why we're seeing it differently. If everybody on the night side isn't seeing a lunar eclipse, which is supposedly a result of the Earth's shadow, I'd say that's concerning.
No.
You don't think that's concerning?
Oh, this is just. Oh goodness. Yeah,
understand
Well, not necessarily because on a globe model, it's also for you to be able to see the eclipse, the moon is also supposed to be above the horizon, and because it's pinning supposedly the the time the moon sets is different for everyone on that side of the Earth. So you would see different phases of the eclipse because it's
Do you
pinning.
know how long the moon takes to go around your ball?
I don't know.
I'm sure we can all Google it and provide an answer.
I'm sure you should know it. It's pretty.
No, we can all Google it and use the resources available to everyone.
You're expecting too much from me.
I did know in primary school, but I frickin' probably forgotten by now.
I mean, there's no reason for us to be like, yeah, the grass is green.
Well,
Do you know
how
what
long is a
pigment of green is? No, we can just go Google it for an accurate answer.
So no, seriously. How long's a month? My God.
How long is a month? It depends what month it is, right?
Oh my.
Does it not? Wait, do you live in a country that the months are like all like 30 days or something?
I keep time by the moon. Do you know how to keep time by the moon? I don't think you do.
By the moon? I guess not. Usually I keep time by the sun.
I want to recenter this because we're going off into the weeds now, getting the moon and everything.
Yeah.
Let's try and think about the Earth. Let's try and
No,
focus
but
on
the
Earth.
point is the time it takes for the moon to go around your ball, okay? That time, you say, oh, it's spinning and that matters. No, you should still see the shadow.
See, but you step into the conceptual argument with the Globers, and because they don't really have a concrete concept in their head anyway, they can shift things around on the fly and make anything work. So saying, well, we observe this in the sky, how does that work on a ball? Although you can logically construct it so that it's a good argument, for most of the globe believers, it's all just concept anyway, so you're not really going to be tripped up by
It's all concept because we can't prove it. Wouldn't that be an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
Well, you can't prove it, so
that would be an appeal to ignorance fallacy, right?
Well, if you're saying that you believe it and you don't have proof for it, then that would be your ignorance that you're appealing to, not me.
Well, maybe that statement would be ignorant, right? But there's strongly supported evidence towards that.
Right. Well, that's what we're looking for. So someone provides some of that.
Right. So wasn't the statements like in the globe model, like there's an axis, there's a spin, right? We're tilted.
Yeah, those are claims. We're looking for the evidence.
Well, you would have to be open to like the idea, right? Would you not agree?
No, we're open to the evidence. We've heard the idea. We had it shoved down our throats the same as everyone else since we were 2 years old.
Sorry, I'm not trying to hijack this. If British,
no, it's all right.
British, they hear me every day. I don't know.
Yeah, my mind is still kind of spinning from what was discussed earlier.
Sure. So, as long as no other Glober wants to step in, I'll give a few seconds. If any Glober wants to pipe up, I do have a logical syllogism that I would like to try. This is like my daily Jeopardy kind of deal with you guys. And I would request that DMOC be unmuted while I talk. That way I can get valid input.
That's kind of funny.
All right, let me type this out that way we all have a good understanding of what my premises are, and then I will also type out the conclusion because it's kind of long-winded, right? And if we can just pick apart text rather than playing
you guys are so usually succinct and laconic.
Yeah, I spent a couple days working on this and thinking about this. And another reason that's why I wanted DMOC, because usually me and him go back and forth, and that would be another reason why I would want him unmuted. But I understand, right? If there's like a time limit on them, then I can just wait.
Well, no, I didn't even know Demok was muted. Yeah, if it's a Demok take you want, I can't blame you. It's got some good takes.
All right, guys.
All right.
I'm gonna try to not have this. Yeah, I'm gonna try to not have this more than 10 minutes. So.
Yo, McDonald, were you? It says in chat you were an astronaut. Are they just trolling?
So I made the claim the first day to try and support something, right? And then I got banned for it. And so I don't know why it keeps getting brought up.
Yeah, he did that thing that a lot of Globers do where they come in thinking that this is a joke and they can just like say they went to space and that'll be fine. But now he's realized that he doesn't actually know the globe is true and that the Earth might be flat.
I don't know about the last statement, but everything else was correct.
Logic.
Yeah, everything else is correct. All right, awesome. So I'm just going to hit the paste. Let me give it one last read over, because I know the wolves are. You guys are like foaming out the mouth, can't wait, and the moment I press enter.
Hey, we've been.
Yeah, foaming so much, man. Oh,
we've been getting
excited.
All kinds of heat for years for saying that the globe isn't real.
No,
so
right, yeah.
That'd be great.
To say it's not, I don't have it coming. You would be right.
It's always the flat earthers who get so excited, right?
But to be fair, right, I could also flip this.
Right.
Cyclone, this is like, we've maybe interacted twice or 3 times, right? Maybe one time I got heated with you, right? So,
Did you? People don't usually get heated with me. I'm so chill.
All right. Is everyone ready? So, we're going to use, just very quickly, satellite data, right? Independent verification, firsthand, or firsthand witnessing, I guess. And then like competition amongst agencies to then come to a conclusion. So that's just a quick summary, right? Now, if everyone would like to read the premise, or if just one person wants to tell me, yeah, I've read this, but I will also say it out loud. I'll read it out loud. It's just a lot to kind of digest. Would you guys want me to read the entire thing, or would you rather go premise by premise?
Premise 1, go.
Premise 1, consistent satellite data. Satellite feeds such as those from the GOES series show real-time images of Earth where the position of the sun and corresponding daylight and shadows match our observations on the ground. And then, to further that statement, these images can be cross-verified with our own direct observations of the sun's position and the daylight patterns we experience, demonstrating that the data aligns with the spherical Earth model. And if I may, real quick, right, I understand satellite data, right? It's data, right? It's for us to actually validate this data, which is a very good and strong claim against anything satellite-ish, right? How would we know that the data is not being misconstrued or it's actually legit data? Sorry, I got to close chat. How would we actually know that it's real, right? Well, the only way of knowing such a thing, right? I don't know if anyone's in here in networking, right? But there's like a man in the middle of attack, right? We would have to have an independent person, such as anyone in this chat, intercept or be able to see that live data that's being shot from the satellite data back to Earth, and then make sure the integrity of the result image is correct, right? So because we don't have that, we then have to resort to competitions of that satellite where they would look to compete with that, right? One example I have towards that. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling. Does anyone want to jump in?
So, is this just premise 1?
Yes.
Or have you said the whole thing? Right, we'll say the whole thing, and then we'll go through it, because otherwise we're never going to get to it.
Yeah. No, premise 2, independent verification. Various space agencies from different countries and independent companies such as SpaceX produce consistent images of Earth from space. And then to kind of go along with that, during the Cold War, competitions nations such as the United States or Soviet Union would have had a strong incentive to disprove each other. If there was any evidence supporting flat Earth, the fact that all these independent entities provide consistent evidence of a round Earth further validates the authenticity of a satellite data. are I guess the results of the satellite's data. The conclusion, therefore, the Earth is a globe. The consistent real-time data, satellite data that aligns with the ground observations and the independent verification from multiple diverse sources strongly support, it doesn't prove, strongly supports the conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
Golly.
Right. Okay. Quite a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, sorry. I told you it'd be kind of long-winded. So it's up to you guys. If you guys want to start with premise 1, the consistent satellite data, or premise 2, independent verification. Or if we think, you might have got something wrong somewhere else, that's fair too.
Yeah. You got something wrong.
Of course. That's why I'm here, right? I want to be right. Well, I don't want to be right. I want to make sure.
Yeah, can I tell you what you got wrong?
I mean, you can try to prove.
You're pre-assuming that there's some curvature to the Earth. That's your pre-assumption. You haven't been able to prove it.
Yeah. So.
And if you wanna invoke pictures from space, I can now post many pictures. I'm actually now going through all the expeditions of the ISS, by the way, just to pick everyone out. You can post picture on the ISS that show the Earth not to be curving. Same goes for the Chinese space station. So.
Yeah.
What is it?
Sorry. What premise or what claim has a pre-built proposition that there's a curvature? I didn't say curvature. I didn't put the word curvature one time in any of this.
Well, you said that because you have space missions going on, that this is in alignment with your hypothetical of a ball Earth.
Well, I could also say that it was kind of like a double appeal to authority fallacy, in the sense that you led with the satellite data, which you said we can't actually verify, and so we have to rely on competition between these companies or agencies. But again, there's no access to verification for any of that, so that would just be an appeal to authority.
Yeah, awesome. I didn't cover this. You're right.
And hold on. And then your second premise was that you can rely on NASA and Russia, or the US and Russia, to be in competition with each other, and they've produced similar data or images, which is just another appeal to authority. And then you've concluded we can assume, not prove, that the Earth is a ball based on those authorities.
Yeah, we would. Right, the results of that would strongly support the conclusion, but
so it's not really logical.
Sorry, you're asking for me to provide something where nothing else can exist?
No, I don't even know what that means.
You're asking me to say that my phone will always be a phone and nothing but a phone?
No, I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm saying that your premise 1 and 2 are both appeal to authority fallacies, essentially.
Okay, great. Then allow me to tackle that point, okay? So I will be tackling the appeal to authority, and that's a good one. I didn't really think of that. I will use the... would you agree that SpaceX exists and SpaceX does have satellites? Now, I will say they're not as high up as other traditional satellites, right? I believe around 300 or so miles up in the sky, to be honest, right?
No. See, this is the issue, though, because if you're going to ask me if I believe that SpaceX are doing anything like what they're claiming, then the answer is no, because the medium that they claim to be going to doesn't exist. Can't exist.
Awesome. Yeah.
Has now no evidence that it does exist.
So let me further that. Dan Fraser, let me repost this. You might enjoy this a little bit.
Hold on, just quickly. I think someone was trying to get in there.
Oh, yeah. But I still want to tackle that appeal to authority.
Okay. So, in your first premise, I just have to kind of get a clarification. Sure. These satellites, are you appealing to the kind of satellite that is alleged to orbit a sphere Earth of radius 3,959 miles?
No, that's not my premise at all. But to deconstruct your argument, I am saying that there is a.
It has to be your premise, though.
It's not an argument. I'm asking you a question. Yeah, in your premise, what kind of satellites are we talking about?
Well,
I don't know what that last.
This whole thing came about because you said, "Okay, I've been working on this logical premise for the globe." So your premise does have to be about the globe.
Yes.
You can't say to Satu that's not relevant.
I was interrupted.
That's exactly
right?
your premise.
So, yeah, I was interrupted, so I wasn't allowed to fully iterate my sentence, right, or my statement.
Oh my gosh.
So while the first sentence that you stated, right, yes, I am talking about objects that we build here on Earth that we call satellites, and then like supposedly launch into the air, right? I'm trying to steer away from the word space, into the air, into like 23,000 miles, right? Or exactly, sorry, 223,000 miles. Now, would I say that the Earth's, whatever you said, radius 3.2, I have no idea. But yes, my first premise is built on, or actually all of this is built on, are trying to strongly support a globe Earth. Yes.
Well, so the premise, then, these machines that you're going to say are a distance away from the Earth, the mechanism by which they are maintaining the orbital path, is that them being held within the geodesic bent space-time of a sphere Earth radius 3,959 miles?
I have no idea. I would have to resort to Googling it.
Okay, so, well, if that's not the case, then your premise is not sound.
And how is that?
Well, if you're just describing something, taking images of the Earth from some distance, then you would only be affirming the consequent from that point forward. If you are claiming that the satellites are orbiting a sphere Earth, then you would be begging the question.
Oh,
so either
yes.
way,
the first thing that you said, yes. And if you're asking then for can we see that feed from, for example, the GOES 18 or GOES 19 satellite? The entire room has heard me say this several times, and I'm sure they're tired of me linking it, but I can link that feed for you. It gets updated every 10 minutes.
The feed is not the question.
Feed's not the question. It's in my premise, number one. That's what my premise is built on.
Yeah, I know. I don't care. So your premise is not sound. Of course not. Why would I care? You'd actually have to prove that
that's what the debate is,
premise
right?
is actually no.
I care about your questioning, and I care about your model.
Your claim must be supported by your evidence. Your evidence cannot be circumstantial. You certainly can't beg the question, and you certainly can't affirm the consequent. It's not logically sound. So the whole thing is a big old mess. You may want to try this again.
Yeah, so we can start with your actually line of questioning there. You are asking for evidence of satellites, correct?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you claim them to be, because we don't even know in your first premise what this satellite is, where it is, and what it's getting data for or from.
Awesome, so let's start there, right? Okay. How do we prove that a satellite is in space? Okay?
No. Well, you'd have to go and touch it.
Have you got a photograph of one of these satellites that you're talking about in space?
So let me kind of rewind and let me know if this answers. Obviously, I can't touch the satellite.
Right? Okay. So we're done here then.
I might be done with you, but would the rest of the room like to continue?
Well, I would ask. I mean, that's a good point because your argument. Satellite. So
McDonald.
Yes.
Were you here earlier when we were talking about the lunar eclipse?
No. Yes, I was.
Like, I just realized I got something really stupidly wrong on that. Like, you remember when she was saying that the Earth was what caused the lunar eclipse, and obviously it isn't. Obviously, the Earth can contribute to the moon's shadows, but the main thing here with the lunar eclipse is obviously the moon. You know what I mean? The sun coming in between the sun and the Earth. Do you know what I mean? The moon becoming. That was so stupid.
No, it's okay. This is awesome. This is usually how it goes, right?
Can you hold on a sec? So, British guy, you're saying the cause of the lunar eclipse is the Earth between the sun and
I
the moon?
worked on this. Can we please continue with mine real quick?
Yeah. I'm just going to tell.
Yeah, we can. I felt like I had to correct that because it was just so stupid.
Well, hold on.
But now you're inviting a debate.
No, I'm not debating him. I'm giving him something to look into, and then we'll go back to the appeal to authority fallacy.
Yeah.
So, British guy, the story. What's your name, by the way?
British Parsnip.
British person. Is that what you said?
Parsnip.
Yes, British Parsnip.
Okay, fine. So, you've heard the story that the lunar eclipse is caused by the Earth coming between the sun and the moon and casting a shadow onto the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what she was saying, but I realised afterwards that's really stupid. I was trying to defend that, even though it doesn't make sense.
No, that's literally what happens. It's just a globe model. That's how it works in a globe model. That's what happens. The Earth comes between the moon and the sun.
Hold on. So wait, you're not saying that the lunar eclipse is caused by the Earth being between the sun and the moon. You're not saying that.
I don't think. Or let me just going back to pure basics. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, that the main cause of it is the moon coming between the sun and the Earth, and it completely blocks out the sun, and that's what causes it.
That's a solar eclipse, bro.
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah, shit. I could just be being stupid.
So you mixed up.
All right. McDonald, go back.
Back to McDonald.
Yeah, so the appeal to authority, and inherently, me and myself, I usually do lean towards appealing to authority, but to try and prove this, I would then have to resort to saying, would you say SpaceX, right? Anything that we get from SpaceX, would that be also appealing to authority? This is just a genuine question.
Yes.
Okay, so then if we were ruling out SpaceX, which would be independent from government, I understand where you would still see that as authority.
Really?
I understand. I understand. And obviously, so we're ruling out independent companies that receive grants, and then we're ruling out other government agencies, correct? Like, other government agencies being Japan, like every other government, correct?
Government contractors like SpaceX and So the government contractors like SpaceX and the national militaries of the world that have space divisions like NASA, JAXA.
Yeah, so basically, okay. I gotcha. So then, what would your issue be with amateur, let's say
going to space and
no, like us buying a telescope?
Well, that's not what your claim is in your argument. You're talking about satellites in space.
So in my second premise, I talk about independent verification.
About satellites in space, satellite data specifically.
Yeah. Well,
now
that was my first premise.
Argument.
No, hold on. My first premise, right? The way that we would... Okay, hold on. Wait, sorry. Let me think about this for a second. So you're saying that the consistent satellite data is appealing to authority because we have to... Okay.
Well, because you don't even know what they're telling you about those satellites and where they are.
You're right, and I gave you that at the beginning, right? That for us to validate the results of the data, we would have to have a person in the middle, like a man in the middle of the attack. That's the best way to describe it.
We can't verify what they claim is obtaining the data.
This is what I'm saying. Hey, this is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, so it's not just the data; it's the physical.
So how satellites? Okay. Supposedly, how satellites work, it's not they take a picture up in the sky. Well, sorry, it's not that they take a JPEG picture and then send that JPEG back. No, there's a stream of data, right? And so, in a network packet, right, from router to router, for us to ensure the authenticity, right?
You can't do this. You can't do this. So let's skip.
Right. I don't understand. We keep talking, and I'm trying to say the same thing that you're saying. You're just incorrectly stating. Sorry, this isn't getting anywhere.
I'm saying this isn't an argument. It's an appeal to authority fallacy, none of which you can verify. You're agreeing.
So will you give me the chance to like defend that?
Where? I thought you were.
I was trying.
You just
so
agreed with me.
The images, right? The results of the satellite images, right? We can cross-verify the results of the images with our own direct observations of the sun's position and satellite patterns that we see here at Earth.
It's not a direct observation. The only thing that you're claiming to directly observe is numbers on a page at best, or code. Okay? That's not verification of anything except for what's on the page. You cannot verify where those numbers came from, where the data came from. You just can't. Sorry.
So listen, if I print out, right, a map, right, and I say Africa is above North America, right, and everyone wants to believe it, but one person goes above North America, like physically has to go outside, right, goes above North America and says, actually, Africa is not above North America. I firsthand observed it. Here's a video of it, right? That entire thing would be debunked, right? That's cross-reference.
No.
Oh, it wouldn't?
No.
It wouldn't?
See, the problem with of course not. It's just hearsay. You understand how this works? I don't think you understand how this works.
Wait, does the entire room agree with this statement?
Let me add to this. It's a matter of falsification. Are any of the claims that you're making right now, can they be falsified by you or me?
Oh, can any of the claims be falsified? Yes, it's my own claim.
Okay, so we can falsify whether or not the satellite is in the region of space that you're claiming, even though you're not claiming it's in space. I think it's funny how you avoid that, but can you and I go and falsify this claim? Can we go to the area that you say the satellite is and touch it?
No, but with the results.
Okay, so this is not falsifiable. So this is not empirical. It is devoid of any logical or empirical soundness.
But kind of work with me here. Would you agree if a satellite, or let's say you had something, and you said Africa is above North America, and this is the map that it's on, and then one of us, or me, or maybe one of your friends, went to go prove that firsthand, such as walking north of America, and said, hey man, on this map it says that Africa should be right here. Why is it not? How would that be?
That's why the analogy is a not false dichotomy. It's a false analogy, right? Because you and I could actually walk that path. If it's doable, we can falsify the claim.
Right.
Now,
So
can you and I go touch the satellite?
There's a claim being made by the satellite.
I know. Can we go touch it to see if this piece of equipment that you say exists, can we go touch it and verify that this is actually possible?
Okay, we're arguing about two different things. I'm arguing about the result of the satellite, and you're arguing about does the satellite exist?
Right, which is why it's begging the question, and we're not going to do that today. It's not falsifiable. It's not logically sound.
If your question is, how can we prove the satellite exists? I'm pretty sure I already said this before. That's fine. We can tackle that. Okay?
Well, that's what your first premise is built upon. So since you're telling me no, this is not falsifiable by you or me or anybody, then I guess the false premise or the first premise is no longer valid.
Once again, into the void. Into the break. How can we prove that this satellite?
It says who?
Sorry?
It says who? Is my name. My screen name, anyway.
Oh, sorry. Yikes. Says who?
It's not me this time.
All right, sorry. Yeah, I'm normally arguing with that guy. So says who? You referred to, for us to prove that satellite exists, we must go and touch it, right?
Yeah, it needs to be a falsifiable claim.
I'm telling you, we cannot go out there and touch it unless we somehow go all the way out to space or in the air, 223 miles, where that supposedly sat. Okay, wait, I will work with you here. If you can provide me evidence, right, and I understand this might be like flipping the thing, but if you can provide me evidence that the satellites that I can link to, right, if they're not in the position that they claim to be, then I would agree with you that the whole satellite thing, or really that would just be like, oh, well, this is just falsifying where the satellite is.
This is another logical fallacy. It's called reversing the burden of proof. Now you're asking me to disprove something that you have yet to prove. It's not my duty to do that. I'm not making any claims about satellites. You are. So since you have the positive claim, you would need to bring the burden of proof. But your burden of proof doesn't really exist because you're just going ahead and begging the question that this thing is where it's supposed to be, and I'm not going to be okay with that. So until you prove that the satellite is where you say it is and giving the data that you say it is, it's an entirely begging the question fallacy, and it's devoid of any logic, and the whole thing falls apart just from that. It's all wrong.
Yeah, but so would it be far-fetched, right, if I built a telescope, or if I gave you a telescope, and I said, hey, man, if you can look up at the sky at this certain time, right, in this direction, like if I set it all up for you, right, or maybe I gave you the things and you set it up yourself, right?
Why are you introducing hypotheticals when we're talking about something very specific? Don't do this, dude.
I'm trying to see.
You're embarrassing yourself at this point. You're using hypotheticals in situations. Okay, fine. What is the distance of the object, and what angular size would it be at that distance?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a mess of an argument, to be honest. Just because, I mean, even though your argument's about satellites,
so my argument for the satellites existing is that we can look up into the sky and see them. And there's other. Yeah, sorry.
Your premise already assumes a globe, right? Because we're here asking for evidence.
It does not. It does not.
It does, because your argument is about satellites going around the globe and the data that it's showing of this globe.
No, that's not true. The satellite could be up in the sky proving that there's a flat Earth, right? The satellite is just a form. Yeah,
it could be. This whole argument you presented because we asked who's got evidence for the globe. And you said, I've been working on this for a couple of days. Can I present it?
Yeah, I don't understand. Yes.
This is supposed to be an argument for the globe.
It is, right? I'm saying that we can use the satellite data as a form, like an instrument. Cyclone, I don't need to presuppose something to prove the other side, right?
So the satellites aren't above a globe in your argument?
No, the satellites is being used as a form or a tool to thus then get a result of something. Tell you what, hey, look, if a satellite was up in the sky, right, and it took a picture of a flat Earth, right, because that's all it is, right? DMOC always talks about this, right? It's just on the computer screen, right? Print me out a satellite image and wrap it around a globe. I can't do that. I can't do that.
From the satellite, which you just freely agreed is unverifiable. But you're saying it's giving us data, and what? That data is showing globe?
It's giving us information. Information. It's giving us information.
And is it giving us curvature or motion of the surface of the Earth?
Yes, it is giving us curvature.
Okay, so that means the curvature is real in physical reality, does it? Because of this data that you can't verify.
Yes, but it doesn't say like a globe.
Verified it then. Who measured that curve?
The curve has nothing to do with my argument.
You just said it measured or showed curve in the data.
The information from the data displays a curve, yes.
So we'll just treat that as a claim because we can't verify
No, because that's not what my claim is.
Yeah, because you just agreed you can't verify the satellite.
Is this not the definition of a straw man? This isn't my claim.
You said, okay, can you verify the satellite data, yes or no?
We can, so directly, no, but we can cross-verify.
We can't verify the data.
We can't verify okay, listen, wait, Cyclone, can I please? Verifying the data, wait, Cyclone.
We're asking for it. That's what we're asking for.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Can I please? The same way that you guys have came to the conclusion that the globe is not real is by using external or something else, right? We have all been indoctrinated. Hold on.
False. That's a false claim. Don't use false claims and then
I'm sorry.
Let me continue to lie about you guys.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. Okay. Listen, how most flat Earth, how most globers come to their conclusion is that they are indoctrinated, okay? That we're all taught globes in school, okay?
That's all of them.
Now how, okay, understand, Cyclone, understand. So, for us to reach anything outside of that conclusion, right, we would have to cross-examine that information with something else to come to a different conclusion. Would you not agree?
Yeah, that's what we've done. We checked the surface.
Great. So that's great. So why can I not do the same thing with the satellite image to then verify the information?
You're just circular. Claim, and you're claiming it's true. You're just trusting the data that you can't verify.
No. I'm verifying the satellite not the data. I'm verifying the satellite image by cross-referencing with Cyclone. I give you more than enough respect whenever you're trying to say something. Please display the same with me, right? And if you feel like I'm not respecting you, that's fine. I will work harder towards that, right? But we are cross-referencing the results of the image with something else. It would be facetious to not cross-reference something. I would even allow as many cross-references as possible. I just happen to be more studied with the direct observations that we can do.
Show us an example of what you cross-referenced.
Yeah, show me. I will show to everyone the cross-referenced, the sun's position. Hold on, let me just make the claim on what we're cross-referencing, okay? So we are going to cross-reference the information displayed from the satellites data, or the satellites data, okay? And I'm going to present a figure, right, or dare I say model, right, that shows direct observation of the sun's position, daylight's pattern, right? Is that okay?
No, it's circular logic, dude.
Sure. I mean, you show us what you're claiming the data showed you, and then...
No, this is direct observation. This isn't me. Sorry, this isn't... Sorry. Go ahead.
Who directly observed it?
You're making the claim that you're verifying satellite data somehow, or someone is verifying it by looking at the sun, and it matches a computer-generated image of the sun being over the globe on that spot. Like, is that the argument?
The argument is that we can all stand in different countries, and we can have direct observations of the sun's position and daylight patterns that we all firsthand experience.
Right, those are observations.
Okay. So show us your example of what you're claiming you verified after receiving from a satellite.
So you would like the observations printed out on an image?
Whatever it is that you're claiming in premise one, you got this data and then you verified it this way. What was the data and what was your verification?
I can show you the information. Once again, we both agree that no one can see the data from a satellite, but I can show you the information.
I don't know. Well, this is supposed to be your argument. You had some data that you then verified from a satellite, so you should be showing that.
I will show the information. Give me 1 second.
I'm curious if he would accept if I had a printout on a piece of paper the day and the time that the sun set at my location, and then I observed it and I told him it was from a satellite. Would he accept it?
Yes, he'd have to.
So did I not say that it would be facetious to only have one form of information or one form of data
no
that
problem.
We derive information from?
Me and all my neighbors gave you a bunch of printouts, and they said they were all from different satellites, and we handed them to you. Would you accept those?
Can I cross? If I can cross-reference the satellite's data and information, yes.
Okay, so me and all my neighbors said we got these printouts from a satellite, and it all lines up. The sun went down at that particular time on that particular day, and it matches the satellite pieces of paper. You would accept that?
Yes.
Holy cow, dude. Why is your standard of evidence so low?
Why is yours so high?
That's what they're used to.
Because I scrutinize claims. I don't just acquiesce to circular logic.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have
to be honest, I'm a little disappointed DMOX not joined in.
Okay, well, have you got that?
Yeah. Sorry. No. Sorry, I was talking to Seisu. Give me 1 second.
I'm gonna have to go on mute for a bit, but
yeah.
I mean, we already established this. got a number of logical fallacies in it, but I'm glad that you're thinking about it. You're trying to figure it out. Good for you. Keep working at it. But, you've been in here a while now, so you must understand we're looking for verifiable empirical evidence of the Earth being evolved, not repeated claims about satellite data or images that can't be verified.
Oh, come on, buddy. That's just completely facetious.
No, that's fine. That's
so
fine.
You're now...
No, it's not. But
that is extremely facetious, and you're aware of it.
No.
It is. And in fact, that's pretty upsetting, because I feel like this has been a very valid debate.
No, I'm not saying it hasn't. I'm giving you props. But I'm saying...
Yeah, hey, buddy, you're really tall for a short guy.
Come on, see, this is the issue as well, right? You're still a bit emotionally invested in it all, which is understandable because you're still pretty new. It's honestly, I'm not attacking you. It might sound that way because it's maybe not nice to have what you consider to be illogical.
Brother, I am here on my own. I am here on my own. Like, no one's got a gun to my head, right? I'm trying to become a better debater, right? Especially in like a wolf pack, right? I'm like the lone wolf, especially like whenever someone else like Glover shows up. And hold on, wait.
Thing to get out of it, though, debate. Is that what you're coming here for? Just debate, or are you wanting to figure out where you live?
How about this? I got something for him. Before any of these satellites go up into the air, you had to know the radius of the Earth. And when you find out where they get the radius of you need to know that. You can't just put something up into orbit not know the radius of the Earth. It's very important. It's part of it. It's very much part of it.
No. Hey, I already know where you're trying to go with this. And you telling me you can't throw something in the sky? That's all that we did. We just launched something in the sky. You're right.
So these aren't satellites. These are boomerangs. They're just boomerangs. So they're not satellites. They're boomerangs. Okay.
What does orbit mean?
This is your premise. You're trying to defend.
Hey,
this is your premise that you're trying to defend.
Here's the issue, though, right? Is that I'm saying there is a satellite in the sky that has taken a flat image.
In order for that satellite to get into the sky, they measured the Earth flat.
What? Okay, I don't know if you didn't see my premises. I don't know if I'm sure.
Yeah, I read them. It's just a bunch of crap, is all that it is. They measured the Earth flat. We measure it flat. We aviate it flat. We navigate it flat. We practically use it as flat.
So you're straw manning my premises. Is that right? Is this? Hey, can you read me what the definition of a straw man is?
Your premise is ridiculous because what you're basically saying is that if satellite, then globe. That's what I get out of it. If satellite, then globe. We're trying to figure out the damn globe.
No, so I understand that I might need to write out an if statement for you, right? As well as a and/or statement, right? And a conclusion statement, dare I say, to then compile the code, okay? And if there's any compilation errors, then I would then have to rewrite the code. Would you not agree there, Plum Bob?
I really don't care because Earth is still measured flat, navigated flat. No, it's irrelevant. We still measure the Earth flat, navigated flat, aviated as flat. It's flat.
Can you read to me what the definition of a straw man is? Can you read me what the definition of a straw man is?
What is your premise conclusion?
Yeah, I'll repost it here in a second.
I just posted it, but actually, McDonald's, what you're supposed to be doing is finding this data, this important data that shows the curvature.
I'm saying how we can cross-reference the production of the data.
No, you told Cyclone that's what you were going to be digging up right now because we're let's just see the data that you're talking about.
Well, I can't. I can show the information that we can cross-reference with each other to ensure the accuracy.
Well, the data, the information, whatever you want to say.
Information is derived from data.
Okay, well, let's just put whatever you're talking about. Just put it in the chat. Let's mull over it.
Yeah. Yeah, Cyclone, never mind. Okay, so Cyclone, since you said I should be only 10 minutes, you want me to get off, buddy?
You're being silly, McDonald's worker. You're doing the same shit you were doing yesterday.
Brother, I didn't... Oh, I guess I was on here yesterday.
Yeah, and you were doing the same silly shit. Look, it's nighttime in Japan. Yeah. Remember, I told you, what if I draw you a little drawing with a pagoda with the moon above it? Then you have to believe all my future drawings. That's what you're doing.
No. What was my answer to that?
You're begging us to play make believe with you.
What was my answer to that, though? Can you tell me what my answer was? If you remember, I was in here.
Yeah, I think you said sure.
That was my answer. So I'm the liar. I said that if you can show me a satellite,
you're highlighting your naivety, bro.
If you can show me a satellite infinite,
you haven't thought this through, McDonald's worker.
So are we worried about being
get up there?
Are we worried about being right, or are we worried about? Sorry.
Well, we know we're right.
What's the
Then how is there any debate?
There isn't.
You guys just want to get right points?
Hold on. My Jedi guy.
What does that even mean? What are you talking about?
Guys, my Jedi guy.
I'm sorry, guys. Don't mean to interrupt. What data are we actually waiting for?
I posted 2 images, or sorry, 2 links, and the second one wasn't right. But I guess you could derive the same thing from that image.
I need to go on mute for a bit, but McDonald's, it was good chatting to you. Don't take it.
Yeah, it was good talking with you, brother. No. Yeah. It's all in the moment, but good talking with you, bro.
Oh, good.
So with these images, right? The second one's not really that good of an image, but we can cross-reference the information displayed in the second image with first-hand information, such as going outside, right, touching grass, and seeing the sun's position.
Okay.
So then, if, right, this lines up with what satellite feed tells us, then that is how we would validate that satellite feed is to be true. Sorry, guys. You have to say something. I'm not reading chat. I was there for a second just to post the links, but I saw.
It sounds like you saw the ping.
Huh? What? Hey, one right point for whoever that is.
If you climb a globe stairway, all the steps are the same height.
Sorry, D-Mock, one more time.
If you climb a globe stairway, all the steps are the same height.
Sure. So, are we moving to? Well, I mean, really, both these premises, I think we've already talked about.
Right, they're begging the question, and they're not sound logically. So you can try again.
So begging the question, as in.
Well, you're begging the question that the satellite is where you say it is. How about that? We'll start with that one, just right off the bat.
I cannot go and touch it if that's your answer, and if that's the only way of proving things to you.
So it's begging the question.
There's a lot of things.
It's a begging the question fallacy, so it's all over. It's totally bullshit.
Says who, right? How would you prove that?
Why are you reversing the burden again? So you get stomped by me.
This is an analogy.
Ask me a question.
Because
why?
I'm trying to expose your train of thought is false.
Begging the question is not a false. Me asking you or showing that you are begging the question is somehow a fallacy?
Is that what I said?
You said that
your train of thought on how you come to conclusion on something could be seen as a fallacy in itself, such as I must touch something to know that it exists.
No, that's not what I said. I said you're begging the question that the satellite is where you say it is.
The only way that I can prove a satellite is in space is for me to touch it?
Yes.
We've got some data from the satellite, but you mentioned that it was doing an orbit, right? That means one rotation every 24 hours or whatever.
I did not say anything about an orbit. I don't know why that one guy came in here and gaslighted that word. I can repose my premises.
He's avoiding claiming space. He's avoiding claiming orbit. He's avoiding all of those things. So he created a premise where he presupposes a satellite to be at a certain location. Now, that's still begging the question, and it still voids your entire argument. We don't have to talk about anything else.
So real quick, right, just because you made me sound super facetious in my statements, what I'm trying to do, right, whenever we test anything, it's important to have as many static variables as possible. Whenever we start introducing like things that can be debated, right, the weaker the claims or the conclusion could be, right? And so for me to sit there and say, hey, I'm launching something 223,000 miles up in that, like the y-axis, right? That would be the same thing as saying there's a satellite in space, right? But I understand, right? I'm not trying to introduce all these like buzzwords that you guys like think of, right? Space, like orbit, right? I'm just trying to get a very static, this is what we can talk about, right? This is what we'd like to debate. Or else this, yeah, it's already been way over 10 minutes.
I'll tell you what. So why don't we talk about unicorns and Bigfoot? Because there's just as much evidence for those
unicorns and
as
Bigfoot
your satellite
Discord channel.
No, I swear to you, bro. Like the other day, this unicorn told me about Bigfoot, his best friend Bigfoot. He was describing him to me, how brown and like the diameter. Right? Oh, wait a minute. So you don't want me to beg the question that there's unicorns, right?
Are we ruling out that it's not possible?
Well, I tell you what. How would you falsify my claim?
I wouldn't, because for one, I don't care.
So now you're avoiding the falsification thing that I brought up earlier. It's funny how you sidestep all these things that I bring up to you.
Sorry. Let me.
So how would you falsify my claim?
How would I go about falsifying
my claim?
Okay,
yeah.
buddy, hold on. So how would I falsify unicorns? I would need two individual. I would need two consistent information sources of information, and then that would come to a conclusion.
Well, you don't start with a falsify. You start with a claim first, claim based on something.
Right. No, I claimed that there is a unicorn.
Yeah, but you have a basis.
He was telling me about Bigfoot.
No, right? it's fine. It's fine. I'm working with it, right? He's just asking me how I would come to something, and I told him, right, I would use two forms of independent information, right? Independent being from each other, right? Such as like me and someone else, right? That's just a terrible analogy, right? But
so you would have to individually verify, right? So you would have to individually verify.
See, this is the problem with using the space word, right? You sit there and just blow it way out of proportion. I'm saying
I didn't say anything about space right now.
Two independent sources of information to come to a conclusion, and thus
you said one of them was you.
I need two sources of independent information.
Can you stop repeating yourself? You're annoying as fuck, dude. Seriously. You just said one of them was me. So you would have to verify the unicorn, right?
Great. So would I, in myself, right, if I was to look at my own, like, let's say, my brain's starting to get tired. Like research paper.
You're a colossal time waster.
Hold on.
You're a time-wasting asshole, dude.
If I was to look
You're not here in good faith at all.
I was to look at a research paper and I was like, oh, someone that's not studied in unicorns, right? Someone that's not studied in unicorns is trying to disprove unicorns, I'd immediately skip over it.
Right. So you just want to take what other people tell you to be fact, and then you're just okay with it. That's your standard of evidence. Don't be ashamed of it. Just embrace it. Say, look, I'm okay with people that beg the question. I'm okay with people that affirm the consequent. In fact, I enjoy it because then I apply their affirming the consequent fallacies to myself, and I spew that shit on other people. Why don't you just say that and embrace it?
Because that's not what I'm doing. I'm using two sources of independent information to come to a conclusion.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
And how's that?
What are the two independent pieces of information about the satellite that exists?
Satellite data and first-hand experience.
Okay, so we have an instrument that we don't know exists and first-hand data from people that read something on a page. The best they could tell you is that I saw something on a page, right?
You're telling me you can't go outside and you don't know like when or what direction the sun is?
Now we're talking about the sun. See, this is a diversionary tactic because I just put you
observation.
on point.
That's first-hand observation.
Are we talking about the sun? And what is the sun, by the way?
So is the sun not first-hand observation when cross-referencing an image?
We're talking about satellites. Don't jump from one subject to the other.
Right, but the results of the data, the
satellite, and that's why it's circular logic.
Image, hold on. The satellite image shows that there is a sun, and at this point, that person or the people in this area should be seeing a sunset. So for us to validate a sunset at this plot in the Earth, right, or whatever you want to call this, ground, right, we would need to go outside and we can firsthand observe it, thus cross-referencing that particular image at that point in time was to be true at this particular point.
Yes, I already did this with you. Me and my neighbors gave you guys a piece of paper we said came from satellites. You saw the sunset at the same time.
No,
you were okay with that circular logic.
I would need to see it. I would need to see the satellite myself. Or, sorry. I would
shit,
need to see
no kidding? Really?
The results of the satellite myself.
I would show you the pieces of paper.
No. You're handing. Okay, so that would be falsifying in itself.
Why? It's pieces
because
of paper
it's coming
that you're
from one source. I need two sources of information, not just you.
Yeah,
giving
okay,
me two
fine.
Sources.
No
You're
problem.
giving
Me and my neighbor. Me and my neighbor. And then the other neighbor, we all got these pieces of paper that's data from a satellite. No, wait, I'm going to scratch that. It's data from a unicorn. It's a useful tool. So me and my neighbors have pieces of paper that we got from the unicorn, and we gave it to you, and I'll be damned, the sun set at the same time. No problem.
So if I can go out here, I'll go with you this. If I can go out and recreate that information or your test results, right, or how you came to that claim and result, then yes, that would be valid information.
So yeah, see, your standards for evidence is stupid low. You like circular logic. Just embrace it. Tell everybody, hey, I love circular logic. That's how I live my life.
Why would I need to say that?
Because that's exactly what you're doing.
I use two sources of independent information to come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
Sometimes I use
sources of information. Yeah, I can get 50 pieces of paper from the unicorns. Lots of different unicorns are verifying this, by the way. Government unicorns, and then the privately, but not so private funded SpaceX unicorns. And they sent me these pieces of paper with data on them. And then it matched when the sun set. So the unicorn's legit and the Earth is apparently a ball, right?
How's the Earth a ball with this?
He's affirming the consequent with the times that the sun sets. He doesn't know that either.
Cross-referencing from another source that when the sun sets.
I'm ensuring the consistency from the satellite feed is correct.
So something up in the sky shows the sun setting at a place that we already know the sun sets.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last little bit.
We already know the sun sets here at this time.
I'm cross-referencing. No.
So the sun sets here at this time.
So because we can't.
God's sake.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't see where you're getting a curved Earth from this at all.
This would be like my third time. So the conclusion, right, off the two premises is that the consistent real-time satellite data aligns with ground observations and the independent verification from multiple strongly...
Satellite data? What's the satellite doing? Sorry, what's the satellite doing?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? What is the satellite doing? It's sitting there staring at this image, and then it's sending back data. Thus, then we build information on.
Okay, that shows that the sun sets at a time that we already know. What's the satellite doing that proves that the Earth's a ball? It's just showing a sunset.
So it would prove on.
Is it orbiting this satellite?
We could then.
Is it stationary? Unstationary? What?
Is this just 30 questions?
I'm trying to figure out what this satellite's doing. I'm trying to ask you if it's orbiting. You said it was.
Will you allow me to answer it?
Okay.
Okay. We have an object above another object that's able to take a picture of the full object. Okay. We are then cross-referencing that image to ensure authenticity. Now, if we sit there and say, hey, to ensuring the authenticity of this, right, this can only exist one type of way that would strongly support the conclusion of something. I understand I was really vague there, but that's just the very bare bones of what I'm trying to get across. I'm not saying for sure. I'm not saying 100% sure. I'm saying it strongly supports.
But you don't know how the satellite got up there?
It's the change of pitch of the satellite that I'm interested in. It's using a device that is said to be orbiting the Earth. The satellite, right, taking this image, so there should be a change of pitch. A rotation of 360 degrees around in a circle if it's orbiting the Earth.
I mean, I hold on. DMOC kind of ask a question on DMOC. Let me write down that real quick. But
this was easier.
It's the same thing. It's basically how are they not dropping down to orbit when rockets have to go up then down to orbit?
Yeah, they could be. They in fact could be, and it could not. It could be taking a picture of something completely different.
No. Hold on, not the picture. Where's the data for the curvature rate that they have to cover going down, back, up, around to where they like? Where's that data?
Yeah, that's the data we want. The change of pitch.
I have no idea.
360 degrees of the satellite.
Yeah, I have no idea. But my claim and my conclusion.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. If they know, hold on, or whoever who's talking. If they know how to shoot the little hairspray booster, at what point in time, they have to have the data that we're asking for. Because that's the data keeping them in orbit. I mean, that's the thing, right? The attribute of knowing when and where they are, at what point in time, away from the radius at a given time, gives them the idea when they have to squirt their little booster to keep them back in the said beautiful little orbit spot, the Goldilocks zone, if you will.
Sure. So, for one, DMOC, right? I didn't say they were in orbit, right? There could be a cutout photo or even a GIF, right? I don't know if you ever seen like people breaking into the banks like on the movies, right? Where they sit there and put like a video in front of the camera, right? Like, let's say that's happening, right? And it could be happening, right? It could all just be one big like in a studio room, right? Could be.
What could be?
That there's a video in front of a Actually, we could just go as far as fetched as saying that we just launched something into the sky and then we just feed the
Brother, I'm fine with launching something straight up in the air. That's how flat Earth works. The only thing we have to do to prove a globe is to drop something up in the air.
I'm proving I'm coming to the conclusion of the globe.
The only way you can do that is go past the curve, a couple feet live, or kamikaze down past that curve live, where you can have me tell me where that's at, and that's the one place I will fucking meet you, right? Wherever that little curve is, I'll sit there, hover in the helicopter you got, whatever we got, and I'll watch as you kamikaze down in front of me and don't hit any dirt and water. That's the only spot I want to see. And then you'll bring us back the data.
Yeah, so I understand that might be your
how you fall and stay the same altitude. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. But that physically can't be demonstrated by any object, right?
I have no idea.
Dropping it and it stays the same altitude. Listen up.
Oh, probably not. I mean, I'm
probably
sure there's cases.
Now on a ball, I
have no idea, DMOC. It would be ignorant for me to sit there and say, yeah,
brother, that's what a ball claims. A ball claims I can throw something to you, and if you're down the hill from me, it's going to be at the same altitude, following Earth's curve. Hence, I throw it far enough. Do you understand or not? If I throw it to you and you're on the back of the boat...
Do you understand my two premises and my conclusion?
Listen, if I throw the ball to you and you're on the back of the boat that's past the curve, I'm going to throw it down to you, but we're going to be at the same altitude. Do you understand?
Sure.
Now, that ball would be able to record the data of the drop rate, right? Now, why don't you guys have that?
Idea. I have no idea, DMOC. I don't.
Well, you have to look for that, brother. That's the very thing we need, okay?
I would look for that if that was in my conclusion or my premises.
No, but it should be the only thing of your premise. Do you understand? That's the only thing we need.
No, my premise, right, is the Earth as a globe because the consistency, right, of observation.
No drop data. Of no altitude staying the same while it goes below itself.
Like 3 years affirming the consequent. The fuck?
Yeah. Twice in a row.
The Earth is a globe because of these observations. These observations, therefore, globe.
These observations that we can prove to be strongly true.
The observation. Fuck me.
I mean, would it be unrealistic if you sat there and presented me 2 observations that the Earth was flat, and then I was like, oh yeah, thus came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat? Would that be unrealistic? Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna get off. Well, at least I'm gonna mute my mic because
that would be just to answer, that would be unrealistic if they get the same logical format for some sort of claim about it being flat. It would also be not a proper conclusion.
Yeah, Heretic. Unfortunately, you missed. Did you get to hear any of my premises or anything?
No, he's correct.
Or well, just this last 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I've been yapping for a good almost hour now. I think. I'm sure. Here, I'll just post it really quickly, and if you just want to challenge something, I'm not gonna go in super deeply. I was hoping you'd be able to see it or hear a little bit of it. There you go. I just posted it, Heretic. Feel free to just very, very quickly, if you want, jab, and then I'll see what I can do. I just don't want to hog up the room. But I really appreciate everyone's time, honestly, and I appreciate everyone, being cool. I love listening to you guys. It's awesome. We should always question everything. I strongly believe that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the cordial conversation.
Yeah, let me know whenever you get it read, Heretic.
Sure.
Why don't Globers demand that data? How come they just want to bring everything but the one thing we need every time? It's like every time. They'll unload a bucket of blocks in the room and all we need is a wheel. We're like, bro, we just sent you to get a wheel. And they come back with 1,000 million buckets of blocks and pyramid shapes and octagon. And we just need a fucking wheel. It's just the funniest thing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Maybe different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying?
No, not at all. Maybe one stroke for everybody. That's one thing for everybody, the same for everybody. That would make sense to be like, hey, man, we all understand this tree to be a tree. One tree for all people. It's the same tree. We can all bounce our head off of it and go pick the fruit or eat it or not like it or like it. There's different things that are attributes of difference of opinion. But then there's other things that really kind of can't be in a way.
Yeah, sorry, maybe you took that wrong. I meant more like I enjoyed or I had a great time studying satellites and learning about satellites. Maybe that's what I meant.
But you didn't find anything out that was worthwhile because you didn't find the pitch data that they would need to even have a satellite go anywhere around Earth in orbit.
Would you not agree that would be irrelevant to my premise?
No. Pitch data is everything. If you conceive of a low Earth orbit satellite that has a 90-minute orbital period, it's doing a 360-degree somersault every 90 minutes to maintain down.
Right.
So what we want to see is attitude data at the gimbal would probably help substantiate there's a globe because that rotation couldn't occur over a flat Earth.
Right. So let's say, right, my idea of a satellite is we just launch something into space one time and then it just takes one picture and then we're cross-referencing that one picture. It has nothing to do with orbit. It has nothing to do with let's say it even
no orbit at all. Well,
let's say it explodes in space too, right? I understand that's kind of a leap, and everything, but
all right. So,
I'm sorry.
I guess I didn't see any of the media in here. So the claim is that high altitude rocket image or just a payload popped off and took a picture. I can't look at the text chat.
No worries. I just really wanted to hear Heretic's rebuttal to my.
Well, it's not really a logical syllogism, is it?
And how's that?
Well, what's the form? If P then Q, whatever, what is it?
Yeah, the evidence has to be put through this.
You see sunsets. And you go somewhere else with the sky.
Yeah, right? Basically, right? If we can see the sunsets and things like that, if we can map out, right, what should be lit and what shouldn't be lit on the Earth or on an image, and then we can verify that to be correct, we would then have to say, let's build a model around this, because this seems to be factual, or this is evidence, I guess, towards something. Would you not agree there? I think I do get what you're saying, though. Basically, I'm trying to prove the first thing to be true. And if the first thing is true, then we have to build something on that, or explain how can this exist. And if it can't exist in let's say a triangle, then we would rule out a triangle. The only way that these that the images, right, would exist, it would be in a globe.
How is a predictive model actual evidence for the presumed cause of something?
It's making a model.
It just strongly supports the conclusion.
Well, then it's circular reasoning, right?
Yeah, I've heard that all day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's because
that's fine. I didn't say it was wrong. I'd have to
you're
look
using the thing in contention to lay a claim. You're using what's in contention as evidence of what you're claiming.
So I'm
that's
verifying.
Why it's circular.
Okay, work with me a little bit here, right? And because I gotta research that. And this probably be one of the last times, but we're cross-referencing and validating the information from the satellite to be true, and so thus we can build a claim on that true information
from the satellite.
Right. So this sounds more like abductive logic. You don't have deductive, and that's how to actually prove something.
Abductive.
Right. So, like, if you construct a hypothesis, you have if the independent variable, then the dependent variable. And then if you say, well, dependent variable, therefore independent variable, you're engaging in circular reasoning, because that also follows the formal logical fallacy of if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. It's called affirming the consequent.
Sorry. Oh, hold on. Sorry. So you're saying I'm using inductive or deductive here?
Just going to say you're gonna have to put your hypothesis through a formal logic, a syllogism, like a deductive one. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Or if P then Q,
won't that
P,
be
therefore Q. Those are the modus tollens and modus ponens specifically. So put your hypothesis to test through one of those, and you'll be in much better shape to substantiate your claim.
Okay, so can you just give me an example of how I would do that with mine?
Let's see. So what is your example now? It's a rocket high altitude image.
I'm saying that there's satellite feed.
There's a satellite feed.
Sorry. I'm a little long-winded. So there's satellite feed that we have that shows a full image of the Earth, right? And then we can cross-reference that satellite feed is correct. That right. Image we can build of the entire, like, what that satellite sees. If we lay that all out, right, that can only exist in a certain type of let's say object, right? Or we just have to map it out to where how do these puzzle pieces fit together?
This is why we need the pitch data.
Yeah, you need independent substantiation. So instead of comparing images to images that somebody would use an image to create a fake image you could instead turn to like telemetry data. Metadata.
We're not cross-referencing the satellite information with first-hand observation of the sun's position in daylight. And so there's not a second form of picture, right? It's just something that we would go outside and be like, yeah, the sun is setting right now, or yeah, the sun is at high noon right now.
Yeah, so if I observe a sunset, or if the sun sets from this location and we see it, then I go somewhere up in the sky and look down and I see the sunset, and I can model this. Okay.
No, I would have to say, and let me know if this is where you're going, and then I'll let you continue. I'm sorry. But let's say sunrise, high noon, sunset, right? If we can then cross-reference that with another image, right, aka the satellite image, and that to be true, then I would be more inclined, or I would sit there and be like, yeah, we're using these two forms, or we will then use the satellite data information. So if that's what you were going on, you may continue.
The satellite data shows what? That there's a sunset.
Sorry, the room. I'm sure the entire room's here tired of me. D-Mock's been hearing me ramble for the past like 5 days.
Yeah. I'm not hearing a very specific claim, and constructing a hypothesis is also extremely difficult.
Yeah.
You know, it's not some flippant matter. Even though we're all taught about it in 8th grade, it's not easy because you have to come up with something that's testable. So you could spend a long time trying to figure this out. How am I going to approach this?
Amish, I understand, right, where you're trying to test, right? But I'm trying to say that, can we not test the satellite feed? With first-hand observation?
If you have nothing to test, I mean, I would test a satellite feed by testing. I would attempt to verify the provenance of the information itself.
Yeah, and we can't, right? So I usually refer to like a networking at all, right? Like we would require a man-in-the-middle attack, or a man-in-the-middle to verify what the information is being showed to be true, right? That the stream of data. So that would require a man in the middle of the data, right? Such as like a network packet.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to make that analogy. So
It's
because
called,
we can't do
a
that,
break in the chain of custody. It's a break in the
our
provenance.
man in the middle.
You don't have a clean chain of custody.
Our man in the middle. So we
Yeah.
can verify that information though to be integrity, or we can verify the information by first-hand and direct observation, can we not?
We can make independent first-hand direct observations. It's corroborating that this is what I'm comparing it to in this image is a whole nother matter.
You can't observe
You
it
just
under
can't
your
observe
feet.
and declare.
You can't observe a satellite under your feet or down past 2 degrees, or you can't go to the horizon and watch it go in front of you down kamikaze without hitting any dirt or water. And you don't have
See,
the
I'm
data
telling
for
you-
that.
Yeah, I want proof that the satellite was where they said it was at that particular point in time, and how it got there, its means of conveyance, and
Yeah,
if or whether the state of technology that it's packed with is even capable of the feed.
Yeah, so to that my argument would just be that's not my claim. My claim is not that there's a constant satellite up there in the sky. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but it's just that there's an image that we're cross-referencing. Thus, we can then use that image for search of information.
So is it doing anything different than an airplane can do?
It's higher. Yeah, it can be higher without endangering civilians.
How would you substantiate that?
Hold on.
How do you?
Can it do anything different than an airplane or another helium balloon can do? Just regular shit we have anyway.
I mean, I assume it can go higher.
Higher than helium that goes up and then escapes?
I don't know. I don't know enough about helium. It's supposedly.
Yeah, but what you're saying, hold on, brother. You're just saying you're sending a balloon up, straight up.
Sure.
Goes up there and sits, goes in a circle. That's just flat Earth proof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like so let's say the information from the satellite shows a flat Earth, which and it kind of does, right? Because it's flat.
No,
we
not
can't really
kinda.
build.
That's exactly.
Yeah, we can't build a 3D Earth from that image. Thus, we
Don't
must
you think
derive.
that's all you'd be able to build? That's all you'd be able to build if that's what you had. That's
No,
all you'd be looking at forever. You'd only be looking at the data of a spherical format of the attributes of the cliffs, valleys, waterfalls, hills, the topography and terrain. All that stuff, you would have it all implemented, and then you just print it out into a computer format of a 3D space area, open and free. And then you print that out of a 3D printer onto something, and then you map it out, print that out, put it on there, boom. And then you'd have all the streets, runways, highways, airplane routes, everything on a sphere. Perfect.
Yeah,
I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Who D-Mock, was that you talking?
You got a Glover question or a flat Earth question?
Flat Earth question.
All right, hey, I really appreciate everyone. Thank you all for letting me yap for like the past hour. You all have a great day.
All right, take care.
Hey, you too, man. Have a great day, man. Have a blessed day.
Yeah, later, McDonald. Good job. You actually did make us, or you attempted a syllogism, which is much better than what this next fool is going to do.
Man.
All right, what's your question?
My question is, so how long is flat movement in like 10 years or something? I'm just curious, why is there not an accurate model to scale of the flat Earth yet? And there is one of the globes. For example, like...
Can you show me the globe one, please?
The United States and Greenland. Greenland is bigger on a flat map when that is not reality.
Wait, you already said your point.
Okay.
They asked you for your map. You can ask them for their map too. That's the thing.
I want the flat Earth to scale flat Earth map.
I use Apple.
I'm Christian. Christian, can I just quickly ask
why doesn't everybody produce their maps inside chat? You produce.
Can I just quickly ask Christian why if he pays attention to the chat, why this astronaut or these astronauts are using flat planar grid systems in space as maps?
That's not my question, though. That's not my question. My question is...
Okay, all you both have to do is just post a picture of a map. Now watch neither of you do it. That's the thing.
I posted a map.
Where do I post that?
I posted a map.
There's some maps.
I posted it.
That's not my problem. My problem is... You cannot...
But this is my problem. My problem is, why don't they use a spherical map or spherical projection in space? It doesn't make any sense.
My question is... I can produce you an accurate map to scale of the globe Earth with confirmable...
Okay, produce it. Produce it.
Confirmable by driving distances.
Hey, you got the map. Produce it.
Oh, confirmable by driving?
I can drive.
Holy shit.
Produce it. Yeah, we heard your claim.
East Coast to the West
Produce
Coast.
it.
Scale size of a globe map. And I can do this if I went to Greenland. But there's no flat Earth map that can possibly do that. It's impossible.
Let's see it.
Go to Google Earth. Go to the scale. It's that simple.
Google Maps. You said you verified it, right? How do you verify that the map is true?
People verify it all the time.
Did you drive to Greenland? Like, what the fuck, dude?
I'm saying the scale size of a continent. Okay. So go from the East Coast to West Coast.
The continent.
The scale of that map will be the exact same by driving it in miles.
What's the elevation?
Greenland. Go to coast in Greenland. On the globe map, it will be the same from going to coast.
Prove that.
A flat map that can produce the same.
Yeah. Go do your cross-country drive there and just prove that to us, that you can confirm it with driving distances. Go on. We'll wait.
Yeah, what you're saying doesn't make any sense, Christian. If I put down a treasure map and I already laid down the distance and I already laid down the roadway that you have to take, and you say, hey, Democ, 15 feet matches 15 feet on this road, it must prove what?
Produce me a flat Earth map.
No, listen to what I said. In reality, we're standing here, right? And then you and I follow a road. We write down the amount of distance we covered. What does that mean?
But what do you mean does it mean?
How big is that road compared to the Earth? That you and I
don't get what you're trying to ask me. I'm talking about large
distances. Slow down. Start thinking. You and I we're on a road.
No, yes or no.
Right?
Produce me an accurate
if the highway is already if the highway is already marked out for its mapping.
In the United States and one in Greenland, can you produce a scale map? Yes or no?
What's a globe distance look like compared to not a globe distance that we have? We have straight distances.
I'll answer your question. I answered your question. You answer my question. Can you produce me a flat Earth map?
Brother, yes. Look on your map. Look down at the legend. See those little straight lines on the map, on the key legend? That tell you the distances?
I'm looking at. What chart am I looking at?
Brother, any map. Look on the key legend at the bottom. The legend key, where it says distances. How do you judge those? With a straight thing or a curve?
Greenland is not bigger than the United States.
Brother,
that is not
stop talking over me. Just answer the question. The key legend on the map, all the flat maps you have, the key legend down at the bottom, the little thing that says how you judge distances. Is that a straight line or an arc?
It's straight, because it's on a
straight line. Now pack it up and go home, son.
It's on a 2D surface.
We're good to go. We're good to go.
It's on a 2D surface. Of course it is. If you have
use a straight line for everything on that map, correct?
If you have a globe model,
where's your curve line? Where's your curve line to reference against it?
Just keep talking over him. Maybe you'll win.
No, where's the curve line on the fucking map? That's all we're looking for.
I'm looking for an accurate 2-scale model of the flat Earth.
Brother, you just found it. Look at the key
Give it,
legend.
they can't give it to you.
At the key legend, it is a
hang
straight
on a sec.
line.
This is getting a little crazy here.
It's not crazy at all for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Let's try this. This map that you're referring to, does it have longitude and latitude lines on it?
I need to know exactly what map I'm looking at. This is a really simple task for Earth or two.
So you're talking about a map.
What I can do is I can go to the globe. I can find. This is all I'm asking for. It's very, very simple.
I don't think you know what a map is, Christian, and I think the whole room is wondering if that's the case too, based off of how you're sidestepping. How do you get latitude? What's latitude, Christian?
Okay, I can produce a model that shows.
What is a model for, Christian? Stop. Stop. What's a model for? What do you use a model to do?
Greenland with
Christian, so we know and have confidence that you know what you're talking about. Can you tell us what a model is, please?
I need a yes or no before I answer any more questions. It's that simple.
Christian, do you even know what you're asking for? Because I'm not confident that you'll know any answer that you'll be able to evaluate its veracity.
I yet to get answered. The first question I asked was, can you produce me a 2-scale flat Earth model? It's a yes or no. Can you do that? Yes or no?
Have you stopped beating your wife yet? I mean, it's a loaded question, Christian, and you don't want. You're asking a loaded question. You know why?
Flat maps are seconds of the flat Earth.
You know why, Christian? You know why it's a loaded question?
A globe model that's accurate.
What is a model for? Tell the audience. What is a model?
In what sense are you saying it?
How did you validate your globe model?
I can easily validate it. I can drive.
Oh, yeah. See, what is a model? You know, we're talking
Greenland.
You're a moron. The context that you use model shows the model.
Thing. And it will fit the globe Earth. It'll fit an accurate globe Earth model.
It's never been demonstrated.
It'll affirm the consequent. Another fucktard.
Oh my goodness. Is anyone else
longitude and latitude from?
In here?
Christian, where do you get longitude and latitude from? For any map. For any map, where do you get longitude and latitude
please
from?
Tell me I'm making sense. If you're a globe earther, please tell me I'm making sense in here.
What's up?
You're not making sense, Christian.
You said you can produce a model. How's the model produced?
Man. I want the flat earthers to produce an accurate 2-scale model of the flat Earth. Can you do that? It's a yes or no question. It's
yes, what I can. Give me $2 billion and a team of 10 men, and I'll survey the Earth for you.
So
for
the answer is no.
It was free money.
No,
yes, I said I can. I'll do it.
Can you do it right now? I can do mine right now. Can you do yours right now? Yes or no?
How do you produce the model? What measurements do you take?
Yes or no? Who you're talking to? I don't know who you're talking to.
Yes. So we can make a model. What measurements we can take?
Do miles. I'm American. I do miles.
Okay, so miles. I'm English. I do miles too. High five. So what measurements? Miles. That's a straight line distance.
I don't get your point.
It's miles, like kilometers. Actually, doesn't matter. Feet, inches, meters. It's a straight line distance.
I'm going to what Amish said. I'm going to what Amish said. You can confirm the globe Earth model in scale of the globe Earth. Listen, cat talk. You can confirm it by driving. I can drive from the East Coast to West Coast.
Driving miles.
I didn't say that. You said that, and I was making fun of you because that's a dumb shit thing to say.
How's that?
What happens if you have less air in your tires? Do you have to cover more ground or less ground in the same amount of time?
What about bigger and smaller tires? My grandma's got 300,000 miles on her odometer, and all she did was went to bingo, store a couple times, and home. What are you talking about?
I'm saying.
How many times she been around the earth? None? Just the bingo. Yeah, she's went 300,000 miles. How many times would that be around your earth if somebody wanted to do that? A lot, right?
Plot how long, the distance, I'm saying in miles, how long it will take me from the East Coast to the West Coast. From a Google
It'll take you 3 oil changes at 7,000 miles an oil change to almost get around the whole earth.
No,
21,000 miles.
Listen. Can I get, I'll dumb this down for you. From the East Coast
to the West Coast. I'm waiting for you to go do it. Go drive your ass one direction and come back.
Model east to west, how many miles it will take? Can I get that distance accurately from the globe Earth model? Say from Google Maps. Can I get that distance in miles accurately?
No, it's not accurate.
I'm asking you, so I'm trying to work this situation.
No, it's not accurate. Google Earth is not accurate.
Okay, so you're saying that
it's not accurate.
I cannot get from the East Coast to West Coast and get an accurate depiction of miles.
What in the map tells you where you are?
Okay, let's say we start in what's the most
New York to Los Angeles.
New York to Los Angeles.
Okay.
Can I accurately plot the mile?
There's a question, dude. How do you know exactly where you are? Your starting point and your finishing point, down to the last millimeter, or inch, or meter, or foot.
Let's do a coast. Let's do a coast then. We can do coasts. Coasts are easily verifiable. I'm on one coast and the next coast.
That's fine, yes. We will agree that you're at these locations, but I want to know, compared to the map, how do you exactly know where you are on the map coordinate system? Every map's got a coordinate system, right?
Yeah.
Good. What's that coordinate system?
What do you mean, how do I know where I'm at?
What is the coordinate system?
For what? For what type of map?
To know where your location is on a map. What's the coordinate system? You read maps before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the coordinate system that you're going to be referencing to know your location?
When I travel, I just use whatever, using my accurate location.
You said a map. You said a Google Maps. The coordinate system. What's the coordinate system? Why are you not getting this?
I don't get.
Talk about measuring distances between two places, starting and end.
Complicated to wrap your mind around going from one coast to the other, distance in miles. It doesn't matter how long it'll take. First of all, I'm saying the miles.
How long it takes. I'm not interested in how fucking long it takes.
How long
I'm interested in the coordinate system.
Deerich D-Much was saying how long it takes. That's irrelevant.
D-Much. Do you know why he's asking for a coordinate system?
I don't get what point he's trying to make.
Because that's what a map uses.
I'm talking about a paper map.
It would be important so that you could say that I went from point A and I went to point B. You're talking over me there, Christian. It's important because if you're going to say that you're going to go from point A and you're going to go to point B, how do you know you're at point A? And how will you know you're at point B?
I already said that. I thought I said that. Go to coast. You can easily see what coast you're at. I mean, is that what you're trying to say?
No, brother.
You're trying to say, how do I know where I'm at right now?
Compared to what?
I can go look at the ocean and I can figure out, I'm on the East Coast.
Compared to what? You've gone from this location to that location. You're going to compare it to what?
The different coast I'm on. Obviously, you're trying to beat around the bush on the point I'm trying to make, and you're trying to red herring me. The thing is it possible, what I'm trying to say, if you don't say yes to this question, there's no point to argue with you, because you're just going to deny whatever I say. Can I get an accurate depiction on a paper map going from the East Coast to the West Coast?
Paper maps are flat. All the papers are flat. You're trying to prove an accurate ball. Are you crazy?
Yeah, here, can I put in for this guy?
They aren't.
For this kid.
I'm doing a flat map.
Let me read this out from Google's terms of service. Google makes no claims as to the accuracy of the coordinates in Google Earth.
Okay.
These are provided for entertainment only and should not be used for any navigational or other purpose requiring any accuracy whatsoever.
We're not talking about that. It's a yes or no question.
You said Google's accurate, and you asked us if it's accurate. And I told you it's not accurate, and this is why. Google doesn't make any claim to accuracy. Google themselves don't seem to be as confident as you are in Google.
I'll say this. If I'm driving from the East Coast to the West Coast, I'm talking. Okay, I'll help you.
Google
one here out the other. What the fuck, kid?
Flat map. Can I get the accurate miles to the scale?
Run a rag through your head. You've got too much wax in your ears.
Oh my goodness! Why you avoid the question?
Christian, can you tell us on this map, Christian? You've got a road map. Can you tell us what it's going to use for reference? Okay.
Say 1 inch equals 100 miles. Say that.
Yeah, but how do you know where you are on the map? How do you know where you are? Are you in the left-hand corner, the right-hand corner?
I can start at the coast. Like I said, I can easily start and look at the coast.
Okay, and where is that? How will you know how far you traveled if you're going to go from one coast to the other? How will you know how far you traveled?
Well, let's make it simple. I can look at my my car mileage, and then.
Oh my God! You're using your car mileage.
You're saying like. I don't get why you keep being around the
bush.
So
you're not going to use a coordinate system to know where you are. You're not going to use a coordinate system to know where you're going to. I don't understand how you're even going to know when you get there.
I see the other coast. It's that simple. What I'm saying is, I can map on a.
And what is that location? Can you give us the exact location?
Can I talk? On a 2D map, which I'm helping you guys out by saying 2D map. No one uses physical maps anymore, but I'll do that for this case. Using a physical 2D map, can I get the shortest route going from the East Coast to the West Coast?
Yourself.
Listen.
Just stop.
Can I get around the accurate mileage from that 2D map if I drive it? I can. Now I'm going to go to Greenland and do the same thing. I can get around the accurate miles on a 2D map from Greenland to do the same thing. I want you on a flat Earth model to map to scale what I could do projecting a globe model.
Right then. All right, here's how I want to take this, kid. Is that your standard of evidence? Are you asking us to do something that you haven't done yourself?
The number one thing.
Are you asking us to seriously do something you haven't done yourself, and that's your standard of evidence? So you didn't meet your own standard of evidence, did you?
I will concede.
You didn't. You failed your own standard of evidence, kid.
You produce me an accurate 2-scale flat Earth map.
How do you produce a map?
Or model. It can be anything. Produce me an accurate 2D model of flat Earth, and I'll concede. 2-scale.
Christian.
That's simple. You all.
No, you won't. You're just going to spam repeat that question no matter what you're given.
Because you don't have one.
I think he's chatting.
You've already been offered it 7 different times, and you just repeat the same response. You don't have one.
I think he's like a see and say when you pull the string, cow goes moo.
Because I have to repeat myself over and over again because you're not repeating you're not answering my question.
No, you have to repeat it over and over again because you don't think you're going to get an answer. Then you do, and you go, I guess I'll just ask again.
Do you have an accurate flat Earth model right now that depicts scale and accurate?
How do you map the ocean, Christian?
Shut up for 1 second. All right. Now that I have his attention, check the side chat.
Where do I do that?
At 11 minutes after the hour.
All right. Where's side chat at?
Library of Congress. Okay. Flat Earth map.
I need to find it.
So www.loc.gov.
Oh, you want me to go to the website? Okay.
Resources.
What's the website? www.
Library of Congress. They have a flat map. All right, and then
Library of Congress what? .com?
Department
MGRS. The Military Grid Reference System is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the Universal Transverse Mercator UTM grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere.
DM me a link.
I've already posted it 11 minutes after the hour, dude. And I said that while you was rambling.
I don't know where it's at. That's the thing.
Next reference. It's 3 photos. And then there's
what text channel is it in?
Robert Simon, right? He created the Blue Marble. He works for NASA. He said,
it's in this chat.
Then we wrapped a flat map around a ball. So if you want a flat map, talk to the Library of Congress. Talk to Robert Simmons at NASA. They have one. And then talk to whoever owns the Military Grid Reference System because they have flat maps.
Can you link me to whatever you're looking at? I can't find it. I don't know what you're trying to. I don't know where to find
into the side chat.
Where's the side chat at? I never joined this Discord before in my life.
Never used Discord before?
No, I never.
You've been on Discord since 2016 and you don't know how to find the side chat.
I got it a long ass time ago and I got off it when I went to school.
My
God. I haven't got on
No wonder this kid needs maps so bad.
I just don't know how to use Discord.
You just turn up today, didn't you?
Lost.
Ban appeal? No. You guys are roasting me for not knowing how to use Discord. Just DM me
when is this damn document from?
Yeah. You're here and on Flat Earth Debate. I don't know how you don't know how to use Discord. Let me see if I can find you. Oh, wait.
Oh
Chris
my
Berry,
fucking
right?
god, there's no way.
Oh my freaking god. All right.
Wait, hold
This is
on.
from 100 years ago.
What's ellipsoid?
I satisfy you. I tag you in the side chat, right?
Oh, bro, I call this guy
Scroll
fucking
up.
lying, dude. That's not even a fucking flat Earth map. It's based on an ellipsoid.
This great thing
Which
that he
is,
says is proof
spherical.
is a document from 100 years ago, written in what, Arabic?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry whoever's trying to send me this link. I don't know where the side chat is. I'm sorry for acting like an 80-year-old on the computer right now. Just click my name and DM me the link, and then I'll be happy.
You're capping, bro.
I don't know. I mean, I'm on an iPad, so
I've tagged you twice now. So
tag me
you
where?
should-
I have hundreds of. All right, I'll DM you.
We had fun with this, Joel. Fun while it lasted.
Do you see where the name Flat Earth is? Press the icon right to the right of it. There's an icon, a chat icon. You need to press that.
Okay, I see it. I click it, and then it just brings me to the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And I tagged you where I posted.
Quick question.
Screenshot.
What will a map prove? Just a quick question. What will a map prove?
For me?
Yeah, sure.
I told you, if you show me an accurate 2-scale size of a flat Earth map with the country scale, then I will concede.
Okay, so you'll concede the Earth is flat. So you'll conclude that the Earth is flat from having seen a flat Earth representation of it.
No, a 2-scale. I need it 2-scale.
Yeah, I know, with those caveats that you added. So if you get that, flat Earth representation 2-scale, you'll then concede the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Okay, that's a reification fallacy. You need to fix your logic.
This nigga just fucking lied, bro. No way.
I told you I will. If you send me a flat Earth map,
Yeah, I'm telling you that that's illogical.
I'm so okay. Just DM me, please.
That's just an illogical way to reach your conclusion. It's a reification fallacy. The map isn't the terrain. They're not the same thing.
Here, I just DM'd you.
He doesn't understand it. Look, hey, Christian, we wouldn't want you to be part of Team Flat Earth if that was your standard of evidence for it. We'd send you off to go find actual knowledge.
Then why is it so hard to produce it? That's my number one thing. If it's so hard to produce it,
It isn't. It isn't.
in order to get it accurate.
Why are you still talking? I don't get it. How do you produce map?
Then produce it. Send it to me. Link
right now.
how?
Wait, you want me to print one out? Like, what do
I
you
want
mean?
you to link me. I want you to send me an accurate
Do
2-scale
you understand what cartography is?
Oh my goodness. Here we go beating around the bush again.
It's not.
No.
2-scale. I want it to be 2-scale. How about this?
Friend,
1 inch
why are you
equals
still
100 miles.
talking? Why are you still talking?
Why are you guys getting aggravated when I keep asking the same question over and over again?
Your question
Just
and you keep
concede that you don't have an accurate.
These debate bros think they're debating.
Just concede that you don't have an accurate flat Earth map. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Who said that UTM was flat?
Good question.
How do you produce maps? What do you do?
Hold on a second. Ask a simple question first. Who was the guy who said that UTM was flat?
What the fuck?
I can't hear because other people are talking. I'm still trying to find this map that this person was linking, but I don't know how to find a link to it.
Doesn't know how to produce maps.
UTM, the Universal Transverse Mercator Coordinate System, is based on the spheroid.
Yep, true. It is.
So who said it's flat?
What's the spheroid?
That's so fucking retard, bro.
Spheroid is based on data.
What data?
What's the sphere based? What's the sphere based on?
Anyway, so whoever said that UTM was flat is incorrect.
Hey, asshole, you're going to interrupt my chat.
Spherical map.
You're running things here. You're going to take questions on your interruptions. What's your spheroid based on?
What's your spheroid based on?
I want someone to tell me if the UTM is...
Yeah, I want you to tell me what your spheroid's based on. Why are you dodging so hard, bro?
Where's your
Are you dodging that the UTM is...
Well, literally, as you're dodging, you're calling me the dodger.
Are you talking to me?
What's the spheroid based on?
Are you talking to the other guy?
Oh, so you're dodging. So once you stop dodging, I'll stop dodging. How about that?
The Dodgers are dodging.
Let me answer this guy real quick. It was in the description on the Library of Congress. Hey, NASA guy. It was in the description on the Library of Congress under the entry that was uploaded for that map.
I DM'd you. Can you send me the link to what you're talking about, please?
Can you send him the link of the spheroid?
Right, so now that that's out of the way, can we move on? Can you now talk about what spheroid this is based on?
Okay, now, so shall I get another chance? What spheroids is based on?
Tell me that UTM is flat or not, first of all. Let's get to that. That's what we're talking about.
No, we're gonna go to
Before you start to dodge that question.
I already addressed this NASA guy. It's on the description at the Library of Congress website. Okay, I didn't put it.
120 years ago. That 100 year ago thing you posted that was in Arabic and in English. Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, though, let's talk about the universal transverse Mercator projection.
Okay. What's that based on?
So it's not flat, right?
What's that based on?
Is it flat or yes
What's
or no?
Your
Someone said it's flat.
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is it's not flat.
I mean, his point. Why do you want to know so badly?
You want to know how it was produced?
I told you how it's produced. It's a sphere. It's a projection of the globe.
Which is a projection of what?
Of the globe.
No, it's a projection of the plane in the sphere above of the sky.
No, incorrect.
Yes, it is.
That's not how you make
it's a celestial sphere projection, kid.
Incorrect.
Oh yeah, how'd you get latitude?
He's absolutely
Here's
right.
what it says. Right here. Who can read?
You can read.
Can you guys read? I don't think you can read.
Yes, we know that the universe transverse Mercator, the flat map with north at the top and south at the bottom, is a global projection. Literally a cylinder of paper put around the ball and the ball flattened out to meet that paper to give you this map. Where did the sphere come from?
From the data.
No, where did the sphere measurements come from?
2,500 years ago and up.
Can you be any more vague?
Can I be any more vague? You know the answers.
I already know the answer. You don't have to say it.
Fine, then why don't you jump? Why doesn't a flat earther actually do the Eratosthenes measurement?
Because it's fallacious.
It is not fallacious.
Yeah, it is. It's a geometric equivalent based off of your assumption. You could either have flat or globe.
Not with.
The angles can be preserved in either geometry. And I can prove it to you.
Only with two. You can fool yourself with two. You get three people on the same line of longitude, and you cannot.
No, you can do as many as you want.
No, the more there are, the worse it gets. The more there are, the worse it gets.
Going to say.
I'll tell you why you're wrong.
I'm not talking to you.
I'll tell you why you're wrong, okay? It's because you're assuming that there's a flat star.
Star doesn't matter if it's flat or not.
Yeah, it does. How do you get parallel light from a star? How do you get a parallel light casting its rays down on a curved surface?
It's a long ways away.
A flat surface of a star,
you don't assume you can measure the distance.
You have to assume that. Well, how else do you get parallel rays?
You can observe the parallel rays.
You assume it's really big and really far, right? So big it may as well be flat.
You don't need to assume. You don't need to assume.
Yeah, you do. You don't have any measurements of these distances or sizes.
Yes,
no, you don't. You don't have a measurement of a light year.
Yes, we do. We have a measurement to the sun. We have a measurement to the sun.
A light year.
This was going to go just fine if Jedi had just been able to ask him the questions he was trying to.
I can't remember
what the distance to the sun is not important to the Eratosthenes measurement as long as the light rays come in parallel. No, it's not. You don't need to know. It's just far away and light rays come in parallel. That can be demonstrated.
Jedi, you ask him what the ellipsoid is based on. That's what you ask him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, we're talking about Eratosthenes now. Now you're going to deflect their ellipsoids? You won't even accept that the Earth is a sphere. You want to talk about the ellipsoid? You need to accept that the Earth is a sphere before we start talking about the ellipsoids.
No, you need to show us where the sphere was measured.
2,500 years ago, Eratosthenes. And
holy fuck.
What did Eratosthenes measure?
You know what Eratosthenes measured?
Yeah, an assumption of parallel light rays.
Nope, not an assumption. Demonstrated, observed.
No, it's an assumption.
Nope, you can observe the light rays do parallel.
So, no, we observed corpuscular rays. We observed
incorrect. Incorrect. You look at the moon. You hold a ball in your hand. Look at the moon, and you can see that the two are the same.
This is because you're scared.
I'm not scared.
Walking then.
Well, if you would, come on. You're not answering my questions. You're dodging my questions.
Conversation with you.
No, you're dodging my questions.
not dodging the question. It's a very succinct question. On point. Where was the curvature measured?
I told you.
No, Eratosthenes measured angles.
Which
there was an assumption. Why?
Can you do geometry or not?
Out for you.
Can you do geometry? Yes or no?
Pardon me?
Can you do geometry? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then you should understand Eratosthenes quite well.
For an angle. Would you like me to explain it to you?
Oh, please do. Let me hear this.
Okay.
This is going to be good.
One directly underneath the sun, where the well was, casting no shadow, and the reflection of the light on the surface of the water at the bottom of the well, where the sun is directly overhead. That's one vertical straight line. 500 stades away, not directly under the sun, but pointing up to it and measuring an angle up to the sun. 3 points on the triangle. The well, the sun, and the stick in Cyrene 500 stades away. The measurement of an angle at the top of the stick to where it meets, from where it creates a hypotenuse to the end of the shadow, about 7 degrees. And it's a flat Earth measurement. We're talking about angles between 3 points.
That's not a flat Earth measurement because he knew he was smarter than you. He was smarter than you. He knew the Earth was a sphere.
He made an assumption that the light waves were parallel.
No, he didn't make an assumption. That can be observed. That can be observed. Light rays parallel can be observed.
We don't measure that. We just didn't.
Light rays can be observed.
We didn't measure this here. We measured the divergence of 2 beams of light, one straight down the well, one creating a shadow 500 stades away. That's diverging.
Did he bail out?
Yep.
I guess so.
I didn't know you could find out so much from sticking 2 sticks in your mud.
On NASA show, why are we talking about elliptoids?
We're not talking about ellipsoids. You have to confirm that the Earth is spherical before we can talk about ellipsoids.
How'd you do that?
I just told you, and this one guy said no.
No, you didn't. You measured the divergence. To remember the 2 beams, one directly down the well, and one creating a shadow 500 stades away.
Yep.
3 points on the triangle, and we're measuring the divergence, the angle, the divergence.
Yeah, he was smarter than you, though. He knew the Earth was a sphere.
Oh, okay.
How?
You could see ships disappearing from the bottom to the top, and see the stars change as you went north to south. Now, however,
let's take that first one. Ships disappearing from bottom to top. Okay, how was that confirmed to have been an effect of curvature?
All right, to the middle of my sentence.
It was sorry, you don't get to scattergun or run the room. Sorry about that. You can just fuck off if you think that's how
you're just a loser, aren't you?
So, I just need to know.
So how long? You gonna mute me all the time?
Yeah, I just need to know if that's an optical effect.
Oh, he's such a bitch, bro. He's such a little loser.
Okay, I'll have to mute that interjector too. All right, yeah. Throw your bodies into the gears. Yeah, you're not going to save them. Yeah. So that's an effect of curvature or just an optical effect? How did you tell the difference?
If you want to do it without any of your so-called assumptions, knowledge that he actually had, get a third person on the same line of longitude, and you have to make no assumptions. The Earth cannot be flat with 3 or more observers.
What's
100% true. 100% true.
Just by laughing at him and disowning it does not mean it's right or not.
Okay.
What you guys...
So point out to me where Eratosthenes had a third stick, please. You went to Eratosthenes, so just cite the third stick from his story. Thanks.
Well, see, the problem is you guys want to say, well, he made assumptions.
Just the third stick, please, from Eratosthenes. Go ahead.
The problem is you guys don't want to make...
Did Eratosthenes have a third stick?
Sheesh. No, because he was smart.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Stop muting me.
No.
Coward. You mute me.
You're a coward. You keep trying to get off the point, and it's not going to work. But thank you for conceding. He didn't have a third stick. That's great. Thank you.
Coward. I just told you that if you want...
He didn't have the third stick. Therefore, his method, which you brought up, will not verify the conclusion that you said it did. What is your next cope going to be?
If you use a third observer, you don't have to make...
Okay, cite the third observer from Eratosthenes.
Come on, NASA. We need you to answer that, bro.
Stop muting me, coward.
Okay, we'll talk to someone else. You're cooked, obviously. Go ahead, Freaky. You wanted to throw yourself into the gears. Here's your chance.
Yeah, thank you. You're a little bitch. All right, thank you.
Hello.
Sheesh. Your mom's not in here.
We're just gonna.
Oh, that's funny because your mom and dad are fucking brother and sister.
What?
Hey, yo.
Wow. Anything else?
Your family tree is a NASCAR track, bitch ass nigga.
Fuck off.
Well, he was really skilled at, debate and logic and stuff. Christian, guess you could.
There's no point to debate if you're just going to keep muting people for no reason.
Well, he had to be muted. He was out of line.
It's a real good reason. So you guys shut the fuck up.
There's no good reason. I mean, Funky.
Shut up and get to the point. Like right now, you're talking over me.
But NASA Shill, there's no point to mute NASA Shill. He didn't.
Shut up and get to the point. You.
Why don't you ever mute Flat Earthers when they talk over me?
Why are you crying about it? Okay, I'm going to mute you right now because if you had read the channel rules, you would know by now that one of the rules is not to concern troll. So that means basically just keep your nose out of the moderation. That's our business. Don't tell us what to do or mention mutes or tell us we shouldn't have muted. Just don't get involved. It's none of your business. Okay, back to the actual conversation.
Okay, one question. I've asked this question the whole time. I have not gotten a link yet. DM me a link of an accurate flat Earth model to scale. Can you do that? Yes or no? It's yes or no question. I want nothing else. I just want a yes or no.
No one cares about your questions, right? A lack of curve doesn't need a model. You live and breathe a model.
There we go.
Go outside.
Answer. This is my
go get an aquarium.
Yes or no?
Go outside, then you'll see a model.
Scale flat Earth model. Yes or no?
That's all you've got, dumbass. Go on somewhere.
Third
Go
time
outside and look at the mountains.
An accurate 2-scale flat Earth model.
That's all you ever
I'm going to ask a fourth time, and it's going to be the same answer. It's a yes or no question.
Christian, can I
Go back to the asylum.
Christian, wait, hold on. Christian, we've already agreed that we're not going to answer your stupid question, right? I want to ask you this.
Question.
Which map do we use for navigation?
Figure out how to prove something.
I use Google Maps.
Shut up.
What type of map do you use? Okay, relax, Raytad. What type of map do you use for navigation?
You call me retard, and you can't produce me what I'm asking for when I can produce it to you.
Okay, can you produce me a fairy tale? Can you produce me Superman flying in front of me?
Hey, but it works. The thing is, it works.
The navigation maps you use are all flat. They're not curves, they're not globes. Okay. You use a flat navigation map.
That's irrelevant. It works.
But if you want a model that works, show me. Stop talking. Show me how you navigate on a sphere.
Yes or no?
Show me how you navigate on a sphere if your model is perfect.
Yes or no?
How do you navigate with a sphere?
If you think your model is correct, show me how you navigate on a sphere.
What do you mean how I navigate on a sphere?
How do you navigate on Earth?
I'm not talking about navigation. I'm talking about, can you show me
a map, brother?
Why do you need a model if you're not going to navigate with it? What's the model used for?
I can give you a model of an accurate.
What's the model used for?
Earth to scale of confirmable driving distances from point to point. But you can't do that.
Is it using a flat navigational plane, or is it using a sphere to navigate?
That's irrelevant again.
Interesting.
That's irrelevant again. Yes or no? Yes.
Very interesting.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you produce?
There is no globe model.
There is.
You gotta big him out,
to scale. There is one to scale.
Okay, and what can we do with this model?
You can accurately predict the.
Hold on, I don't want to predict. I don't want to do this propaganda fantasy. Can I navigate with it?
Yes. You can accurately predict.
Tell me how we navigate with a ball.
You can accurately predict.
I don't want you to tell me what we can do. I want you to show me how we do it. How do we navigate with a ball?
See, you keep dodging the question.
No,
you're
trying to
going to pin it down to you, Christian, to get to the bottom of this.
Listen, you are telling me we can navigate with this
model. I'm talking.
I don't care if you're talking. I'm talking. If you can tell me that we can navigate,
there is no globe Earth model. We've already read. Google doesn't tell you can use that with accurate distances. So that's just a cartoon. But it does include flat maps that we do use, and the topographical profile does show flat Earth. So,
okay, you said a cartoon, right? Can you produce me a flat Earth cartoon? Can you produce me a flat Earth cartoon?
I can do one better. I can give you actual flat maps. Every map is flat.
DM me. DM it to me, please.
Literally all maps ever.
DM it to me.
Christian, these maps have a...
Is there any globe maps?
Yes, I keep saying it, but you're just going to keep saying, "Oh, so
which one you have is Google Maps generated by a computer, dude."
But when I can say, "Oh, you can't announce it," you can accurately depict it from going to point A to point B and confirming the distance driving. You're just going to say, "Oh no, you can't. Oh, you didn't do that. You can't do that."
I'm using Apple Maps right now.
Apple Maps is AI generated. It's not a real representation.
You keep saying it's generated.
It is generated. It's a generative model, dude.
Listen.
Hey, listen. I don't think you're listening. You're telling me your model is Google Maps, and Google Maps is flat in usage, spherical in representation.
Hey, can we just ask the guy to provide one instance in reality in his real life, as for everybody else, where the globe toy is being used practically? Just one instance where you can make any use of a toy globe that you put on your desk, please.
Navigation. But that's a whole different
topic. What are you not understanding? If you go on Google Maps, when you use it to navigate, everything is
that was just a bit
you look at
vague.
it, it's a sphere. Over and over again because you're not understanding
relax,
it.
Okay.
If I go to Google Maps,
hold on,
relax. It was just a
second. I want to say this one last time, right? Well,
I'm in Florida right now.
If we look at stop, Christian, stop, Christian.
Listen. I'm in Florida right now.
Christian, shut your mouth. If you look at Google Maps, right, when you physically use it to navigate, it turns to a flat plane. When you look at it in a 3D aspect, just for representational purposes, that's the only way you'll see a sphere. In any other purpose, in real-world usage, Google Maps is flat. Besides the fact that Google Maps is a generative software, it's not based off reality. It generates everything through a computer. What's not relevant about it? In usage, it's flat. When you use it, it's all flat.
Can I ask you a question?
Are you going to answer my question?
You said a statement. You asked me a question.
Where is the globe model of Google Maps is based off a flat representation?
My question. Let me answer. If I put in, I'm in Jacksonville, Florida right now. I put in California. Can I get a round, accurate depiction of the mileage from Google Maps? Yes or no?
Flat. It's a straight line. It's flat.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
It's flat. Google Maps is flat.
Yes or no? Can I?
Sure, but yes or no? Sure, you can. Because Google Maps is using a flat representation to navigate.
And if I drive that, we'll be around the same distance.
If you go on Google Maps and print a physical map,
I'm asking yes or no questions here. I don't need explanation.
I'm saying yes because it's based on a flat plane, dude.
I'm not done. I go to Greenland. I do the same thing.
It's flat. That's why it's working.
Okay. I go to Greenland. I do the same thing from coast to coast.
Because it's flat. That's why it's working.
Well, give me an accurate depiction of the mileage I drive, and then drive it in its around or accurate.
The model is based off a flat plane.
Yes or no? I'm getting to my point. Yes or no?
I'm telling you, it works because it's based off a flat plane.
So it works. Okay, so if it works, like you're saying it works, draw me an accurate depiction of it to scale on a flat map.
That's fine. Google Maps. It's based off a flat plane.
Can you do that?
Yes, Google Maps. Yes,
that's
Google
depicting the globe, though. You just conceded that. You just conceded. That's depicting the globe. Yes, it is. Because Greenland is not bigger than North America.
Hold on. Listen.
Greenland is not bigger than North America.
Listen, bro.
You just proved my point. Thank you.
Oh, my God. It's a physical depiction of a globe, but in real-world usage, it uses the reference of flat plane.
Okay, then provide me that map.
In all navigation, they assume the Earth is flat, dude.
And provide me the map.
Navigation.
I want a 3D surface depicting what you just said. Because you just proved my own point.
Christian, you gotta just realize every practical use in reality in regards to the Earth and in regards to using maps, which are conceptualizations of the surrounding environment you're living in, every practical use thereof is always going to be a planar grid system, if in this case a flat map. That's why I ask you, give me one practical use of a globe. You just said this vague word navigation. That's it. You didn't specify anything. You didn't get one example to where I can make use of this flat map wrapped around a toy, because that is a globe in essence. It's just a ball where you wrap a flat map around. So again, I tell you, until it's disproven that every map utilized on Earth will always be a planar grid system. Not only on Earth, but also in quote-unquote space, but it's not the space that you have been taught it to be, but I have posted a picture that also shows that they have planar grid system maps up there. So no toy globe, no use. Do you get that?
That's a red herring.
Please tell me. No.
That's a red herring.
Then give me a real life.
Do you know how massive it is? Of course.
Sir, I want to keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. You agree, right?
Things bigger, since the Earth is massive, yes, you eventually can, due to large, long navigational patterns. Yes, flight patterns you can. It's quicker to go up and around the ball and go in a straight line when flying places. That's why pilots do it. So, yes, so to answer your question, no to me and you right now, because the Earth is massive. Yes, when traveling over long distances to pilots. So, I would say yes. Okay. Depending on perspective.
The map. Okay,
I'm done with this conversation because
you already answered.
I'm just going to keep getting muted whenever I keep asking the same question, and no one has provided me anything I wanted.
But Christian, you want to be corrected? You want to stay delusional, or you want to be corrected? I want to correct you so you know the right information.
There's no point. I'm just going to keep getting muted.
Navigational aids.
That's not how you have a debate.
Listen. Sir, you gotta just listen. This is very important. The navigational aids provided for piloting, right? The map that is being utilized in every modern commercial aircraft is based on longitude, latitude, and meridians. These lines and this concept of a grid system is fundamentally derived by celestial observation. In order to get these lines, you gotta have a flat planar reference point, right, for celestial observation and to derive these lines from, right? So therefore, the only way you can have these navigational aids, these pilot maps or piloting maps, however you want to call it, to simplify it, the requirement is it? No, man, I'm okay. This is pointless. I appreciate that I could share this. And
Thank you. I appreciate it. Me and you had a good conversation, but when I keep getting muted, and when I keep not getting,
we didn't have any good. The conversation was very bad. The conversation was very bad, and I feel like you abused my time.
I answered your question. Anyone else have any other questions for a Globe Earther to say?
Yeah. When did you measure the curvature rate?
I didn't personally. I never did.
Who measured it?
When was
When
it
did you
done?
measure
When
it?
was it done?
Who measured
What was
it?
the method?
When did you measure it?
No, I
What
didn't. Who
was the
measured it?
method? When was it done? Who did it? Simple question.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't looked into this topic a lot, but my main topic for this, I don't obsess over.
The last
That's
I
what I'm
heard you
saying.
say anything, you was begging the question that Earth is glob, therefore maps are Earth globs. Then when people say, "Look, here's instances of people saying that maps are flat," you're like, "Nah, Earths are glob, therefore maps are glob." So how about we get a measurement of this Earth glob, and we'll go from there.
But then what I'm saying is, the one main problem I have. Listen, can I talk? The one main problem I have is that it's not possible to have a flat 2-scale model of continents. You can't do that.
You're begging the question. And I'm not even claiming that you can make a 1-for-1 for map, right?
That's why I'm not. That's why I said I'm being arrogant.
This is why you're still arguing the same fucking point.
I am, because it's not, you can't produce
you're
it.
ADD as fuck, and you're not listening to what anybody else is saying because you have this thing in your head that says, "Oh, I'm right, they're wrong," so I don't have to pay attention to the things they're saying.
If I was right, I mean, if you were right, you would produce me a map. Produce it.
Yes, and maps have been produced for you to use.
Produce it. I found the chat, by the way, that he was talking about.
Because whenever when you're in the military and you go through this thing called a board so that you can get promoted, one of the things you got to do is show how you can read a map. And then one of the things that they ask for you to do is to describe a map. It's a topographical representation of the land as seen from above, right? As seen from above. Then your maps that you're using in combat or in an area, right? It's a small area. And then what you got to do when you're out there with your map, looking across the horizontal plane of existence.
I'm leaving after this.
You want to
if I'm leaving, if I don't get this, I came here to learn. I came in here
something in the distance.
The main
and
thing
you say, "Look, there's that thing horizontally over there." Then you look on the piece of paper and you say, "Okay, well, this piece of paper says north is this way. My compass pointing towards it says that's that azimuth." So then you take a line and you draw a line on that flat piece of paper that you call a map. Then you find another object horizontally away from you and you say, "Okay, there's that object." Then you find that object on the piece of paper and then you draw a line on that piece of paper. That flat topographical representation of the land as seen from above. And then when you put the line on that object of its azimuth, you're at that cross. And then you can look around you and say, yep, I can verify I'm at the intersection of these two lines because I can see these different land formations around me. And all I did was look horizontally. I didn't look down a ball. I didn't need the massive globe Earth map. I just needed the piece of paper in front of me because that's what map reading is.
Yes, because it's based off a globe model.
Not based off a globe model, based on the area around you, the reality. And either the map is accurate or it's not. And if it's not accurate, you got to go talk to your S1 and say, hey, this shit's wrong.
And I go back to the same point I've been making this whole time. If you were so passionate about the Earth being flat, and I will concede, I told anyone in here, I will concede, if you provide me a 2-scale representation of North America and Greenland, that's all I want.
And if you say, oh, look, Google Maps,
it has to be
that's
2-scale.
a 1-to-1 scale. And then, oh, look, I've provided my globe Earth map. When all you did was beg the question that the Earth was a globe and then reify that.
No, you know why I'm saying North America and Greenland? I'm saying that because they're two completely different sizes, and you can confirm it. People can easily drive.
Because when you look at a map, right, that topographical representation of the land as seen from above, it has grid squares on it. And especially if you want to use that large-scale Earth map, the grid squares aren't always the same size. This is why you have that argument, right? Because you're saying, oh, look at these grid squares. These grid squares aren't the same size, so therefore, Earth glob. No, they've already told you with the grid squares and the map that you're looking at what the size of the land is and what the scale is going to be.
Send it to me.
Yeah. It does not require that the Earth is a glob. It doesn't require that the Earth is a flat. It doesn't require it being a cube or a pyramid or any other fucking size. Right? What you're trying to do is read a map. That's what you're doing, is you're reading a map.
Okay, then at least give me North America and Greenland. Give me those two. Simple. You can confirm it too by driving.
Well, that was asked for you to do earlier, which was do it.
I did.
Oh, Crit, he went to Portugal recently, and he tried to use Google Maps, and there was roads on Google Maps that didn't actually exist in reality.
Okay.
How does that work? I thought Google Maps was, perfect in all of its grandeur.
I never said it was perfect. I said it was around accurate.
Oh.
Anything's going to have a default. Anything's going to have... I mean, all I'm saying... Yeah, it's probably off by 10 miles. I mean, it depends on the scale you're looking at it. But you're so passionate about the flat Earth. Send it to me. Let me see it. I want to see an accurate depiction of it. I want to see North America and Greenland accurately placed, accurately distanced, accurate oceans in between. I want to see it. It should be easy, because do you know why I'm saying North America and Greenland?
You know what it would require?
Because I personally can easily...
It would require somebody going there. It would require somebody going there, right? And you're begging the question that somebody hasn't done that already. And it would require them to make measurements of the ground, right? This is the distance between me and that object over there. And then whenever you're trying to reference yourself on your latitude, you got to look up at the stars. So then you take an elevation angle from the stars, which is two straight lines.
We have satellites for that.
Whenever you compare yourself to that elevation angle to the star, you could say, okay, I'm at this latitude, right? And then whenever I want to find my longitude, I'm going to look at the stars again, taking an elevation angle to the stars and referencing the time.
The distance. That's insignificant to how long it is and how big the continent is.
No, that's right. The stars are not significant to the ground and its distance. The ground would be referencing your
as a whole,
not the stars.
It's insignificant.
I agree with you.
To how large North America is compared to Greenland. Because on a 2D map, Greenland looks bigger than North America, right? You know why they do that?
You got to look at the ground and reference the ground to figure out the size of the ground, don't you?
Greenland's true size on a 2D map. Because it's modeled after a globe. Like, you keep beating around the bush. You keep trying to denounce Google Maps. You keep trying to denounce this.
If I make a map and I want my map to be accurate, I have to make it reference the ground.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if I believe that Earth is ball or Earth is flat or Earth is dinosaur shape. Okay, when I make a map, it has to reference the ground. If it's not accurate to the ground, then I'm not talking about the ground. I'm talking about my imagination.
Is old dude in here? What was your question? I just found it. What was your question? Nothing answered? Okay. So I'm gonna go. If you have another question for me, you can feel free to ask me the question. I'll answer any questions that you have. But I'm fixing to go because I have to go. What's your question? Then give me your question.
Bye, buddy.
Sup, everyone?
Hey.
So, how are we all doing today?
Pretty good.
Nice.
Very good. And you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Just had my first day off in a while, so I've feeling nice and relaxed now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, just been playing Elden Ring all day. It's been great.
Isn't there like giants and giant trees in Elden Ring?
Oh, it's a massive game. There's everything. Everything weird that you couldn't possibly think of is in there.
Yeah. What build are you going for?
I don't really kind of. I haven't a clue. I can tell you what I've got, but I don't really like to Google like builds or whatever because I know that I just like to use what I like, you know. So I've got the Blasphemous Blade. I've got. I know that's strong. I don't know how strong it is, but got the Rakshasa armor set. Got the Fingerprint Shield and the Fire Knight's Helm, I think. So that's kind of what I'm rocking at the moment. It's kind of cool.
What area are you in? Did you reach the Mountain of Giants?
Sorry, hold on, I just got to concentrate. Sorry, you said?
Which area are you in?
I'm just in Haligtree at the moment.
Oh, you're further ahead than me.
Oh really? It's my first playthrough though. I've never done like NG Plus or anything.
Oh, same. I'm like 100 hours in. Probably more.
I mean, I've done about 18 hours just today. I don't know how many hours I am in.
Holy shit, that's a lot.
I just decided, like, I've been working so hard this kind of Christmas period that I literally decided I was going to do absolutely nothing today other than just whatever I wanted to do.
Nice.
So.
I'm going through the whole NASA archive to just, find all these great flat Earth pictures.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of the fake globe and pinching myself every time I do, so I naturally react with disgust when I see it now.
Aww. Masochism is not a good thing, buddy.
No, I'm conditioning myself to hate the globe.
Yeah. It's okay. You don't have to do that.
What I like is particularly when you put a planar flat Earth grid system or planar flat perspective grid system over these pictures. It's just all flat. That one thing that took the picture of the ISS is even higher than the ISS, and it's still flat. It's just
even the ISS
circuiting.
IS flat, Earth flat, my girlfriend flat.
I know it sounds painful to think that it's all a lie, but simultaneously, it's also cool to know that the ISS is just flying level over a level planar surface. I don't know how it's doing that, but that makes looking through all the expeditions very much fun because you find so many gems, because for some reason they didn't, I guess that's just reading between the lines. They just keep certain things in there. So people like me find them and then they post them on Discord.
So you guys believe in the ISS, but you believe it's flat?
But I don't believe in the ISS. I know that there's some craft that was manufactured, but I don't believe what you think how it maneuvers, behaves, and what medium it resides in. That's not what I believe. Because that medium that they claim that it's residing in is a law of second law of thermodynamics defying claim. Golly, it's late in Germany. I apologize.
So you guys do believe in physics?
100%. The reason why I believe, the reason why I 100% accept physics for what they are is the reason why I don't accept what they claim the ISS is residing in at this very moment.
You believe in gravity?
No.
Okay,
what is gravity?
Are you going to just keep firing off these silly questions, or are you actually listen to the answers?
I mean, I've listened to the answer to all of them. I asked if he believed in physics. He said yes. I asked if the ISS is flat. He said no.
Yeah, but you don't seem like you actually want to engage in any kind of conversation. You're just like, do you believe in this? Do you believe in this? Do you believe in this? Like, have a conversation.
Yeah, you want to know he wants to know if I'm a part of his cult.
What's gravity? What does the gravity cult say about that?
What's gravity?
Yeah. Gravity is a mic drop, right?
There's Newtonian gravity, where the big objects come together, and then there's the Einstein gravity, where it's all a ripple in space-time.
You're not even clear on what it is, and you're asking me if I believe in it?
I just explained what it is, pussy boy.
You just gave me two different answers of what it is, idiot.
Pussy boy.
I mean, there's two answers for what several words mean. It's called multiple definitions.
So what is it?
I just gave you the two things.
You'd have to define it one way for me to be able to answer yes or no.
Okay. Do you believe in Newtonian gravity?
No.
Cool.
Einstein didn't either, so I don't know why you do, if you do. Well, I mean, I'll believe in it if there's an experiment to support it. Is there?
Yeah, sorry, can we go back to where I just asked quips?
What's quips?
Why are you asking us about stuff you don't even know the meaning of and can't support logically?
Well, you guys sit in here navel gazing 18 hours a day, so your rhetorical skills are developed beyond mine, so yeah.
So you're
if I had to argue something incorrect for 18 hours a day, I would get really fucking good at it. And
so you already defeated? You already claimed defeat?
If you can't show that we're incorrect, then maybe you're just coping.
You got really good rhetorical skills, all you guys.
I guess you're coping about it.
Is that what the other cult members of your cult belief system have told you about us?
What do you call a small group of people who congregate and believe something no one else believes?
What do you call a large congregation of people that believe in the silly space monkey ball? What do you call that? That's kind of a cult, don't you think?
Well, usually cults are like
maybe you're in the cult.
And orthodox in their beliefs.
So it's a religion for you.
No, you guys are small and orthodox in your belief. The rest of the world is large and heterodox.
What's the belief?
Dude, you just come in here to just like spew rhetoric. I don't really see the point of you being here.
This is the rhetoric channel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but like that's all you come in to do is just you guys are in a cult. Okay.
Okay, you want to talk about lasers?
No, but if you believe that, then why are you even here? Why bother? Like,
I don't know. Why does anyone?
It's just a waste of everyone's time.
Cultist.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, People don't go to the Jehovah's Witness and ask them about their beliefs. They go to you and ask you about your beliefs. We're just sitting here, right? And you come to us, and you call us a cult.
Yeah, you come to us with a bunch of culty beliefs that you can't verify, and then you say it's our fault because our rhetorical skills are too good. Maybe you're just an idiot with a bunch of culty beliefs, actually.
And you don't know it. What about that?
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I?
Responding the same way as every other NPC.
Golly. I don't know. I had a job involving satellites, and I have friends who have jobs involving satellites. So
you're a vested interest. So how seriously can we take you?
No, if the Earth were flat, I could do literally any other job. I could go.
You're the third person.
Dude, you're a vested interest. That's fine. But it just that I already knew something like that was up because
but my current job doesn't involve space, so I don't have a vested interest.
Didn't ask you about your current job. I'm talking about the job you just brought up, right?
So a vested interest means I'm like biased because it'll be in my favor. My job is the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but you've just told me that you worked with satellites, which means you are a vested interest by definition. So I can't take your opinion seriously. You're not an independent.
Yeah, so you guys just got the rhetorical skills. Like that makes no
sense. Again, you've just been absolutely nailed by a point, and your only point is to bring up how good the point is as some kind of negative. It's pathetic.
Okay, what do you mean by vested interest?
You just defined it. I agreed with the definition.
Okay, so the definition is like it would benefit me if the Earth were round.
I didn't hear you say again.
The definition of a vested interest is like, I don't know. In this case, it would benefit me if the Earth were round, or it would harm me if we found out it was flat.
Well, you used to work supposedly with satellites, right? What exactly did you do?
Let's keep going with this. So you're saying
you don't
have a vested
know what you
interest
did.
because
Okay,
previously I had a job with satellites.
What exactly did you do?
I worked with satellites.
What exactly?
Okay, let's finish the vested interest thing and then we'll talk about my job.
Yeah, okay. You don't want to say. Okay, fine. I don't believe you then.
Well, I'll say it in about 120 seconds, but right now...
I don't believe you now. That's fine. Someone else can talk to me.
I don't have a vested interest because my current job has nothing to do
I know
with
you're a liar now.
satellites.
I don't talk to you anymore. I don't talk to liars.
Brother, you are mentally ill. You say a vested interest.
All you have is insults and rhetoric. That's all you have. I know you're lying.
You just called me a liar. Like how?
I know you're lying.
How am I the insult guy?
Tell me, dude. Because you're lying. That's not an insult.
What was my lie?
That you used to work with satellites.
How do you know it's a lie? What makes you think it?
Tell me what you did with them.
Well, we were talking about something else, and now if I don't
you don't want to go into it. That's how I know you're lying.
You can answer in about 120 seconds, but you got to finish why you have a vested interest.
I'm good, thanks.
In
I don't talk to you. I don't talk to you. I know you're lying.
Yeah, dude, you're a fool.
Yeah, dude, I'm done with you.
Okay, just for the record, we have mental illness because we do not believe that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling,
this dude has a mental illness because he said I have a vested interest in satellites.
By
he said I have a vested interest in the Earth being round because previously had a job.
Right? And now,
if I still work
the
there, I would say that
illness guy, the guy with not having any mental illness, needs to chirp in mid-sentence because we are the one with mental illness. Makes sense.
Listen, that's not what happened at all. This is Lugan Press.
No, you didn't just interrupted me when I was talking.
Lugan Press. Dude, we're not the press. We're not the media. That's not applicable.
This is a 24/7 stream. This is the press, and you are Lugan.
No, that's not how that works.
Hey, you don't believe in my spinning ball core flying from Eric's spinning world of darkness? You must be mentally ill.
No, the dude's mentally ill because he told me I had a vested interest, and he won't explain it, and he just keeps trying to change the subject and then gets butthurt when I won't let him.
You think I'm butthurt? You're the one crying about mental illness.
Bro, you rage quit the conversation because you won't explain why I have
still
a vested
here.
interest.
I'm waiting for you to stop lying.
Okay, my current job is computers. I no longer do satellites.
Don't care about
why
your
do I have a
current job.
vested interest?
Don't care about your current job. No one asked about it.
In the past tense, maybe I had a vested interest, like if the Earth
so
were round,
you just stop believing in that shit the second you stop doing that job.
No, I stopped having a.
Right. Okay. So it still counts then, doesn't it?
No, because if the Earth turned out to be flat,
Okay,
my income would be the same. I would
cope
make
harder,
the same
dude.
amount before and after.
Cope harder.
So what'd you do at your job for satellites?
I pointed them. The spot beams.
You pointed a light in the sky?
Beams?
So the satellites have a bunch of radios on them, which point toward the Earth in like a little circular shape. And let's say like some customer pays for some satellite, you got to point it at him.
Ooh. Now, is this behind a computer screen, or did you go out in the field and point a laser at a thing?
You type in
definitely computer screen.
You type in a number on a computer. Like, let's say the guy at 50 North, 50 West wants some satellite. You type in 50 North, 50
I'm
West.
so surprised.
So what is the 1 second? What is the utilization thereof? Is it internet? What is it?
Yeah,
What is the customer
mostly internet.
utilizing?
Oh, it was almost
okay. So why is 99% of the internet supported by undersea cables?
I was working on the 1% that isn't.
Ah, interesting.
Guy's full of shit.
Why?
It's just obvious.
Andy, you got the smart guy geek profile pic, but you're the most closed-minded dumb person in this fucking channel.
No, it's just that I know a lie when I hear one.
Projection. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Just a quick pop quiz. Does anyone in this room believe him? Anyone?
No.
Nope.
Oh.
He probably still goes to school. He probably still goes to school and is maybe having some kind of subject that is specifying on computers. I don't think he has a big job history.
Just because you guys are needs eating attendees in your mom's basement looking at pictures of a fake planet doesn't mean I am.
And the clown evolves.
Well,
Yeah,
the
he's
last
got
thing
his
you
insult.
just said
About
is
the
true.
blog, we talked about people's moms.
A fake planet. It is indeed a fake planet. Yeah, there's no wandering star we live on. So yeah, at
Are you guys
least
gonna
got
stop using
something
that
right.
stupid Antarctic ice wall shit now that they went down there to disprove that?
Nobody used the Antarctic ice wall.
Yeah,
You
now
clowns
you guys are
come
saying
and
you
bring
never
that-
used it.
You're talking like an NPC. You think what you're saying is like the first time it's ever been said to us, like nobody says anything similar.
Yeah, it's the same script every time. By the way, you
I know you
like
guys sit here
in
8
line.
hours a day and memorize arguments.
You're in line with the script. Let's say, yeah, almost 99%.
So what does the Antarctica thing prove?
I don't know.
Me neither.
There's no way there can be a 24-hour sun if the Antarctica is the perimeter of the flat Earth.
I don't know.
The new script.
Proceeds,
Wait a minute.
I don't know. Proceeds
So-
to say that he knows.
So, if the Earth isn't
I
a
didn't say I
globe,
don't know.
if the Earth isn't an
That
AE
was someone
globe
else.
projection, then what happened in Antarctica couldn't have happened.
What's the AE globe projection?
Well, that's that map that you were just talking about.
Okay, that's the ice wall map.
Yeah, it's a globe map. So they falsified a globe map. You're telling me?
The ice wall map you guys use. You guys are saying that.
No, I don't
you
use
guys
that. It's a globe
we
map.
don't
What are you
use it.
talking about?
We don't use it. You guys use
Bro,
it.
I came in here a year ago. Like, it's still the picture of your
Yeah, that's
Discord.
cool. That's a nice delusion, but that's a globe projected
It's the
flat.
picture of your fucking Discord. Stop gaslighting.
Well, I don't know. I don't set the fucking cartoon image for the Discord.
You guys
So
go
it's a
post
globe
shifted
projected
so
flat.
hard. You haven't even updated your pictures yet.
Well, it's a
And-
globe. So are you telling me that they debunked a globe?
This guy's very low IQ.
Yeah, he is. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. You know that, right?
Okay, and projections aren't one-to-one with the reality. You guys are the ones trying to sell that as what the real
You
world
guys
is like.
debunked the globe map, is what you're telling me, right?
All of the globe maps are debunked. They're projections. They're not one-to-one scale with reality.
So, if you already knew that, then why would you go down there to watch the sun to debunk
Because
one?
you guys act like it's real. It's your picture of your fucking Discord.
What are you talking about?
Say
When
there's
did I
an-
act- when did I act
that's
like-
our map? You fly there.
When did I act like that globe map is
Picture of your
real?
Discord.
When did I act like that? When did I say that?
Yeah, literally no one said that.
Okay, other members of your cult, senior ranking
Other
members.
members. So people who are
Flat Earth Dave.
Like
Name
who?
one.
I just did. Flat Earth Dave.
Who's he?
He's not.
It's Dave Weiss.
Okay,
Why do
is
I
he
have to
here?
answer? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, is he here?
Yeah, is he here?
He's a senior ranking member of your cult. He's
No,
up today.
no, he's not. What are you talking about?
He's not a
He's a
mod
dude
in
on the
here.
internet, just like you.
Yeah, I've never met him. He's not a mod in here. He's not a
You
mod
guys
on
are
the
all
other
so
side.
orthodox.
What are you talking about?
And you act like you're not.
I don't know the guy. He's got nothing to do with me. You okay?
Yeah.
You guys memorize the exact same fucking points. And
No,
you all
we
say
don't
the
have to
same
memorize
thing.
anything because we can just say it because it's true. He's never been here. We don't really know him. We've heard of him, but he's never been here. He's never talked to us. We don't follow his crap.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Have you heard people using that map and arguing for it in like ways that it works and represents reality?
Yeah, you should have told him that that's a globe map. That's what you should have told him.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Have you heard people on here?
I just answered it.
arguing
I said,
for it?
I said yeah, and I told you what you should have done
Okay.
about it.
So I'm talking about those people. If you don't believe that map and you never did, then you didn't goalpost shift. But a lot of people in here did.
I don't know
Right.
anyone who argues that that's our map. Not a single person.
So you haven't heard people talking about like coffee cup shit, like oh
Yeah, I heard that shit years ago on YouTube. I don't argue
Yeah,
that.
so years ago you guys believed in it. Now they went down there and tested.
What do you mean?
it.
I
Now
didn't
guys
say I
all ran
believed in it. I said I heard it. Are you okay,
Yeah, I
dude?
said years ago you guys, as in the flat Earth community, believed in it, and now you're all goalpost.
What do you mean? I said I heard it. It doesn't mean we all believed in it at one point. What the fuck are you on?
Dude, are you okay? You understand that people in a room can agree on some things and disagree on other things, right? You are aware of that.
Not the flat Earth room.
Right, so you're not aware of that. You're not aware that people can have some agreements and some disagreements.
Okay, what do flat
I
Earth
can't help
disagree
you.
on?
If that's really
What are some
like
points
how,
of contention among you guys?
if that's really how low your IQ is, I can't help you.
What do you guys disagree on? Like, what are some common points?
Loads of stuff. We have disagreements all the time. Virtually anything you can think of.
Is the Earth flat?
Okay, so you go into a room, you ask everyone in that room what their core belief is, and then you wonder why they might agree on that core belief. But if you go to any other belief, like nuances around that belief,
Is
there's
there a
going to be
firmament?
disagreements. I don't think there's a firmament, no. But lots of people do. And that's fine.
All right, cool. I feel like everyone said there's a firmament, but you don't.
No, not everyone.
Everyone didn't because somebody just told you that he doesn't think that, and then you just continue to think, yeah, you all think that. There's something wrong with you, dude.
No, I was giving him props. Like, I thought you guys all thought the same thing, but now I know he doesn't believe in the firmament. Good for you.
Because you don't ask people what they think, you just go around generalizing and
Just did,
stereotyping.
little bro.
Yeah, you just have your own belief made up before you've even talked to anybody about them.
Do you know how frustrating it is to talk to someone who literally doesn't care what you think and wants to just tell you what you think the whole time? Like, do you know how frustrating that is?
All right, what do you think? I'm genuinely curious.
Well, you should start asking questions instead of saying, here's what you believe and you must defend it, and then just like stubbornly sticking to that, because we're not going to defend stuff we don't believe.
Okay, why do you differ on the firmament thing?
Well, I don't see like unquestionable evidence for it. I think there's a good logical reason to believe in it, though. That's it? That's the end of your inquiry?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking like, so you like half believe in it?
No, I just told you exactly what I think.
So there's possibly a firmament, but there's also not evidence.
I don't believe in a firmament, but I understand why people do. No, nothing else?
I mean, I'm thinking. I gotta think before I speak.
Okay.
That's fair.
Why do you think there's flat?
Because it measures flat.
Have you measured it?
Yeah. Heretic, why do you think that it's flat?
Because water's flat and it's covered in water.
Yeah.
I mean, water's not always flat.
When it's
if you have a water balloon, the water balloon's not flat.
The surface will flatten out in a balloon too.
Yeah, when it's at rest, it's always flat.
Yeah.
A water balloon?
Yeah, but it's feeling the force of the balloon as well.
Watch what happens. The
but
top of that water balloon will level off.
Yeah, it seeks a level surface. You know that, right?
Maybe he
Like,
doesn't.
water balloon under pressure. I feel like water balloons aren't flat.
Well, no shit.
Yeah, you've gone back to being retarded.
Well, you said categorically water's flat. I'm just saying water balloons
On
aren't
the
flat.
surface, he said. Do you remember any other qualifiers he gave you?
The surface of a water balloon or the surface of like Earth or what?
A body of water at rest.
Okay, so not in a balloon.
Yeah, no
Well,
one
if it's at
mentioned balloons
rest.
apart from you. Only you mentioned balloons, dude.
Well, it can be at rest in a balloon. Like you fill up the balloon and then set it down, it'd still be like not flat.
Yeah.
If it has a free surface, if there's enough room in it for it to form a free surface, it'll be horizontal.
Yeah, and at the bottom, it's under pressure from the plastic, isn't it?
Yeah, single drop of water. Single drop of water is not flat.
Oh, jeez.
Who mentioned single drops?
Well, you say it's like a property of the universe that water has to be flat. I'm just listing in situations where it might not be.
Dude, you're stupid.
You've listed none of them. Right, cool.
A drop of water isn't flat.
So what?
A body of water is always flat on the surface when at rest.
Yeah, what does that change? The oceans are suddenly curving now because there are drops of water with surface tension that clump together into balls.
Well, that's the other one I was going to say is surface tension. If you ever filled up a glass all the way, like over the top, it ends up not being flat.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with larger bodies of water being horizontal?
Well, now you're adding tons of qualifiers. It was water's flat, and now we're up to like.
Well, why would I look at a concave meniscus and go, oh, okay, the Earth's a globe? What sense does that make? We're obviously talking about bodies of water that are horizontal over their surface when they're large enough for that, which is basically anything from like a glass of water and bigger. So why are you bringing up water drops and meniscuses?
The other thing to mention about all of these examples is that you're talking about water not at rest.
The water's at rest. You can fill up a glass and it'll sit there for days.
Not when the surface tension is literally the definition of not at rest because it's under tension.
So would it spill over at some point, or how does that work?
Why would that?
Container, then yes, it will, because then outside that container would not be level with the surface. It would then seek to be level, and then it would flow out because one side of the surface is lower than the other.
That's irrelevant anyway, because the second you mention the word tension, you're talking about not at rest. So that's obviously not what he said, which was at rest. It's like you're deliberately dodging the term at rest when you're trying to come up with examples where it doesn't work.
What's at rest mean?
Next thing he's going to think of is waves.
Yeah.
Hi.
Dude, what does at rest mean? It means under no force.
So
the ocean's under force.
Yeah, I'll just jump the gun. You're going to bring up waves and tides and stupid shit.
No, I didn't, but we can talk about waves, okay.
Yeah. So the waves and tides mean that water is not seeking its level, since there are forces applied to it causing it to wave and whatnot.
I feel like I heard someone say at one point that like different parts of the ocean are at like different altitude. Like one side of the Panama Canal is lower than the other and shit.
You're talking about tidal bores now, aren't you? Which is again not at rest.
So the ocean's not a body of water at rest.
No.
All right.
Have you never seen wind on top of the ocean before?
I don't think it's at rest either. I've actually never really thought about it. I don't think about this 18 hours a day, but yeah, I guess it's not at rest.
Still seeking the same level any other body of water is. It's not at rest, so therefore what? It's not seeking a horizontal surface because it's not resting due to forces applied to it. There's no point in anything you're bringing up right now.
I'm just fact checking myself on that one side of the Panama Canal's lower thing.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Would it or would it not be sea level?
People are saying the Pacific's about 20 centimeters higher.
Wow. It's a lot of missing curvature.
How many miles is it across the United States?
I left my atlas at home. Is the Greek guy gone?
So let's see, we got meniscuses, we got raindrops, we got waves, we got tides, therefore...
The meniscus is referring to the surface tension of the water.
Yeah, therefore...
I don't know, I'm just listening because like it started you listed like water's flat at the start, like it's the property of the universe.
Generally flat, yeah.
Yeah, generally flat, I agree.
Yeah, I just got to go outside. My water pile fell over and I got to go restack it. So annoying. It happens a few times a day.
I'd say it's typically flat.
Well, geez, that logic doesn't follow. All that water in the lakes and oceans, it's not following the same principles as the rest of the bodies of water that flatten out. Because we got a thing called a meniscus in a small container.
You guys think flat Earth's ever gonna like become the dominant belief in society?
Who cares? It was once, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yes. Multitudes of ancient cultures had described the Earth as a flat, non-rotating, enclosed environment.
You guys been at it for like 5 years. Like, I don't know, is this ever gonna go mainstream?
Hopefully not, because
it's gonna be a Discord thing.
Then the fun will be over.
Yeah.
So the final experiment didn't work. Would you guys believe it if you went up to space and saw it was curved?
Dude, we don't believe anything, man. There's no belief in this.
It wasn't an experiment.
New NPC responses uploaded. successfully saved running EXE.
I really hope Flat Earth will never be something that people will claim in a broad scale, because then all the fun will be over, just like Heretic said.
You don't want people to know the truth?
Well, it's more fun exposing people, and they find out that they only have a belief, that they have no knowledge of where they live. They just have a belief, and that's all that you got.
So you guys doing this because it's fun to feel like you know something that other people don't know? You don't want people to actually find out?
We're offering it to them if they want to learn, but that's up to them. That's everybody's individual journey. But everybody's living on a flat Earth. We measure it flat. We aviate it flat. We navigate it flat. We practically use it as flat. And over 70% of the surface of the known area of Earth is water. And we all know what water does.
The problem is this new age mind, right? People just go by what everybody else thinks. So if everybody else thinks the Earth is flat, then people don't figure it out for themselves, and therefore that's why I would find it boring.
Do you guys believe in technology that's reliant on a globe Earth?
How could you? What is that for it to rely on?
Like, do you guys believe in ICBMs?
Why is
Well,
that
that's-
not on a globe?
You shoot it up in the sky and it comes back down to the ground. A globe is not required. Shit, the Earth could be a dinosaur shape for all that fucking cares. But we're still going to ask you, where did you get the curvature measurements for this Earth you stand on? Right? Because we want to talk about the Earth, but you want to talk about, philosophy and the sky and raindrops.
All right, but you got to go to like the weakest part of your argument. Like, okay, the strongest part, okay, it measures flat, great. But then, what do you think is like the weakest part of the flat Earth argument? What do you think?
It's measured flat, and then the globe is created from those flat Earth measurements. The globe is created. It's not measured. It doesn't exist. It only exists in math. That's the only place you'll find it.
Yeah, that's the strongest part of your argument. And what do you think's the weakest part?
The weakest would be we can't find the curve.
No, that's the weakest part of the globe argument. What's the weakest part of the flat Earth?
I don't know.
You can't find the curve.
It's not really an argument. It's just reality.
The weakest part is entertaining these questions. That's the weakest part of Flat Earth.
All right, let's say it can be reality and you can solve a weak part of the argument. Like, let's say I'm arguing that John Jones, the UFC fighter, is gay. Like, the strongest part of my argument is he's been on camera doing a bunch of gay shit, but there's still a weak part, which he's married with a wife.
Yeah, entertaining you, that is the weakest part. We shouldn't do that.
The weakest part is he's married and has a wife, but that doesn't mean it's not true that he's gay. So, what's the weakest part of
So,
flat Earth?
why is it you want to talk about this non sequitur?
Because I'm trying to explain why it's important to understand that there's an argument.
It has nothing to do with the topic. Actually, if you wanted to talk about the topic, that would be more important than this right now.
All right, what's the weakest part of flat Earth? What's like the thing that's hard to defend? Or like, globe Earthers almost have a point here. Is there anything that makes you think that?
Not really.
The weakest part of flat Earth is probably the globers on it.
If you can't look critically at your own theory, it's a belief. Like, it's a cult. Come on.
Well, go ahead.
Critically at yourself.
Yeah, okay. All right. Throw your best criticism at it. Let's hear it.
You guys don't argue this all day. You should know, like, what's like, oh shit, that's
I just haven't heard anything that debunks water, dude. Nothing.
Yeah, that's the strong part of your argument is the water flat. What do you feel like's weak, or like, oh, they almost got us there? Like, come on, anything?
Well, there is nothing weak.
All right,
Earth is measured flat to create the globe in the first place. So there is no argument. There's no debate. You're going to measure it flat, and then you're going to create a globe out of the data that you collect.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing. Globers, they have this idea that they know everything, right? They know what the stars are. They know how far away they are. They know what they're made of. They know what they smell like. And then you come in here and ask us, what do we think about the stars? And we're going to tell you we don't know because we haven't been there. We haven't took a sample. We haven't touched them. We haven't smelled them, right? And then you say, oh, well, then I guess, checkmate. We know what it is, so it must be a globe.
Well, that's just a belief they have. They don't know what it is, obviously.
Right.
They
So
don't know
probably
anything.
the fact that we have to accept that there's things that we don't know, won't know, and could never know. That's probably the weakest part. Because clowns like you come in thinking you already know all the answers. We ask you about your own belief system. You don't even know those. And then you act like because we don't know what the stars are, therefore it must be a globe because, my globe preacher says so.
That's a good answer. Thank you.
But I want you to recognize one thing, right? In the very minutes or probably hours you have talked to us, do you recognize how many times you actually make use of the word believe?
A lot.
Yeah. Does this worry you in terms of how you perceive reality?
I mean, I don't believe, and I think there's very little absolute knowledge. I think most things are beliefs. Like, I don't know the Earth's round. I believe it's
okay.
round. It's flat.
Okay, do you believe that to be true?
Yeah, I believe it.
Wow. So you don't know anything. It's just all belief.
I
So
know
you're going to, I can't know that the Earth is a globe because I don't sense it being a ball. I don't sense it being in motion. And every example that you have of gas pressure with high pressure next to low pressure, there has to be a container in order for entropy to not take place and fill the gaps, right? So it goes against your senses, but you have to believe something that goes against your senses. Whereas I'm simply saying, I trust my senses. I trust that the Earth's flat because I experience it, see it as flat. And I don't experience the Earth in motion. And when I do experience the Earth in motion, I call it an earthquake. So I trust my senses. You don't trust your senses. You would actually have to go against your senses to try and prove the opposite of what your senses are telling you.
But you're in the same inertial frame as the Earth, so that's why it doesn't
Right.
feel like it's in motion.
That's because Einstein had to come up with the idea to explain why every time they tried to check the Earth for motion, it would always come up null. There would be no measurable Earth movement. So then you have to have this idea that, oh, it's all relative. There has to be a reference frame in order for me to reference. I would have to actually off the Earth and away from the Earth in order to see it in motion. Right? Whereas the simpler answer is just the Earth's not fucking moving.
You guys don't believe in reference frames? And
Yeah, I recognize that you can be on a merry-go-round and feel the merry-go-round move around, and I can be off of it spinning the damn merry-go-round. But you're trying to say that the Earth is this fucking merry-go-round. You got to prove that the Earth is the fucking merry-go-round to begin with, and you can't do that. That's why you have this philosophy of a different reference frame that you will never experience.
that's true. It could be unmoving or it could be moving. I wouldn't know either way because motion's relative.
But do you understand what he said, though? He said that the reason that was even posited as an idea in the first place is to explain why a moving Earth can't be felt by the people on it.
I don't think that's why Newton came up, or I don't think that's why Einstein came up with relativity. Yeah, I was correcting myself.
But that was his point, right? So why not engage with that point?
No, Einstein did not come up with a theory of relativity to debunk flat Earth.
No, to debunk the idea that, oh, we can measure the Earth to be in motion. That's why.
This was so far beyond anything Einstein was thinking about.
People tried to measure the Earth to be in motion. They couldn't do it. Why is this? Well, you're in the same reference frame as the thing you're checking. It'd be the same as you being on a merry-go-round and, oh, look, merry-go-round's moving. And then you're going to say, well, if the merry-go-round is moving once every 24 hours, then you would never feel it.
I need to understand why you think like this, right? So at no point did he actually say that Einstein had come up with that in order to debunk us, right? He didn't say that. But then that was your response. You're like, oh, he did that to debunk you guys. Like, why are you engaging in such a juvenile way? Like, we're actually trying to have an honest discussion with you, and you're just being very, very juvenile.
All right, well, did he not say that he had to come up with relativity to explain why the Earth doesn't feel like it's moving? I don't think that's why he came with relativity.
Moving isn't a shape, is it?
Right. Exactly.
Okay, so Einstein came up with relativity to explain why it doesn't feel like we're moving on the Earth.
Right, so is moving a shape? It's a yes or no question, my guy.
I'll
Can't
let
answer
you
yes or no
figure that one
question.
out,
Okay.
and I'll go with whatever you figure out.
No, I'd like you to actually honestly answer a question for a change. That'd be nice.
Ask me a serious question, not a rhetorical question you know the answer to.
That is a serious question.
It's a rhetorical question you know the answer to.
It's a serious question. The
Are you
reason
not
it's a
going to
serious
have a
question.
conversation?
Yeah, the reason it's a serious question is because I don't think you can actually answer.
It comes off as patronizing when you ask people.
Of course it
rhetorical
is.
questions.
Yeah, it's not a rhetorical question, but it is patronising for sure. Because
Yes, it is a rhetorical question.
I don't think you can have a proper conversation, and that's why I'm doing it. I don't think you're capable.
All right, Einstein didn't come up with
I think you
relativity
came in
to
here
explain why it doesn't
thinking
feel
that
like
you were
we're moving
gonna.
on Earth.
I think you came in here thinking you were going to shit all over a bunch of idiots, and now that you've actually not done that, you're feeling a little bit embarrassed. That's what I actually think.
Victory.
No, that's what I think you wanted to do, and because you
Took
didn't
a shit for
achieve
30
it.
minutes, then came back and declared victory. How was the shit? Was it good?
So anyway, I think that's what you wanted to do, and because you've come in here and you've actually had your ass handed to you by a bunch of different people.
How do you know that? You've been gone for the last 30 minutes taking a
All
shit.
you can do then is just talk over people when they're talking. Like, this is how you cope.
You weren't even
Do you understand? Like, dude, I left for about 2 minutes because my PS5 reset.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah, it was 2 minutes. I know that because all I had to do was turn my PS5 on again. It doesn't take 30 minutes for PS5 to turn on.
You got the PS 0.1 or some shit, because that took 30 minutes.
Definitely got a PS5.
Go check the number for me.
Yeah, it wasn't 30 minutes. But you see how you're just very disagreeable generally, right? You're not looking to agree with anything that anyone says here. And that's not like a good faith
Are you
way
looking
of
to agree
engaging
with
with the
me?
topic. I would agree with you if you said something true.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, okay, so when I say to you, do you think that moving it is a shape? Right? It's a very, very simple answer.
What do you think? That's a rhetorical question. You know the answer.
It's a very simple answer. I'm going to keep asking until you answer it.
All right, let me ask a counter question. What is a shape?
Not until you answer the question.
Yeah, stupid fucking question.
Yeah, because you don't like the fact that you've made a stupid straw man and now you're getting called out for it.
Tuesday.
What up, my favorite politics voice channel?
Why it's your favorite?
Because I fucking love you, Clay.
I appreciate it. I love you too.
Underthonk. How?
Why it's your favorite?
Because I fucking love you, man.
Okay, that could be a reason.
Yeah.
Aw. So sweet.
Yeah. My lady's mad at me.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of sucks.
Why Why is she mad at you?
Because I've been drinking again, and she doesn't like it. She's sober. She used to drink lots, but then she got sober, and I got this kid on the way, and I don't, spend my money the most wise, and I said I was going to slow down drinking, which I have. I fucking have slowed down drinking. I went 10 days the other day, which is actually really good. And yeah, and I have slowed down. I haven't bought any hard liquor. I've only been drinking beer and, in moderation, right? Like, I work a long fucking shift and want to come home and have a beer or, whatever. Like,
as long as you're not violent. Voice chat and turned into an AA meeting.
I was wondering when this conversation would finish.
Like, I understand where she's coming from. I get it. I do. But I don't know. I work hard, and I think I deserve to have a fucking beer at the end of my day. Like,
are you getting wasted or drinking for like the taste and a little buzz?
Well, I like the little buzz, yeah, and I like the taste of beer, but like I can sit here and I can drink fucking.
You got 20 seconds to moan about this, and then we're moving on, right? Yo, dude, you got 20 seconds to moan about this, then we're moving on, right?
I got 20 seconds to what?
To moan about this, then we're moving on.
Oh yeah, no, we can fucking stop then. It's all good. If you don't want to listen to this, I don't just quit.
But it's just not the topic of conversation here, is it? It's not the topic of the room.
Oh, that's right. But nobody was talking when I came in, so I just figured.
We were.
Sorry, buddy. I hope things work out. She's gonna have some things you don't like about her. You're gonna have some things you don't like about she, and you meeting somewhere in the middle.
That's right, man. That's right. It'll fucking be all right.
And one more person you can contact is Jesus Christ. He can help you, sir.
Yeah. He makes water and wine.
Oh my god.
He can help you with the moderation, It's
Heretic,
not like you can't drink a beer. just the moderation. He can help
Heretic, they're killing me here. What's going on?
Okay, that's enough of this shit. Let's see. Rock Solid. Say something ignorant again. Let's get back to topic. Come on.
What was he talking about before relativity? All right. Heretic, why do you think there's flat?
I already answered that. We're starting this again.
Yeah,
well, I guess I did ask for the topic to come back. Yeah, because of water. We did all that.
I think Rock Solid was still embarrassed about the straw man. Maybe we can go back to that.
Let's more debate art rhetoric. You love the little rhetoric shit. Like, can we talk about real stuff?
No, I'm just calling you out for your rhetoric, and you don't like it.
You got the Greek philosopher who their whole job was nasal gazing all day and collecting money.
Nasal gazing.
That's how you see yourself.
I have no idea what nasal gazing is.
I'm drinking a little bit.
Yeah. So the problem is that when you actually misrepresent someone's beliefs, as you just did, then we're allowed to actually call that out and take the piss out of you for it. So you could just apologize, and then we could just move on.
All right, what was my straw man?
So when I was talking about whether the Earth moves or not, you were talking about the shape of it, and that was the deliberate straw man. And then you put it in a mocking tone as well, deliberately, and I didn't appreciate it, so I called you out. That's why we're still talking about this.
So I said you believed what was straw man?
Remember we were talking about Einstein?
Yes.
And we were talking about
that was
why he came up with relativity. Well, someone that, he was
talking you. About. Okay, come on, bro.
Yeah, but you made the straw man that I called out. That's why
so
you were sniggering while you were talking about
someone else.
I know. I want you to stop straw manning because it's fucking annoying.
No, you said you want me to apologize for making fun of your beliefs. Yeah.
No,
you
are a apologize,
dude.
I want you to apologize, or at least admit that you were dishonest.
You almost tricked me. I was ready to apologize. You almost got me.
I'm not tricking you. You've deliberately straw man, and you're talking over me again. And that's another rude thing that you do. It's another rude thing you do is just talk over people. So I'm explaining exactly what's happened, and halfway through it, you talk over me because you don't want to be called out again. Why don't you just apologise for the straw man, and then we can...
I feel like you're saying I was strong.
You can't do it. You can't fucking do it. There's no point talking to you, dude.
All right, the way Droid was phrasing the Einstein stuff, it sounded like he was trying to say that Einstein was in some way trying to go against flat Earth.
Well, no, because relativity has nothing to do with shape. How could it?
All right, well, let's say there was no relativity and you would always feel if something was moving. If you felt stationary, that would mean the Earth isn't moving.
Again, like, we're not... So movement and shape are not the same, right? Right.
What's your point?
Well, the point is obvious.
I told you I've been drinking and I'm a little stupid. Help me up.
Okay. Well, you said that in a mocking tone that Einstein came up with relativity to debunk the shape of Earth, right?
No.
But relativity doesn't address shape, so how could that even be true?
I didn't say that he came up with relativity to debunk the shape of Earth.
Yeah, you did. It's exactly what you said.
That statement doesn't even make sense. I don't think any human being would ever say that. I said...
But you did.
I said he came up with
why I brought it up. Yeah, shape.
Okay, so you act like you're quoting me, and then you say something different.
What do you think it is? This is cringe, dude. This is so cringe.
You act like you're quoting me, and then you say something different.
Yeah. This is cringe, man.
Are you guys going to have a Christmas version or no?
You're gonna what?
It's going to have like a flat Earth, like Christmas version or something like that, or no?
A flat Earth what?
Christmas, like Christmas special or version or anything like that?
Maybe. Heretic, what do you think?
Okay. Oh, I remember you. Yeah, so do you understand the difference now between a claim and a brute fact?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, so you made a claim, so...
No, I was wondering if you knew what a brute fact was. I think you thought I said true fact, and I was saying brute, B-R-U-T-E.
Yeah, but you made a claim.
What's your definition of a brute fact?
Well, there's only one definition for a brute fact.
What's that?
I guess it's like a root fact. It's like a fact that it doesn't lean on anything else.
Right, that's what I was saying to you yesterday, and you kept trying to tell me I was making a claim, but I wasn't.
You made a claim and pretended it was a brute fact.
No, I was trying to explain to you that the midnight sun is not my opinion; it's a brute fact.
Yeah, again, evidence.
What's that?
Evidence. You were talking specifically about Antarctica.
Yeah, the midnight sun. That's a brute fact.
I need
evidence.
It needs evidence.
The sun itself is the evidence. What more do you need?
No, it's not.
It's not evidence. The sun's behavior in Antarctica is not evidence.
Fine. Let me use the same logical structure that you just used. There's a 24-hour sun on the equator. That's a brute fact.
Okay, so why does that need more of an explanation or more proof?
Well, is it just true because I said it?
No, you can observe it, right?
What, a 24-hour sun on the equator?
Can you observe that? Well, can it be observed?
That's the evidence, isn't it?
Well, yeah, if that's the case, it wouldn't make any sense for me to ask you to prove it. If it's something that's already been shown and
So
can
it
be
needs
observed,
evidence,
etc.
doesn't it? Yeah, so it needs to be observed. That would be the evidence. Have you observed this?
Who hasn't observed the midnight sun? You think that's something that has a chance of being false, or?
Well, have you gone and seen it?
I've never
I
seen
haven't
it.
gone and seen it, but I didn't see JFK get killed either. But that doesn't mean he didn't, right?
I don't care about
I've seen
JFK.
it. I've personally seen it. I live here, so.
So something's not a blue fact unless I see it, right?
Well, I can vouch
again, that's a
that
straw
the
man.
midnight sun is a thing. It happens. Like, I can vouch for that. And like, hey, who are you? Who am I to
In
take
the
my word for it?
north,
Like,
in the
but, like, I've
north,
seen it.
in the north, no one contests it. No one contests it.
Well, what's
in
the difference? The north to the south, it's
because in the north it's been evidenced, and in the south it hasn't.
oh, why wouldn't it be in the south? You know, because we have 24-hour darkness in the wintertime, right? So like, it's got to go somewhere. So clearly, it's going on the other. I don't want to say side because
this is amazing.
You know, I'm going to.
I don't care about people's explanations or like I want a demonstration or evidence. That's all that matters. If you make a claim, then you need to have evidence. Saying, "Oh, well, I think it should make sense," isn't evidence.
Well, I'm sure somebody who is smarter than I.
All right. It's again,
Isn't as
intelligence
naive
levels
to explain
don't
that.
matter. Intelligence levels don't matter. We're talking about evidence. Yeah, no one's got any, so it's not a brute fact.
That there's no 20. Wait, what do you want evidence for?
For a claim.
For what claim?
Claim that was just made.
Which was?
I didn't make the claim. That's where you're wrong. That's a brute fact. The sun's behavior in Antarctica.
It's not.
That's not a claim or anybody's opinion. That's what happens every year.
Yes, so, okay, I've got a brute fact, right, that there's a 24-hour sun on the equator.
I'm not talking about the equator.
And to use your evidence...
That's not a fact, though.
Right. So just calling it a fact doesn't make it a fact, does it?
Well, no, because you need...
Right.
You need
so
somebody
this is
who's
the
observed
problem. This is the... Exactly! Now you're getting it.
But somebody has observed the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Who?
Lots of people, man.
Who? Yeah, crickets. That's what I thought.
He's just being ridiculous. I said the same thing. And
using your logical, yeah. Thank you. So using your logical structure, thank you. Using your logical structure,
typed in 24
thank you. You can both hear me talking. You can both hear me talking. So because you guys are being rude, I'm just going to carry on. So because you've used a certain logical structure and come up with a false conclusion, I can do that as well. So I think. Okay, I'm going to say that it's a brute fact that there's a 24-hour sun on the equator, and then my evidence is that the sun exists. That's exactly what you said to me.
No, that's not what
you
was said at all.
The sun existed. Yes, it was. You said the sun existing, and this is recorded, so don't lie about that. You said that the sun existing is the evidence.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
I didn't say that.
So do you not believe the 20 dudes down there right now live streaming it? You think they're all liars?
Well, and that's just it too. Like nobody's out there saying, "Oh, like I've seen the sun at the equator 24 hours a day or whatever the fuck." Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, I never.
You know what I mean? Like it's different. You're saying two totally different things. We have
evidence then. Okay,
I'm sorry, I can't tell you exactly who fucking
down there right now.
But it's like, come on,
dude. No evidence. That's fine.
Just fucking ignorant is what it is.
Yeah, you can call me names if you like, but you still don't have evidence. Like calling me names isn't evidence.
Man. I'm just saying.
You just called me a name.
So do you not believe the 20 dudes down there right now live streaming?
Doesn't matter what I believe. What matters is evidence.
All right, well, that's evidence is 20 witness testimonies.
So video is evidence?
No, witness testimony.
Witness testimony is evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, Heretic, you there, my guy?
Why do you say that with incredulity? That's evidence.
Yeah, Heretic. So you're a witness to the shape, right? So what shape do you think it is?
It looks like something that has a flat surface. That's what I witnessed.
Yeah, okay. So I have a witness testimony that it's flat. What now?
So you really don't believe those dudes that saw that 24-hour sun?
Well, I have a witness testimony. What do you think about it?
All right, let me answer your question.
Please do.
Let me answer your question. I believe that he witnessed it flat and believes it's flat. Now can you answer mine?
Yeah, I don't think witness testimony is evidence.
No, do you believe my question of, do you believe that they are down there in Antarctica and they witnessed the sun and believe that it's a 24-hour sun?
No, I don't believe them.
Holy fuck! Yeah, they should have invited you. Would you have taken the flight if they offered?
I'm busy. No.
Wow, that's wild. Conveniently, every flat earther was busy when they offered.
I have three
If they
businesses.
found three
my guy.
that weren't
I'm not just
busy,
going to
they'll
take a
probably
holiday to disprove some 16-year-old on the internet. Like, that's really not
You don't
on
think
my
there's 24-hour
motivation.
sun down there? Okay, I will say you guys do have a diversity in beliefs. I was wrong about that because I think a lot of people on here do believe that they are seeing a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, people like to talk shit about us and they don't actually have a clue what we think.
Dude, you guys. I know this is off topic, but Discord has Christmas noises.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So pleasant.
Oh no, that means if I'm gonna restart my Discord now, I'm gonna have annoying Christmas noises, just as annoying.
It's actually really nice.
Noises.
Nah, that sounds horrible.
Nah, it's good.
If it's as nice as the Halloween noises, then it's terrible.
No, it's even better. It sounds ethereal.
Even better? Oh no.
Yo, Greek guy, so like if you weren't busy and let's say they offered you like fair compensation for your time, would you go?
Yeah, probably.
And like let's say you saw the 24-hour sun, would it alter your belief system at all, or would you find a way to explain it?
Well, I would say there was evidence for that phenomena.
But it wouldn't alter the Earth flat thing.
Well, no, because I've already observed that as well. So
Okay.
now you would have to see. This is how models work, right? At least the more accurate ones, you take all of the data points. You don't just take the ones that are convenient.
No, that's fair.
Okay, the noises are okay. Just
Told you.
tested it.
I told you.
Yeah,
It even
just
does it when you
remembered the
mute
Halloween.
and deafen.
Yeah, they're pretty good, but the Halloween ones were terrible.
Anyway, so what does the sun have to do with the ground being flat?
Nothing.
I don't know.
I was asking the Globers. I can't still haven't nobody's been able to give me the answer yet. How does seeing the sun turn flat ground into measurable curve?
They haven't given their hypothesis to even wonder that question. It's still kind of up in the air. The last hypothesis they gave was something to do with social experimentation. Does the behavior of flat earthers make the ground curved?
Wow.
You know, this is almost like the Grinch that stole Christmas. And he took all the presents away, took the Christmas trees, and yet Christmas still happened. And here the Globers took away what they thought was, oh no, all the flat earthers are going to disappear. No, they didn't. We're still here because nothing changed.
So he took away your little map. And now you think
No, it's not the
Well,
flat earth.
what
map.
happened is how we deducted a globe, to my understanding,
He
is
mapped a globe projection, right? You know that, right?
we observe the sun and the stars, and they travel in a fucking way. And
Look at the sky.
the further
That's
you
how you
are
determine the ground is
on the
curved.
planet, you can observe them for longer. Okay, so like, yeah, I guess. Have we really measured anything? I think it's all just observation, and then you kind of come to a reasonable conclusion out of all these things we observe, and like that's kind of what science is.
Wait, Brad, are you on voice?
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Ray, don't interrupt people.
I'm sorry.
What the fuck, dude?
I'm sorry.
Anyways, I gotta go. I got like some shit to do.
Yeah, well good.
Y'all have a good day. I hope you guys figure out this.
I was looking at, I think Brad's trolling in the chat. These diagrams are too funny. Merry Christmas.
Is that Lane?
What's wrong with this diagram, dude?
Well, the first diagram, let me highlight what I'm looking at, is claiming that normal vectors don't exist on spheres, which is an interesting claim, to say the least.
What's a normal vector?
So a normal vector is the vector that is mutually orthogonal to both the tangent and bitangent of a point.
So straight lines, right?
What? No. What the hell?
Oh, so they're curved.
Wait, do you not know what a vector is?
And this guy doesn't know the vector?
What's the vector?
Well,
Oh my
I mean,
God.
if he
Well,
doesn't
anyway,
know Ray, if it doesn't know what the vector is, would you ask or would you tell if he doesn't know what it is?
well, he was just making confident statements, so I was assuming he has some background.
Okay,
Sounds like
so
he doesn't.
yeah, so if he posts something that demonstrates he doesn't know, would you, and you think that you can adjudicate what he said, would you ask him then, or would you?
How about this?
tell
I'm
him?
going to go through the second Radwell post, and once I'm done with that, if people don't disagree, I'll come back. I'll loop back. I'll do a 101 on what a vector is.
All right.
Go back to 8th grade geometry. In fact, I downloaded an 8th grade geometry textbook yesterday. I'll even post screenshots from the 8th grade geometry textbook for children.
Run me through an 8th grade biology textbook. What's a woman?
No, incorrect.
True. Anyway,
that's off topic. That's so far off topic.
I was wondering about this diagram as well. The Glober's space magic is parallel rays casting shadows on a curved surface. I was just wondering, like, has he ever like held a flashlight up in front of a basketball and like notice how if you move your hands in front of the flashlight, it like casts a shadow? Like, he knows that like curved surfaces can have shadows on them, right? Or perhaps he hasn't. Like, I don't know.
So Ray, if you're going a direction that can be the line can be curved.
If you're going a direction, which line?
Yeah, can it curve in a circle? A vector could be like a circular path. Like
no, a vector is definitionally not a like path.
Yeah,
it's
so
just a moment.
You'd be changing vectors. One, like if the path
Right,
was curved,
that's correct. You'd have a vector at each instant. It'd be called your velocity vector at each instant, which would be the derivative of your position with respect to time. You can write that as ds over dt. S is like how we write position in physics, and t is how we write time.
So now we're into plural, right? Not singular.
Now we're in the plural. What?
Yeah,
Like
so
many vectors.
So look at what Radwin or who'd you take?
So ds dt is a singular variable.
Okay, so go back. Was it Radwin that you were upset by? Or what? Whose comment?
I don't know. I think it was Radwin. Yeah, this chart was especially egregious.
So do
Yes,
that
he's
again.
always upset. Always upset with what I post.
Radwin, you understand that like there are normal vectors on a sphere, right? Crickets.
You cannot have an angle from the surface of a sphere.
So is your testimony here today that spheres don't have normal vectors?
No.
You cannot have an angle from the surface of a sphere.
Can I have an angle?
so hold
Do
on.
spheres have normal vectors or don't they?
I heard Radwin say you can't have an angle on the surface of a sphere.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was, can you have a normal vector on
Okay,
a sphere?
but can you have an angle in the sphere? Let's start there. Maybe that's a problem. That you think you can draw an angle when one of the lines are curved. Can you do that?
I want to talk about normal vectors.
Yeah, we're going step by step, it appears.
Well, step one is the normal vector, because he sent a
No, step
diagram of a
one
normal
is,
vector.
Can you have an angle on a curved surface?
Um,
Or curved. If you got one line that's straight and another line that's curved,
On like
those
a-
lines intersect.
On a manifold? Yeah, sure, why not?
Can you have a curved surface or a curved?
The test is like, by the way, angle is not very fundamental. The fundamental atom that makes up angles is called a dot product. And so the question is like, is a dot product sensible on a curved space? And the answer is yes.
Flat Earth wins the argument.
Well, it's called an inner product space. Inner product is another word for dot product. And it turns out that like spheres are inner product spaces. So that means we do have angles on them. Yes.
Listen, Kamala, can you have an angle off the surface of a ball?
That's Joe, bro.
So this is a theorem from Riemann, right? If we have a curved manifold, it's still in a product space.
In reality.
In reality. Well, angles don't exist in reality, right? They're mathematical constructs. The number 2 is not existing in the forest like a Pokemon. You're not going to go out to the forest and see the number 2, just munching on grass. It's just that's not how things work in math.
Oh, YouTube listeners, this is what it sounds like when a glober starts spiraling.
Wait. Do you take it that the number 2 exists in reality?
How about this one? Can you take away the globe model from this thinking process and just use whatever math or geometry you're thinking about?
Yeah, I think most manifolds have finite product spaces.
Can you do a curved line and a straight line?
Well, so that's a contradiction. A curved line that doesn't make any sense to me. But go on.
Okay, so a line where it isn't the shortest distance between 2 points.
So the word you're looking for is geodesic.
Well, here I asked these if you could do this without putting your brain into a heliocentric model. Do it with. Right. Okay, here, let me draw you a picture.
Okay, please do. Also, for the YouTube audience at home, remember to drink water. You should drink a lot of water. It's very good for you.
No medical advice.
I'm drinking wine.
That was spiritual advice. Anyway.
How's the undergrad going, bro?
No personal information either.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, can you guys just not hit every rule of the channel? Like, just go. The rules aren't there to be like a list you go down of things to say. They're there for things to avoid. They're like no-fly zones. It's like you read the wrong thing. It's like, hey, these are the channel topic. These are the rules. You think the channel topic was what not to talk about, and the rules were what to talk about.
I love this drawing inside. Oh my god, it's in.
Make it your phone background or something. Like, do that. Like, if you love it.
Do you want to see my phone background?
No, I don't want to see. And I don't want to see anything remote.
He's just trying to get away from the fact that you can't make an angle off the surface of a ball.
Wait, you would agree that like spheres have normal vectors, correct?
Would you agree that you cannot have the angle off the surface of a ball?
You notice how they won't answer the question. Also, to be clear, the question you just asked, I already answered, and answered it twice. So not only are you unwilling to answer my question, but I've answered your questions multiple times because you keep re-asking.
Yes no. You never said yes or no.
Yeah,
holy shit, you weren't even listening. You're not tracking. Put the tracking goggles back on.
I haven't heard you answer yet either.
You never answered.
I said obviously yes. I said it twice. Once to Crit and once to you.
Oh, so show me how you can make an angle off the surface of a ball.
Right. So the angle between two vectors is going to be its dot product. And we can dot product any two vectors, whether they lie on a sphere or they don't. So it seems like a pretty trivial proof.
So we're going to look at your picture that you posted, and you're going to tell me what the angle is between...
Wait, do you disagree with anything I just said, Rad?
Yeah, so... The angle
what did I say that you disagreed with?
I want to know what the angle is between
Wait,
green
what did I say that you disagreed with, Rad? Crickets. They're not tracking. Tracking is just not strong in the Flat Earth chat.
Green and yellow.
Red, you said you disagreed with something I said. What did I say that you disagreed with?
I wasn't paying attention. I was grabbing.
So then how could you disagree with what I was saying if you didn't even pay attention to it? You're stupid.
You're already
dumb.
wrong from the beginning.
You're already wrong. Don't say you disagree with things I say when you don't even listen to them. What the hell?
I don't have to keep agreeing with you when you're wrong from the start.
No, but when you disagree, that's like affirmative. You're saying I disagree with what you're saying.
Yes,
it sounds like you neither agree nor disagree because you didn't listen. You're not listening. You're not tracking. Oh, shit. But it's even more interesting. Like if you don't disagree with anything I've been saying because you're not listening or tracking, that's like a complete concession. You just agree.
That has ever come in here admits it, except for you.
Holy shit! If you don't disagree with anything I just said, we're done. GG's. We handshake, right?
So
There's no disagreement.
What's your point, dude?
My point is that there is a complete and utter concession here, and that there needs to be brownie points handed out.
Okay.
Special
all right.
star
Let me
stickers
ask a
used.
clarifying question then. Allow me to ask
Go
a
ahead.
clarifying question.
Cook.
Can you measure an angle between intersecting straight line and a curved line?
So angle is a property of vectors, not of lines.
Not an
and
answer,
curves.
dude.
My fuck.
Well, it's a category error.
You measure an angle between two lines if one is straight and one is curved.
So there's a contradiction there. Lines can't be curved by definition. And two,
won't answer.
angles aren't defined between lines or curves. They're defined between vectors. So two issues here. A category error and a contradiction.
Whatever, just mute this guy, man. Fuck.
Just mute this guy. He's winning. He's winning. Mute him.
What are
Mute
you
him.
winning, dude? You won't answer a fucking question, man.
I've answered all of your questions.
Ray,
You haven't answered shit.
He means between a line and a curve.
Okay, right there. Do you see? Look where I tagged you. Do you see anything that you would call a straight line, and anything you would call a curve?
So I see a line segment and an oval.
Where's the oval at?
Just
the oval is intersecting the line segment.
No, that's not even
Your
an
screen
oval.
size is off.
It's a horseshoe.
He's just going to continue.
Disingenuous and dishonest, dude. That's all it is.
Sorry,
with this guy.
the question was, where is the oval? It's to the right of the line segment, slightly intersecting it.
So the other guy drew what he considered what the angle is. He took it away, or somebody banned him.
Yeah, this dude is like, he's got me blocked constantly. Like, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You already know. Like, what the fuck's wrong with this dude?
I was gonna have what's his face expand on that angle. Whoever we're talking to.
Yeah, well, Ree. Okay, so Ree, look at what you're doing, what you're working with here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What do you see? Do you see anywhere in there that you would call a straight line?
I see a line segment.
So no straight lines at all.
Well, so a line extends infinitely in both directions, but there was a line segment in the drawing.
No, I mean,
Just going to keep doing this.
Just look at it. So
there's a line segment.
We can't have this conversation because anyone else would say, "Okay, I see a line in something that's kind of like."
No, it's not a line. That's a line segment, but I do see it. I don't know what you're fighting on this. It just is a line segment. That's just what it is.
I see a purple line that's approximately 5 blocks long.
Wait, so if it has a length, then it's not a line, it's a line segment. They hear you.
Okay, great. Carry on,
he's
man.
He's just using a mathematical definition of a line, which is definitely long, right? So we can move on. He's saying he's agreeing, but he's being awkward about it. So just move on.
So now, what's the angle there?
Yeah, what's that angle?
Between what vectors?
You know which vectors, dude. Why play stupid?
Can you draw the two vectors on the
Why play
picture and then I'll answer?
Why can't you answer the question, dude?
Well,
What's
I was
wrong with
sent a
you?
JPEG.
Is there something wrong with you, man? Really?
Actually, there is something wrong with me. You're talking.
I'm
and
sure
that,
there is
frustrates
too,
me.
man.
Yeah.
Okay, here I drew it again. Do you see a purple line segment?
I do.
That is straight.
It looks pretty straight to me.
Okay, and do you see a red line segment that is not?
No, that's not a line segment. That's curved.
Okay, what
I
do you
thought
call it?
technically lines couldn't be curved. What happened to that?
Lines can't be curved. You're correct. Definitionally.
So what is it then? What would you call that?
Looks like an arc to me.
An arc. Okay, and it's represented with a line or not a line?
It's not represented with a line. No, it's
how's it
represented with an arc.
How's it represented?
As an arc.
As a what color?
A red arc.
A red arc.
Yes.
So when I went into the tool here to draw that, in the tool,
you drew a Bezier curve, but a Bezier curve is gonna be represented as a parametric sequence of
the tool
arcs.
here is draw lines, freehand, pen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like what Microsoft Paint calls it, but like I assume you use like the Bezier curve.
What's the angle between the line and the arc? What's the angle between the line and the arc?
That doesn't make any sense. Angles are between vectors, not between curves.
Oh, so then you're not doing curves and angles off the globe.
We'll just draw the vectors, and I'll tell you the angle.
Oh, the vectors.
Are they
Draw the
vectors or are they
vectors, dude.
Bezier curves?
Fuckhead.
You're a
Fuckhead.
CAD.
That's just how math
Are they
works,
vectors or are they Bezier curves, dude? Which one?
What he presented looked like an arc to me, but presumably he created the arc with a Bezier curve tool in Microsoft Paint. It's a tool that creates arcs.
So what's a Bezier curve?
Sure. So a Bezier curve is a spline that's parameterized by cubic functions. It usually has a control point with a tangent, or it's like a control point with I forget what it's called, but it's like an angle and another 2 points that it connects to, and then it substitutes into like the
Well,
formula
take the
for a cubic.
sophistry script back
So
to
it's
the
an
drawing
angle?
board. Maybe
No, I mean I can give you the
try
formula for a Bezier curve. Let's just
Okay,
you're gonna look it up.
Look at here. You got these two.
I mean, I've written the code for this.
Okay, Ray, look at you got the purple line and some red thing that you can't define or explain.
Okay, I see 4 vectors.
Okay, what would they add up to? Say if you added up all of them.
Well, they're not the same length, so I know that the length of the vector would be non-zero. The direction it would be more. It would basically be slightly down and right, and very small.
No, not the arrows. The A is pointing from that spot where it intersects.
he just sounds.
I'm seeing the A. What do you want me to do with A?
So if you add A plus B plus C plus D, what would be the total?
Are these not drawn to scale? Am I supposed to assume that these vectors have the same magnitude?
Yeah, don't. Okay, no. The A is pointing to that location there. Okay.
Does the vector A have the same magnitude as the vector B?
No. Okay, hold on. Let me try this right here.
Try again, please.
It seems. I guess it seems confusing.
It's such a simple picture, but this fucking goof is gonna make it fucking as difficult as possible, right?
Well, because it's a lack
he's asking really basic questions. Like, if
it's
you
a
don't
lack
understand
of-
vectors, why are you asking these questions?
It's a lack of education that calls
on your guys' part.
Yeah, because it involves a lack of.
It's education that's made this fuckwit think he's intelligent.
A lack
It's
of
just a
education.
fucking obnoxious prick.
It's called 8th grade geometry.
It's actually called being an obnoxious
It's actually
prick.
called being an obnoxious prick.
Actually called. Fuck off.
Ray, if you had 8th grade
This
geometry,
guy is a waste of everyone's fucking time.
Everyone's fucking time.
Okay,
He's a
right
waste.
there. See, there's A is pointing at where that red and purple intersect.
Wait, do you not know what a vector is? Maybe there's confusion there.
Okay, use 8th grade geometry that you apparently have, according to UFU, and articulate. Because with education, there's a direct curve.
So this is a
direct
vector.
line.
This is a vector. It has a
direct
magnitude and a direction.
Yeah, I'm looking for the A that I drew a line that pointed to where A is.
It's a fucking line with an arrow, and it's fucking labeled A, dude.
Yeah, so I'm assuming
So
this is
you
what
don't know. You don't know. what
Unless
that-
you want
those
to fucking
arrows-
analyze it some more, man.
Like we're assuming like this is one unit.
Could you
Like,
imagine if
this is what you're drawing. This is what you're drawing. The A starts at that point.
No,
and it has a magnitude of W, right?
No, A is just pointing to where the purple and red intersect.
Well, that's a point.
Yeah. What's the
It's a
angle
point
there?
of intersection.
What's the angle of that point?
Points don't have angles.
Oh,
Moron.
fuck. You're really screwing yourself now.
No, points just don't have angles. Angles are defined between vectors.
Well, we can't use
A tangent.
tangent anymore, so you're done.
Just draw me 2 vectors and I'll tell you the angles, okay?
But the tangent hits a point, right? So we can't have an angle off a point, dude.
Oh.
Dumbass.
See, use-
Vectors can hit
use
points
your
too.
8th
What the
grade.
fuck?
Use
You
your
just said
8th
it, man,
grade
not me.
education
Mm-hmm.
and be able to articulate. That's it.
No, so an angle is defined
if
between
you
2
have-
vectors.
if you
Those 2
have an
vectors have to. What's up?
If you have an education, the more education, the more articulation. It's like a 1-for-1.
Generally, that's probably true. Yeah, I agree.
But you're showing quite the opposite. Supposedly, the more education you have, the less articulation you have.
I think.
Well, I mean, it's sample size 1, even if it were true. But I hear you.
Ray's pretty articulated, honestly.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's not even that. It's null. Yeah, one saying I am, one saying I'm not.
What has he articulated, dude? Explain it to us.
Yeah,
I've had conversations with them where they were a little bit skeptical about the value of philosophy, but they do know their math. They're pretty good at math.
Okay. That's complete horseshit, dude. Today, right now, what did Ray articulate? Right now. Time right. Not that what you guys talked about when you talked about your gamer or whatever. What today, right now. Right now. What time?
I haven't had a conversation with them today.
Okay, then why'd you jump in, dude?
Because I know them. I've had multiple encounters with them.
We're talking right now about a specific topic that Ray said that we were around an 8th grade education level. And they were like, sure, let's do that. Let's do that. Everyone here is 8th grade. You're 8th grade plus. Articulate down to 8th grade and answer some of these questions. And she can't do it. So what's going on there? Why can't, if somebody knows something, why can't they articulate it?
Well, the ability to be pedagogically gifted, like to teach people stuff, is a skill in itself, right?
Yeah, they're not, no one's asking them to teach. Just articulate.
Well, that's like so applying knowledge.
Okay, how about this? Let me say this way. Say you've got someone who's a race car driver, and they've got all the knowledge, experience, everything. And someone's like, oh, how do you operate a car, an automobile? I've never been inside one. And they just stick their finger between their lips and go,
right.
What do you think?
I get it.
Okay, so that's kind of what Ray's doing right now. Radwin posted some information. Okay, Radwin posted some information. It triggered Ray. Ray then asked a question. Radwin repeated the information explained. It went back and forth like this until finally I said, let me give it the old college try. Let's take the globe model, because I thought it was causing, by superimposing an image of the Earth into the graphic, it was causing some sort of cognitive dissonance rather than just being able to understand the information being presented. Right. So I took out the globe model and just said, here is another way of looking at it. And all she did was still.
But how do you want the angle between a line and a curve?
That's what no one wants that. You can't get that. That's it's impossible.
I mean, they're pretty good at math.
That's what the dude was saying. It was impossible.
Yeah, so you got Ray saying the same thing, but
so the dude was agreeing with you.
Yeah, but instead of just saying it, so you could say, "Yep, we agree. You agree." She just kept going, like to the point where it's like, "Hey, look at the yellow line. Like here, look at this is what you're dealing with here." So when they were saying, "Hey, there's a curved line and there's a straight line," and Ray's like, "And there's a yellow line."
Okay, yellow line shit was trolling for sure.
What's the yellow line? A-W?
Yeah. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, and it was a line segment.
Oh, right.
Very basic math.
Oh, you're right. It's a ray. It's a ray because it has an arrow.
Yeah.
It's not gibberish.
Is it pointing?
I just don't understand the terms.
Is it pointing or not pointing?
Yeah, but it has
what are the terms, dude? What are the terms that we don't understand?
If you were to go to like a store, and the store goes this way to the emergency exit, you would just bust out like a ruler and a protractor and try to measure the line segment and then follow the line to the end of the arrow, then stop. Then just stop walking. You'd have, like, for you to get to the emergency exit, you'd have to have the line go all the way to the door and then have some instruction that would get you through the door, and then another line somewhere on the ground or more instructions that got you to the assembly area. Just an arrow, emergency exit, left or right, wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't get you going the right to where you're supposed to go.
Right. Sure.
Okay, and that's kind of what we're saying here. With education comes articulation. See, anyone else would be able to look at that and know what this A is pointing to. Even color coordinated.
That's why I said he wouldn't be able to pass a test. If that was on a test, he wouldn't know how to get to the end of the test. He wouldn't be able to get past, like, reading the instruction.
Well, I mean, I don't want to, like, dox them or anything, but, like, I'm pretty sure they're doing a degree that has to do with mathematics.
Just because someone tells you they're doing that doesn't mean they are.
Well,
it's pretty obvious he's taking some college.
I've had a conversation with him and or them and
well, they fooled you. They definitely fooled you.
Well, mathematician knows his math, right? And they discussed like higher level stats around the voting and to do with the betting sites and like something about like the statistics of it inferring something.
Oh, they read a podcast and then joined Discord and then fooled you.
I don't think
he's talking circles around you. He's definitely done some college.
So here, look at this. This would be confusing. This. What do you think this means here?
That's a vector facing left and a diagram of a man.
and it's a cultural icon for an escape route. Yeah. What about it?
Where would you stop, or where would you go?
It's a vector, so you would go infinitely.
You just keep walking forever.
What are you talking about, dude?
See, what I do here is if somebody can't figure out what's being presented and they say what's being presented is wrong, I give them a timeout. I take them, I give them a boot from the room and let them think about it and come back when they got some time to think about it.
Well, sometimes I've presented stuff to my teacher or something that wasn't quite logically connecting and I didn't quite get it. When I was younger, sure, but sometimes that can happen. You make a whoopsie or something. You misread something. It can happen. Or maybe somebody doesn't understand your intention, like you guys did with the yellow vector, right?
Well, you're going to agree with you.
You're going to jump on the pointers being now they're yellow vectors.
What I was doing here, this was not an escape route. This was an exit stage left.
Okay.
So if you do, what does that mean? Here, I'll post it again. This means that right there, that's a stage, and that's exit stage left. What does that mean?
What are you doing right now, man?
What does that mean? I told you, I said what this sign means. This means exit stage left.
Sure, you can define it that way.
Okay, so what would that mean? What would that mean if someone exits stage left?
That you have an idiosyncratic definition of an exit sign?
No, I use this. I saw this sign, and I'm like, hey, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use it to articulate what exit stage left means.
Yeah, so you would have an idiosyncratic definition of this cultural sign, right?
Yeah, it's like where you have a big wooden hook, and you just rip someone off the stage.
What are you doing right now, man? What conversation are we having?
Yeah, I'm letting you know that if you can't follow along, you're about to get ripped off the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because we had Ree on the stage doing something like this.
Actually, that's not a line. It's a line segment.
All right. Well, how about we either talk to Ree or just like move on? I don't really want to gossip about them.
Yeah, he can just fuck off. We're not talking to Ree.
Mm-hmm.
talk to you and see if you can be more reasonable and less difficult.
Well, we tried that a bunch of times, but I tried to discuss epistemics, but we just have very different frameworks. So I think we'll just agree.
Okay,
to this
right here. This is what we had Ree doing on the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you decided to jump on the stage too. And you're about to get yoinked off the stage.
Sure. It was nice talking to you.
All right.
Thanks for being patient.
Do you want to exit stage right or exit stage left?
I'll go down this time.
Ants.
If I try hard enough.
Exit Stage Left was a Rush album. I would pick that one.
Sure. Why not?
That's a better way to go. It to exit stage right than stage left. So which way do you want to go, right or left?
I suppose I'd rather be right.
All right. See yourself out.
Did you see reclaimed that he won that debate?
No, it was a landslide. It was unimaginable. Oh my god. The commenters, they love me. Have you even looked at the chat?
It wasn't a debate. This was you dancing.
It was a slapdown. You're right. It wasn't even a debate. It was an absolute demolition.
I don't.
Yo, so can you what did you win, dude? What was your end
the
result
audience?
here?
The audience was so won over. Oh my god.
What did you win them with?
I think it's my substance, my rhetoric, my articulation,
which
my
substance in particular, dude.
my understanding of geometry. 8th grade geometry was so solid.
So that was what won? Your understanding?
I think it was. It was a combination of my articulation, my
your inability to answer questions is what won you the argument.
Single question that was.
I'm going to ask you a question now, so you can't talk through me. Was your point when you said you can have an angle from the surface of a ball with an angle of 0 because the point is 0 and it doesn't have an angle? Is that what got them all going for you?
I think what got them all going for me was when I rigorously defined array, a vector, and then I applied it in the correct manner. I think
Nobody asked you about that shit.
You said, was it that? My answer was no, it's not that. It was something else, if you weren't tracking.
Yeah, I got a question.
Hi.
Did they actually film for 24 hours? Yes or no?
Is there actually film for 24? I'm sorry.
Hold on, we can.
Who fucking said that?
We could jump into a new topic here in a second. Let's finish this one.
Okay.
So Ray is using her education, knowledge, and experience with just today, right now. And I predict using the flat Earth model, it will be more just random word sounds without any form or function.
That's probably what 8th grade geometry sounds like to the typical flat earther. That's true.
So what did you win?
The audience on YouTube, they were so won over.
And what did they do? What
They're practically weeping in the chat for me.
I think they're laughing so hard because I called you Kamala because you make word salad.
Dude, I voted for Kamala. First president I was old enough to vote for. She's so based.
She's so based, why'd she lose?
Not based in reality, right?
The American public isn't based, so that's why.
Isn't based like a right?
If she's based, why'd she throw so many black people in jail when she was attorney? Then,
okay, cut the shit.
Actually, she was one of the most lenient, actually, AGs and DAs in her district.
You're getting Ray distracted. You just said squirrel, and Ray was like, "What?"
It's almost, yeah, I hear you, but it's almost as bad as the line that she slept her way to the top. She was elected. She was elected as DA. She was elected as AG. She was elected as senator.
Elected.
Was she elected as
She was
vice
elected
president?
as VP.
All right, we got.
Was she?
Yeah, she was. Well, I mean, fuck, that was a funny joke with erect. I hear you.
Gotta get you back on track. Can you measure an angle off the surface of a ball?
Like if there were two vectors on a ball, could you measure the angle between them? Yeah.
No, it's not what I asked you.
Well, actually, ball is a volume, not a surface, so you couldn't be on a ball. But if you were in a ball, you could certainly measure angles.
Right? All right, one line is one on
yes.
So a person cannot be on a ball. Is that correct?
You can be on the boundary of a ball, which is called a sphere. That's true. But you can't be on a, quote, mathematical
Can
ball.
you have an angle from the surface of a sphere?
You can have two vectors on the surface of a sphere, and between those two vectors, you have an angle. Yeah.
Stop changing it around.
Well, the answer is yes.
Let's
I said an angle between an angle between the surface of the sphere.
No, surfaces don't.
The line segment
between surfaces. That's just not a thing.
Line segment.
The angles aren't a thing between line segments either. They're things between vectors.
Give us the basic definition of an angle.
Lag segment.
Sure,
Give
an
us the
angle.
layman's definition. Layman's definition of an angle.
Sure.
Let's see if your fucking highly educated brain can dumb it down for the audience. Go.
Sure, an angle is 1 minus the dot product of two vectors.
Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck him off. Please just fucking
This is how
ban
all
this
mathematicians
fuckwit.
formalize it. It can also be called like an inner product, which is
So
why we
we're
get
at-
things called like inner product spaces. Spaces on which angles exist.
I'm going to talk, or I'm going to mute you if you talk over me. So the image I posted is where it says not 90 degrees. What is that angle? 90 degrees?
I don't see an angle.
So you can't have angles from the surface of a sphere.
Well, no, you can. Just that's not a drawing of one.
Whoa, what the fuck? You said you
I
can't.
can send you a drawing of one if you want. Like here's an angle. Here's a vector, orthogonal to both its tangent and bitangent vectors, called a normal vector. That would be appropriate, I think.
Nope, that's not an angle.
No, it's a vector.
So what? I asked for angles.
Oh, but the vector is 90 degrees to the, its bitangent and tangent vectors on the sphere.
90 degrees to what, bud?
Yeah, to
the
what?
tangent and bitangent vectors.
So not to the sphere, right?
No, not to the sphere, but to the vectors
so
on the
then-
sphere.
Oh, your answer is no then, right?
So far, you've answered everything but what I've asked you.
Sorry, what was the question? Maybe perhaps I didn't hear it.
Yeah, can you have an angle off the surface of a sphere?
You can have angles on a sphere, yes.
Okay, go ahead and show me how you do that.
Look inside chat.
I have crit. We're gonna look at the side view of a sphere with a line going through it. So, Crit if you can repost it or somebody, and then you're gonna understand what that picture is. Just a side view of it, right? Now you understand. Now you don't have to play word games anymore, right?
Got the loudest mouse wheel, bro.
Yeah,
Looking
it
at the
is.
image.
It's my broken mouse.
Well, you see that there's a difference here. We got an angle drawn here. I'm not seeing an angle drawn on the picture there.
What do the 4 lines that are pointing towards the angles in the center?
So there are 4 vectors. Well, if we added up all those vectors, it would lean
fucking
slightly to the bottom
angle.
right.
I'll ask you about
Wait.
the angle.
Yeah, they're not
You
vectors.
said I
Ray.
should add up
They're just
vectors.
pointers, buddy. Okay.
They're pointers?
They're just that's it, man. They're just pointing out something, man.
How do I add up pointers?
You don't.
The rays.
I don't, but he asked me to add up the pointers. How do I do that?
So
Did
take
he?
out a piece of paper, write down A, then next line B, next
No,
line
I don't know
C.
how to add up pointers.
Line
That's not
B,
something I can
In
do.
front of A, write down what angle A is, what angle B is, what angle C is, and what angle D is, and tell
Yeah,
us
they're
what
pointing
it
to each angle, Ray.
I don't see any angles in this drawing.
Hey, I have a question. If you guys are like wrapped up with this,
I don't
how
think we
many
are.
normals can you draw from a single point on a sphere? Can you answer that?
Yeah, it sounds like you said how many normals
I forgot maybe.
can you draw?
What? How many normal vectors can you draw from a single point on a sphere? One. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was asking. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Do you guys get that?
Yeah, I got it.
100.
That was Ree's entire point.
Nah, it's just one, bro.
Okay, so
And it's a
now,
default.
now, who is going to fucking add those up? Or are you guys just going to ignore it? Tell me if you're going to ignore it so I can move on.
It's like
Ray already
sort of
said he doesn't
like-
see no angles there.
like if you've got like a document that like your attorney prepared for you, and there's a sticker, like a little sticker over the top of the document pointing to a block. What do you think that means?
They make little arrow stickers too. They make little arrow stickers for documents that they stick on the line that they want you to
do. What do they want you to do? Measure it.
Vectors.
They want you to measure that vector and then
Wait, Radwin, did you understand my question?
No, I'm talking about something different.
We're seeing if you're able to understand like virtual, like anything. Like, do you need, like, does someone need to give, do you need to give a power of attorney to somebody, or are you able to sign legal documents on your own? Like, basically, is there something, like, are you somehow unable to legally represent yourself?
Me? No.
Okay, let's test that.
Wait, are we moving on from the vector thing? Because I thought we were making headway.
We're trying to see, do you know what an arrow means? So you see
arrow,
Kurt's getting down to the basics for you. He wants to know if you know what pointers are, what they mean. We're going to get all the way down to the very beginning, like 101 PowerPoint.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll get there all the way.
Because I feel like this is something that you guys are like wrong about. So let's hash it out.
So fields. We're talking about your fields.
Go ahead. What was your line of questioning?
If you see an arrow pointing to, like, on the document, do you feel something, or do you think something?
He feels.
I don't understand the question.
He feels down. He feels blue inside. He feels down.
Like right
What
here.
is happening?
You see this on the document. Does this cause you to feel something? Are you feeling it?
Good thing we're not signing documents, dude. This is so irrelevant.
That's a vector.
That's just a vector. So, like, so when you see that on the document that your lawyer prepared for you, what do you do next? Do you do this? Is that what you do?
What is that?
Yeah, is that what you would do?
What is that?
That's what I'm saying. So if a lawyer, you said, "Hey, I need to do something," and the lawyer's like, "Okay, sure, I'll do that paperwork, and it'll be and come by in the morning, and we'll make it official." You're like, "Yep, sounds good." And there's a little sticker on there that says "Sign here," pointing to something. Is this your answer? Do you do that? What do you do?
I just sign. I would sign.
Okay, so you do understand what an arrow pointing to something means.
Yeah.
I would calculate the tangent angle.
Okay, so you do, so that you get that then, what an arrow pointing to something.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, here we go. What does this mean? What should you do with these 4 arrows?
I have no idea what this is. What is this? What am I looking at?
Let's start back over.
Like, you're pointing at something, but I don't know what it is.
Maybe you need to label that sheet, line A, put a little line there where they fill in the blank, B, another line, and then you can put a little question. Add up all the angles. And they should be able to get it from there. Add up all the angles.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to, because that would price them out of be able to interact with any lawyer. Like, time is money. If the lawyer had to be like, "Oh, this is what you do here," they'd just be like,
"What the fuck are you talking about, man?" I'm so lost.
Yeah, you're completely lost. Exactly. You need a slobber nurse.
What on earth are you talking about?
You literally need a slobber nurse.
Jesus, man.
It's like the quote
killing me here.
Yeah, the quote QE, you don't know what this stuff means. And there's no way of explaining it to you. You're incapable of knowing what an arrow pointing to something means. This is beyond your ability.
It depends on the context. You're being disingenuous. We're not signing documents. We're talking about geometry. So obviously the context is different.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're here, Carter. Go ahead and tell me what those angles add up to.
There's not an angle. There's just, you have lines and then an arc.
So I was told that you could get 90 degrees. You could get 90 degrees there. Yeah. Someone said you could measure one of those and you could get 90 degrees. One of those angles is 90 degrees. And then when you drew it out, suddenly they don't know what arrows mean anymore. Which one's 90 degrees?
The one they're using is one they imposed based on their orientation.
So which one was 90? A, B, C, or D?
You don't have it. You didn't impose the correct vector.
Which one? Yeah, which one's 90 degrees? A, B, C, or D? One of them was 90 degrees.
None of them are.
None now.
Yeah, you didn't draw it right.
No, it's drawn correctly.
No, if you draw it like toward the side of the circle, then you would have.
Yeah, if you draw a tangent, that's what they're using as a vector.
There is no drawing it correctly. It's just that. There's no angle there, then there's no fucking angle.
So again, they're imposing a tangent vector. That's how they're making an angle.
Where's that at?
Tangent to the arc.
Is where? It's on the red line?
It's tangent to the curve, the circle.
Okay, yeah. So then what's the angle now? A, B, C, or D?
Move the purple line down like half an inch.
Which one's 90?
What are you talking about, dude?
Which one's 75?
Are you drawing another picture?
No, same one.
You didn't update it. It's still not correct. You need to have a tangent to the curve to make measurement.
No, the goal is, can you have a straight line and a curved line intersect and have an angle? No,
that's not what anyone's doing.
Not possible, right?
No one's doing that. You're right.
Okay.
And then you mentioned tangent points, and your other friend said those are equal to 0. Those are points. So you're not using tangents anymore.
Well, the arrow's pointing at a point.
No one said it equaled 0. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your buddy Ree, who left because he got humiliated in here.
He humiliated you guys because you don't know how math works. Like, this is just basic geometry. If you want to impose a vector, you just take a tangent to the curve. You don't use the curve. No one does that.
We got there with you. We couldn't get there with him. Whatever. Fuckwit. Sorry. Yeah.
You understand this then, right? If I put the black line there, then it makes sense.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you can answer the question then? Which one's 90 degrees?
None of them are. Are you talking about the purple and black line segment? The angles, none of them are 90.
Okay, and then we go like this.
Hey, what do you all think about that dude that went to the North or South Pole?
What do you get now? Which one?
Okay, so you just reverted it back to the one you had before. So yeah, there's no angle.
Now there's no angles.
Now you're taking away the imposed vector, which people use to make an angle.
So you're talking about the red and purple.
The red isn't really relevant. You use the red to construct the black.
Oh, can you do that?
Where's that at?
Using your reference.
Not do that. I could not do that ever.
Using the orientation of the observer and.
How about now? What do you get now?
Yeah, sure. You're so funny.
Well, it seems like the more mess, the more noise, or more information you add to it, it somehow gets you away from red and purple.
What's the point?
Bro, you need
You're
two
brick.
straight things to
Like,
make
no
it.
one disagrees with your idea that you can't create an angle between a curved line and a straight line. No one
Well, the
disagrees.
claim was you can.
You
Hold
can
on.
create other vectors
Ree
using a
said
curve.
you can do that. Ree said you can do that. Now, which one is it? You can or you can't?
You could draw
I
a
don't think she
line
said
to the
that.
top part of a circle and call that 90 degrees.
Yeah. You can get another vector from a curved surface.
So they'll all be 90 degrees. Every single one.
What are you talking about?
Dude, you said you can't, then you said you can. You're really
No.
getting confused.
It's because
I'm
you
not
threw
saying-
you threw in sphere, or like made it a 3D object or something, and then suddenly the answer changes.
Listen, I'm always said that you can get another vector from a straight line and a curved line, and then you can use those two vectors to make
That's not
an
what we're
angle.
using. We're not using that.
That's what you did. You made a black line segment, and then now we can talk about the purple and black line segments to talk about
We're talking
angles.
about red, though. We're not talking about black. We're talking about red.
Yeah, well, he just drew that to see what you would say.
Hey, yeah.
You said that you
Yeah, I
had to
already
line
said you
up
can't.
somehow with the red to get that angle. So, in other words, that red and purple create an angle according to you. Black just highlighted it for us.
No, dude, you can't have an angle between a curve and a straight line. I don't know why you're acting like I'm saying gibberish. Like, it's obvious, dude.
Oh shit, I got unmuted. Hang on, guys. Let me ask you a question, Kurt. How many right angles can you make from one point on a sphere?
Get a line,
Infinite.
then you get a curve.
Infinite, yeah.
That's true.
Infinite is the correct answer. How many of those will be perpendicular to that one point?
Or
on the sphere.
Where do you get your shit at, dude? Where do you live?
I don't know. Is it 4?
No, it's 1. There's only 1 point on it. There's only 1 point. I mean, there's only one perpendicular that you can draw on a sphere.
Okay, yeah, hold
at
on.
any given point.
Okay, so you know this is you can determine what this means. If you see this, what do you think someone's asking you?
It's 2 obtuse angles and 2 acute angles.
Okay, would your answer be this or not this?
Dude, what are you? Well, you're being so disingenuous again. Like it was completely dependent on the conversation. Why she posted that?
The other guy posted that as his answer.
He was being a smart ass.
No, she was asking what the freaking vector meant. That was it. You said sum it up. Like you said sum it up. Like you had these 4 vectors and you wanted to sum up the magnitudes. It was ambiguous. That's why she was asking for clarification.
No.
Just don't understand basic geometry.
No, fuck
so it
was
was
just
difficult for
being
you.
disingenuous and unnecessarily difficult.
Like if you spend a semester with college math, it will be ambiguous.
Hang on, let me ask you another way. How many tangents can you make at a point on a sphere? At a single point on a sphere? How many tangents are possible?
Like, is it 1?
Yeah. Who said that?
Me. Rockstar.
Are you a flat earther? I want Crit to answer actually, if he can.
You can't get an angle with a curved line and a straight line.
There you go.
Everyone's in agreement here with that. Why are we discussing this for a fucking hour? Everyone agrees there's no angle.
How are you supposed to get your baseline out to the GP of the star then?
Wait, you dodged the question. How many tangents can you make at a given point?
You already had it
sphere?
answered. Your question's been answered. Now we're going to ask you a question. How are you going to get your baseline for that
Wait,
angle
did you say 0?
out to the GP
Is
of
the
the
answer
star?
0? Because it's not 0.
What the fuck? Just let the drugs wear off and then maybe we'll talk to you. Nobody said that. Literally nobody.
So, do you agree it's only 1? You can only...
Okay, you already had your question answered. You don't get to ask it 5 times in a row. I guess that's it. Next. I really don't like that. Like, okay, I got a question, then it gets answered. Then, okay, I got a question, they just want to keep asking it. You're not cooking, dude. Maybe yourself.
So you see that second image that Radwin's just posted? Does that work on your ball?
Yeah, look at that. Question for you, Fry. You got a question? Now I get one. Look at the bottom line there. For that angle. How's that line getting to the GP of the star and forming a right angle with it? Over a curve. Can you explain if it's a tangent? Actually, just show it. Because if you explain, we'll just start hearing bullshit. Please just show it.
Wait, can you ask your question without using the word zenith? I don't know what that means.
Zenith is like straight up from where you're at. It's the point like straight
I
above
see, I
you.
see. Okay, I gotcha. So the blue line is the zenith?
I don't see any blue. Oh yeah, blue's the zenith. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if the observer, but that baseline's got to get to the ground position of that star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's going to be right beneath that star.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's going to be a right angle right there. So can you show it with a tangent?
Yeah, I mean, that's... You see the red line? That's the tangent. The red line is the tangent. Like the dotted red line. Not the solid one, the dotted red line.
No, you're
That's the
wrong.
tangent.
Not a right angle.
Tangents can only be points. It can't be lines.
Tangents can only be points? Tangent is a line.
Tangent is
No,
a
a tangent
line.
is a point.
A tangent is a line that touches a
tangent
point on
point,
a curved line.
tangent, not a tangent plane. It's called a tangent point.
Yeah, but someone
Are those
asked,
two,
like,
is that
Oh,
red
yeah.
line? And,
No,
is that
yeah,
a right
but
angle? Is that a right angle? The red line and the dotted
it's
right
supposed
red
to
line?
be a right angle. This is drawn incorrectly.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it a right angle?
It has to be a right angle.
That's
I
a
mean,
right angle.
Because it's drawn incorrectly. This is
What about the blue line? Is that a right angle?
to the tangent to where it's standing. Yeah, the
So they're
blue
not
one
both
is
right angles with
perpendicular.
that dotted line, are they?
They both are right angles. They both
Oh
are.
my goodness.
Yeah, this is drawn incorrectly. Why is the okay? So wait, so is the red the solid red line? Okay, that's the normal at that point. Is that where this is? Is this the perpendicular? Because that would make sense.
The goal here is to let you guys understand that if you do this, if you take a curved line of the Earth and try to navigate, what will happen?
I see what you mean.
But the problem is you can't seem to get there, and your answer is something like this here. It'd be like, hey, we're trying to navigate. And there was like, oh, sure, who's got the map? It's like, I got the map. Okay, who's holding the compass? LT has a compass. Okay, what's Ray doing? And you look, and this is what Ray's doing. And you're like, okay.
No, I get you. I think, okay, I understand your point. I think the problem here is, you see the angle between the solid red and solid blue? that angle is so insignificant that it doesn't
wait,
matter.
Fry, I don't mean to go. I'll be right back. I got something I got to do real quick.
Sure.
Someone else pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who was listening, I think you guys bring up a fair point here. Like, you know, how does this make sense on a sphere? And I think the answer is like that angle is so insignificant that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the star is like millions of miles away. It's almost the same.
No, not the distance to the stars. The distance to the what do you call it? Like the perpendicular down from the star, which would be like, you know.
So because the star's so
10
far
miles
away, it's almost the same
at the
angle.
most.
But what he just said, Paul, what he just said was this makes sense to him. Right here. This makes sense.
Yeah, this is basically how it works. I mean, the sphere is like huge. That's why this works. But
he said it doesn't work.
So the curve is so minute. The curve is so minute, you can just treat it as being flat and just take your angle anyway.
I could be wrong, but this is. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know enough, but I would assume that's the case. Is that the? I mean, have you guys talked about this with other people who probably know more than me?
Yeah, everybody knows more than you on this, obviously.
What's the answer? What did they say? I mean, because this is a valid point. I'm not saying like, you know, this is. What you guys bring up, this makes sense.
That's
Like,
a valid point. In order to get to a star where its ground position is directly underneath that star, you need a flat surface to get to it, not a curved surface.
Yeah.
What if the star is so
unless you
far away? Doesn't
curve
matter?
that line so it just follows the curvature of the Earth. But then you don't have a proper angle anymore, do you? So then you got to say stuff like, well, the curve is so insignificant, it makes no difference.
I mean, you can calculate it, the value, like, you know, this is going to be like, you know, 0.0001% of the radius of the Earth. Like, it's so insignificant.
No. Depends how far you're going.
Maybe. I could be wrong. I generally, I don't know. This is.
Oh, you are wrong. It's not that you're going to be wrong. It's just, you just got to understand that you're wrong.
I'm saying I could be representing the globe
you the right
model
way.
incorrectly. So don't quote me on that. Yeah, but the tangent thing like always confuses me because I hear a lot of flat earthers say that it doesn't make sense on a sphere to have a tangent.
It makes sense to have. You can no one's saying that. Saying is in practical use, you're not doing that. You're getting the angle that the celestial object appears to be above the surface of the Earth, not above a tangent plane. You're saying that the surface of the Earth is the tangent?
I would again, yeah. I mean that's fair. Like you know, the surface of the Earth can't be a tangent because it's supposed to be curved.
It would be the thing that you're drawing a tangent to. But that's not what they're doing when they do this shit. They're just seeing how far above the surface of the Earth the star or sun or moon or planet or whatever appears to be. Get that angle. That's the angle that you get. In the image that Radwin The last image Radwin posted. He's using the what are those things called?
Sextant? I don't know.
Basically, it's a rudimentary sextant. It's what do they call that again, guys? Not an ephemeris,
Astrolabe.
What kind of thing is it? Astrolabe, thank you.
Excellent. And I think it's dope. I should get that. Is that on Amazon?
Did we get to a conclusion?
But Embo just decided to post the center of Earth as his example to be able to do all this stuff.
Embo's here. Tanga.
Yeah,
Embo
but
can answer
Embo-
these questions.
Embo, the
I hope
goal
so.
was to take away anything that's causing you to not understand this. So if you put Earth in the middle or you make some sort of spherical object, this causes people to brain fart. So here, do
Wait,
this.
what
use
the fuck
this
is
one.
this dip? What is this dip thing, bro? What is dip? Is that a significant angle?
No, I don't really think stupid people not understanding things is a good determination standard if something is true or not. I mean, most of the people don't understand like quantum mechanics or whatever. This doesn't mean it's not true.
Oh my God. You're coming in hot, man.
That's you? You're talking about? You're
Yeah, that's what Embo does, though.
Yeah.
He comes in, he tries to, insult a bunch of people, and then wonders why he gets banned. And then also wants to talk about intelligence, as if the link between these three things shouldn't be obvious.
So
the flat earthers are saying that people are trying to rile people up and getting banned. Then I'm inclined to believe the other guy because you guys absolutely have a problem with that, without question.
Well, okay,
He literally came in and called the entire room low intelligence, and you're defending him, so you must be low IQ as well.
Dude, then go away. If you think that you join the flat earther room, knowing it's a flat earther room, and thinking flat earthers are the problem, like, how many contradictions can you say in one sentence?
And for that matter, why would you waste your time talking to a bunch of crazy flat earthers? What are you, stupid or something?
This is a big time crybaby right here. This guy he opened his mic, started crying, and has wondered why he got attention. Like, have you tried doing something other than crying? Like, not everything like your mom, your parents did you a disservice by just letting you cry anytime you wanted something. They should have made you self-soothe somehow. Like, got you to figure out how to self-soothe. So you'd be able to join a room like today and not instantly start crying your tears out. Dude, you were muted simply as charity.
I despise half the globals that come in here. Swear to God.
Yeah, this is a guy interesting too. I was like, I know that this dude, I had to look at, like, he was really interested in what flat earthers do and flat earthers don't do. And I'm like, sure, well, you want to talk about it? He's like, no, flat earthers are creepy, leave me alone. Okay, well, go away then. Like, why you if flat earthers are creepy, you're acting creepy, you're a flat earther according to you.
So, our Indian friend, I just wanted to know, I assume you're Indian, do you think there's a link between, are you from India? Somewhere else? Yeah, okay. Would you say there's a link between pattern recognition and high intelligence?
I would say so.
Okay, so when someone comes in, they insult the room, and then get banned, and then they do it again, and then they do it again, and then they do it again and again and again. Would you say that that's a high intelligence individual?
I mean, there could be a lot of reasons why it. I mean, maybe just enjoy it. You know, who knows?
It doesn't point to high intelligence, though, does it?
And you know what's interesting too? You could see them do the same thing in other rooms. Like you could see the log. There's a lot of hit parade people here who just go from one guest channel to the next. Like this guy here, speed running. It's like he thinks it's speed running the server to get muted and banned on as many channels as possible.
Right.
Is it like a Discord achievement gets unlocked if you get banned within a minute?
Right. But I just find it ironic that the one person who doesn't realise calling the entire room stupid gets you banned is the one calling everyone stupid. It's like, dude, you don't have any pattern recognition. You're the dumbest person here.
He's got a profile picture of the moon. That's so cute. Trump supporters are they called? Damn.
Oh yeah, look at. I mean, that's like his username, like user-defined name. So he's telling everyone he's in a cult because Trump is going to make America great again, which he's talking about the space age, the Apollo program, and he really wants men on the moon. So what he's going to do is say, "Let's do it. Let's get a cult going, and we'll do a cult of personality. We got us a god empire, a god emperor." We got the empire, the Imperium of Mankind, and we're going to go to the moon.
For the blood god?
To the moon, yeah.
Did they do the moon landing thing on television again? It would create more flat earthers.
Well, I don't know if you heard. Do I send you the news, Fry? I'm trying. I don't think I do.
What is that?
Because they can't go to the moon. They don't have a heat shield.
Really?
Yeah, and they destroyed the technology. Can't do it again.
Can't they take them off the space shuttle?
You think they would? They'd be like, does anyone's got some heat shields around this motherfucker? You're like, yeah, there's a bunch hanging on the wall of Smithsonian. There's some from the space shuttles. They're randomly placed around America. Fuck, no one's got any. No one's got any heat shields.
Aren't they planning to send people like next year?
No, this is what's really fun, okay? Go to the Artemis Wikipedia page, then look at edit history. It is fucking glorious as you watch the timeline go from 2018, 2019, 2020,
Really?
2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and now it's like no date, 2030, 2032.
Yeah, it was pushed way out to 2050 something, but I think they brought it back a little so people didn't freak out.
Oh, it got delayed to April. Oh, damn. That sucks.
That's what's great about Wikipedia. You could see like an idea changing over time and how people explain it or articulate it. And the Artemis program is an absolute peach to look at that one. Absolutely a peach. It's like, hey, flat earthers, how are you going to explain when Artemis lands on the moon in 8 months? Okay, 8 months pass. 10 more months. 15 months from now. Or then 15 months go by. 6 more months. Like, holy shit, dude, you've been hitting that snooze button for almost a decade.
This is what I don't get, right? Like, they're taking in so much money. Like, what's stopping them from, like, staging a moon landing if they, like, really wanted to?
You know what they got too? This is another one. Musk just came out and said this Raptor engine they've been using to test fire space shuttle or Starship.
Yeah.
It's worthless. It doesn't have enough lift. Yeah, they tried to put just a banana into the motherfucker. Like, can you get a banana to low orbit and it crashed in the ocean. It didn't even get to low orbit. And then they're like saying, dude, it couldn't even lift a banana up. Like, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, the Raptor engines just don't have enough thrust. So you spent like billions of dollars and you don't even have an engine to get you to low orbit where you would then have to refuel some 17 times to then get your ass to the moon.
That's insane.
So if it's all made up, why do they keep fucking stuff up and pushing dates back if they could just fake it?
Weapons. It's weapons testing. It's black site, black funding for weapons.
So it is real, but they're all weapons.
It's always been about, from day one, it was a Nazi war criminal weapons designers. They just slapped a sticker on it, called it NASA, said it was peaceful exploration of space. And it's been weapons since the very beginning. Eisenhower warned your dumbass. That's the guy who signed NASA into law. In case you didn't know, because your history book got burned somehow. So here's the news. I would say if all these people who think flat earthers are just dumb, go call up NASA and let them know that you not only have a heat shield, but you've got a rocket motor, and you did all this. You're able to get this all done because of your superior intelligence, because you rated flat earthers as lower IQ than you. That's called illusionary superiority. Just say you can use illusionary superiority and you've got all the answers that NASA needs.
So you guys believe in ICBMs and rockets and stuff?
There's no one here is talking about beliefs. So right here, NASA's Crew capsule had heat shield issues during Artemis 1. Flat earthers, like I reported on this when Artemis 1 happened. And they basically, there was a globalist server. I'm like, hey guys, what are you going to do about the heat shield? Nothing. They have a heat shield problem. No, they don't. I start linking articles. Yeah, here. Fake news, conspiracy theorist, abject retard. Mute him, seize him, get him out of here. He's disrespectful to a man, to human achievement. We just went around the moon since 50 years. Now he's spreading fake news. Get him out of here. Get that troll out of here. And then over the years, I kept reporting on it. It's been a long time since Artemis 1 now. That's like ancient history.
See.
So you believe NASA's reporting on Artemis 1?
No, I'm saying if you believe their story, the current lore is they don't have a heat shield.
Can't they go to like an asbestos company and have them make it for them?
Why is their lore so deep if it's fake? Why don't they just be like, hey, it worked, here's a fake
Because
picture.
you'll believe it. That's just the point. You'll just gobble it up. They could tell you, oh, bummer. One of the astronauts has a cold. And you see them out there like playing golf. And then it's like, wow, astronauts are really good. They can be sick. They can be too sick to travel to space, but man, that's a good golf swing right there. See, look at this Dear Diary post. He's like, crit stalker. He's a stalker. And then he just like says, I've never heard someone complain about other people thinking You're dumb. Okay, so if I respond to him now, I'm stalking him. If I don't respond to him, see, this is why this guy, he got used to crying all the time. Like anytime he needed something, he just had to cry and he got it.
Hello?
Hello.
What up?
How you doing, buddy?
Chilling, man. So
Yeah, contemplating what happened to our heat shield. What happened to it? Where's the heat shield?
Is that like some video game thing?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How's the 24-hour sun work in Antarctica? Conspiracy Santa.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
It's the sun is above your head.
In Antarctica?
Nobody knows how the sun works. Why would you ask us?
Yeah, I think what's interesting too is like the globalists will tell you, wow, we got something. What do you got? A 24-hour sun. Cool, what is that? I don't know. Do you? Like, holy, I thought today was the day. Like the 15th of December. You guys have been contemplating this for 4 days.
Well, the globalists have an explanation. What's the flat Earth explanation?
Well, why would you present an explanation?
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
Yeah, so if you've got an explanation in hand, like right now, you've got in your hand, you've got it right there, but you asked me for something that you think you already have.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
interesting.
I can explain the heliocentric reason, but I was asking if you could explain the flat Earth reason.
Who asked you for that? Did anyone ask you for it?
No, I asked you for the flat Earth one, and then you asked me for the heliocentric one, I think.
No, I'm just curious why you asked for one. Did you had to have had the flat Earth one already in hand too? Because apparently this was a final experiment to compare flat Earth to globe Earth. If you didn't have it in hand already, what was your method and practice to compare the two? If you didn't have one.
I've heard like 3 or 4 from you guys. I was curious what yours is.
Yeah, so if you didn't have it in hand, like I wanted to compare A versus B, and you're like, certainly, Toby, let's do it. Okay, give me A. Well, you have A. You said so, right? You put down right here, you want to compare A versus B, and then your next thing was, damn, I don't have. Does anyone got A? What happened to the A?
Are you saying
You're
that
like,
you
damn.
don't- Are you saying you don't have an explanation for the 24-hour sun?
I'm saying you don't. You don't have an explanation.
In the heliocentric people?
You didn't have anything to compare it to.
The heliocentric people
And-
have an explanation.
But you didn't have. You needed to compare it to something else. Did
The
you
flat
have
Earth
that?
people have like 3 or 4 different explanations.
Okay, so which one did you use to compare it to?
Well, I'm asking you right now so I can compare it. What's yours?
Yeah, you should have had this already. The goal right now is to get you to understand you never had a final experiment to begin with. What you had was a lie from a mega church super pastor, some dude who collects 1980s toys, a guy who likes camera lenses and has a dog, and then some dude who fancies himself a critical thinker but doesn't think at all.
So you think they're faking the observations?
No, I'm telling you, I think they did not have a final experiment. They lied to you. They bluffed. They bluffed you. And you saw this when the spectacular went down, when one of the contestants called up Nathan Oakley and just started blurting, liar, liar, pants on fire.
So do you think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
What does that have to do with anything?
So do you think that or no?
What does it have to do with? This is what, for you to think.
The point of this channel is to deplete the shade of the Earth.
Okay, so let's do it. The point of this channel is what? What's the point of this channel?
Flat Earth.
channel. It's literally posted. Let's see. Can you read words? It says right here, posted the 11th of September, 2023.
I think it's like a flat Earth channel, right?
Yeah, what does it say there?
Sorry, can you read it for me?
It says, you ever get the feeling that something isn't right with the world?
Wait, where is that? Where does it say
The
that?
guest
think
rooms.
24-hour
Guest
sun?
rooms.
Are you not sure? Have
Guest
you not seen it
rooms
yourself?
info. Guest rooms info and rules.
I see.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is first we have to get you to understand you had no experiment to begin with. You don't even know what you compared the two different results to.
Forget about the 24-hour thing.
Once you realize that you didn't have that, you don't have an experiment, then it's time to wonder, how did you have an experiment and not have an experiment at the same time? What pipeline did you go down to get there? How did you
Forget about the
get
final
there?
experiment. I'm just asking, like, okay, if I'd asked you this 2 months ago, do you believe there's a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere?
Hemisphere. So a hemisphere now.
Okay, in Antarctica, dude.
In Antarctica, dude. In Antarctica, dude. So when I say
You're so
flat-
scared of this question, you've been dodging it for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's ducking and weaving. You can tell.
Yeah,
like fucking.
It's to get you to understand. Like, hey, how about pineapple on pizza, dude?
Yeah, I like pineapple on pizza. Okay, your turn. Do you believe there's
Oh,
a 24-hour sun in the southern
you're
hemisphere?
losing me, buddy. You're losing me. I was on your side.
This is the best part. There's two words here: flat and earth. Which word got you to hemisphere, sun?
All right, Antarctica, bro. Sorry.
And belief.
Do you believe there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
We're not talking about beliefs here.
They're not getting baited in. They all know about Juranism, bro.
No, journalism's comment was pretty good. Journalism's like, yeah, I saw something. I'm not really sure what I saw. It's not what I expected. There's an answer out there. I don't know what the answer is. The Earth's still flat. Jaren's answer was pretty measured and reasonable. The problem is they clipped it. They clipped out the second half of his answer. And you're like, dude, you knew they were going to do that. They did it to you in 2018.
I called it.
Yeah. You're like, Jaren, you can't trust these guys.
Why can't you say that instead of dodging the question? Just say, yeah, he saw something. I don't know. I didn't see it. I still flat.
I'm going to talk for Jaren. Jaren can talk for
Jaren. Weave.
I think you have the ability to think. He did answer your question.
Yeah, I was just speaking
See,
on
that's
the
the
video.
best part. Look at this highlights how contradictory your worldview. A, I didn't answer your question at all. No answer was given. B, the answer given was a dodge. Everything inside your worldview is deeply contradictory and irrational.
You didn't answer.
I didn't answer now. And I dodged.
Yeah, dodging is the act of not
Wait,
answering.
let me ask you something, buddy. Why don't you ask him what his favorite color is and whether or not he believes in
All right, he asked
Jesus
about pizza and I answered that. So why can't he answer my question?
No. My point. You're missing the point, buddy. I'm trying to point out to you that the question you're asking is equally stupid as asking
I
that
answered this
question.
stupid question. I told him I like pineapple on pizza. So now you can tell me if
I don't think you're following me. I don't think you're following what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can answer stupid questions. I just want to know what you
how we're going to tell you what another man is thinking, you know? Like, I don't know how to answer that question either.
See, right here, this is what you need, Rock Solid. This is a curator of the final experiment. This is a mega church super pastor called William Duffy. Okay, my take is everything gets shitty when two things happen to a community. The first thing is the mega church moves in, then the Walmart moves in. I said no thank you to whatever McDuffie is selling. No mega church in my flat Earth
There's
community.
a mega church in Colorado.
So right there, let's play this video. You can hear it right from the horse's mouth. It is okay to lie. It is okay to cheat. It is okay to steal. There's no, he claims.
Wait, hold on, Crit.
nothing-
What are you talking about here, Crit? Can you post what you're talking about?
Just talking about the character of the person who originated the idea, this experiment in the first place. He's speaking on his character as a pretty crooked person who's pretty proud to be crooked in this.
Yeah.
So it seems.
Do you want to contract with someone like this? I would say no. But I would say no. I would not contract with somebody who says it's perfectly. It's a good strategy to lie your way through a contract. You just did a good job. You suckered the other person. And then Jaren and Witsit and this Elizabeth, they contracted anyway. And now they kind of look like fools.
So what I'm getting from this
they would have looked worse though if they didn't go. You know what I mean?
Well, no, because he did a
brave.
video. He did a
Pretty
video
brave
where
of him.
if no flat earther agrees to go, he's going to send in the Darlocks. Like literally robotic killing machines from the Doctor Who.
Well, thank God Jaredism saved you from all that.
Yeah, right.
You guys were all scared to go to Antarctica because you knew you'd see a 24-hour sun.
Well, hold on, buddy. Like
If
the
they're all
reason why I
scared
never
to
want to
go-
go there is to independently explore. You can't do that still.
If they were all scared to go, how do they get people to go? If they were
Okay,
scared to go?
they asked 100 flat earthers and 3 weren't scared. Good for you.
No, they didn't ask 100.
Yeah, but you could ask 100 regular
They
people
asked-
who aren't flat
Who the
earthers.
fuck are these 100 flat earthers you
Who's got
speak
time to
of?
go to
Old
Antarctica?
wise man.
I mean,
Or do they live out in the woods past the cabin? Fuck are you talking about, dude?
Do you live in a cabin? Is what you're saying?
I mean, what do you think?
No,
flat
this guy's
earthers are like
talking out his
Bigfoot?
fucking ass is
Hard
what
to
I'm
find?
saying. There's no 100 flat earthers that are offered this bullshit. What are you talking about?
There were flat
Fucktard?
earthers lined up around the block to go. They told the flat earthers no. They're looking for an individual type of flat earther. They want flat earthers who are on YouTube, who have lots of subscribers. There's one guy who was like, "Hey, McDuffie, I really want to go. This would settle the debate for me. If I see a 24-hour sun, it would literally mean that it couldn't be a flat. It would have to be a curved." And then the guy says, "I've lost family. I've lost friends. My marriage is in shambles. Take me with you." And he's like, "No, we're going to take a guy, Jaren, who says it won't prove anything one way or the other. We're going to take an Ethernet cosmology who will just adopt a new model of ether and some gal no one's ever heard of." He's
What's
like,
that guy's name?
Please, McDuffie, take me with you. I need to see the globe.
Who's the Please McDuffie guy?
Yeah, look it up. He's got all the videos. He posted.
What do I
the
search
videos.
to look up? What's his name?
Conspiracy. Do you have strong opinions on the 24-hour sun? Do you think it's real?
Use any answer you need.
He won't answer that.
Any.
Who's that guy you're talking about? Who's the guy who
I
begged to get
remember specifically that I asked the same question like a month or two ago, and you were like, "Have you seen the 24-hour sun? How do you know it's there?" And now we know it's there. It's like, oh well, I'm not going to answer the question.
How do you know it's there?
We saw a video of it.
That's it. It just all you need to do is see a video of something, and it's true.
Yes.
Well, Bigfoot then.
Yeah, you got
Is Bigfoot
your
there?
worldview is irrational.
Now
you can live in Alaska.
Someone just say go live in Alaska.
Do not believe the evidence of your eyes and ears. Just trust
Your worldview. If your worldview is based on "I saw it on TV," we've been making fun of that since the very. See, you are not listening to flat earthers.
So you
flat earthers telling you you've seen it. You've seen it on TV. It's one of the ways we mock you,
I'm just wondering.
and then you demonstrate. You've seen it. I've seen it on TV.
So
Okay?
you're not a huge fan of video evidence. I take it.
If that's what you think, if that's what
I
you
don't know. You're not committing.
I'm perfectly fine with.
You're not
Because I'm just
committing
going to sit back and say, "Look at this guy saw it on TV."
Maybe I can break this down in a way he'll understand, Crit. See, what Crit's trying to say to you is he has a high standard of evidence, and what he's also trying to say to you is you have a low standard of evidence.
Right.
And
What's the standard
your
of
standard of evidence is not his standard of evidence.
No, I don't think he has a standard.
You contradicted. If you think that, don't ask
Yeah,
me.
because
If
flat
you-
earthers
let's
videos
test
are
it.
way more
Let's
I
test
don't
it.
think it's
You think
credible
I don't
than
have a standard of
anyone
evidence?
else's videos.
Then you asked for my standard of evidence.
Sure. Let me ask you then. I'll ask you. If
But you can't
were
ask
wrong-
that now. You can't ask that now. You can't ask it. No, you can't. You can't ask that now.
His best friend Cheddar did shoot himself in the foot.
Yeah, you shot your whole worldview. Your whole epistemology is broken. You claimed you don't have a standard of evidence. And, Crit, what's your standard of evidence?
He muted him because he left.
Okay, ran away.
Crit, you had $1,000. You got to bet. They're either looking at 24-hour sun or they're all lying. Which way you been?
I saw the video where he said it's okay to lie, so I would go with he's lying.
That's
Come on,
did you look at the video? Did you see the video?
If you don't know about the flat Earth,
right from McDuffie's mouth, right from McDuffie's mouth, out of his lips, he said it's okay to lie, it's okay to cheat, and it's okay to steal, because sometimes you have to do these things to get the right results. And then you tell me, would this guy lie, cheat, and steal?
So Jeranism's lying too. They're all down there lying.
No, Jaren, you didn't listen. You only heard the first half of what Jaren says. I can post the whole video.
Okay,
it's like when the flat earther.
Okay. Repeat back.
Hold on, it's like during COVID when the flat earther died, right? And then he was resuscitated.
Hey, that's off topic, Grim.
Okay.
Remember, anything medical related.
Oh yeah. Okay. But forget the second part, right? I said during. I just meant like not because of, but during. You know, like I'll just use the date, like in 2021, right? This one of the flat earthers actually died, but he was resuscitated, right? But when he was gone, right, he had this out of body experience, you know, and he saw God, and he's like, "Hey, God, right? You know, tell me the truth. Is it flat or is it round?" And God was like,
wait, I think I've heard the exact opposite story in a different context.
Hold on. And God said, "I'm sorry, man, it's round." And then the flat earther came back.
You just said exactly the same thing that I heard in somewhere else.
And then he goes, "Hey guys, even God is in on it."
What the fuck? Crazy work.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
He's a
cool story, bro. What a fucking weirdo, man.
Come on,
it wasn't that good of a joke.
It'd be the every once in a while.
It was just an unfunny joke, I think.
Would be the Earth in on
I
it.
didn't know you were telling a joke. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You should have started saying, "Hey, buddies, I got a joke to tell you."
If I told it like that, people are like, you know, don't say a joke.
What about the Earth? Is the Earth in on it?
Every once in a while, it's okay to laugh and lighten up. I mean, nobody.
Practice your stand-up somewhere.
I'm not going to always, you know, be serious or whatever with everything.
Well, if the Globers would moderate this channel, would just always be laughing and degenerate talk.
Would you go to Antarctica?
You've got
a while.
That's.
I guess it's all subjective, right?
No, I just told you. I've been some of the most dankest, darkest globalist spaces. Yeah, it is literally awful. Like, I mean, you've got people making animal sounds in the back. It's like complete. They don't take this topic serious from the get-go. In their worldview, the word flat doesn't exist. You could ask them, what is flat? It's a shape.
No. You gotta ask them. No, it's not that. You gotta ask them if it's not curved. What is it? And then they're like, "Oh, I don't know."
No, Crit's right. I mean, they do
I've
both.
got no problem with
you're both right, but Crit's, yeah.
Oh yeah.
At any rate, I've got no problem with the 24-hour Antarctic sun. No problem at all.
Me either. I like it.
Awesome. I like it too because it demonstrated a counterclockwise rotation of the sky. It's a flat Earth proof.
And how can I actually know that they went to Antarctica? Can somebody explain me this? How do I know that they're actually not just on an outer island?
There's a flight
right?
You actually
Yeah,
can't.
how do we know it's not just
I'm
a
sure
big
that's
old
NASA
lamp
logic.
that's being strung along around by a piece of
The
yarn?
better question. Yeah, but the better question is not if you can or you can't. The better question is, the more logical question to ask yourself is, what logical reason do you have to doubt that they went to Antarctica? That's what you should ask yourself. Do you have one?
Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I was promised a 24-hour live stream. I didn't get a 24-hour live stream. I don't know why I didn't get any 24-hour
Why would you
live stream.
self-reflect? No, that's gay. Only homosexuals do that.
Like I hear the guy on another Discord channel. He was like repeatedly saying, "Well, we're gonna have everything for you guys. We're gonna have like 24-hour live stream, and then we have everything like set up, and oh boy, it was gonna be so great." And then we just literally got almost nothing, just like 20 minutes.
So
of,
how can we have 24-hour sun on the North Pole and the
some
southern
red flag you can't
hemisphere?
pass, and here's the camp, and guys, actually, it's it. Like 20 minutes later, the stream is off. Amazing. Wow, it's a really long
That's the
stream.
part that screws me up. Like on a flat Earth, how do we have 24-hour sun on both of the so-called hemispheres or whatever you would want?
But a better question is what the hell's making the sun shine in the first damn place? Like, you don't know that.
Why does the ball not have a sunset all year round? Is what you
Well,
could
we
be
do
asking.
know that like only matter can emit heat and light, right? So we know that. So we know it's made of matter.
You're asking the wrong question. You're asking why does a ball not have a sunset all
I
year
didn't ask
round?
about a ball at all. I asked about the flat Earth. I said, how on a flat Earth we
No,
have
that's not
24-hour
what you're
sun
supposed
on
to be
both
asking.
sides of both
You're
sides of
supposed to
whatever
ask,
kind of
how
map we
does a
can
ball-
design.
No, you're asking the wrong question, Goofy. You're in the wrong category.
Okay, tell me which question I should be asking.
Is the surface of Earth curved or flat?
That's the first number one. Number two.
I'm just going to say I see a
How does
horizon,
the ball
so I'm not going to
have
interpret it any
sunsets
other way.
now? Is the
I'll
ball
tell you
have a
what question you
sunset?
should ask yourself. You should just start by asking yourself, do you observe the Earth as flat? Yes or no? Start with that question. Let's start with that. Do you observe it? Yes or no? As flat?
No.
You don't observe the Earth as flat?
No, I do not. I live on a
Like
mountain.
with your own eyes. I want to
I go
clarify
right
this. With your
outside
own
and
eyes.
know it. Just looks
I live on a mountain.
Looks like
Holy
mountains
shit.
to me, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about
Okay, you got a
topography.
What am I
I'm
supposed to
talking
do? Start making inferences? You said, does it look flat to me? I'm giving you the answer. No, not everybody lives on the beach.
All right, fine. I'll put a qualifier on it. Hold on. I'll put a qualifier on the question. Apart from topography, do you observe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then what other than, apart from topography, would you call the Earth not being flat? Talking about general curvature, like the Earth being a globe, or are you talking about something else now?
I'm talking about towers being chopped off from the bottom up as I go away on the beach.
What the fuck?
All
You
right,
have a
so
side view?
obstruction from
So,
the
and the
bottom
closer
up.
I get to these towers, right, the
visual
more of the
obstruction from
bottom of the tower, the more of the bottom of the towers I can see, right?
All right, now my question is to you is, can this occur on a flat surface, and can we prove this, yes or no?
How could I know since there's no flat surface like that to prove it on?
Well, hold on. India was in here just the other day. He was just refreshing my memory on this. They went to a lake that was 1,000 feet across, all right? And they know that in the globe model, with the radius of 3,959 miles, over 1,000 feet, there should be no horizon to be visible, all right? There should be no obstruction from the bottom up due to curvature of the Earth over 1,000 feet, because 1,000 feet is just simply too short of a distance on the surface of a sphere with 4,000-mile radius for there to be obstruction. But nonetheless, they were able to give two different examples of RC boats being placed on the water and going across the river across the lake away from the camera and being obstructed from the bottom up on the water, RC boats 1,000 feet or less away. Now, this shouldn't be physically possible to be done as a result of curvature, according to the radius of the globe. So nonetheless, where there would be a lack of curvature to make this effect happen, nonetheless, this visual effect happens.
I make the visual effect happen with my camera by putting the aperture and unfocusing the lens towards the further distance. So if it's more focused on a forward distance and it's not focusing on the object that's actually moving out, then the object that's moving out is going to blend in with the bottom object. I can prove that with the camera very easily. So what you're looking at there is not what you think you're looking at. It is literally an artifact of the camera lens and aperture and focal length of the camera.
Okay, yeah. All the more further my point, it is
it's a shutter issue where the shutters are blending together in the camera.
Okay.
It's
all right,
not
so it's not curvature.
an effect that's happening on the ground outside of the camera.
All right, so you would concede then that with the RC boat, it's not curvature of the water that's obstructing the RC boat. You're conceding that then, right? To start with,
correct.
Right? Okay, so now moving forward from that, then the question is if you're going to say that obstruction from the bottom up visual effects are caused by curvature of the Earth and other examples, how are you going to go about proving that is that as opposed to optical?
Focusing on the object that's actually going over the horizon instead of not focusing on the object that's going over the horizon. That's how you do it. That's why we can clearly see objects that go over the horizon when they're being focused on, and we can also not clearly see them when they're not focused on as they blend into the horizon.
So how far away is
going over the horizon?
So maybe we should just focus on the horizon itself for a second. How is there a limit to how far the horizon should be at a certain height, or can we see it any distance away?
Depends on where you're standing, or if you're not standing.
Yeah, like at the ocean. Like if you're to take for instance, you got a camera right on the
at
beach.
6 foot. What's the average at 6 foot due to refraction and all of that? And the average would be, I guess, about 2.98 miles.
So when you say refraction, you're talking about in just the medium of air, right?
Yeah, the actual physical thing that happens when light bounces off of molecules.
Is this Snell's law of refraction you're talking about? To be
Snell's law, Fermat's principle, Rayleigh scattering. There's lots of different.
Hold on. Let's just start with Snell's law. Let's just start with Snell's law. So Snell's law.
Because you've been going
Snell's law requires
like waiting for me to make a mistake.
Media, not one media.
You just get to your point.
You just
I don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, you just did. You just said Snell's law applies to one medium. Snell's law applies to two media.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just said, Snell's law applies to the air itself only.
Where do you see one medium, bro? When you have two different air temperatures in the same medium, that's not considered the same medium anymore. Because there are two different pressures, so two different densities.
It's not considered Snell's law, is it? If it's one medium, it's just air.
That's why I also said and Fermat's principle, because you go with both. You didn't hear that part?
Anyway, are you saying that?
What are you flailing around for? Like I didn't cover my bases, brother.
Yeah, let me ask you this very simple question that might sum up this conversation a lot. Does atmospheric refraction make the globe unfalsifiable?
Well, first of all, we're not presuming it's a globe, right?
Didn't answer my question.
Am I supposed to presume it's a globe?
Well, it seems like you kind of are. I don't know how to answer that.
You're having a hard time.
You
Seems
kind
like
of
it's all
are.
you're doing.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking about reasons why we would see what we do
How
see.
can this happen
I'm not
on
telling
flat
you what
Earth?
the
Seems
shape
like-
is. No, I'm just
When
telling
you come in and say,
why
how
it can't
can
be
this thing happen
it can't be
on
done in
flat
certain
Earth?
ways or can be done in certain ways.
Okay,
right? And
well,
I'm not
show
going
us
to
how it
decide
can
for
be done
you
on
like
a
whether or
ball.
not it's flat or not. I couldn't
First, demonstrate how it can be done on a ball. Then get back to us, funny boy.
You see the
like you don't know who I am, J-Mark.
right?
I'm not trying to pin him down.
Brother, go
I'm
juggle
letting
some
him
fucking
practice
balls.
on me, bro. Relax. That's why I'm being cool and relaxed and everything. I'm not trying to point him down. I can do. You know, I can aggravate him much better than this. Come on.
Do it.
I'm not trying
you do
to.
see the problem, though, right? Like
I'm
if
trying to
atmospheric.
play along with him.
Is that
Yeah, okay, you don't need to talk to me, buddy. You can talk to me. You're talking to me. Hey, so you don't need. So what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to point out to you is, if it is the case that atmospheric makes the globe unfalsifiable, then by it being unfalsifiable, it falls into the category of pseudoscience. If anyone calls it science, the Earth being a globe and being proved by science, it's pseudoscience because there is no way to unfalsify. There's no way to falsify it. There's no way to prove it wrong. There's no pathway to prove it wrong, which means it's just strictly.
All right, are you done answering for me? Because I never submitted to unfalsifiable, right? Or you just you flailed too hard right there. All right. So by what I say is it's by averages. I don't know if you heard me before, but I said it's by taking over many different times. So the average would be about 2.98 miles. That doesn't make it unfalsifiable.
Okay, so like, do you know the black swan observation, the still from that video camera? Are you aware of that? Off the California coast.
And another thing I wanted, before we get too carried away, just only answering your questions, you mind if I take the reins for a second? I haven't asked any questions. I've answered 14 now. I've been keeping track.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's a good.
It's fair, right?
I don't give a fuck.
I asked one. Okay, well now you're mad.
Black swan for every 14.
No, I don't care. Do you know about the black swan or not? Are you familiar with that? Yes or no?
This is what they call home team advantage. You don't care. You just want to be ultimate.
Oh, he just wants to talk about his feelings now. He doesn't want to talk about the Earth being flat.
I don't know about. Look, I'm Mr. Grimm. I don't know if he knows who I am, but somebody in here tell him. I know all about your black swan. I was the first one to be on Nathan Oakley's show.
Great. I don't care about that.
Bro. I've been around here before.
That's a big flex, bro. Congratulations.
He really hear himself talk, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Says the guy who's already asked me 14 questions and won't allow me to ask him one. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Doesn't like to hear.
You're familiar with the black swan. So are you saying we can see the horizon at 10 miles away due to atmospheric
I'm familiar with your blank swan. I'm familiar with the blank swan that you call a black swan.
Oh. No, it just sounds like he's speaking gibberish, man. I'm done.
Yeah, really. I'm familiar with what you call a black swan.
Okay, hold on.
In the Isle of Man, and I'm familiar with all of that.
Grim.
I mean, they only talked about it for 2.5 fucking years straight and they didn't even know for the whole time where they were taking the photo from. They didn't have any metadata.
Just mute him at this point.
Grim, can you hear me? Or am I?
Yeah, man, I can hear you. I'm just responding to dude.
Maybe you don't understand the lore. Who's the first person to use the black swan?
Oh, what was it? Nathan Oakley?
No.
I mean, I'm sorry, his buddy. What's his name?
No, QE.
Yeah, that's his buddy, right?
Yeah, no, it was the Rumpus.
Oh, Rumpus. Same thing. Yeah. That's his buddy. I swear to God, they act like they're not buddies, but they are.
Oh, they could be buddies. The Rumpus said this observation demonstrates a new type of refraction that's never been documented.
Superlumined.
Superlumined. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Yeah, what it was is it answered the question, why do you see too far? You see too far because the surface of the Earth is loomed up, over, and around the surface of the Earth.
Well, it's two different things that are together. I think Rumpus was rumpusing himself pretty hard that day. But there's a mirage, the superior and inferior mirage. If you think of it that way, then you can see that an inferior mirage flipped to a superior mirage over the distance of, I guess would be the maximized distance of the regular 1 point whatever refraction, 7 something, right?
Yeah, so what you've got, I think what they did was they traced it out with ray tracing using Mick West. And Mick West said there's 17 or whatever. Yes, an odd number of flips. So if flips right, upside down, right side up, upside down, right side up, upside. Multiple.
It had to flip a lot. I mean, but there was so much distortion in it too. It's not clear. So that's kind of like if we were going to say it's a black swan, to me there'd be a more clear image without the laddering and the distorted squares. You know what I mean?
What QE did was took it away from imagined light effects and brought it to geometry question.
Right, which would bring it to like almost an impossible parabola.
Yeah, that would make it, if it still was a globe, that globe would be like with a radius of like, I think someone said 250,000 miles. Like something ridiculous. Like it'd be a globe of such a size and shape that it isn't physically possible. Like it's not off by 5 degrees or 5% or something like that. It would be like 17 times larger than it currently is.
Yeah, but I thought George or whatever, what's his name that died?
Yeah, George Nunchucks.
Yeah, fucking. I thought because he's like some math head, right? I thought he.
He said was his quote said the best you've done here is falsify the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So to hear that from him, see, that's what Crit. I don't think a lot of people in here understand how I am with flat Earth, right? I'm not trying to destroy it.
No, I get it. Yeah, you're flat Earth adjacent. You're not actually flat Earth, but
Yeah. So I mean, when people start doing me like the guy was doing, right? It's kind of like just kind of fucks up the whole thing because that's not what I'm doing.
You don't come around as much as you used to, so people kind of forgot who the real Grim is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I might have changed my name through here because I got fucking kicked off for talking about medical shit. Not out of here, but off my own shit.
You should rename yourself to Grim Shady.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm smoking microorganisms.
Have any of you ever tried to launch a high altitude weather balloon?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Ego, are you done being a dipshit?
A dipshit. I was being genuine.
I'll just bounce you out of here. Yeah, are you guys say yes or no? Either A, you're done being a dipshit, you can stick around, or no, you're not done. Then I bounce you back out of here.
I'm done being a dipshit. It was never my intention to come over across that way. I thought I came over as polite. My bad.
Okay, you're good. All's forgiven. It's a brand new instance of Flat Earth chat.
Okay, and don't you love Christianity? I mean, shit.
Yeah, that's what I forgive.
Everybody's forgiven. It's cool.
I forgive those who trespass, and those I've trespassed against me. You know, they forgive me. I know I just butchered that, but
it's like the golden rule, right?
I think you just got worked up by Ray, like being goofy, and instead of like, it's like an instance of like flash dancing or something like that, performance art, and you wanted to get worked up in there, and it was like, dude, no, stop it, and you couldn't, because once you went down that trajectory, once that ray, or whatever, that vector was drawn, you had to get to the full conclusion.
Okay.
I was just thinking, no, that's my kid's name, man. Ray. And my other kid's name is Vector. No, I'm just kidding.
That's like with your boxing gloves. On one boxing glove, you got Ray. On the other boxing glove, you got Vector. Which one do you want? Do you want Ray or Vector?
What's your vector, Victor?
Yeah, Ego, what you could do with your balloon is take a sniper shot from that balloon and see how the Coriolis works.
Yeah, with like a GoPro.
Is Coriolis on or is Coriolis off with a hot air balloon? Or maybe not hot air, like helium or whatever. Whatever
helium,
you do.
I think helium's cheapest. Yeah.
So with that balloon, do you have Coriolis on or Coriolis off?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. You're not really sure, so that works. That would be like the astronauts going through the Van Allen belts. How did you get through the Van Allen belts? I didn't know they existed, so I didn't have to account for it.
The buckle was unlatched that day.
We jiggled it. That's it? That's all you had to do was just jiggle it? Yeah.
Well, how'd you get through the Van Allen belt? Well, I sucked in my belly.
I blinked a lot. I blinked and I didn't know it was there. And then when someone asked me, how come it's not working? How come the Van Allen belt didn't work? I jiggled it.
Well, you know the real reason, right? It's because it's weaker towards the polar areas, so that's where they went through.
Yeah, that's the excuse. The excuse was they just got lucky. God bless America, man. You could not navigate through that area of space. You see, what happened was they just got lucky, and all 6 times they went, They just happen to go through the area that wouldn't be fatal dose of radiation. Wow, what a coincidence. God was really with America that day.
Well, if you think
God
about
loves
it, though,
capitalism.
if you're not grounded, you can go through electric fields without damage. Usually, like I mean, you like a bird landing on the wire, right? He's completely in voltage, right? But he's not grounded, so the voltage just passes over him, just like it would you if you were on the wire. But if you touch that other wire, or you grounded yourself anyway, you would explode, and you'd be the resistance between the current and the objective designation. Or you'd be the designation, right? So it seems like, I'm sure the electrical part of it wouldn't be so dangerous, but then again, you have, whatever other radiations they talk about that, would probably affect you on a cellular level, even EMF waves and shit. But I don't know,
Grim,
I guess it's the it's the cosmic rays, right? The nucleus of the high energy cosmic rays that cause they hit the nucleus of a cell, of a molecule or an atom, and then destroy it and explode it into a bunch of different fragmented subatomic particles or some shit, and then they end up being like high energy microwaves or low energy microwaves. What was your question? Sorry, I was rambling.
Yeah, what do you think? What's next? What's okay? So we got the final experiment is so almost in the books. It's almost written down. What do you? I mean, just your take. I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. But
Is that what they're calling that Antarctica thing? I think I've heard it.
Yeah, the final experiment.
Oh, okay.
I'm just curious. What's your guess? If you were to take a guess as to where the community shifts next, or what's going to be the next thing?
Oh,
is it going to be flat earthers said?
I don't think it's going to change. I don't think anything's going to change for a while. It's kind of, and no offense, but I mean, anybody who gets polarized into a position that wants to fight about the thing every day isn't the kind of person that's going to change their mind on it the next day, no matter what the fuck happens. So I don't see a lot happening. Even if you're right or if you're wrong, you guys aren't going to change your minds because you're power into it right now. You're invested.
Well, you'd have to give me some proof. Like, so how does pointing at the
No, I mean, that's not my part. I'm not trying to do that to you. Okay. Like, you know how your world is your world,
well, I don't mean by you have to give me proof. I can't prove the Earth is a globe.
I don't know about the gloves.
I can't prove the Earth is a globe, so I'm not going to claim it. But if somebody had proof that I wasn't privy to, and they could be kind, like, hey, where's your evidence of the glob? So, like, if you got, because I don't have it, I've tried to prove it, I couldn't, so I'm not going to claim glob. I can prove a flat Earth. So I'm
just thinking, like, I can't imagine, and this isn't to say that someone else can't, but I can't imagine how we're going to have 24-hour sun all the way around this ice wall that goes around the perimeter of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, how do you see it that far away from any one place on that ice wall, right? Like, there'd have to be portals and magic and all kinds of shit for that to happen. And also the next year, the other half of the year, up on what we'll call the north or central area or the center of this map or whatever, you have 24-hour sun there again on that time, the opposite time, which fits on the globe model in the angles and everything that this thing is sitting at. But I can't imagine a way that it works on a flat Earth. That's where I'm at.
Well, that's a problem because it should have been in hand prior to their final experiment. They'd have to say, hey, this is flat Earth, this is globe Earth. In which one? Because this is what I'm getting at. Which of these three statements is true? The sun sets on flat Earth. Or B, the sun can't set on flat Earth.
Well, I think that's a separate discussion, right?
Well, because I've been told by globalists it's not possible on the flat Earth for the sun to set.
Of course it is with typology, right? With topology, it is. If it's like going over a flatter area and you're on the other some mountains or something, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, but at 3,000 miles high, I don't know the refraction that would be necessary to, try and figure that out. But without any refraction, it wouldn't. But with refraction, I couldn't tell you one way or another. And I know that there is no without refraction. So all there is left is there is refraction. So I still don't know one way or another.
Okay, so here's a video of the sun. Here's a video of a very cold climate with almost no refraction, and the sun doesn't set. Is that proof of a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
I don't know. Evidence is a different word than proof. I usually stay, me personally, I stay away from those words, proof words, unless it's with just math.
Well, I'm saying, okay, so here it is. Somebody says on a flat Earth, the sun it's not possible for the sun to drop below the horizontal line of a flat Earth.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. That wouldn't be in the situation, in that situation where it would be the only place on a globe that you would see the 24-hour sun. That would be a contradictory, statement, because no glober is going to say that there is not one place on the Earth where there is not, you know what I mean? Because there is 24-hour sun. So we're not going to say that you find on our poles, you find 24-hour sun proves a flat Earth. We're not going to, that's because it proves to them the round Earth, since you don't see this anywhere else. You'd have to see it everywhere else. It wouldn't be location specific for the flat earther, but for the baller, it's location specific. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what you've got here is the conversation would pivot to what is special about Antarctica that allows you to see the sun and Earth as they truly are, and what is different about the rest of the world, where you've got refraction, you've got topography.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it's so cold, you're saying that's where but the thing is even in cold air, there's refraction, because unless it's homogeneous, right? It like, let's say in Antarctica, the sun reflects off the ground, which makes the ground warmer than the air around it, right? So the ground is warmer. So you're going to have a reverse effect with the, what do you call it? You'll have more looming instead. I mean, what do you call it? I don't know. Not more.
Mega looming.
Yeah. At times you would see not looming, but the opposite of looming. Like it would be trying to set the sun harder, to me, I would imagine.
Brother, can I speak, brother? Brother, can I speak?
We out here listening to Laura Loomer.
So what look at here.
What's the opposite of looming? Sinking?
Sinking.
Yeah.
So is it possible for the sun to set on flat Earth? So if the answer is yes, then explain how the sun sets on flat Earth. If no,
I would imagine.
Well, hold on.
I'm just going to take the position of the flat earther and try to imagine a way, right? Like,
okay, great.
A lot of ballers won't do this, right?
If I may, Graham, can I finish real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah, for sure.
So this is a Boolean expression. Is it possible for the sun to set on flat Earth? If yes, explain how this happens. If no, explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I will explain, brother. I will explain first, brother.
Grim,
I will explain.
Grim's talking right now. You can be next.
Brother. What I want to say is, Christianity.
Okay.
Brother, let me explain.
Okay, bye, buddy. You're tripping.
Okay, Grim, do you want to yield the mic or do you want to talk?
If he wants to go and he's serious, yeah, for sure.
All right, go ahead then. Grim's going to yield the mic to you. But hey,
First of all, Christianity is a religion, brother. It is authored by 70 people, 70 corrupted people.
Shut the hell up.
That is why Christianity is so fake, brother.
Yeah, no one cares.
You bloody.
Okay,
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
All right,
you know what server you are in?
Go ahead, Grim. I mean, it was kind to let the guy talk, but
okay,
he clearly did have.
I would say yes to the question as a flat earther, right? And then I would say, I would give a reason like because of refraction, also, and we have different altitudes and stuff too. So depending, on where you are. Wait a minute, I took the wrong position again. That was stupid. So hold on. So yes, with the same argument that a baller would give, just reverse the temperatures in some cases, right? And you would, you definitely would be able to see the sunset in some places. I can't explain why they would set in almost every place, right? But and then I would have to bring the sun down pretty low. I don't know how I would do that, but maybe lower than 3,000 miles. But then I'd have to incorporate some sort of like, Fresnel or type of lensing situation to where it's, the sun doesn't change angular size as it traverses across the sky in a major way as anything else would, right? So I'd have to like incorporate some sort of a visual lens, because every piece of matter that we have
that looms or sinks,
there's a
refracts.
No, I'm talking about there's a relationship between distance and size.
Yeah, but where's it at?
Angular size.
Where's it at?
Right. That's what I'm saying. As a flat earther,
not right. Listen,
I would suggest. I would have to. Look, I'm not trying to be. Listen, no. Let's not be the flat earthers who don't try to explain themselves, right?
No,
because then you never, ever get to a model, or you never figure your shit out.
I know, but you can talk to us till our balls are blue. But how do you demonstrate rainbow boats and refracting fucking suns and all this other shit when you don't know where it's at?
This is meta, bro.
Rainbow's dome shaped.
To be a flat earther and trying to figure out a way in order to, answer yes to the question that the sun could land on or set on a flat Earth. Dimok, are you not following along? You're not supposed to be trying to attack a flat earther, bro. Maybe help me. Antagonizing me wouldn't be. You know what I mean?
Help me do what?
Help me answer the question to how we could explain as flat earthers these observations
that the sun doesn't set on flat Earth. That's a pretty simple sentence.
Well, how couldn't it? Probably
the sun doesn't set on flat Earth. There is no underneath flat Earth.
Then how
there is no space underneath flat Earth.
You're conceding
These are the three ways you can say it without saying how.
Then you're conceding to a globe with that statement, bro. If you don't
that didn't make any sense. That was the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
If you say a sun doesn't set on flat Earth, but we're all watching the sunset.
Did I say that? I said the sun doesn't go below the fucking dirt and water. I don't know what you're calling setting. You can have your own imaginary fucking.
Did he not say the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth twice in a row at me?
Going out of my view is not setting.
Am I in the twilight zone, guys?
The sun going away horizontally out of your view or going out of your view away from you is not the word setting.
But you used it just now twice at me.
No. You're the one using it, and I have to repeat it to you because you're using it.
Because the question from Crit,
it's not doing that.
The question from Crit, because you didn't hear the question from Crit to me, which was.
But the sun goes over your fucking head. You can film it. What do you mean setting?
Dimok, stop, man.
No, I'm not stopping. You can film it over your fucking head. They filmed it,
Can someone help me with this guy? Because, I mean, I'm clearly, damn well that Crit asked me about the sun setting on the flat Earth. So that's the question points to me that I repeated, and therefore he's like blaming me for saying it.
Grim, what I was looking at here is what's next, okay, with the debate topic, like with the community. And you said nothing's next. It's just going to be perpetual arguing over the surface.
Yeah, I mean, there might be more experiments, but I don't think that because you kind of clarified it with where's the community shifting to next, and I said I don't think they're going to shift anywhere. They're going to stay. It's just like anybody. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You've put so much time and effort into it that you're going to stay, and you know, and that's just the way the communities usually work. in all communities that do this stuff that focus on one particular subject, they stay pointed on that subject. Through all the, detrimental evidence to it and everything, because there's still that hope and that string tied to in the mind back there that you're right and you could be. Because I've been told I was wrong about certain things that I almost believed them until it was proven that I wasn't wrong, right? So I know how to be gaslit. I know that you what it feels like to be gaslit and how hard that is to, you know what I mean? Like, so if the flat Earth is absolutely wrong and you all hear about it tomorrow, none of you are going to believe it. That's the facts.
What are you talking
maybe
about?
One or two of you, like maybe one
talking about.
Wait, but what if the Earth is actually flat?
Right, then none of the ballers are going to believe it, right? It's the ones that have been arguing against you. Like, I'll believe it. I'll go out and see that evidence and be like, holy shit, you guys, high five.
Ballers believe whatever's told to them on the TV.
But the guys who've been arguing against you and hate you and act like all this type of shit, and they put a personal thing on it.
Jealousy is a terrible thing, Mr. E. That's just the way it is.
I got a question. So when my dick's curving to the left when I'm beating it, but my balls are flat, what does that mean?
Nobody believes you. We know you still piss on your nuts.
So what's your solution, dude? That we don't have no conversation? We all just shut up and forget about it?
No, hell no, dude. I'm the very opposite of that. I'm like open more conversation.
Yeah, but if nobody can ever come to a conclusion, then what's the point, right?
Well, it's about battling. If everybody doesn't actually battle, we probably get to the point a lot quicker. If we're not all emotionally tied to these subjects in the way we are, right? We're polarized. We end up ego bouncing and ejaculating and shit instead of just having the conversation like Crit and I were doing.
Who's the arbiter of the Earth?
But we know each other for years and years and years, right? So it's easy. We didn't always speak this way together, but we learned where each other's boundaries were and why.
How's your LARP going, Mr. E? So what was so detrimental? What detrimental things do you speak of? What was this detrimental evidence?
What's your name?
Huh. The guy speaking to you. I'm just asking a question. What was the detrimental?
That's my point, right? You call me a LARP.
Old
like
House
you know
Radborn.
How do you know me?
We've spoken before, Mr. E.
Yep. So we've spoken before.
So what was it that was so detrimental? Let's have the conversation. Let's have the conversation.
I think you're trying to rally
Oh, dude, shut up. Dude, I'm asking you what was detrimental.
About your word. Be more specific, man.
Your word.
After calling me a LARP, you're going to preface it with all I'm doing is just asking you a question.
Your feelings, Mr. E. Enough, dude.
What about my feelings? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
He's Grim. I don't know if you want to go back.
He's the one with amnesia. We've spoken many times before. I'm just referring to something that he mentioned 2 minutes ago, and he acts like I'm making it up. What was detrimental to the flat Earth?
I'm saying, in what context was I saying that? Just now.
Why do you know? You said even with the detrimental evidence to flat Earth, we'll plow on because that's what communities do, right?
Listen, yeah.
Is that enough context for you?
Not really.
Do you remember now?
I remember how you just strawmanned me. I remember saying some of those words, but not in the exact.
Okay, so what was detrimental?
Right, that's what makes it so stupid. What you just said. I didn't say that there was.
What were the detrimental bits, Mr. E?
Right. You're gonna get muted, bro. Guaranteed. You got to stop. You're going to ask me
what were the detrimental bits? You want to have the conversation. Here we are.
No. Okay. So what I said was either side. And when I said detrimental,
no, you said even the things that were detrimental.
Hold on a second. Somebody want to record a rewind and play this
both.
back so that we can
give what was detrimental to globe and give what was detrimental to flat Earth. Go ahead.
I didn't. It was a hypothetical, and the context was.
Oh, dude, you're backtracking. You're a smarmy liar.
You're talking over me again, dude. Do you know that, or are you just crazy?
You're tap dancing, bro.
Okay, when
do you know that?
Let me know when he's done.
People are finished
when he's done. It's taking too long.
I think he muted you.
I'm finished with
Yeah.
everything that Kamala has done.
All right, so
great conversation, Mr.
So anyway, take what I said out of context. I didn't say there was something detrimental. I said
I put it back into context for you.
Okay, you're gonna start talking again right at that same exact part, dude. You're crazy as fuck. Even if there were something detrimental to people who are pointed, this is the words I use, right, on a particular subject where they're invested this much, it doesn't matter, even if detrimental information comes to their theory. See, you took it as just only flat earthers.
Mr. Buzzword.
Right, but I said that
You
as
just
it
have
goes
to
with
water everything down,
every
don't you?
community that is like that. It wouldn't matter.
Well, speak
just
for
like
yourself,
I also
bro.
said, the
Listen,
would
speak
not,
for yourself.
and
I'm
I
not
also,
a bootlicking,
I
bound
also
by peer
justified
pressure
and qualified what I
sycophant.
said with the
Sorry.
ballers wouldn't believe it if it was flat tomorrow. I don't hear you asking me about that part, though.
Well, I understand that because they're 21st century simpletons. I fully understand their problem.
Again, I'm talking about people who get into rooms and argue about specific subjects all day long. They are invested in those subjects. It's psychological. I mean, it's obvious, bro. I mean, you are invested.
Okay, yeah. So let us know when one of these hypothetical detrimental
me while I'm talking to you, because you're emotionally invested.
Detrimental items pop up,
and to try and like say I'm not emotionally invested while you're antagonizing me, being disrespectful, interrupting me. It's a lie.
Well, I'm just calling you out on your bullshit.
You are. No, you're not. You are emotionally involved and invested in this. So it wouldn't matter. You are in that group I'm talking about. You personally.
What do you want me to do? Say la-di-da, tweedledee,
took you on a spaceship.
doofy-doo, on my brain in a jar, nothing matters, it's all relative.
God's in on it, right? You're that guy.
Right. I don't have to invest any of my emotion to acknowledge the nature of water, bro. You get that, right?
See what I mean?
No. Do you see what I mean?
Imagine being emotional about water. How it works, huh?
I know.
Yeah,
I never got
it's a lot simpler than you're hoping it to be, Mr. E. Sorry.
Haas, you're just overly invested, and he's just overly not concerned.
Oh, he's actually doing the exact thing he's talking about. Like he's the one doing it.
Oh yeah. Well, what amount of emotion do I need to invest to acknowledge the nature of water?
Well, I mean, just
I'll ask you. Since it dumbfounded the other one, I'll ask you.
We were all for sure you were talking about him being that we're trying.
No, your cheerleader spoke up, so now I'm asking him because you went deaf.
But hold on a second. How is it that you're seeing it this way when Crit and I were having a very polite conversation, and we're not all in agreement on everything? But then Mr. Emotional got in here.
Yeah, that's fine, bro. All I was doing was I was entering into the conversation when you mentioned detrimental things, and now you're telling me, they were just hypothetical.
That's why people don't think you guys are fair and reasonable, because you start siding with stupid shit like this. You know damn well.
It doesn't matter what anyone thinks of us, bro. Listen.
Yeah, it does.
No, reality is out there apart from us.
I know you say it doesn't, and we're all supposed to believe that it doesn't, but it really does. Your character is like one of the main things that sells a person to whatever idea you're trying to convey.
Well, I'm not selling anything,
if they don't like your character, bro, it doesn't matter what idea. And I'm using the word
if you must. I really don't. I give two
colloquialism means, right? A colloquialism. Yeah. Okay. So we know that it's a normal colloquialism to use the word conveying as selling an idea to conveying. It's synonymous with. So stop.
Well, I'm telling you, you don't need to listen to me.
Come on, man.
You don't need to listen to me.
Then why are you?
There are no detrimental. Listen, there is nothing detrimental.
If I don't need to listen to you, why are you speaking in the middle of our conversation?
Because I was asking you what was detrimental.
Level of nonsensory.
Okay, well, when I asked you what was detrimental, you backtrack and said you were talking
because
about
your question was wrong. I never said that there was detrimental information to flat Earth. In my statement, it was detrimental to people who have pointed ideas and who focus on particular.
And then you backtracked and said it's merely hypothetical.
No, you took that and pointed it at only flat Earth.
Oh, I'm so sorry for listening to you, Mr.
That's like if I say poor people and you say, what's wrong with black people? You're the idiot, not me. You understand what you did there,
sounds
right?
like something you would
the mistake
say.
you made, right? It's stupid.
So what are
you made a stupid
what are we
mistake.
pointing out again? What are you supposed to like? What Crit ask you to do again?
Okay, so let me just change let's point at religious zealots, or we'll point at anybody who argues for a guy who argues for black holes all day long. If he hears information tomorrow that black holes don't exist, he's not going to give a fuck because he is polarized to the idea that they do and convinced no matter what, he's going to find a way to circumvent that evidence. And that's what I'm saying, that everyone who argues about a fucking particular thing all day long,
at the end of the day, he knows that's mere theory. He knows that's merely theoretical anyways, bro.
You know it's true, bro. You know it's called fanaticism, and people...
Not if he stops getting paid for it, brother.
You're just mad because you are one of the ones who are in here arguing about a thing all day. I'm not saying it's like 100%, all right, the truth, the facts that, because there is no 100% of anything. I'm sure there's some very honest people, right?
There's a lot of shit we don't know.
Obviously, bro, when you get polarized into conversations like this all day long, you're not going to take any new information in. You're not, even if there is. Like, how many of you threw Jeranism under the bus as soon as you heard him say it?
He threw himself under the bus.
I know. See what I mean, though? That's my point. You just proved
I know, but shut up for a second. He threw his fucking self under the bus by saying, shut up.
I know, but can you imagine that he's telling the truth?
Fucking idiot. I can't finish a sentence. You won't shut the fuck up. He threw himself under the bus by picking a fucking map and saying that's something to do with him or something to do with something he had something to do. He never made that map. So no fucking retard should take a globe map and say, hey, I stand by this map that I didn't make or verify. That's the most idiotic shit I've ever heard of in my life. You throw yourself under a fucking bus when you do that.
Dirmok, what would you be saying? And be honest, what would you be saying right now about Jeranism if it didn't happen and he went out there and was like, see, I flat? What would you be saying right now?
What didn't happen?
Hip hip hooray, Jeranism is the king.
No,
yes, you
what didn't happen?
Fucking
Grim, I think you missed the point. Either one, it didn't matter what was going to happen. If you saw or didn't see or do or didn't do, Jaren's worldview is science will never prove it one way or the other. It
doesn't matter. You guys Crit, but Crit, without invoking some special magical fucking observational thing, that the easiest Occam's razor answer is that it's a sphere. And you know that. Without imagining some crazy ass
That's all you know
How can you work that out? When you
with those two observations.
Yeah, we're going to make you quiet because you're going to have a breathe at some stage. Occam's razor says that it's a sphere. How do you work that out? I point a laser and there's no observable drop over on any side of it, and he runs away. Fucking coward.
Well, I think the bigger problem was when the dude brought up the nature of water or any liquid for that matter is detrimental to the globe, yet he's so invested in the globe, he disregards that evidence. So he's guilty of the exact same thing he's claiming.
And
Get my point?
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. As far as him crying out about Jeranism, who fucking cares? Some people follow him, some people don't. Prior to about 6 months ago, I'd never even heard the friggin' name, and I still don't care. So...
Same.
Not only that, but...
He's not even a flat earther. He claims to be a true earther. That's not a flat earther. That's a true earther, whatever the hell that means.
True earther. Yeah.
Well, not only that, but before they even went to observe the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour sun is constantly brought up in this debate. It's nothing new.
And they flew over a flat plane to get there. Imagine that.
And they stood on a flat plateau and said, "It looks flat."
and then called up Nathan Oakley and spazzed the fuck out.
What's the vehicle called where you fly?
Airplane?
Yes, aeroplane. Aerodynamic vehicle over a flat plane.
And then he asked for the detrimental evidence. Like he said, "Show what's the detrimental evidence?" And the guy never said anything. I'm sorry.
Have
I had
they
to
even
say
tried
something,
to
even though I
publish
just
a long distance observation from their positions? Because I'm not following and I'm not invested. But when I look up the things that they're posting, it's not what I'm looking for. Like, are they making long distance observations while they're sitting on that plateau or that glacier? Or are they just like, yeah, we argue about black swan 24/7, except when we get here, we're not going to look for a black swan. You know,
the only thing I heard them say is that those mountains over there, they're actually closer than what they look like because the air's so clear. That's all I ever heard them say while they were down there.
I wouldn't say down there. That's not a good
Over there, out there, wherever they went. I still say uptown, downtown. They went somewhere. When they went there, they got there. And the only thing they said is that those mountains over there are a lot further away than they look. And that's all they said.
Huh. Damn.
Lights in the sky does not determine the shape you're standing on or the ground you're standing on, I should say.
Now, why the fuck are you being so logical?
It's detrimental, though, isn't it?
I mean, I understand he was supposedly supposed to be doing something weird, but I don't understand the point if we have 80 billion zillion globers to contend with still, and he wants to be one. I don't understand how that would help anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't, does it?
Well, he's guilty of what he was saying. He's guilty of doing that. When you brought up the nature of water, that evidence is detrimental to the globe, but he's so invested in the globe, disregards it.
And there's no side view for the sun setting anywhere.
No, and you'll never find one there, Dima. That'll never happen. And you can bet money on.
Correct. That's why I've always wanted to bet all the Glober stuff, but they won't do it because the odds are going to be astronomical. I need at least 500 to 1. At least. That should be being done everywhere. Different little bets going on that this can't be done on the globe or the flat versus flat, and everybody should be winning money. Fuck it, why not?
Yeah, all the data, the trip out there, over there, that's more important than what you observe while you're there.
Guinness Book of World Records would say every time, this shouldn't happen. This shouldn't be possible. He broke the record.
Yeah, we want to see the perpendicular sunset. That's what we want to see.
I just want to see the curve, man. I'll shut up. I'll go home.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see any object go down in front of me without hitting dirt and water right in front of my face.
Well, you're not going to find it. They have to measure the Earth flat before they can create the globe that they gave us. They measured it flat first.
Right.
Well, they
but they have to understand. Right, but if they take a string from the center and they hook it to their fucking airplane It has to be 35,000 feet that way past the horizon somehow. They can't even rise 8 inches going that way. So I don't know how in the fuck they're getting to 35,000 feet that way to go down and around the ball that way down 35,000 feet away from it the whole time. It's not going to work. Not even an inch. You can't even go. There's not even a fucking inch. Anybody can see anything go kamikaze down and not hit dirt and water in front of them. Let alone 35,000 feet that way, let alone clouds that way, sideways going up and down, what the fuck? Have you seen an up and down sideways fucking cloud? Pardon my French.
Right. Well, I don't know. There's been many weird clouds, that's for sure.
Okay, well, how far do you have to take a helium balloon under the surface of the ocean at the horizon before it goes horizontally that way?
I agree with you. I'm just saying there has been.
No, I know. But these are just things I use for people, but let them know. An air bubble is never going to go that way to space. Therefore, no globe.
Earth's still flat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Helium balloons don't go that way to space. No globe.
What I don't get is why the Earth curve calculator doesn't take. This is why they're hijacked in perspective. It doesn't take perspective into the calculation. It doesn't take.
Yes, it does.
It should give you exact pressure and everything. Pressure, humidity, everything. It shouldn't just be one solid blanket statement. Well, if you're this high and.
Here's my take on that, brother. Think about this. Think about it like this. I think everybody's thinking about it the wrong way. Don't think about it so complicated as this and that formula, right? That way. Think about it as if they can give you the direct location and you can bullseye something that way from the math, all it is a horizontal math. It's a horizontal differentiator from what you could see and what you could differentiate from depth. So instead of being a curve or going up on a mountain and adding that distance right there, it's actually just adding perspective in front of perspective in front of perspective. That's all it is. The formula is perspective in front of itself. That's it.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yes, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's.
And the reason we can't see so far is because of,
we only see so far because that's how the air. That's the way it is. And you have to calculate. Yeah,
one area.
Sorry, go ahead.
One area is getting snow. One area is clear. One area is getting rain.
Correct.
I think you can see through all that shit. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Correct. It's just a calculation.
You think you should be able to see from here to China, dude? That's ridiculous, man.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I'm just saying that's what they do. So when they say, okay, they have a formula for this or something to correct for, they're just correcting for the attribute of the distance in front of you that you can't make out or see. If they already know the distance and where the thing's at. Yeah, that's it. It's not really a globe. Yeah.
Perspective, like what artists are trained when they're trained to draw. That's the first thing they're trained is a horizontal line of reference in their image that they're painting or drawing. Even artists are taught to a horizon.
Right. And I'm saying when the Globers say, hey, that boat's gone over the horizon, now we're going to calculate where it's at.
It's all perspective, yeah. That's how you can make something look 3D on 2D.
Right. They're just adding another horizontal section in front of it, in front of what they already have. Yep. Whatever they call it, Habersign, Chutes and Ladders. It doesn't matter what they call the math. That's exactly what they're doing with it.
Hey, Democ, that's actually interesting about the Habersign formula because that wasn't even discovered until 1801. They didn't have it before that. They couldn't make a globe prior to 1801. They didn't know how to.
There was a lot of things discovered in the early 18 to mid.
And what's the Habersign entail with depth?
A lot.
Depth or distance? Which one?
The Habersign formula is how they take a planar map and put it into the celestial sphere, is what they do. That's where they create the globe. It's created in the celestial sphere. And it's
Right, but
done with the Habersign formula.
but if you understand, now think about this though. Think of the celestial sphere as being out horizontal. And if the horizontal plane goes out that way, and if there's a star that lines up with it, their Habersign formula isn't exactly the spherical attribute, it's the distance that way, either way. So if you add it as a sphere, you just take an angle from a sphere that way at a certain degree, and it's going to be over the land horizontally below it. You understand? It's the same thing they're telling you, that they're taking the angle from the attribute of an arc.
Yeah, in reality, the only thing that actually happens in reality is angular measurements from the ground to celestial bodies. And that requires a flat plane. And that's all that happens in reality. Everything
Correct,
else is smoke and mirrors.
And what?
Well, if you get a grid system on the surface of the Earth utilizing
And what I want to point out is,
the stars are also a grid system.
Correct. Exactly. A flat grid system above the grid system. So if a star is directly horizontally appearing above certain things everywhere, and that's how you go to it, then the formula is not actually a spherical formula anyway.
Well, I hear celestial sphere a lot.
Right.
And every time I hear it, I instantly think, no, it's a grid system, just like the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, where the land goes, the stars go. That's the easiest way for me to explain it. Everywhere a star goes that way, land's underneath it.
And it's parallel, so it's a grid.
Correct. So their Habersign is a fucking just hijacked, formulated version of distance that way.
Yeah, it's a mathematically created globe. Doesn't exist in reality. It's all math. And if you're a glober and you're mad about that, well, I'm sorry, but your globe only exists in the math. It's not reality.
Now listen to this. Take the Habersign formula of the idea of the arc, straighten that motherfucker out, and that's where your object will be. Now do you understand? It's like reverse engineering the Habersign forward. Just add it on. And then,
yeah. That's exactly what they
100%, brother.
have to do. Once they do this, then they have to go and deconstruct it, because they have to put it back into flat, because the only way that we can deal with anything is on the flattened level. So they create a globe, and then you have to deconstruct it back to flat. So it's all just a bunch of absolute sleight of hand is what it really is. You've been duped. They created a globe, and then they uncreate the globe and say, well, it's curved.
Well, here's a problem that I've always had, and help me out if I'm completely way off base. If you're utilizing the horizon, which is horizontal, to gather an angle to a star, let's say you get a 45-degree angle, right? You got a 45-degree angle to the star. That star is 2.5 billion light years away from the Earth.
So
where
they
do you
say.
draw? Hold on. Where do you draw the vertical down once you get to the star? Where does that vertical go down to? If that vertical's not over the Earth, it's not over the Earth.
Well, no, you see, the thing is that they have to, because with celestial navigation, it's done by knowing the ground position of the celestial bodies. So you're not going to use a star that doesn't have a ground position. A star must have a ground position because you need to know where it is.
So that's my point. So let's say you're standing on the Earth, you're using the horizon for a horizontal plane of reference. You get a 45-degree angle to the star. If the Earth is a sphere and you have a faulty angle, because when you draw the line vertically down from that star, it's nowhere near the Earth, right? So that's a faulty angle. Now, the only way you could get that line back to the Earth is if you retrace the line that you did to the star, right? That'd be the only. Does that now make sense? Am I confusing you?
Yeah, I'm a little out there on it.
Really? Okay, so picture it this way. Standing on the Earth, you get a 45-degree angle to a star. Bam. There's your line. There's your line, the 45-degree angle. From there, you zoom way out on the Earth. Right? You zoom way out. That star is nowhere near the Earth.
Okay, you're imagining or still using the heliocentric system that we've been dealt with throughout our whole life that we're trying to throw out because we're saying it's faulty. So you're looking at a star that is so far away, and there's no way that it can have a ground position over top of Cincinnati.
The Earth, yeah, you can't. The only way it would work is if it was over horizontal.
Yeah. So what it comes down to is that these celestial bodies are not where they're telling us that they are. Because when it does come to celestial navigation, we do use stars that have a known GP, and that's how the process is done, by making calculations from stars and the moon and the sun that do have a ground position.
They couldn't if it was
Earth.
They couldn't if it was a sphere, though.
That's right. They couldn't.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, correct. That's what I've been trying to tell them at Geos. It's not a rounded thing. I got muted. I got muted here last time, boys, for not saying it's not a rounded sphere of stars. So be careful.
Okay, no, that's good. Also, in celestial navigation, these stars are assumed to be flat. I think they call it I might have to go back and look at my notes here, but I think they call it the astronomical rectangle when they're doing when they do the celestial navigation. Because there's you as the observers, there's the star that you're looking at, and you have a globe or a ground position, and the star has a ground position, and then between you and that star or the moon, the sun, whatever it happens to be, creates a rectangle above you, and it's assumed that the top part of the rectangle is also flat and parallel to the ground.
I would argue that.
Where's the evidence, though?
The so-called celestial sphere is just like the horizon or the sun's location. It's just apparent.
Where's the evidence for it, though? You know what I mean?
Evidence for it.
Have you gone to the horizon?
Celestial navigation works. We know that it works. We've been using it for a long time, thousands of years.
Long before we could even fly, we was using it.
Yeah, so don't say where's the evidence for it.
Is that what you do? Is that how you get around? You use celestial navigation to get around the world?
Was using it before we could even fly airplanes.
So people you never met, who you never knew, who never showed you anything, and you never interacted with, you're saying what they did is the evidence for what you think is reality?
You're going to settle down or you're going to get muted, okay? Are you denying celestial navigation? Are you saying that it does not work?
That's not what I said. Are we trying to change the subject?
I'm not changing no subject here. I brought up celestial navigation. You're asking for, well, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? The evidence is that celestial navigation does work and has worked for hundreds and hundreds of years. We use it. It's still used to this day.
For what?
Thousands of years.
What are you talking about?
Dude, when they first,
I don't use celestial navigation to get around.
When they first decided to go way out beyond land where they can no longer see land, they started using the stars. They got lost even then. But once they started taking
what everyone tells you,
elevation angles to the star.
You read that in a book?
Then they was able to navigate.
Have you ever sailed using the stars?
Guys, are you here to have a conversation, or are you just here to cause chaos? Because it seems like you don't know anything. Man? You don't seem to know anything about celestial navigation, and you're trying to decry it, that it's all wrong. So if it's wrong, you need to bring the evidence that it's wrong.
Ask him what a sextant is.
He's gone.
He's gone.
That's outrageous, dude. They was navigating the seas before we could fly airplanes using celestial navigation.
But globe. I mean, it's just unreal. It's just stupid.
Outrageous.
I'm not in shadows. I'm walking through my living room right now, and I see a shadow because there's a light on in the hallway, and I see a shadow, and it looks like it's about, I don't know, I'm going to take a guess and say 32 degrees. I'm thinking my living room is curved now because there's a shadow in here.
Yeah, that's fucking outrageous, dude. Instead of measuring the ground you're walking on, you're looking at the light above you. What the fuck? Why are all distances linear? Kilometers, miles. Why are they all linear? Why when you open up why do you open up your Google apps? Sorry, Google Maps. Why is it a grid? Why is it all flat?
They say space is flat, man. Even the fucking astronomers say the whole universe is flat. Sorry about that.
It's all done with a grid system, a horizontal plane of reference. It's the only way you can get that.
Just wondering, couldn't you technically represent like a curved distance linearly, like using pi?
Pi, what do you?
Why would we do that? What would be the first purpose of doing that?
Oh, well, I was just responding because like you can measure the distance of or the circumference of a circle with this linear type of measurement using like pi.
Okay, so when you're measuring 3.14, what are we going to do with it? So we can shorten it pi. We don't need to use all the digits. 3.14. Now what? Where do we go from there? Where do we get globe from that?
Well, I would agree with him on the circle part, but where does he get sphere?
Oh, I'm not trying to demonstrate, like, for example, just so we're clear, I don't believe in a flat earth, but I'm not here to debate that either because I have no skill at that whatsoever. I'm just trying to learn. Like, I was just
so can we try to find out why you're talking about pi? Why do we need pi? What would be important about it? Unless it's a maybe a pecan pie, we could go with something like that. That might be good.
Well, it's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle.
The ratio of the circumference to the diameter. Okay, so the ratio of the circumference to the diameter is x. Now what? What do we do now? What are we trying to figure out?
Well, I'm just saying you can demonstrate like some sort of curved surface as in terms of like a linear length with that ratio. So if you multiply
linear means straight and flat. Linear is straight and flat. There's no curved in linear.
Right.
So you don't get
where's the curve?
Like a straight line by an irrational number pi in order to find the distance.
No, you can't. What the fuck are you talking about? You talking about a hula hoop or dartboard on the ground? He's talking about a flat circle weighing on the ground.
Any of this? Why are we doing any of this?
Yeah, we're not talking about a pi.
Multiplied by pi to figure anything.
A pi is flat.
No, I was just saying someone said that you can't represent a curved surface linearly, so that's all I was saying.
Use a linear line and show me pi.
You want me to prove that pi is true?
With linear.
No, it's not what he said.
All right, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Straight lines.
So it's got a straight line. And he wants you to figure out why pi on a straight line.
Yeah, use a linear line and show me pi.
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible to do, like measuring lines because.
Yeah, well, that's how we measure distances on the surface of the Earth is linear.
That's our reference.
You don't use
they're all linear, meaning straight, flat, and level.
Okay, I see.
100 miles from A to B is linear.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter whether you're using kilometers, miles, inches, centimeters. It doesn't matter. They're flat Earth measurements. Any way you slice it.
Okay, I'm just curious. Like, so what is your belief on like gravity? Do you think that's not like actually a thing, or is misrepresented, or?
Do you think it requires belief? Do you think it requires belief? Is it something?
Yeah, why do I have to believe in it? That's dumb. Don't you have any evidence?
I mean, if it was real,
let's just hang on a second. Let's find out which gravity. What gravity are you referring to?
So I guess forget gravity. What makes you like, or what do you think causes objects to just drop to the ground?
Did you pick it up? Maybe that's why it fell to the ground, because you picked it up.
Yeah, but there's got to be a reason why it falls to the ground, right? As opposed to going up or staying in the air.
It's the variable that you're using and the medium you're using it within. So it's both of them. Because you can, like, for example, you can, in the medium of air, you could drop a flat piece of paper and it'll kind of sway left and right. You can crumble up that same piece of paper and it'll drop vertical, right?
But that's due to air resistance, right?
It's all dependent on the variable and the medium it's in.
Like a beach ball, if you just sit it in water, it'll just sit right on the top.
Yeah, if you drop a beach ball in the medium of air, it falls through that medium. Now, if you do the same experiment in water, that means you got to submerge the beach ball in water, because when you dropped it in air, it was submerged in air, above it, to the side, below it. So
and gravity didn't hold it down.
Ball in water, it goes up, doesn't go down.
Right? With the weight of the water on top of it and gravity, it doesn't. Yeah,
it's all dependent on the variable and the medium that you're using.
Okay,
yeah, specific gravity is a good way to explain it. That's pretty much everything that's been explained here. Specific gravity. It's about what's happening here at the time and the medium that it's in.
When you, I'm trying to understand, like, at least from my point of view, is that like sort of like something similar to density of an object, which is why it causes it to float, or is not what you're saying?
Well, that's exactly what it is. It has
buoyancy.
Here, let me say it this way. If you take a beach ball, you drop it in the medium of air, it goes down. You take a beach ball, submerge it in water, let it go, it goes up. The only thing you changed in this experiment is the medium. It's the only thing that was changed.
Yep. So and here's another one for you.
What's the cause? The medium.
If you take an object and you put it into a vacuum chamber, and while it's in the vacuum chamber, you also have a scale, and you weigh the object while it's in the vacuum chamber before you take any of the air out. Okay, it's still pressurized with the outside pressure, and you measure a weight in there, and we'll just say it's a kilogram, sake of argument, and then we're going to take all the air out of there, and we'll see what it weighs. Well, everybody thinks that gravity is pulling everything down to the earth. If that was the case, when this object is in the vacuum container before the air is evacuated, it should weigh more, but it doesn't.
I don't think that's quite right, because the vacuum doesn't mean that it's anti-gravitational.
You take the air out and it'll weigh more because it's lost its buoyancy.
Okay.
You take the resistance away. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so that's why, like, under a vacuum, like a bowling ball and a feather will drop at the same speed. Is that what you're saying?
No, they don't drop at the same speed.
Even under a vacuum?
No.
Okay, so those experiments, like, are untrue. They're like lies.
They drop pretty close, brother, but no cigar. The feather hits first.
Interesting.
The experiments in the vacuum was only done at certain heights. Let me explain why I say that. If I drop a basketball from my chest height over and over, it's going to read about the same exact time to hit the ground. If I drop that basketball from 20,000 feet, right? I'm only going to have a different time, but it's not going to drop vertically right in front of me. It's going to land way the hell. They don't do that shit in a vacuum, do they? Not all variables are tested. Why? Because you would have to have a vacuum at what, 100,000 feet to see what type of different results you would get at those heights. They don't do that shit. So those variables are not even considered.
So you're just saying that like it's relatively short drops, like 10 feet that they do inside of a vacuum.
Yeah.
They're so close that
Even if it's 100 feet, 100 feet's different than 100,000 feet, is it not? Aren't those two different variables?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just assuming that because you dropped it at what, 100 feet? Well, let's say I give you 100 feet. You're assuming that the same outcome would be in effect at 100,000 feet. That's an assumption. You never. That's what I don't get about the vacuum. Not only that, we don't live in a vacuum. So whatever experiments are conducted within a vacuum, how could you equivocate them to what we live in?
They're pointless.
They're pointless. They're absolutely pointless.
The 9.8 meters per second squared. Has anyone ever really? What does that even fucking mean?
Drop it at 100,000 feet. I bet you get a different result.
But I'm saying, who has ever witnessed that actual speed with any object? Literally.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's some planes, for example, where they'll start accelerating at 10 meters per second or more, and then they'll become weightless in the plane.
Weightless?
Either way.
They'll start
weightless at 10 meters per second?
Well,
it can't
10 meters per second. So, like, the first second they're going 10 meters per second, then the second set 20, and then 30, then 40 meters per second, so on and so forth.
Weightless would mean it's equilibrized, so it wouldn't drop if it's weightless.
Right.
The only way you have weight, only way you have weight is if the variable is denser than the medium it's in. That's what gives you weight.
So would you say that air doesn't weigh anything?
No, air has air. I mean, I wouldn't like. It has to have some sort of. I mean, we could put it into a container and get pressure.
Yeah, you'd have to put it into a container and compress it in order to weigh it. But gas on its own is not going to weigh anything. It won't show up on a scale. It doesn't show up when you with something in the vacuum chamber, like I was saying, because if air had weight, something would weigh more before you evacuated the chamber, and that's not true. So air doesn't have weight in that instance. You got to put it in a container and you got to compress it to turn it into a liquid, and then you can weigh it.
Yes. Yeah, but even then, you'll only have, what do you have, like a third of it liquidized while the rest is still gas? So you're
that's how it's done.
You can't even control
some kind of an.
No, I agree with you, but you can't even control those variables. Once you pressurize it, it'll start to condense and become liquids. Some of the air would become liquid, so you can't control that. You can't control those variables.
The point is, you got to put it in a container first. That's the big thing.
That's the big thing. Yes, exactly. I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Once you have it in a container, then you can quantify it, but not until it's in a container.
Yeah, you won't get pressure without containment.
Really? So then what about like barometers that read like 1 atmospheric pressure? Are those just like wrong?
No, that just means we have a container. The big gigantic Earth has a container, otherwise it wouldn't get pressure.
Also, the barometer itself is a container, whether you want to have one of those, liquid centered with a basin at the bottom, or you take like a mason jar and put a fucking glove over top of it and put like a ruler next to it, right? You'd still have a container.
This question was premised off the fact that you do this outside, there is no container because it's Earth, right? So his premise was there is no container. What I'm trying to tell him is if it's 14.7 psi at sea level, then there's a container.
Interesting. What do you guys think about like other like parts of physics, like electricity, magnetism, optics, those sorts of things? Are those also kind of not correct?
Those those are observed and controlled. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, you get electricity to your house, don't you?
Yeah, I was just talking more about like, electric fields forming magnetic fields and so on and so forth, like a lot of those sorts of E&M laws.
You ever heard of the Curie point?
The Curie point?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Where the temperature gets so hot, magnetism no longer is in effect.
So there's that's a Curie. Probably. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you take a piece of iron that's magnetized and you heat it up, it will no longer be magnetized. And they're telling you that the molten core of the Earth is creating your magnetic field. Isn't that interesting?
That's not what it said. That's not what it said. It's the spinning of the core that is causing the magnetism.
Either way, the spinning of it, it's
still
a liquid core, and it's past the Curie point. How the heck can it be magnetized?
It's not the heat.
Apparently, it has to move according to the story.
Yeah, according to the story, the core of the Earth is well beyond the Curie point, whether it's spinning or not. It's beyond the Curie point.
It's not the heat. It's the spinning that's causing the magnetic field.
So we just have to imagine that it happens and make it real that way, because in reality, we can't make it happen because we're past the Curie point. But in Globe World, it'll happen. Okay, we're with you.
Just another thing you got to believe in and can't produce yourself. Can't demonstrate it.
See, and this is the thing with the globe believers. They have all these things that make absolutely no sense. They're not logical. They don't work in reality. You just have to believe them in order to have a curve.
You got to have. But they did a good job. They got 90% of the world believing it. So it's a religion.
It's pretty fantastic.
One world religion.
So, yeah, one world religion. It's right here, right in front of your face. Is you're believing it with absolutely no proof, nothing.
No evidence, blind faith. That's it. You got more faith in the ball earth than you do in Christ.
Yeah, but globe.
But the science proves me so.
What are your thoughts on Christians that do believe in a globe Earth?
They're contradictory.
How do you flood a beach ball?
We don't see it as contradictory.
Oh, I know you don't, but you personally, you admit that your globe is a belief.
I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question, but I don't know if this is the appropriate channel for it. Then we're just going to go off onto religion and.
Well,
if we're talking about what the Bible makes claim to the cosmology of the Earth, we're on topic. If we start talking about the religious aspects of the Bible, then we're off topic.
I'll say this then. God put the sun, moon, and stars up there for the Earth. Bring light on the Earth, time, seasons, years, and signs. Right? So the stars are up there for the Earth. The Earth is not up there with them. They're up there for the Earth. That's the only passage you need right there.
Isaiah says that the heavens were stretched out like a tent to dwell in, and that the land was spread out. So I don't see stretching and.
Well, usually the land is bigger than a tent. If you want to pitch a tent, the land is usually bigger than the tent you're pitching, right? So the land would be stretched farther than the tent that you pitch. Last time I checked.
He didn't say it right. He didn't even say it right. We are as grasshoppers in a tent to dwell in, and he spreadeth out the heavens as a curtain.
Yeah, and
okay, where do you
get spirit? It says in Amos 9:6 that the stories of heaven are bound to the earth. So your firmament that gathered the waters underneath it into one place in order for the dry land to appear and the waters underneath it to become still.
Yeah, he put two great lights, one to rule the day, one to rule the night, sun and the moon.
There was light before the sun.
Yes.
It said, let there be light before he made the sun, it said.
Before he even made the sun.
Plants before the sun.
So there was more,
When it comes to Revelation, when Jesus comes back, we will no longer need the sun because he will be the light. It'll be daytime always. There will be no darkness.
There will be a new heaven and a new earth because heaven will break open and it'll roll away like a scroll.
Yeah, which is flat.
Yeah. The land will melt like wax. The mountains will be brought low. The valleys will be raised up.
To level, yeah. To make a path.
It's going to be leveled out.
Kind of like somebody reset the Etch-a-Sketch.
Make a highway.
Yeah, like somebody shook the sandbox.
Yeah. There's so
levels
many
out the sandbox.
I mean, you get the pillars of the earth, right? You get the four corners of the earth. Where do you get a sphere from any of that? Or when they zoom out and show us the sphere image of the earth, where's the pillars that it sits on?
You have to imagine those.
Because God says he set the earth on pillars.
What if the pillars are horizontal?
Right. Well,
no, I'm serious. Like, well, I know. I know. No, I know. I'm not. Listen, nothing I say has got shit to do with sphere. You ain't got to worry about that every time I talk. What I'm saying is if you fill a beaker with liquid and oil and all the stuff, it layers up in gradients. And if you said, "Hey, what's a pillar?" I'd say those are pillars right there. There's horizontal pillars.
Yeah, well, the word pillars means vertical. Vertical is from horizontal.
Yeah, it stacks up vertically to make like a rainbow pillar of pillars that way, while it's a pillar on itself that stacks up in a vertical pillar of horizontal pillars. Yes, sir.
Oh, it says that the earth cannot be removed. I don't know
what that means. I'm not removing it.
I always
can't have vertical without horizontal.
Yeah, I'm not removing anything. The dirt goes out horizontal, and there's shit inside of it. There's water on it, and then there's air above it, and these are horizontal gradients. And if there's oil, it'd be horizontal gradient, and the water horizontal, as far as we could go. If we just kept stacking it, and we're sitting in it, high as shit boots, it would be horizontal, brother.
It says the earth is established, which means non-moving.
Right, I know it doesn't move. I'm with you there.
Established. It also says that the sun. It also says the sun comes out of its chamber as a fast man to run a race. So that's telling you the sun's moving. It also says he stopped the sun and the moon for about a whole day for Joshua. There's no day like it before it or after it. So if he stopped the sun and moon, well, that means he's a liar. The earth's moving. It causes the sun and moon to move. He would have just said he stopped the earth. And what you can even ask the scientists or pseudoscientists, what would happen if the earth
There's a day he stops the sun, or
it would be catastrophic. It would be catastrophic. Earthquakes, tidal waves, tsunamis. It would be so catastrophic.
What would? If the sun and the moon stop?
No, the pseudoscience would say if the earth stopped spinning.
No, an eclipse is the sun and the moon stopping.
Oh, no, hear me out real quick. Bible says that he stopped the sun and the moon for about a whole day.
Right.
Because he knew that the military that Joshua was fighting against had better warfare in the night, in darkness, than they did in light.
Solar eclipse.
So he kept the light going for about a whole day. So he stopped the sun and moon from moving for about 24 hours. About. It just says about. Right? But if the earth was spinning, he would have said he stopped the earth from moving.
Well, in the North Pole, you get, yeah, but I mean, I don't know, man. In the North,
the only way you can stop something that's moving, you can only stop something if it's moving. If it's not moving, you can't stop it.
I'm just saying the gentleman might have known. Was somebody else saying something?
There's so many passages in the, and I think when you read Revelation, I think it's because he did it on purpose. He knew that the globe lie would curse the whole world. The whole world.
Hey, can I just pop in here for 1 sec? Just a quick one there, James.
Go ahead.
3, you're hot micing. Can you just mute up if you're not talking? Because you're just causing some audio chaos on the channel. Okay, continue on. I'll put him on mute.
At least you warned him. That's all I ask for before I get muted. Hey, at least warn me. There's plenty of passages, but I don't think he specifically says it for a reason. There's a reason he doesn't specifically say the earth is flat and motionless. There's a reason for that, and that's because it takes eyes to see and ears to hear the truth.
All right. So whenever he said, you understand the face of the sky and you understand the face of the earth, but you don't understand the times, was he saying it was like
Cutting
a
in and
circle
out,
of a
at
sphere?
least for me.
No, I heard him.
Because a face is like a particular portion. Like my face is on the front of the sphere of my head, or the face of a quarter.
Yeah, the
right?
face of the earth. No, the face of the earth. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Or a cube has 6 faces.
The back of your head is not your face. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, the face of the earth is also another one. The 4 corners of the earth. The 4 corners. How do you get 4 corners? You can't even get 4 corners. You could get 4 corners on a circle, right? Most people don't think of this, but you can get 4 corners on a circle. Just can't get it on a sphere. So if you cut a piece of pizza, which is a circle, into 4 pieces, 4 corners are at the center. So you can get 4 corners of the earth on a circle. It's not on a sphere. And those 4 corners would be north, south, east, and west. I think it's Isaiah 53. I could be wrong. It's been a while. It is he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth.
42, 18 maybe.
Yeah.
And then the time when he says that, I will toss you like a ball. I think it's 18. No, it's 22, 18.
It comes before it, right?
Yeah. And then you got 45 and 2, where he talks about
what a ball is. He knows what a ball is. He knows what a ball is, but when describing the earth, he uses circle.
And he uses stretch and spread, not clump and lump.
He also says he has encompassed the waters with bounds. Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further. I mean, that's pretty precise. He has encompassed the waters with bounds. Boundary. No further. Same with the stars, where he put there's different heavens, right? So birds fly in the firmament, but he also set the sun, moon, and stars in the firmament. And we know birds can't fly where the sun, moon, and stars are.
Also makes claims like birds and fish came from the waters, and animals and people came from the ground.
Yeah, birds can only go so far up before even they have to start descending before they pass out.
So do we. That's why when it also says heaven for height, earth for depth, and the heart of a king, no man can know.
And he also said, no man shall ascend into heaven except he who descended from it. So if he set the moon in the heaven, how the hell does man land on it? No man shall ascend into heaven.
Hello?
What up?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
What's doing there?
Hello?
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 Shut
Hi, how
up.
can I help you?
The moon landing was fake.
Yeah, but not the globe, huh?
Yo, you reckon if they stopped the plane, 9/11 would still happen anyway?
I reckon it ain't the topic of the channel. Dismissed.
Oh, word.
Well, Kurt, can you connect that to flat Earth? Like, how did how your understanding of 9/11 or Apollo program, how is that connected to flat Earth? In your worldview, how would you do that?
I mean,
give me 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
I don't know. I don't know why they invaded Iraq or was it Iran? I don't know. I'm not American. Why didn't they just invade Afghanistan or Syria?
We're not about the why of war. We're about the how did you get flat Earth out of some towers falling?
Oh, gravity, I guess.
Other than you could connect them by they're both lies. That'd be about the only way.
Did he say gravity? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Bubblegum gravity, dog chain gravity. Which one?
Yo, who just DM'd me?
Must have been.
Hey man, stop sending me invites.
So if governments all throughout mankind's history, if governments all they did was lie to the people so they could go to war, or get the people to cheer for war. If that's all lies, why would people be so inclined to believe it would tell you the truth about the world you're in?
They want you to blow it all up.
Wouldn't a false world only help the lies?
How about trans women aren't real women?
Not the topic of the room. The Earth is.
That's not even.
Okay, I'm gonna go then. It was nice meeting you guys.
Right. Bye, Mr. Non-Sequitur.
Of course, they're not real women. That's why you put the word trans in front of it.
Was he a transformer?
No, not the topic of the room.
My bad. I entertained it. My bad. Unbelievable to me, man. Well, how could they? How could they lie, and why would they lie? Well, they lie to you about everything. You know, a politician that tells the truth.
John Thune.
Hey,
I think he tells.
Hey, come on, dude.
Lincoln.
If you think you know a politician that tells the truth, then you've been lied to.
How couldn't they lie? Why wouldn't they lie?
Yeah. Why would the sociopaths lie to us?
Why would they lie? Well, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Well, I could give you about, I'm not saying it's the motive, but I could give you roughly 100 billion, probably 1 trillion reasons why.
There's over 1 trillion reasons.
Damn, that's a long list. Please don't start it.
I cleared out a whole room of Globers.
It's not a long list. The 100 billion or trillion is money.
I just read off some statistics, you guys.
The space industry is worth about it's in the hundreds of billions, if not 1 trillion. So those are the reasons.
Well, adjusted for inflation, NASA has wasted over $1 trillion since its starting.
Yeah, that's like I'm not saying that's the motive. Like, if there's any motive to lie, it's for money. Like, if your lie is going to get you in the hundreds of billions, if not trillion, how is that not a motive? You got to think of you got to think of alien industry, Hollywood industry. These are all tied into this heliocentric
AI.
It's all tied in. All tied in.
Did you guys see the final experiment where the guy went to Antarctica, the flat earther?
No, none of us here have heard of that.
Never heard of that.
That was the independent variable.
What happened?
Never heard.
You know? Hey, what was the
What is today? Is it 2025?
Did they
Never
go
heard of
south?
that.
Did they end up going? How did they get there? They go south, or what happened?
Never
us
heard of that.
From Chile? Is that the country? Chile?
They went to.
Never heard of that non-experiment.
Is it Chile?
Never heard of that non-experiment.
Are you mixing this up?
They went to the south.
I had some chili earlier today.
Did they get chili?
That's what I had for dinner too. Good old chili.
So sorry, guys, I'm confused. So we don't believe that this guy went to Antarctica. It was a green.
Did they get chili in Antarctica?
Dude,
was it
observation is only the first step of the scientific method.
Well, no, hold on. Did he observe?
You can't claim you did all the other methods just by observing something.
Hey, James, hold on.
Oh, okay.
He did say he got chili. Did he get chili? Is that what he observed, or was it Chile then Antarctica? It wasn't Antarctica.
Chile, the country.
Chile.
And then,
okay,
yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my accent. Yeah.
It was.
Anyways,
it was like Chile.
Did they show the navigation?
How was Antarctica? It was Chile.
It was Chile.
Did they show how they utilized?
So what did you think about
utilize? Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
They show how they utilize, how they navigated there. Did they show that?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen everything, but I'll let you know if I do see it. Yeah. I mean, they have a map on their website, so it's thefinalexperiment.com. I could put it on the left-hand side if you guys want.
We already know about it, dude.
Oh, you guys know about it? Okay. So he went to Antarctica and he observed, the sun was out for 24 hours, which.
Okay. So that's the first step.
Will Duffy, I think, is his name.
That's the first step of the scientific experiment, observation. Did he do all the other methods?
Hey, hold on.
Just
let's go through.
Well, there was a few flat earthers there. There was Kingdom in Context, Jeranism, and Wits It Gets It. So these are kind of prominent flat earthers.
No, they're not flat earthers. They are true earthers. They are not flat earthers. So I have no idea what it means, but that's what they claim to be. They claim to be true earthers, not flat earthers. So please don't characterize them with us.
Hey, Blue,
sorry, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is.
Yeah, well, here, look at the video here. Look right there. Sure. Click this video. It's about 46 seconds long. Is this the William?
Okay, I'll watch it.
You're talking about?
We have to stop.
Sorry, I'll mute.
Claiming
Sorry,
that
just a second.
I wouldn't even agree to the 24-hour sun. Because they're in darkness, but there's light in the sky at a distance. So it's not like fucking 24-hour sun.
Yeah, it was 24 hours of sun.
Oh.
The sun was above the horizon.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Look at the fucking clip. And it got fucking dark, but you could still see light. At the horizon, there was still light. It wasn't like the sun was in the sky. At least that's what
Sorry, that seemed like his opinion on the Bible. I mean, that's cool, Crit, but I don't get why
Is that I could be wrong. Maybe I need to rewatch. Yeah, maybe I need to rewatch it.
Well, all he said is that he went to Antarctica and he was wrong, and the Earth is probably
the guy here. Is this the William Duffy you're talking about, or is that different?
I think that's him. Yeah, I think that's him.
Okay, so he basically said
he's a pastor. Yeah,
you can. Yeah, is a super church, a mega church pastor.
Oh, cool. Okay.
He said you can lie, you can deceive, and you can cheat if you're pushing an agenda that you think is right.
That's not what he said. He said there's just no moral ground. But anyways, I mean that's fine. But
so
what does that have to do with?
Do you trust this guy?
Well, didn't he live stream the sun?
Yeah. Do you trust him
for 24 hours? I mean, I don't know him, but yeah,
he did.
You would. So he said that it's okay to lie. It's okay to cheat.
Right, but,
it's okay to steal.
But there's other flat earthers there. There was 3 guys.
Yeah, but don't worry about them. If you don't believe the flat earthers anyway, you've already said the flat earthers are liars.
Well, then we could just say the same thing about you and Globers. You don't believe Globers anyways.
Down. You said all flat earthers are liars or cheaters.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's not true statistically.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
99.9% of every bad person, serial killer, psycho, anything is a Glober. So you better wipe those stats off.
Okay, well, anyways, so I think the offer still stands where you can go to Antarctica and they're going to pay for it. Why don't one of you guys volunteer?
Who's paying for it?
Let me get the guy's name from the final experiment.
Take your ass down there.
What would be the purpose of going there?
I might, honestly.
What would we do when we get there? So we go there and we see the sun. That's all fine and dandy. We flew there. And we also came by boat. So we aviated the Earth flat and we navigated the Earth flat and it's measured flat. And here we are. And now we see the sun. Okay, now what? What do we do now?
Watch it not set on flat Earth.
Look horizontal.
It's not a flat Earth then, right? Because it would have to set.
Dude, there was a very faint light from the sun.
Okay, wait. Oh, hold on a second here.
It was like midnight or something.
Is it possible for the sun to set on the flat Earth?
Right? Wouldn't it have to?
Well, hold on. This is your flat Earth we're talking about.
Yeah. I would imagine so. Yeah, I think it would have to set.
Can you on the flat Earth? So on the flat Earth, it's possible for the sun to set.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, can you explain how?
Shit. I guess it's flat. It's like a dish, right? So the sun just goes down, and that's it. Yeah.
It goes down where?
I don't know, bro. Like I mean, because the Earth's not flat.
Okay.
I have to kind of use my imagination.
Well, yeah. So imagine on your flat Earth that you are imagining, is it possible for the sun to set?
Yes.
Okay, how?
It would. The sun would go down, and you would no longer see it on a flat Earth.
Go down over what? What's blocking it?
Over the horizon, just goes down.
Which is what? What's the horizon?
It's a curve, actually. Believe it or not.
Okay, so let's try again. On your flat Earth, is it possible for the sun to set?
Yes.
Or how?
It would just go down.
Go down where?
Past the horizon.
Okay, which is what?
Which is a curve.
Okay, so again, let's try. Okay, so you got back to a curved Earth. On the flat Earth, the horizon is what? Curved or not curved?
Well, it wouldn't be curved right on a flat Earth. It would be a line in which, yeah.
Okay, so now on your flat Earth, is it possible for the sun to set?
Yeah, I'd say it would. Yeah.
Okay, how?
It would just go down. I mean, it's like a dish, right?
Go down where?
The sun would just go. Just somewhere outside of the dish.
Like perspective? Is that what you're meaning?
No,
I think he's saying it goes under the dish.
Yeah, sure. Just anywhere. I mean, it's flat Earth. We just use my imagination.
Yeah. So then,
anyways, but long story short, crit. I mean, look, man. The sun is out 24 hours.
Okay. So
like, how do you explain that?
Which one is it? Is it
crit? It's out 24 hours. How do you explain it, bro? I mean, it's done.
That's flat Earth.
No, bro, flat Earth is done.
It wasn't
how's it done?
Hours.
Crit. The man just ended flat Earth permanently. It's done.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The final experiment just ended flat Earth.
Okay,
no, he ended the globe.
How?
You act like we've never heard this argument before, dude.
He literally went to Antarctica. You guys said he couldn't even go there.
Yeah, and he saw the sun go the wrong way.
Demo, slow down.
Okay.
I can't hear him. Blue, I want you to explain to the good people how somebody traveling to another location can prove the shape of the Earth. For example, if I fly to the US, it doesn't magically become a globe, does it?
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right. So they're flying down to Antarctica, as you were.
Okay. So they flew down to Antarctica. And in Antarctica...
Chile.
Oh, they went to Chile first, yeah? Because I don't think you could get like a direct flight to Antarctica. I could be wrong. And during this time of the year, in Antarctica, the sun is out for 24 hours. They have a 24-hour daylight occurrences for several months over the summer, right? And the only way that could be possible is if the Earth is in fact round.
A flat Earth.
How could that be possible if the Earth was
only possible on the flat Earth?
Okay.
How is that possible if the Earth was a sphere?
Because on the flat Earth, the sun couldn't set. So you watch the sun not set. That is a flat Earth. Then
because of the direction of the tilt of the Earth.
Let's show that. Let's see that tilt. Where's that at?
Sure. Can I show you kind of like a picture?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, show us the picture.
So this is kind of what it looks like. So you can see that the sun is. Sorry, let me. Is that uploading? It's on the side chat, so you can kind of see like the sun is always.
So it changed its angle.
Hours did the sun never
changed
set?
Its elevation angle.
I still got.
No, it's 24 hours sun, right? Yeah.
And
anyways,
the elevation angle changed in the sky with the sun. The elevation angle changed. Is that what we got here?
I'm not. I guess.
This is real. Okay, so look at here. Which way does the sun move through the sky?
Well,
bro, I think it's over, man.
With his picture,
I think it's over.
Let's go
let's just deal with his image first, Crit.
I think it's over. I think
that you just put up there, son.
Globe's been over.
Notice you've got a horizon, horizontal, flat. Where's your curve?
Yeah, where's the curve? Yeah, and also, which direction does the sun move? Does it move left to right, right to left?
I see a little bit of a curve, though it is kind of pixelated.
Hold on.
So he's a liar.
Tells you that problem.
Curve in the wrong way.
So, also, you've got elevation angles, yeah? So that's how the sun is.
Could it be, Matrix, could it be that you're just wrong?
Could it be that you're just wrong?
Yeah,
so that can go either way.
But I'm not. Like,
how do you know?
Okay, so he just went to Antarctica, a flat earther, and he saw it for himself.
Okay, so a flat earther did something that curved the Earth. How?
Well, dude, I mean, according to flat earthers, most of them, that you can't even go to Antarctica. So that
so flat earthers.
I haven't met that person.
I have. I was in here, and then I was told. I think by Crit, actually by Crit himself. By Crit himself told me you can't go to Antarctica.
I
remember.
Did say that?
You did say that, yes.
I said you can't go, or I said
you cannot go to. Yeah, you said you can't. They will not let you go to Antarctica, Crit.
Yeah, you have to.
No, they not let you free range chicken in Antarctica.
Okay.
Yeah, they demonstrated that. With the one guy, McToon, said, "Here, look at over here. There's red flags. You can't cross that. Over there, there's like a border where like we can't go that past this tent. This way, over here is like where the landing strip is. You're not
could it
allowed
just be wrong, man? Like just this one time.
He couldn't go. All he could do. They said, go right here. We'll drop you off in the airplane, and you stay here. What he could have done is what he could have done is been like, hey, boss mode, jump in a like a snowmobile and just take off, rev that motherfucker up, and just go wherever he wanted to go. But he didn't. He stayed within the lines, exactly as I said. You just didn't understand it the first time I told you. Now do you get it?
Well,
or are you still confused?
So you're saying you
not
could go to
being able
Antarctica,
to
you just couldn't
go.
go where you want.
There's a difference between not being able to go and going and freely looking around. Those are two different things.
Okay.
They paid thousands, and what did he pay? 500,000 altogether. That's not freely going fucking anywhere. Go get in a canoe with your camera. You, Richard, Bob, whatever your name is. Go get in a canoe with your fucking camera and film how you went there in your canoe.
That's what they just did. They just
No, they didn't, retard. You go do that.
You're retarded, Demok. Anyways,
you're a liar.
They live streamed the thing.
You're also an idiot.
I'm not an idiot, bro. The Earth is not flat. Like, this is so crazy.
Yeah, it is, retard.
For people to go and visit.
All right. Yeah, Demok, you dropped out of elementary school, I think, bro. The Earth isn't flat. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, on top of your head.
All right, look. Anyways, this is like the nuclear bomb on the flat Earth community. You guys, it's over.
It's over. That looking up in the sky proves curvature of ground. You've got one slight issue.
Over.
There's zero measurable curvature.
Bro, you just saw the sun.
You gotta understand, Blue. You gotta understand that the Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, practically used as flat, and over 70% of the known surface of the Earth is water, and we all know what water does.
Why does it take longer to fly in one direction than the other?
Don't worry about the question. Just explain how.
Why are other planets round?
How does this? Okay.
Why is this guy spiraling and interrupting you, Crit? Why did this guy come in here saying that the things in the sky prove the shape of the Earth for active?
We're trying to figure out.
That's what it is.
What's wrong with this clown?
Like, Blue, how do you say? How does this work on the globe at all? It only works on a flat Earth. This is this
proves flat Earth.
Yeah, the ultimate win for flat Earth.
This is the ultimate win for flat Earth.
The ultimate.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
Can I record this shit? Is the bot recording?
Yeah, the bot's recording.
Okay, great. Hang on a sec.
This is the ultimate win for flat Earth. You just don't understand it yet. It can be explained to you, but I can't understand it for you.
No, this dumb came in here and said some other people saw something, so it proves the shape of the Earth. No. These other people saw something in the
flat
sky.
Earth. Flat Earth is on suicide.
Yeah, this guy came in here.
That was crazy. He literally destroyed your entire community yesterday. That's crazy.
How?
This man completely destroyed.
You still haven't explained to us how.
Yeah, you guys.
It's all good for you to go. It's debunked. It's blown up. It's nuked. You can use all the cool buzzwords you like, mate. But we would like to know how.
Okay, first off, he went to Antarctica. Already, that's a huge blow. Just a huge body blow.
Okay, that doesn't debunk anything.
How?
Anyone can go to Antarctica and look at the penguins.
Oh, now.
Okay, let's go really slow. Okay, very, very slow. Step by step. How? Someone goes to Antarctica. How does that destroy flat Earth?
Okay, so somebody goes to.
No, okay. How does that? Okay, your answer would be on the flat Earth, X, Y, and Z. On the globe Earth, X, Y, and Z. Going to Antarctica, X, Y, and Z.
On the flat Earth, the sun wouldn't circle for 24 hours.
Okay, no, we're working on somebody went to Antarctica. How does that destroy or nuke, whatever, flat Earth?
Body blow. All right, I'll be back.
How? Ran away. Flat Earth wins again.
He body blowed himself and then ran away.
Yep, everything comes down to but globe.
Yeah, it's like if he can't even answer how. I can tell you how this destroys the globe. The sun moved the wrong way. The sun was in the sky 24 hours. After globalists said, only on the flat Earth does this happen. I could tell you how it destroys the globe. They said flat earthers would concede that the Earth is a globe. Jaron said, no, there's still an answer here. He just doesn't know it. The Earth is flat. It's observably, measurably, practically used as flat. He's stunned. He's like, I didn't expect to see a sun in the sky, but doesn't prove anything. He said he was going into it. Jared has famously said for years, science doesn't prove anything. And then after he saw the quote unquote final experiment, he said, didn't prove anything. Earth's still flat. I just don't have an answer for this. But good thing he never claimed it. Winsett said there's more than one sun. You only observe one sun at a time. And I haven't heard what the other two have said. Elizabeth and I guess.
It'd be easier to admit they were on a fucking ball at this point.
How? Why?
Well, I mean, why you saw the 24-hour sun is kind of
so
like
how does a 24-hour sun only work on the globe? How?
I don't know. I'm just pretty sure it wouldn't work on a fucking flat Earth.
Okay, show the flat Earth. Let's see. Flat Earth.
It already makes sense on the globe, but
okay, how? How does it? How?
I mean, I don't know this precisely. You might as well go ask someone who actually knows.
How?
It works. You're just fucking hoping right now.
How?
Dog shit slapped around.
How can you can't answer how? How?
I don't fucking know how, but I know you guys
don't know how.
Bitched out.
Okay, honestly. Then why say it?
You're talking to retards, Crit.
You want me to talk? You want me to fucking read an article for you?
No, just tell me how.
Why don't you fucking research how if you want to know?
Yeah, mute this ass clown.
It's like they're getting. This is predictive programming. Someone said, "Hey, oh, look, this proves that," and they just repeat it. They don't know how. This is like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if he gave you an answer but didn't tell you how, he failed as an educator. Whoever told you this is somehow a debunk of flat Earth but didn't tell you how.
Do you want me to share the video?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a debunk. I would say it's evidence against certain specific conceptions of flat Earth, but not like a proof.
Hey, Matthew, it's been a while.
Hey.
So,
it'll certainly maybe do away with some of the idiots that believe that the flat Earth was actually a squished globe. That might put an end to those people.
Wait, who said that?
The ones that believe in the AE map. It's a squished globe.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. But that's like specific drawings of the oceans and continents. I was more referring to sort of the generic idea that there's a North Pole and that the sun goes around the North Pole.
Maybe it can go around a South Pole. I don't know. Hard to say. Something will happen.
Yeah, well, which is it? Is it going around the North Pole or the South Pole?
Or third option, what if it's going around the individual?
I mean, it happens in the north, and nobody seems to have a problem with it happening in the north. So if it can happen in the north, why can it not happen in the south if it happened at all?
Well, most of the population.
Oakley did one in the north, and it wasn't 24 hours. That's
I live quite far north. I live quite far north, and I get to experience, for 3 days, I get to experience twilight as dark as it gets for 3 days because I live quite far north. So it doesn't quite get dark around the summer solstice. It's kind of cool. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disputes that there's a 24-hour sun in the north, right?
How does that work on a map? That's my point.
So if it happens, if it's possible to happen in the north, is it not possible to happen in the south? Well, if it did happen, like I say, I'm not there. I wasn't there. I don't have firsthand evidence of it. But if they were there and they saw the sun for 24 hours, who cares? if it happens in the north, why can't it happen in the south? It just means that maybe we need to rethink what we think the Earth is. Maybe it's an exciting time to be alive. Maybe we get some truth.
Oh, well, I agree with you. It is an exciting time. But to answer your question specifically, that's a great question. Why isn't it symmetrical north and south? The typical explanation for why it happens in the north is that the sun is constantly circling the North Pole. So you can't have it both ways. If it's circling the North Pole, then it couldn't happen in the south. And if it's circling the South Pole, then it couldn't happen in the north. So the question is, how is it that it happens both places?
What direction does it circle? Counterclockwise or clockwise?
If you're looking straight up in the sky in the north, it circles counterclockwise, and in the south, clockwise.
Okay, so the final experiment showed what direction?
I'll call it the final expedition to not make anybody mad, but Witsit indicated that it moved from right to left. So if you're looking straight up, that would be clockwise.
That's counterclockwise.
It moved from right to left, didn't it?
Right to left. So it moved from the 12 o'clock position to the 11 o'clock position. Is that clockwise or counterclockwise?
Counter.
Does the clock go down or does the clock go up?
If you're looking up in the sky.
Yeah. It went from the 12 o'clock right side to left 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that's if the clock is printed on the ground. I'm talking about if you're looking at the sky, it's going clockwise.
Yeah, look, I put
in the sky, everywhere you are facing north, it goes clockwise, east to west for everyone, everywhere.
Yeah, so the question, it might be easier to talk, since it's near the horizon, it might be easier to talk in terms of going left to right or right to left.
The question that I have is that they showed a mountain in there that they said was south of them, and the sun went behind the mountain. How is it possible the sun went behind the mountain if they're looking south? That was kind of weird.
That's a good question.
It's answered easily. They tried to fake it and fucked it up. Because in their worldview, you can lie if it's acceptable. Like, it's acceptable to lie.
I agree.
You can see the video. It's been posted many times.
Yeah, he made it public. He made it very public that it's okay to do that.
It's okay to lie. It's okay to deceive. And there's nothing immoral about it.
So if there is a 24-hour sun, at some point that during that 24 hours, the sun will be due south. And so that's sort of the problem with Antarctica. How could the sun appear south if it's really circling the North Pole?
Is it
circling? So why are you trying to strawman us onto a AE map, Matthew?
No, the AE map has continents and oceans. I'm talking about sort of a generic idea of the sun circling the North. It doesn't matter where the oceans and continents are, so not a specific map.
So when these circling the North Pole, as you would call it, happens, does it happen at the same time as the one in the south?
Yeah,
or they happen at different times?
Fucking Raiden, what's wrong? Mute Raiden. Why is he?
Is someone hot micing?
Yeah. It's Raiden.
Is it Raiden?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no problem, Raiden.
He muted himself. Yeah, it's 6 months different to answer your question, Matrix.
So that's a lot of time for things to change in between.
It is.
Interesting.
I got a question, and maybe I'm just entertaining the false dichotomy. But if there's 24 hours of sun on one side of the sphere, shouldn't there be 24 hours of darkness on the other side? And is that the case?
You haven't make a great point, and yes, it is. Like right now in Nome, Alaska, or at the North Pole, they're experiencing 24 hours of darkness right now.
Right, and it only happens at this time of year?
Yeah, near the solstice, like December 21st is the shortest days of the year in the northern hemisphere, the longest days in the southern, and then vice versa on June 21st, plus or minus a day, I think.
Right.
And I can attest to you that it's very dark up in the north here right now. It's dark when I wake up. It takes a while for it to get light. And by about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's gone, and it's dark again.
How do you maintain your sanity in that type of?
I have lots to do. I have to shovel the fucking snow.
How would you?
Snow to go.
Of course, it's light 6 months from now, so you get.
You're not.
I'll get it on the other end. Like I say, I'll get about 3 days where it just goes to twilight. It doesn't get dark. In fact, it was the first year when we moved here, which was about 15 or 16 years ago, and my son had who was young at the time, had a friend over, and I had been up doing some work on the computer, and it was about 3:00 in the morning, and they're heading outside, and I'm going, where are you guys going? Oh, we're just going to go to 7-Eleven and get some candy. I said, you can't go to 7-Eleven. It's 3:00 in the morning. They said, but it can't be because it was so bright.
So you're not on the exact opposite side.
No, not on the exact opposite side, but I do get the effects of it that I see something happening, with the sun. The sun gets in the wintertime, the sun is very low on the horizon. I never get sun over top of me. It's always over there somewhere.
Yeah, it's symmetrical. If you're at 50 north, it's about the same as 50 south, just 6 months apart.
Yeah.
I'm a little north of that.
That's pretty fun.
I guess I'm just confused on if it's a sphere and one side sees 24 hours of the sun, which they didn't in the video. Sun actually went down. There was just lightness at the horizon.
Did you watch the video?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, they even said,
I don't think anybody's.
it was like,
I don't think anybody's.
they even said it was like what was it, 1 or 2 o'clock, where or midnight. I think it was midnight, where you seen darkness, you seen stars, but you also seen light at the horizon.
Okay,
of the
so
sun.
we're talking about the video that Jaren and Witsit,
I guess
the
I need to
experts
rewatch
did.
then. That's the same one I'm talking about.
So they did make a video when they were in Punta Arenas before they left, but a few days later, there's been quite a few videos of a 24-hour.
Oh, okay. Maybe I need to rewatch it. Yeah, right. But my problem is my sun only changes like I'm in the States and specifically Colorado, and my sun only changes 7 degrees, maybe 10.
Yeah, and at the equator, it barely moves at all. I mean, it moves back and forth, but you get pretty much the same length of days down there. So it depends on your latitude. But in the sense, your sun is moving the same speed.
But wasn't latitude derived from elevation angles?
You could use that, or you could use the position of the sun. There are several different ways to find your latitude.
All right. So, like, even though you're saying, on one side it's 24 hours light, on the other side it's 24 hours darkness, to me it's still a false dichotomy. It doesn't determine the shape of the ground.
Yeah, I'm saying it's symmetrical, the north versus the south.
Right.
So whatever shape the surface is, you need some shape that is symmetrical between the part we call the northern hemisphere and the part we call the southern hemisphere. You'd want them to be symmetrical.
That would only be assuming that the sun was at the same distance the whole entire time.
The whole entire time, yeah. What about the navigation used to get to the point of Earth where you see 24 hours of sun?
I think they could use magnetic compasses to do it. I don't think they did. They were flying a modern plane, but you could use magnetic.
Well, they flew linear. They flew linear to get there.
They flew pretty much straight south for a few hours, according to Witsit.
Yeah, well, they didn't like dip their nose to go around a ball. It's linear.
If the Earth is flat versus if the Earth is a globe, planes would have to dip their nose 0.02 inches more if it were a globe than if it weren't. So
no, they'd have to dip that below horizontal, Matthew.
Hold on. So you admit that they would have to dip below horizontal?
I'm saying the difference is less than 0.02 inches.
Yeah,
so
but
it's
they'd
gonna
have
be-
to dip that below horizontal.
They would have
Matthew.
to dip it, right?
Modern airliners have their nose 3 degrees above the horizon, usually. 'cause
Yeah,
they
Above
constantly
increase
horizontal,
the
and
angle
in
of
order to
hit.
go around a ball, they would have to dip below horizontal, the number you just claimed.
Not only that, but the reason that they do have an upward lift above horizontal is to keep lift
right
under the wings. Like once they dip below horizontal, the wind underneath the wings is no longer giving them lift. Now they're going down.
Well, they still get lift, but they're descending. You're right.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. Like, isn't the trip there, navigation being used to get there, more vital than what you observe when you get there?
No, because they weren't navigating the plane, so we're talking about just their personal observations they could see with their own eyes. So they weren't in the cockpit. I mean, we could speculate about what the pilots were doing, but I think it's better to stick with.
No. I understand that. Didn't claim they was the pilot, but what I'm saying is navigation to get there. What was utilized for that navigation?
Yeah, good question. We don't know because we weren't.
More important. Hold on. More important than what they observe when they get there.
So what the pilots were doing was more important than what they saw with their own eyes somehow? I think
to navigate the Earth to get to Antarctica is more important when it comes to the surface of the Earth than what they observe when they get there.
Well, yeah, I think they're both interesting questions, but I would say stick with what they.
Important.
I mean, Whitsitt isn't going to make some claims about navigation because he sticks with.
Well, if the navigation wasn't more important, how the hell are you going to get there?
By trusting people who can get you there.
That's my point. That's my point.
So Whitsitt doesn't know how to navigate a plane, but he trusted the pilots.
No, they
and
get to.
They delivered him there.
Somebody articulate what
they
I'm trying to
get
say
there.
better, please.
Yeah, they didn't get. Dude, they didn't get there.
They didn't get where?
To the South Pole.
Right. They got to like 79 degrees south or something.
Where would they have? How much further away is the South Pole then?
Oh gosh.
79 plus.
69 times 80 times 11.
Okay. So when they keep telling you that they got to the South Pole.
Who says they went to the South Pole?
Looney Tune. McDuffie. We're in the South Pole.
They said they're in the South Pole?
Yeah, he said at the South Pole.
I don't remember them saying that. I mean, they were below the Arctic Circle.
Maybe I heard it wrong. When he called McToon, or when McToon called, well, he was pretty charged. So
well, both of them.
Still not the point.
He said, "I'm at the South Pole," and you lied, or something like that. So people said, "Dude, you lied. You're not the South Pole." Why'd you say? Why did he lie and say he was at the South Pole if he's like over 700 miles? I mean, just crude math. I guess was it 69 times 11 would be
it's 700 or 800 miles. Close
yeah. So why did he lie? And then say he got mad. So if his whole epistemology is anyone who lies must delete their YouTube channel, McDuffie lied. He wasn't at the South Pole.
That's beyond the point. What navigation was utilized to get there? That's more important.
The navigation of trusting the pilots to do their job and then looking at things with your own eyes.
No, you're still missing my point, dude.
Right, because we have no idea what the pilots did.
No,
neither does Whitsitt. He was on the plane and he doesn't.
That's my point. That's my point, dude. You have no idea what the pilots did.
Okay, so let's talk.
That is more important. That is more important.
Asked and answered.
What you observe once you get there.
Okay, asked and answered. Asked and answered. Now we need to talk to the pilots. Until then, okay, until you talk to the pilot, until you talk to the pilot, exactly what the answer was. Matthew can't tell you any more information.
Right. That's a good point.
So again isn't helpful. It just fills the airways with the same questions over and over and over with the same answers. Let's just fast forward. Okay.
But isn't it more important? Even though I don't have that.
So listen, it might be more important, and it is an interesting question. I don't dispute it's an interesting question, so I think it's interesting for you to bring.
Yeah, so the 24-hour Antarctica. So like, wouldn't that prove like the Earth tilts?
That observation is consistent with a heliocentric model. That wouldn't prove it tilts, but it certainly matches.
What even is a heliocentric model? The globe models that the Earth tilts on one side and the other side it doesn't tilt, which is why.
The model is a shorthand for saying that the sun is at the center of the solar system, the Earth is a globe, and it tilts at 23.4 degrees, like all those things. That's what I mean by the heliocentric model.
Yeah, how do you solve that issue, like as a flat earther?
Sky is not the ground. I don't look at the sky to tell me the shape of the ground. I look at the ground to tell me the shape of the ground.
What? Can Matthew, can you like rephrase that real quick?
That was my whole point about navigation to get there.
Yeah, so you were bringing up observations in the sky, and she was saying flat earthers typically say, well, if you want to know the shape of the ground, ignore the sky and look at the ground instead, and look for a curvature over lakes, see if the water's flat, that type of stuff, instead of looking in the sky.
How does that respond to the Earth tilting because of the 24-hour Antarctica?
You're begging the question that the sky is telling you the ground is tilting.
What the fuck? I never said anything but the ground tilting. I said the Earth was tilting.
Yeah, the Earth is the ground, right? Or is the Earth the sky? I'm confused.
Yeah, so the Matthew was the guy to explain it. So basically, if there's a 24-hour sun, it proves that the Earth is tilting on one side, and on the other side there is no.
No, it doesn't. It means that the sun didn't go below the horizon according to the position that the observer's at.
No, it has nothing to do with the horizon. It has to do with the position of the Earth itself.
What is the horizon, sir?
Well, I don't really care.
If you've got to Google this, I'm fucking lost.
Yeah, I don't really care about the horizon. I just care about the position of the Earth.
Yeah, the horizon is what?
I don't really care about the horizon. The horizon is like...
Okay, hold on. Toss that word out of your proof then. And try again. If you've used a word you don't care what it means, okay, try again. Toss that word out and do it again. This time without.
Bro, I never even used the horizon though. I literally said it proves that Earth tilts, and on one side there is no sun, on the other side there is a sun. That's literally what the 24-hour Antarctica proves.
How do you tilt a sphere?
The same way you grab a ball and just turn it, bro, with your hand. What the fuck?
It's a sphere, dude. The whole thing's turning in symmetrical. It's not tilted.
It is tilted, bro.
Oh, no, it's not. The only way you could picture it spinning as a tilt is to be outside of it, looking back at it.
Yeah, where's the top?
You quite literally grab.
Is there a top of a sphere?
Yeah,
it's only tilted. It's only tilted
to the bottom of the sphere. There's a top.
Where's that?
The claim is it's only tilted to the light from the sun, yet the entire sphere, is within the gigantic beam of light from the sun. So
that's not how that works.
That does.
One side of the sphere would not be covered by the sun.
Dude, it's in the huge beam of light of the sun.
Do you think a sphere... Do you know what a flank is? Do you think a sphere doesn't have flanks?
Is the sun bigger than the Earth in your mind? Is the sun bigger than the Earth?
No.
Earth's bigger than the sun?
Because Earth is so far away from the sun, it wouldn't be bigger.
No. That's not what I'm asking you. If the sun is bigger than the Earth, and the Earth is sitting in this beam of light.
Yeah, that makes sense. What I said literally makes sense.
No matter which way you spin the tilt, it's still within that beam of light. No matter
No,
what.
the Earth is not bigger than the sun, bro. Yeah, we're so far away. We're so far
how
away
the
from the
hell?
sun.
How could it be sitting in a beam of light that encompasses all of it?
We're not sitting in a beam of light, though.
Oh, it's not. Where does the Earth get its light from?
Yeah, so Earth gets its light from like the glare, bro. The glare.
Oh, it don't get it from the sun.
Well, the sun makes the glare.
Oh, it's a glare.
It reflects off the moon and off.
So even if you tilted the Earth and spun it one way, facing the sun, like it's still a sphere, you're still going to get half of it lit and half of it not lit.
Exactly. The flank of the sphere. The flank of the sphere wouldn't be lit.
Still sitting in the beam of light.
Yeah, but the whole thing about the globe Earth, the whole thing about like the solar system, that the Earth is so far away from the sun that the sun wouldn't be bigger than the Earth.
No. You're claiming that there's 24 hours of sunlight, even though it's what 900,000. 900.
Does he know about crepuscular rays?
No, he don't. I'm entertaining his idea, and I shouldn't be. I'm sorry, guys.
Who's followed the sun?
Yeah, how do you solve that issue?
No, how does the glober follow the sun with all its globe technology going fast as 1,000 miles an hour or faster in their little goofy ass jets? How come they haven't followed the fucking sun? And actually see, what are you laughing about? Funny guy.
It's not even something you can locate. It's an apparent location.
What if
if they could have, they would have followed it by now.
Yeah,
we're too far away.
Too far away from what?
The sun.
What's that?
I don't know.
How'd you derive it? Who measured it?
I don't know, bro.
Don't you have like a special filter? It's called a solar filter. It's called a solar filter. You put it up, and the sun looks like an orange disc, right? If that's the case, and you don't know what the hell the sun is, but there's a lot of goofball dudes that claim they do. They can't take that filter and go run it across anything else and make it match.
No, let's grab a ruler and then let's extend it to the sun. And then we can like measure like accurately. That'll be perfect. But that's impossible though, because it's too far away.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, let's take a ruler. Let's extend it from Earth.
Is that how you measure right now? You measure the air and the water with rulers? Is that how you measure the ocean? Globers? You guys measure the water with rulers?
No, have you ever did carpentering? It's the same way you will measure.
Yeah, I know. You're in the middle of the ocean. You got your ruler. What do we do first?
Yeah, so in order to like perfectly calculate like the piece of carpet you need
calculating shit.
Floor.
How do you measure the ocean?
Yeah, the same way you do
the ocean. We're on a ball. How do you measure it with the ruler?
The same way you do carpenting. You probably never did carpenting before, but in carpenting, basically when you cut the piece off the carpet, you have to measure it before you apply it to the floor. So
you don't look to the light on the ceiling to measure the floor?
No.
Well, you measure the floor.
Well, why are you doing that?
And why are you measuring the lights in heaven?
You don't measure the floor, you just measure the carpet.
Yeah, the ground.
Right. Well, you're sitting here trying to say that, well, we see the sun in the sky for a really long time. Therefore, the earth is a ball and it's tilting. And we're wondering why you're doing that. Whenever we ask you about your house, you would never look at your light on the ceiling and then say the floor is just like that light.
Your entire house is lit up, though.
Yeah, that's what is that?
So when did it stop being a light in the ceiling is measuring the ground?
Your entire house is lit up by the light in the ceiling.
Does that change the shape of the floor?
Yeah, because if your house was the shape of like a spear, one side wouldn't be lit.
You're not what the fuck?
Hold on. So, how are you concluding that by looking at a light in the sky, the ground is a specific shape.
What the fuck is the ground? Is the ground the Earth?
Are you floating in the sky or some shit?
Basically,
Yes, the ground is the Earth, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
yeah.
He's trolling you guys.
Fucking clown, dude.
If you believe
He's trolling you.
if you believe we have 5 layers of like the Earth, then we're not on like the
When
bottom.
did I say
Earth.
5 layers of Earth?
Yeah,
I
we're
didn't.
we're,
Did
we're
I?
elevated.
Did I? No, I didn't.
Do you believe we're elevated
Above what?
above the Earth's crust and mantle?
I'm not floating. Are you floating?
Yes.
Because if you're floating, then you would be elevated. Right?
Yes, we're floating above the Earth's core, or else we just die to lava.
Hold on, I got
So
a
you
question
don't
for
want
you.
to have a big conversation.
This guy's a clown, man.
Let me hit him with it. I'm gonna hit him with it. Can you see the side chat? Wait, who is it? The guy who's talking?
Thomas the Train.
It's Thomas the Train. You guys are taking this guy seriously?
No, he's not taking anything seriously.
What's your question for him, though?
I mean, I had a
I'm gonna
question
post
for you guys.
I'm gonna post a picture in the side chat. Thomas the Train, you ready? It's a multiple choice question. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. It's posting it. It's a blue picture. It says, "Where is the horizon? Is it A, B, C, or D?"
A, B, C, or D? It's A.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but how do you still solve the Antarctica thing, though?
The sky
Doesn't
has
matter.
nothing to do with the ground. We said this first whenever you came
Doesn't
in.
matter.
It was like,
You literally just observed it being flat, brother. Welcome to Flat Earth. According to the official globe math, behind that second tower, the second oil rig, the curvature should be, what was it, 54 feet? 54 feet of curvature, but therefore, if you see water, aka the horizon past it, it only means one thing. Tell me.
yeah. And with
So,
the
You
horizon,
observe it to be flat. You said A, therefore, welcome to Flat Earth.
yeah. So those 2 rigs are being used as distance markers, right? And the horizon being the apparent conjunction between the Earth and the sky, right? That would be your geometric sphere edge, meaning whatever the object is in the distance is going to be going down and around that ball, and it'll disappear from your field of view because it's physically obstructed. Because the horizon is telling you this is where objects are disappearing. Because the geometric shape of the ground is curving down and around. Well, in this instance, the horizon is at least 10 times farther than it should be because the observation is taken from 1 foot. So, if you wanted to know the distance to the horizon, you would take 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. In this instance, it's 1 foot elevation height. So times that by 1.2, the distance to the horizon in miles should be at 1.2 miles. However, it's beyond 10 miles. The farthest rig is like 9.4 miles. Okay. So at least in this instance, the horizon is 10 times further than it should be. And if we use these 2 markers to help us derive the radius value to this Earth, it's almost 250,000 miles.
Well, not
Now,
only that, but
does
those
that
miles
sound like the Earth?
are linear. Those
No, I don't
miles.
believe the
Well,
horizon.
when you watch the video that BLMS B69 gave us, in his video, he showed you using Google Maps the distances to those two rigs, and the location where he was standing when he turned on the camera, right? And then he walked away from them, walked up the beach line, turned back around and did it again, right? And he marked it with his Google Maps. So the distances to these rigs is known.
No, the horizon, it doesn't exist, bro. Like, I live in an area where there's a flat plane, and on the flat plane, I never ever see like the sun touch the surface ever. Even in the sunset.
So the sun just disappears and it stops existing? Or are you saying like the sun disappears behind a mountain or some shit?
I'm saying like on the flat plane, like where I live, like the grass flat plane, I never seen the sun actually like touch the surface. I don't think the horizon exists. It depends. It depends on the terrain.
I'll think of it this way. What he's saying is Glober's claim boats disappear bottom up because of the curve of the earth. This curve is well beyond what it's supposed to be. Well beyond.
What I'm saying is the horizon in this instance, and in any observation you can do for yourself, it is not going to conform to the geometric sphere with an average radius of 3,959 miles. All you got to do is go out and do it for yourself. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This will give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you're seeing farther than that, you are not looking at a geometric sphere.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Well beyond that. Well beyond the 3959.
Yeah, but it doesn't exist on the terrain now. Like when I woke
don't let boats go over the curve.
Yeah, when I wake up early enough to see like the sunset, it will just disappear into the clouds. It never actually meets the ground.
Then welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. You just argue for us. Thank you.
Yeah, but there's also no horizon in the 24-hour Antarctica.
So
because it's also a flat plane.
What does that have to do with the ground you're standing on?
Yeah.
Well, the sun also never meets the ground in Antarctica because it never sets because it's 24 hours.
What does that have to do with the ground you're standing on?
It just travels away from you. Your apparent vision brings it down to the horizon.
How does it bring it down? It's going to stay up because
the way your eyes function.
Dude, what does it have to do with the ground you're standing on?
You can stand at the doorway of a long hallway and watch the ceiling appear to come down towards the center of your field of view. You'll watch the walls appear to come in towards the center of your field of view. You'll watch the floor appear to come up towards the center of your field of view. This is due to your eyes.
It depends on the terrain. If you're
No, in actuality, your eyeballs are making these things appear to converge at a singular point.
It depends on the terrain.
If you derive depth perception, right? If your eyes are fucked up, you don't get depth perception.
So depth is width, lift, and on the flat terrain, there's no like height to give you depth. So there's gonna be width and length.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, depth is width, lift, and height. According to like, if you believe in like the theory of like 3 dimensions, that would be depth, right? You don't have height when you're on a totally flat plane, like a flat grassland or like
Are you trying to say that perception just stops happening over a flat plane?
Yes.
What the fuck? How did you conclude that?
Because quite literally, there's like no height. There's like when you see a sunset on a totally flat plane, it never actually touches like the ground itself. It just disappears into the cloud.
Into the distance.
Yeah, it disappears into the distance or the cloud or whatever. And it keeps going.
Are you thinking that I'm concluding that the sun actually touches the ground?
Yeah, I'm thinking like you think the sun actually touches the
Why
ground.
would you think that? When did I say that the sun actually comes down and touches the ground?
Ooh, that's what the horizon is.
No, I said it's the apparent location where the sun appears, where the sky appears to meet the ground. Apparent,
The sky
meaning
appears
it doesn't actually. It happens in your field of view. It happens because of your eyes.
What
It's
about?
apparent.
Okay, so let's remove the sun.
Yo, you lagging like a real droid, dude.
You're lagging. You're actually lagging.
Dude, you still haven't answered. If the sun on a certain location of the Earth happens to be in the sky for 24 hours, you still haven't answered how that determines the shape of the ground you're on.
No, I don't. A flat plane doesn't have depth. So like it wouldn't. The horizon wouldn't exist because the horizon depends on depth. When you have no depth, especially for like a flat plane that just has width and lift and no height, it's totally flat. There's no height.
No, there's topography. Stop that crap. There's topography.
Yeah,
We got
your
hills and
vision
valleys.
is
Topography.
Yeah, topography.
It's a non-answer, dude. But you're answer me this: if you can go to a certain location on Earth, witness a 24-hour sun, how does that determine the ground you're on? And how do you know you're excluding all variables?
There is no what? No. Unless you're talking about like a plateau, there's no topography. What?
Are you not? You still didn't hear me? Didn't? There's a location on the Earth you can witness a 24-hour sun. How does that determine the ground you're on? Answer that. How?
Yeah, if you stand on the earth that's stationary and you're staring up and the sun goes in circles above your head every day for 6 months, how's that hurting flat earth that's not moving and the sun doesn't set on the flat earth? Not the way you guys propose as a globe.
I mean, when you're on a cruise, the cruise definitely tilts and you can feel it.
The what?
When you're on a cruise, the cruise is tilting, right? Because it has depth to its topography. So you can feel it as it moves. It's called motion sickness. You don't get
how does the airplane adjust for going down around a ball 12,000 miles down around, and then 4,000 4 to 12,000 backward, then 12,000 back up?
Well,
it depends. All while it's flying horizontal.
Well, you also get motion sickness
while it's flying horizontal. Where's the pitch data, brother? Where's the globe drop down around, fly around the ball, pitch data? Not fly up to 35,000 feet and then back down that exact amount. Where's the globe data? Not flat earth.
So if you've ever been on a plane, if you go high enough.
Where's the pitch data in the plane, brother? That's all we want. We don't want your fucking ignorant story.
Okay.
We want the fucking data that says the altitude can go down below itself, drop down, and stay the same height, 35,000 feet below itself, around a ball.
Like what that guy was talking about, the sun touching.
Slow-mo. We need the fucking altitude. We need a demonstration of altitude, right? Or height, dropping down but staying the same. How can you demonstrate that anywhere?
And what he's saying is, if the rocket goes vertically into space, if you launched it horizontally, and it did not adjust for the curve, eventually it's going to fly into space like it does vertically. It has to adjust for the curve. Otherwise, it just flies into space, even if you launch it horizontally. Where's that? That's what he's at. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or what he's saying? Yeah. That doesn't happen on airplanes. Their pitch is above horizontal. You never
Yeah,
dip
you only
below
you
horizontal.
only increase elevation going up away from the horizontal plane. You go vertically up. You don't fly that way and increase any elevation ever. Especially not the 35,000 you need to get away from a piece of dirt that way or the water of the horizon to keep flying around at 35,000 feet. You can never drop, like, dude, it's like literally if you're on a globe, you can go in a classroom and take a marker. This is the simplest way to put it. Fifth graders, third graders, teenagers, whatever you want to, you put a dot on the wall. You keep putting dots on the wall till you make a sphere. What does every one of those dots do to make the sphere? They drop below each other. But for a sphere, if you're a person on the sphere, each one of those dots are going to be the same altitude, even though standing on that sphere, they're dropping below each other. Do you understand? Now, in real life, you have to get an altimeter. The altitude somehow, or the elevation, has to drop down below itself, but stay the same fucking elevation. Have you ever perceived such a fucking idiocracy? That you can drop something down and have it go up or stay the same height while letting it drop. Where's that at, brother? You show me. Then you can be on a fucking ball of imaginary hopes.
That's why I said earlier, the navigation utilized to get to Antarctica is more important than what you observe once you get there.
Who are you guys talking to?
Yeah. Where's that data?
Who are you guys talking to?
These.
Any baller?
I don't think there's a baller in the chat. Well, there's free 4184. He's lighting up, but he's saying anything.
He was just here. Damn it.
Yeah, they were talking to the guy called I Love God.
That's who it was.
Yeah. Look, I wanted to get back to the topic of the horizon, right? So before he was trying to say that, right, if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon, right? And then Flat Earthers sort of jumped in, was saying, oh, there's topography, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's what he was asking, right? He was assuming that if the Earth was flat, you could not have a horizon, right? So, I Love God, are you claiming that the horizon is geometric? Claiming a geometric horizon, right?
He got banned.
Even this Pink Floyd.
No, no one's
Even
gonna
this-
ban. I was like resetting the bot with just banning the Bible bot. Yeah, no one's been banned.
Oh, okay. So when you mean by geometric, you mean that like it's two-dimensional, like a shape?
Oh, yeah. Well, basically, if the Earth's a globe, right, they tell us the radius value is 3,959 miles, right? So you would have to have a geometric horizon, right, a physical horizon line at a particular location, depending on the height of the observer, right? So when we actually go out in the real world and perform different types of observations and tests over large bodies of water, we can see countless times further than what you would be able to see on a globe, right? We aren't able to detect a geometric horizon exists in the first place, right? So what you need to remember about a horizon is you can absolutely have a horizon on a flat plane. I mean, look at just about any video game, right? They are using flat maps in those video games. Have a look out into the water in any of these, right? You're going to have a horizon, right? Because a horizon is a product of perspective, right? So even in this animation software, you're going to have to use a lens, right? A camera lens, and it's going to have a point of convergence depending on the focal length, right? So even on a flat plane, what a horizon is, right? And you can look this up in any advanced art manual or architecture manual. A horizon line is a straight line between vanishing points. Right? That's why in Grand Theft Auto or any of these games, you're still going to have a horizon, even though it's on a flat plane. And that same principle applies in reality.
No, it's not.
Well, it is. And when you're looking out over large bodies of water, you also have atmospheric effects to take into consideration. That's why it's called an apparent horizon. Right? So a horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Right? That's what we're claiming it is. That's what the definition is. And that's what we can prove in reality, right? Because it moves around, right? You can look at a horizon in a particular location using like a time-lapse footage, and you'll see it jumping around all over the place because it's apparent. But what the globe needs is a geometric horizon.
You can't calculate it the horizon geometrically though, because when we calculate like three-dimensional shapes, you need length, width, and height, which equals volume, and then volume you exponent that depending whatever shape you're trying to exponent. You exponent that by to the power of 3. That's square cube, right?
We're not trying
And
to
you can apply that. You cannot apply that equation to the horizon, so it wouldn't be geometric.
Yeah, we know. You're 100%.
Well, you
we're not trying to
you
use
absolutely
volume to
can.
work out horizon.
Yeah, so
Yeah, exactly, bro. So look, we were all taught. Hold on a second. Look, we were all taught in school, right, that a 6-foot observer sees the horizon at 3 miles out. Right? You can go and check any Earth curve calculator, right, and you can do the math. You can put in the observer height, and it will tell you how far away the geometric horizon is. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe of the size they tell us. But what we have, countless observations we can show you right now, where we can see 10, 20, 30 times further than what you would be able to see on a globe. We can't find the geometric horizon.
That depends on depth. Like if you're on if you're on a totally flat terrain, like the other guy said earlier, the sun it wouldn't meet the horizon. It would just keep going into the distance, as if it's trying to meet a certain point. And then
But what I'm trying to establish with you right now is that you have to have a geometric horizon on a globe of said size. It's not something that is up for debate, right? If you have a globe that's a particular size, right, you have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance. That's what I'm trying to go over with you. Rather, before we get to the sunsets, right, and that sort of thing, we need to agree that you have to have a geometric horizon if the globe.
Okay.
That's what Earth curve calculators are for. Right? And you could do the math yourself as well.
So there's a way to calculate the horizon the same way you do 3-dimensional shapes in geometry.
Yeah, but did you answer his question though? He's wanting you to answer. Do you need to have a geometric horizon if you have a globe?
Well, I said no earlier, and then he said there's a way you can calculate. Then I asked him about the calculator, so I know the way you can calculate it.
Yeah, you can calculate. You can calculate something. You can calculate something when you're thinking about math, but when it comes to reality, when you're trying to measure it, you can't measure a geometric horizon.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. But he just wanted you to agree with him.
Well, yeah, I agree. You can apply a math to reality.
Okay. Yeah.
And even when you do, you're still utilizing a horizontal plane of reference for that calculation.
Well, they can think of it like a globe, but they're not. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to use the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
They calculate it. They calculate it with the Earth being a globe, so it's a mathematical construct. It like he just said, it doesn't. It's not. You can't comport it over to reality.
Well, maybe I misunderstood. He said that if the Earth was flat, that the sun would just go into the distance and disappear.
Yeah, that was separate from the idea that he thinks that, like anti-globalist point, that you can't have a geometric horizon that's measurable. And he agreed.
Right. I think he understands that, but just wanted to clarify that even from that, you're utilizing a horizontal plane of reference. You're not using a spherical.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to prove it though, because you need math to prove anything is a shape.
Well, math is just a language. It's not.
Yeah, you're trying to prove a shape. And in order to prove a shape, you have to make sure that when they're saying that the Earth is a specific size, because they're telling you the radius, diameter, and circumference, so you have to kind of comport that over to reality. Like they give you the math for it, right? The size of the Earth. And so anti-globalist was saying that in order for the Earth to be a certain size, you need to have a geometric horizon that's measurable. And you agreed that there's no way to measure it. So you can't measure the geometric horizon or it being a curved surface.
What's a good example for
My point was, if you could measure it, you would utilize a horizontal plane of reference or a tangent line.
So it should be more like not if you could, when you measure it.
Yeah. I agree. My bad.
That's how it's measured.
Still, even to get the curve, you're going to use a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah. Look, I found the
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I found the perfect photo. Look. So I know you watch like the horror movie like The Ring, where she comes directly closer to your viewpoint and directly away from your viewpoint. And The Ring, right, when she's coming closer to the TV and she's going away from the TV. It's similar to like this photo, right? If that person was like to go directly backwards, right, away from your point of view, away from your position, then there wouldn't be no horizon. He would just fade away into the distance until he disappears.
Yeah, but you see that line where the the peach ground, the color of the ground, and the sky they're meeting, or there's some like mountains or whatever in the background or something. But that line that's straight across the image, that's the horizon. Okay. Minus, I don't know if that's a mountain or what is that, clouds or something.
Yeah, it looks like a cloud. So where's the depth at then?
The what?
The depth in the image. Like where the horizon meets like the ground, there has to be like some sort of like depth.
Yeah, it's an optical observation. That's redundant. But I mean, what you're looking at here is like the apparent place where the sky meets the earth. So in your vision, you can see that line that goes straight across, although you can zoom in and you'll see only a portion of that wide angle that you saw when you were backed away.
You to back away.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's complicated, but you get into like a bit of like talking about lenses and what the aperture length or strength is. So it doesn't matter what you're using, what type of optics. You're gonna have to figure out whether or not you can measure the distance between you and the horizon, and it's not possible because the horizon is not like a static location. It's not like the leading edge of the sphere. It's just what you can see as far as you can see. So I don't know. And a lot of people get bogged down with this, but like it makes a lot of sense that you understand that you can't measure to the horizon. It's not possible.
So what about
you see how that person's head is like barely above the horizon line? If he kept walking out further, it would look like he would get more and more above the horizon line, but his head is going to stay the same distance above the horizon line, as his body will get symmetrically smaller as he gets further and further away. So it should stay the same with his head barely above the horizon line until he disappears. And because the ground is the only thing in the way of your angle of sight, he'll disappear bottom up. It won't be because the Earth's curved, the ground's curved. It's just perspective, like a fly that disappears from you the further it gets. He's symmetrically getting smaller as he walks away.
Yeah, look, I wanted to add to that. I think, in his defense, he was saying that the person would fade out, right? He's not going to disappear over the horizon because you're looking at a very, like a small object here, right? So as he walks away, right, he's going to get smaller and smaller due to perspective. And then once he gets below 0.02 degrees in your vision, right, it's going to be too small for the human eye to resolve. Right? You'll see the same thing with small boats and whatnot.
That's what I mean by
he's going to be unresolvable. I don't think that you would see him disappear appear to disappear bottom up in this particular situation. It's because of the size, right? It's too small of an object for that type of thing to happen.
He would
fade out and
He
get too
would.
small.
Yeah.
His legs would disappear first. They're kind of
Well, no,
already
it's,
human.
it's like the fly. The fly that's sitting on your arm. As it flies away from you, it disappears uniformly. Like that's what anti-globalist is saying. So it just depends on what you're looking at. It's not always the case. You can't always see the bottom up obstruction. That's only from things that are quite obviously much larger. And then you
But
can
the
see.
But the fly's in the air, and there's no ground to reduce the angle of sight. Ground is what causes the angle of sight.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not ground. It's the
Bottom line.
angle. It's the angle from the ground. The angle from the ground. So, like
that's what I'm saying. So, like, picture that guy right now, standing on a chessboard, and underneath him is a bunch of squares, right? Right. Those squares are going to disappear as they get to the horizon. You'll no longer be able to observe the squares. But if you raised up an elevation, more and more squares would be revealed. The reason is because the ground is in the way of your angle of sight, and the sky is not. That's my point.
It just depends on what you're talking about. Because the smaller the object, the more uniform it will disappear. Because you can't see. Like I said, if you see something that's small that's moving away from you, it will completely disappear before you can start to see it will start blending into the background. Not like there's so many factors that are considered here when we talk about this. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, hear me out real quick, and I'm sorry. But like the squares that I was talking about on the chessboard, if he was standing on a chessboard, those squares at the horizon, you wouldn't be able to resolve them. They would come into, you wouldn't see any squares, right? So his feet are standing on those squares, right? So his feet will disappear. They'll because of the ground, there's nothing above the ground, so you can resolve that. But because
it just depends, Richard. It just depends. It just depends on what you're saying as far as distance goes. Because if you stop seeing those squares before it actually hits the horizon, then the thing that you're seeing will disappear uniformly before it actually reaches that horizon point. And
my point is when the squares
but it just depends though. You can't.
When the squares start to disappear, that is the horizon.
No, dude.
You can no longer.
No. There's a lot of times that things start to disappear from the bottom up prior to the horizon. And then what happens with like more distance is that you start to see things occluding. Like it could be, the opaqueness of the distance, like because that's what happens. There's this
there's other factors, but as you raise an elevation,
No, we're not raising an elevation. We're only talking about distance.
Example.
Yeah, no, but hold on, Richard. We're only talking about distance. And so from the elevation point that the person is,
we're talking about distance.
Yeah, but we're only talking about a specific elevation. We're not talking about raising an elevation. So a specific elevation that you're watching something go away from you, it just depends what you're looking at. Everything is a case by case thing. It's not just like always a one and done, because there's so many variables that come into play.
I totally understand, man. The only thing I would say is if you did raise an elevation, the more squares you would see, right? The more squares you would see.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's arguing that. I don't think anybody's arguing that, but at the same time,
that doesn't mean this guy's body would be easier to see. He would be the same symmetrically.
Here's the thing though. Raising an elevation doesn't give you more. You can't get the accuracy on the image. So if you're trying, let's say a person, right? If they're moving away from you, and let's say, for instance, they reach a certain distance where you can't hardly see them. If you were to raise up in altitude, not elevation, or even elevation, if you were to raise up and you see him at a higher angle, you could probably see like a blob, but you couldn't make out that it's a person. It'll like the only thing you'll get to see. Hold on, Richard. The only thing that you could see is like the thing that was moving away from you, but it wouldn't be recognizable. So what happens is if you raise up even more in altitude, you're getting further away from the thing that you think that you're seeing, but it's not going to be resolvable when it reaches a specific distance. So even if you raise up in elevation and then you start going, yeah, and then you go to altitude, it doesn't matter. The angle it has increased to such a degree that it's no longer the ground that's making the image, the thing that you're seeing in the distance disappear. It's the distance, which is why I was telling you, an anti-globalist was saying the same thing.
Right. This is where I think we're agreeing and some maybe disagreeing. So you would start to see more and more squares in front of that guy.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish.
You can't see. Listen, dude. The distance that you increase, you wouldn't be able to resolve the thing that's beyond the distance between you and the. Okay, so it doesn't matter horizontally if something moves away from you. Of course, you have the bottom up occlusion, right? You can't see the thing because there's going to be that narrowest of angle.
That's all I'm getting at. Yep.
That's fine. That's fine. But when you raise in altitude or elevation and you're getting to see more of the land, you still can't resolve the thing that's at a distance away from you, farther away. I don't know if you understand that. Like, there's a difference. Like you.
No. That's what I was getting at.
You can't focus.
The guy.
We're not talking about focus.
Hold on. It would reveal more and more squares. But the guy, the person that's standing there, he wouldn't change at all.
No,
he would stay the same.
The squares won't be able to be resolvable.
You would just see more ground in front of him.
The ground, because the ground takes up the area, would be able to be seen. But the squares that were at a specific, size, the squares were a specific size, right? Whatever the size of squares are, you wouldn't be able to see them because if they remained the same size and you increased in altitude or elevation, it would be at such a far away distance. You still couldn't resolve those squares.
Oh, I agree.
I don't think you're getting it, man. But yeah,
no, I do. But my point is, the guy would never change. You might start to see his head drop below the squares because your angle of sight's getting higher. The size of the guy, symmetrically, the size of the guy, as long as he didn't move and stayed right there, you would only see more ground in front of him.
Yeah, but you're changing the example, Richard, to like him not moving, and then you're saying, well, I'm raising an elevation or altitude.
No, you're missing my point, but I'll be quiet.
Yeah, no, the only thing is what I'm saying is every time the thing between you and the target distance, whatever, if it's a person and you're moving away, you're increasing the distance. It just depends on what you're doing, whether it's a narrow angle that you're seeing from a specific altitude or elevation. You will see that bottom up from across the plane. But if you raise up in altitude or elevation, you will be able to see that thing again, but you just won't be able to make it out what it is. It will be very.
I don't get what you guys are. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Can you clarify why it's important that you can't make out what it is? Like, what does that mean? That you can't make out what it is.
Yeah, this is just a simple way to think about like. Some people say that you can't have a horizon with the Earth being flat. It was more to deal with just me kind of refining some points that Richard was making, because I've had this argument so many times, and people kind of get mixed up with like how this goes, because it seems to be like, you can have bottom up disappearance on a flat plane for sure, but there's a lot of confusion whether or not that's going to happen if you raise up in altitude or elevation. So I know, but it doesn't do it when you raise up in altitude, because you could start seeing the thing that was cut off from the bottom up. It's revealed. It's revealed, but because you're still increasing distance, you wouldn't be able to make out what it is. It will start becoming a blob because you're still increasing the distance. Because as you raise up in elevation or altitude.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. I understand.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it clear. It just makes it like
once
visible.
it's out of the aperture, once it's out of resolving.
Yeah, you lose resolution power. So the resolution power,
and you could actually get to a point where the person takes one step forward, you can no longer see them. And before they did, it was kind of a blob, right?
Yeah,
so I see what you're saying.
this phenomena happens.
One step back, and you can see them again.
Yeah, this phenomena happens on a really hot day. It's really pronounced. You could really tell easily that when somebody's coming to you on a hot day, you know how the air is really distorted with the cold and hot air mixing. Well, it looks like when somebody's coming from a far distance, like they're just like this blob. Now all of a sudden they're wibbly wobbly. You can start seeing something a little bit more clear. Then all of a sudden, as they decrease the distance between you and them, you start to make out who they are, stuff like that. But it's more noticeable depending on how much the variance is for the temperature outside. It just depends.
Yeah.
Anyways, I got to get going, but I'm gonna kick it back to you guys.
Yeah, I guess if no one else has a point, I got a question for flat earthers, or whatever, non-globalists, whatever word you want to go by. I guess my question is, what experiment or what piece of evidence would change your mind? Is there like is there a specific experimental setup that you say, well, if you put these things like this, and then you measure, and then if you get this measurement, then it's flat, and if you get this other measurement, then it's round. Is there an experiment that you can call to that some result would satisfy you?
The problem is to have a globe, right, of the given size that they tell us it is, you have to have a specific rate of curvature over large bodies of water, right? We've already falsified that exists. Yeah, it would take some extraordinary evidence from the globe side to be able to firstly prove that all of our tests are somehow incorrect, and that really there is curvature, really there is a geometric horizon.
So I get that there's constraints that you've found, right? There's things that you say, well, this is weird, this doesn't make sense. But is there anything that you I mean, I guess those are examples of tests, right? That you can say, well, if this happens, then it's flat, or if this happens, then it's round, right? So I guess, can you describe the experiment?
There you go. Experiment versus test. It's not an experiment. It's a test. It's a test.
Okay.
Observations are.
I just want to clarify exactly what he's asking for. Are you looking for evidence from us presented now?
Well, I mean, I guess, let me clarify again. I'm looking for an experiment that to you tells you that the Earth is flat, and then if there was like a specific other result in this experiment, that like a falsifiable claim, like, hey, maybe I could be wrong if this happens, and then you do the experiment, and then you see that you're not wrong, right? I'm asking, what experiment is that? I mean, I'm not using the word experiment very specifically. Maybe I mean test. But I think I mean experiment.
All you have to do is prove that the surface of the Earth or the surface of water or any liquid curves.
Yeah,
we'll go home.
That water curves.
Yeah, prove the curvature.
Okay. I mean, if you put a drop of water on a table, it's not like flat. It's like it curves.
Oh, well, the surface.
Oh, so you agree there's surface tension?
Yeah, surface tension, that's just in a small amount, right? Like a drop. It's just surface tension. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's just due to viscosity of water.
Pouring water.
I've heard the water thing before. Is there an experiment, though, that you guys have in mind?
Hold on. Instead of a drop, pouring water on that flat surface. Tell me what happens. Keep pouring it on.
Yeah.
Tell me what happens.
Well, I will tell you this: the same thing that you're proposing, the extreme case of pouring more water, you can also do the extreme case of extruding the container. And if you extrude the container enough, and if you agree that the container that's holding the water,
the Earth does have a container.
Yeah, the oceans are the container of the water. Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
You know,
Wait,
I mean,
what?
because
The oceans are the container of the water?
What I'm asking is, show us that the surface of the water, high volumes of water, not a drop.
Yeah.
Where you get surface. Show us that is curved.
Hold on. We're assigning from my point.
Show us that the ocean is curved, dude, and we'll go home.
Hold on. I get the fact that that's like a problem. That seems unfeasible to you. But is there an experiment?
Have you been to the beach? Have you been to the beach?
I've been to the beach, yes.
And when you looked out across the horizon, was the water flat? Or did you have surface tension of curvature?
Yeah. Okay. Let me try to draw an analogy.
A false equivocation is what I'm getting at. When you've been to the beach, you said that you have been. You looked at the horizon.
Okay.
Some bitch was flat, dude.
Yeah. So, for example, you can look through air, and air looks transparent. It looks as though there's nothing there. Or you could look through glass, and it looks like there's nothing there. But sometimes things are not as they seem at first glance and require more thorough analysis. And so that's why I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. If you can prove that the oceans are curved, I'll go home. I don't know about the other flat earthers.
I mean, I can because I think that I believe that pictures have been taken, right? You don't believe that those pictures are real, right? I'm sure.
I'm not talking about beliefs. Something you and I can witness. You and I can witness with our own two eyes.
Okay, so you want like a test. Okay, so I think
beliefs is all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I think for me the most convincing is the length of shadows being irrespective to a flat Earth. You know that they correspond to the length of the shadow that would be caused by a curved Earth. That's I think an example that's convincing to me.
Hold on a second. Are you getting it like what is his name, Aristophanes, or I got the wrong guy? The shadows and sticks.
You got it.
I think it was Thales.
Hold on, dude. If you got a light directly above you,
yes,
you're not going to cast a shadow, right?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Right. But if you walk to the left, will you have a shadow?
No.
You wouldn't.
What?
What are you? Hold on a second, dude. Picture shining a flashlight on a object directly above it.
Oh, okay. If you walk to the left, yeah. No, sorry. I misunderstood. You're right. The light is directly above you, so if you move a little, the light is no longer directly above you, so there's a shadow, depending on how far you are from the light, right?
Exactly. There you go. So what did he prove? If you walk away from the light, you got cast a shadow that you don't cast while you're under it. Big deal.
Okay, so I think no. What he proved is that you're exactly right. That the further you are from the center, so I think what I remember is there was a fountain somewhere, and you could look directly down the fountain when it was noon at that place, right? And he knew the distance from that place to a tower, right? And he measured the shadow of that tower at that time when it was noon at that fountain, who he knew the
500
predetermined
states
distance.
away, somebody else measured a shadow where the sun wasn't over him. Of course, it's going to cast a shadow on that guy.
Yeah, no, of course it's cast a shadow. But the question is, how long is the shadow, right? And if you hold on, and the idea is, if the Earth is
question. It's not the question of how long the shadow is.
No,
what angle?
Hold on.
What angle?
No. The angle is actually determined by the length between where it's noon and where the tower is. That's what determines the angle. But what determines the length?
Let's go back to what I said. If you're directly under the light, it doesn't cast a shadow. As you move to the left, it does cast a shadow, right?
Yes.
Now, at what angle is that? If you move so far here, it's 45. If you move so far If you move shorter than that, it's 30.
That's right. Yeah. So that you
angle?
agree. You agree the distance.
Hold on.
Okay.
What angle is what makes the shadow longer? It's the angle that makes the shadow longer, and the angle is based from a horizontal plane of reference.
Right, but you agree that if it wasn't horizontal, the shadow would be a different length?
It depends on your angle to the light.
No, I know,
The
but hold
further
on.
out, the more angle. The
So I
longer
guess
the shadow.
let me clarify my intention in bringing
The
this
closer
up,
you
right?
are to the light, the closer you are to the light,
Yeah.
less angle.
No, I know what you're
Further you
saying.
are, the more angle. But this angle is all derived from a horizontal plane of reference.
I'm trying to draw a distinction between two worlds, right? Like I'm trying to make a scenario where if this
Well, what
happens,
did I just say? What did I just say? Before you
you
go
just
on.
said that the distance of the shadow or the length of the shadow depends on how far you are from the place where it's noon.
But what
Right.
is it's the angle, right? The angle is what I said.
So not the length, the angle.
Well, that length is the angle.
Well, the length of the shadow, the angle that the
distance from
shadow
the light
casts, at what
gives you the
angle the shadow
angle.
casts. Yeah, those are two different metrics. The angle that the shadow is cast towards and the length of the shadow, those are two different things.
Now, hold on. Distance from
Yeah.
the light gives
Yeah.
you the angle. Therefore, it casts a different shadow because of that angle.
Hold on. Can I say a thing real quick?
The angle is derived from a horizontal plane of reference.
James.
But
Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to say, okay, well, these are the circumstances that would show that the earth is flat. And these are the circumstances that would show that the earth is round. And then I'm trying to measure those circumstances. And so I'm saying,
look, hold on a second. One second.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me jump in for a second. Right. Okay. So Eratosthenes' experiment, right? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees it works on a flat Earth or a globe. Hold on a second. Just let me finish. Right. Okay. Because I want to move back to curvature over water. Okay, so let's quickly get to the bottom of the Eratosthenes thing. Okay, so he pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, right, before he started his test. Okay, that was his first assumption. His second assumption was that he assumed parallel sun rays. Okay, so even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, the astrophysicist, globe earther, right, he agrees that if he didn't assume that the Earth was a globe and he didn't assume parallel sun rays, right, so if he assumed that the ground was flat, right, and that the sun rays were coming in from a local sun, right, divergent rays, right, you would have the same result. So it doesn't prove either a globe or a flat Earth. Works fine on both.
I guess I want to work
assumptions are made.
I would like to work out all of those details with you right now, if you're willing.
Hold on, James.
Well, you're kind of referencing Neil deGrasse Tyson when you.
No, I don't even know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is. I don't give a shit about what he said. I'm just really trying to understand. All right, look, I got a lamp right here. I got a box. I got like a pencil right here. When the light is right above, it doesn't cast a shadow, right? When the pencil's a little to the left or to the right or up or down of where the lamp is, right, it casts a bit of a shadow. Okay.
Now raise the lamp.
Hold on, James. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm not done. I'm almost done. Hold on. Let me finish. And you're right. There is a hypothesis in the experiment. In fact, that is the point of the experiment, to test whether the hypothesis is real. And the hypothesis is the Earth is round, right? And so if the Earth is round, as in to say the ground curves, the length of the shadow would change, right? Because it would get as the shadow continues and continues, it has to go further lower and lower, and so grows in length. And so if the Earth is curved, the shadow would be longer.
I get the point. Look, I already understand it, right? You don't need to explain it. Okay, so you can do this on a flat floor in your bedroom, right? With a light above, middle of the ceiling, right? You can have set up the exact same experiment that Eratosthenes did, right? And you can do the same math that he did. And if you use the same assumptions that he used, you can work out the radius, right? Or the circumference of your flat floor, right? Can you see the problem there, right? Because he's pre-assuming that.
Explain to me how you do that.
Well, he pre-assumed
so
the distance
the
of the
same
light
whole-
source.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Distance of the
Hold
light
on, let's
source.
slow down. I just really want to understand.
Okay, right. So if you do the same math that he did, right? So you determine the
What is
length
that math?
between.
I want to know what math. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep talking. Okay, so what he did, right, was he measured the distance between the two locations, right? Between where he had no shadow, which was directly under the source of the light, and then the 7.2 degree shadow, which was 5,000 stadia away in the measurements that he used back then. Okay, so he pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, right? And his math equation, right? I think it was like 360 divided by 7.2 times 5,000, right? And it comes out with 40,000.
Hold on. Let me. 360 divided by 2. Why is it divided by 2? Why 360? The angles of the
divided
circle?
by 2. Right, 7.2 degrees was the shadow, the angle of the shadow.
Okay. Against what? What was the 0 degree mark?
Okay, so the first, right, so just say the stick number 1 or well number 1.
Uh-huh.
Right? 0 degree, like, so there was no shadow angle there, right? So it's the distance between the 2 points, he said, was 5,000 stadia. I can get you the exact math that he used.
Well, it doesn't have to be the exact numbers that he used. I just wondered, like, we could use...
Look, basically what he did is just pre-assuming that the Earth was a globe. Okay, so he's doing spherical trigonometry, right? And he's coming up with that based on assumptions, right? So he's assuming that the Earth's a globe, and he's assuming that the sun rays come in parallel. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson put out a video called "Destroying Eratosthenes." Right? He said it also works on a flat Earth, right? And he made assumptions, right? You can't make assumptions when it comes to math like that. When it comes to real, like using math against the real world, he just pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe. What I'm explaining to you is that you can do the same thing on a flat surface, work out the sphericity, the circumference of that flat surface, right? If you make those same assumptions that he made. Make sense?
For example,
I need like the specific details, and I don't know them, and so I can't ask you about them. So I need to find out more about them before I can ask you about it, I suppose.
That's why I wanted to get back to something that we can actually validate right now.
Yeah, no, I mean the validation for the water thing for me are pictures that I don't doubt, that you doubt, right? Like I don't know why you would doubt the pictures. I'm sorry?
What pictures are you talking about, though? So what I'm going to show you are empirical. Yeah. Like, okay, so I'm going to show you videos, right, on the Earth that anyone can go and repeat themselves, right? It's not something that you have to have faith in. It's something that you can go and do yourself. Right? Yeah. That anyone can go do. And they've been tested and repeated countless times, right? So these observations... Yeah. Okay, so let's just go over one test to begin with. Right, this is a long-distance observations in Santa Barbara, California.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up the
Yeah, take your time.
File for it. So, here it is. All right, so I'm just going to post this in the side chat. This is just a small clip out of a full-length video. In the full-length video, you can watch it in higher definition, and it shows like the validation of the location and distance.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I think I've seen this before.
Yeah, you might not have seen this particular one, right? Because this one's been done numerous times, right? At different times of the day. Different.
Well, no. Have you ever done this?
Yeah, I've done this one.
Can you show me any pictures and math that you used, that you took? I'd be fine.
Yeah, I can, but let me show you this one, because I don't have video of my one. Right?
Sorry?
Right, after evaluating these, right, back in 2017, 2018, I wanted to go and do it for myself, right? So I lived on a giant salt lake in area called Lake Macquarie. And I bought a P900. I went and did this myself over 18 kilometer distance and confirmed that, I could see countless times further than what you would be able to see on the globe. But I just wanted to explain to you. No, because I didn't do it to record it, right, and to make a video about it. I just wanted to check that it can be done, right? So what I'm showing you right here is a video, right?
Yeah.
This is a full-length video.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter, does it? You didn't take the pictures that you're talking about, pictures from space from NASA. You didn't do any of that yourself either. So what I'm presenting to you now.
But that's an analogy, isn't it?
Just let me explain this quickly, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
What I'm trying to show you evidence, and you're trying to tell me that you don't want to see it.
Yeah, no, it's just that I don't believe that evidence. I believe that those people that recorded and made those measurements were on a ploy. They were on a farce, and they were falsifying the evidence and the measurements.
What specifically about this video evidence?
They were unemployed.
No, what specifically within this video evidence do you think is incorrect? Yeah, what?
I mean, the video seems fake to me. It seems Photoshopped to me, and I mean, I can't validate the things that they're doing there.
That's for manipulating photos, right? This is a video, and you can watch the entire thing from start to finish.
I'm watching the GIF page. Yeah, I'm watching the GIF right here. Yeah.
What? Okay, so you think this is video fakery? So what part of the video do you think is faked?
All of it. I mean, all the parts that are relevant for him to make his point. I think that
which part?
I think that.
You think the oil rigs aren't there? Do you think he wasn't at that location?
No, I think the oil rigs are there.
Video.
I think the oil rigs are there. I think he photoshopped their exact location.
No, because you can go on. Okay, look, we have a math professor.
All the things he measured,
dude.
I think he photoshopped.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, who's the conspiracy theorist now, right? So we had a math professor, right?
Yeah.
Well, wait.
In here, his name's Matthew Weathers.
I'm not calling you a conspiracy theorist. I'm trying to find out the truth here.
Globalist. You're claiming the exclusive right to disprove or put into consideration any proof that's presented to you, and when we do that, you're not accepting it. Does that make sense?
The same way that you might say that the NASA stuff is bogus, I don't know why I can't say that this stuff is bogus.
Just let me finish my sentence, man. Okay?
Yeah,
look, we have people that have gone here and confirmed this, right? We have a globe earther, right? Matthew Weathers, right? He's a university math professor. Right, he comes in here all the time. You can look him up. His name's Matthew Weathers. He's got 15 million subscribers on YouTube. And he went to this exact location and he shared his observations of this exact same thing with us through his telescope.
Listen, I just want to be clear with you, right? Like, I don't want to be bad faith. I'm trying to truly find out the truth here. That's what I'm curious about. And, like, just there's people online on the internet with millions of followers. Like you brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson, like a popular figure, and now you're bringing up your popular figure. I honestly, I'm not very convinced by when popular figures talk about this. I'm more convinced when I see people that I can talk to that say, look, I took this picture and here's another picture that I took next to the equipment and that's my face. And, like, I can recognize it and I can believe that person, And or maybe I can tell that they're bullshitting me, like. But when there's some vague figure with millions of followers, it just reeks of bullshit to me. They have hidden motive.
Vague figure, right? This is a guy who is a globe earther, right? He makes videos trying to debunk flat Earth, right? So he went to this particular location. Now, hold on a second, right? You can't. Right. What you're presenting is your evidence, right? Is pictures that you can never validate. It's just blind faith in what you're getting from NASA. I'm showing you can go and do this yourself. Right? Like, there's countless amounts of.
Well, no, you can do the shadow thing that I'm talking about also.
Yeah, the shadow thing, right? I already explained to you, right? That it also works on a flat surface, right? If you have a flat surface with a local light source. Yeah, it works the same. It doesn't prove a globe or a flat Earth.
I would love to understand. I sadly, I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, I don't understand the setup that you mean that would
can have your own globe Earth scientist explain it to you if you want. Right? Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I don't believe Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't care what he says. He says that fucking women can turn into men also.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's ridiculous too, right?
Yeah. So I don't care what they say. I want the math. I want, like, tell me about the experiment. Tell me why it is that I want to do it. Let's do it right now. Why is it that you're saying these assumptions could be replicated right? Like there's another scenario that if the sun was in a different place and the Earth was actually flat, you would see the same results, right? I'm asking you, what are those different scenarios? Describe them to me and describe how it is that they would lead to the same result.
Okay, so one assumes a flat surface and divergent sun rays, right? The same as the example that you... Divergent sun rays, what you experience in reality, right? Okay, so just say we had the example when you're in your room, right, and you set up the same experiment, right? You have a flat surface, right? The floor is flat, and you have a light bulb on your ceiling, which is throwing out divergent sun rays, or the light rays diverging out of the bulb, right, in all directions, right? That's divergent. So they're hitting,
as opposed to
they're coming out, as opposed to what Eratosthenes assumed, which is an infinite distance sun, and all of the sun rays are hitting the Earth parallel.
Okay.
Right? All coming in from the exact same direction, right? So if you have a local light, the sun rays are going to come in diverging. So if you have something directly underneath that light source, it's not going to cast a shadow. And if you put something on the other side of your room, it's going to cast a shadow because the light rays are diverging out from that light source.
So hold on. So does the divergent light source require something reflecting to give the to bounce that?
Any light source, like if you shine a torch, right? If you shine a torch, you can see the light beam, light rays diverge outward. Of you have a light bulb, it shoots out light in all directions. Because they're diverging, right? They're not coming down parallels. That's why you have shadows.
Well, no,
if
but
you go directly under that light source, you're not going to have a shadow, and your friend standing next to you is going to have a shadow, right? Because
but you would agree would you agree that if a divergent light source was distant enough from the point of measurement, it would appear to that point of measurement as though the light was parallel?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why he assumed an infinite distance sun with parallel rays, right? That's an assumption.
Okay.
Right, and he also assumed that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, of course.
So
okay, hold on. If you keep bringing up these assumptions as though they were bad things, right? The point of the assumption is to test them, right? To say, okay, well, this is what I'm assuming. Let me go test to see what the measurements indicate. And if the measurements indicate otherwise, then what I'm testing is wrong or right, right? You're trying to make sure.
No, because all he did was take a shadow angle. 7.2 degree shadow, right? And then he used his assumptions and put them into
he measured the length of the shadow, right?
No, he didn't measure the length. He measured the angle of the shadow, 7.2 degrees. That's the figure that he used in his math was 7.2 degrees.
Okay. Well, the reasoning, it's interesting that you because the only point that I thought that it was important to do this experiment was because the length of the shadow changes depending on whether the floor is flat or round, right? Because if it's round, as you know, the shadow has to keep going so as to meet the ever leaving and decreasing in height floor, right? But if it's flat, it just
all he did. Look, this was his actual math that he did. He did 360 divided by 7.2, right? 360 degrees divided by 7.2 degrees, and then you times that by the distance between the two objects, which was 5,000 stadia back.
Okay, and why did he do that?
And
what did those numbers mean?
He already thought that the Earth was a globe, right? He already pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he was trying to use that method to work out the circumference of it, right? So if you do that math with the pre-assumption that the Earth is a globe, then it's going to come out to 250,000 stadia, which is his result, which is where that number comes.
That's how you get the. Hold on. Well, I guess you're not. Let me, I'm getting this from a video I saw a long time ago in Cosmos. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the 90s, the one with Carl Sagan. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the video because I think
you don't need to find it. Yeah, you don't need
Well,
to find it. Like this
it's
is
for
already
myself.
this is something we've been looking into and discussing for many, many years.
No,
Right?
I know,
And
but
even
I'm unable
even
to
the
discuss
globe
it
Earth
with you.
scientists agree that it doesn't prove a globe Earth because of the
Yeah,
assumptions that were made.
Again, I think you're not. We're talking past each other here. What I'm trying to tell you is I don't care what some authority says. I only care what can be shown to me and explained in a way that I can understand. And if I can't, then I mean, it's not worth to me, sadly. Like I wish it was, but otherwise I'm just taking someone's word for it.
Yeah, well, I'm explaining it to you right now.
Well, there's a
I
question
don't know what you
that
don't
you're not
understand
answering.
about it. What's the
Yeah,
question
so
that I'm not answering?
yeah, so the point about so hold on. So I guess you're missing a big part of it, which is the fact that the point of the experiment was to disprove the hypothesis. Right? That's the point of every experiment. It's to test.
The point of the experiment was to try to calculate the radius of the circumference of the Earth. That was the point of it.
Okay, but then that if that's your true assessment of it, then I would say that is an incorrect experiment, right? A
What
good
do you think
experiment.
he was? What do you think What do you think he was trying to do?
I think he was trying to
thought the
determine
Earth was a
whether.
globe. He already thought the Earth was a globe. Yes.
No, yeah, I don't think that he knew that for certain.
No, he did. He assumed that the Earth was a globe already.
Okay, look, this is what I'm trying to say, right? Put aside this one specific experiment. What I'm trying to find is one experiment, and
We're
this is what I
talking
came
about
in
this
the room.
one specific experiment right now. You just claimed
I know.
You're trying to make out like he was trying to prove.
We can continue.
No,
We can continue to
hold on a
talk about the
second.
one
Hold on a
specific
second.
experiment. What I'm trying to
Okay,
tell
so
you.
what
Hold on.
you-
I haven't. Let me just finish this one point, right? What I'm trying to say is. There has to be something that we can measure, and the measurement will determine whether or not the Earth is flat or not. Right? There
He
has
wasn't
to be
trying to
that.
determine that. He
I
wasn't
know,
trying
but
to
let's
determine whether the
yeah,
Earth
but
was flat or
you
not.
and I are trying to determine that.
Yeah, so
And
I was
if
trying to
you
present
think
evidence
that
to
this
you, and then you switched it back to Eratosthenes again, who already thought the Earth was a globe. Right? So I'm trying to show you empirical evidence, right, that anyone can go and test and repeat, and I wanted to go over it, and you don't seem to want to look at it.
I know for a fact that evidence to me is as fake as the NASA evidence to you.
What do you think is fake about it?
The same thing that you think is fake about the NASA evidence. The exact same thing.
Which part of it? You think some flat earther?
I think there are hidden motives.
What part of it do you think is no? Because I can show you the copy pasted clouds and whatnot in the NASA footage, right? I can show you how they made those out of composited images, right? That don't show any curvature, right? I can prove that to you. What I'm showing you is a video.
That doesn't disprove. Those are fake pictures that I agree are fake.
I let you finish before. Let me finish talking.
I don't think you did, but go ahead.
I don't want this to get into an argument where we're trying to fight over each other talking. Right. So just let me finish. Right.
Yeah. No. We could talk at the same time.
Yeah. There's many people that have gone to this location. Right. You can go there on Google Earth. Go there on Google Maps, you can check the distances, you can watch the video, you can see that it's not fake. It's very obvious that there's no fakery. Anyone can go there and do this themselves. Hold on, I'm almost done. Okay, we even had Globe Earthers go there to confirm, right, that it's not a lie. There's no CGI in the video. It's very obvious when you're watching the video. Now you can go.
Now you can go. Okay, yeah. To me, it looks like CGI. I'll be very honest with you. Like from my perspective, it looks fake, and so it's like, why is it that you can call to my evidence without pointing at what specifically you disagree with it and say that's fake, and I can do the same thing, and then you say that for some reason I'm not allowed to do that.
No, you can't do the same thing because it's not claiming to be in a thermodynamics violation. Like, that's on the beach. You can go to the beach. It's not claiming to be in a place where only special privileged people are able to go in a thermodynamics violation. So I can demonstrate gas pressure, and you can't demonstrate gas pressure without the container. It's very simple. See, I can believe you if you tell me you go to Paris. I would suspend belief if you told me you saw Bigfoot and you have a picture of it. I need to scrutinize it a little bit more.
Yeah, so look, man, what I'm trying to ask you, right? Anyone can go here and do this, right? Which part of this video are you saying is fake? Do you want me to post you the original video and you tell me exactly which part you think isn't real? That guy's still here.
Hero, come tell us about who you think's in on it.
I can't believe you guys wasted your time with that guy, dude.
Yeah, when they're calling the video evidence fake, and then they can't point out any sections in the video that are fake yet. You're right. I mean, they don't usually do that. That's ridiculous. When he started saying that, it's like, come on, what? Just a code.
Yeah, when the zealotry's displayed at such a high level, it's like, come on. Well, you claim NASA videos are fake, so I'm going to claim your videos are fake. Okay, where are we going to get from here? Where do we go from here?
At least the audience can see, you know.
Well, you also, yeah, that is true. That's a good point, because you did bring up how they copy and pasted clouds and stuff in their images. Like it's like he wants to critique this image or video, but he doesn't want to critique his side. You know what I mean? Like, dude, if he would just use that same shit he was telling you about the black swan, how he thinks it's fake. if he would use that same critique to the images on his side, he would be better off. He would find more fakery on his side than the other. If he actually did that critique.
Yeah, it's like someone's gone over this before with him and it didn't go well for him. So he was trying to avoid it like the plague, I guess.
Yeah, that was outrageous, man. Because you don't believe the videos I side with, I don't believe the videos you side with. Well, I can critique your videos. You're unwilling to critique them. Right? And then when you asked him for evidence of critique of the Black Swan, he gave none. Just I feel like it's fake. I feel like it.
Yep. Feelings and fallacies. What we deal with.
Well, I feel like if Globers would critique NASA images, they might start waking up. But they're unwilling to critique them, man. They're just like, oh, that's real. Oh, a new planet. Oh, look at that. That one's real. No critique at all. Just like, yeah, that's real. You guys ever watch that video with Math Powerland? Are you familiar with Math Powerland? I'm sure.
Yeah, love the guy.
He did this video where he just zoomed in on his hand, right? Got a little bit of the crevices inside the palm of his hand. And then he put a circle around it and then a black image behind it. And a lot of people was like, yeah, we found a new planet, because he claimed it was a new planet. Really, he just zoomed in on his hand, cut it out in a circle, and put a black thing behind it was his hand, dude. The whole time it was his hand.
Yeah,
he showed in the video how he did it. And if anybody watches that, they should be concerned on what planets are claimed to be real.
Yeah, there was that. I think he was some type of astrophysicist, and he posted on Twitter like the picture of the chorizo, the slice of chorizo, pepperoni. You know.
Yeah.
And you know, he had to come back and apologize because everybody was like, "Oh, it looks so real." But that was funny about Powerland. He had a portion of that like in his stand-up comedy, where he had like 3 pictures. He was like, let's see, do you think this is a planet? This one goes through all 3, and it's like none of them are planets. It's like just
none of them, dude.
Yeah,
I all thought they was real. It's like, damn, dude, nobody's critiquing anything on their own beliefs. Like, dude, before you get a belief, at least critique it. Make sure your belief is valid.
Well, that's what's the whole tough thing about this whole the TFE is that flat earthers have been telling them like, hey, that's not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. It's like what you're going after is a very particular thing, and you're trying to debunk the globe map, the only globe map I know of. And this is the AE map, and then they're like, do you believe in maps? It's like maps aren't something you believe or disbelieve in them. They're maps. Like, I think you're confused about what a map is. And like this one guy, he's like, map model. And we're like, show it. He's like, realistic distances, okay, like show it. And they'll never present a map that doesn't have some distortion in it somewhere. So it's like they're asking for something that they don't have themselves. There's no globe model. There's no globe map.
And then when they ask for realistic distances, they don't understand that they're linear.
Yeah, the linear distance. It's like I'll drive linearly across the coast, from coast to coast. It's like, okay,
crazy. Even when you're looking at a map going over a mountain, it's still linear. That's what's crazy. Like, it doesn't take into consideration the elevation that you're climbing. It's just linear. It's linear mileage. Period. Even when you're going over a mountain, it doesn't account for the pitch up, the pitch down. It's just linear. Period.
Well, that's the irony. It's like they'll come and be like, "You're in a cult," and it's like, no, you have a blind faith belief in something, and when asked for details of like, where's the measurement? How do you know? It's you can Google it, and they don't know what they're talking about, which just highlights the fact that it's just a blind faith belief, very akin to what a cult has, and there's no evidence for it. Or if there is some, they sure as hell don't know where it's at.
Yeah, sorry, my phone died.
I mean, even if flat Earth is a cult, I'd be more concerned about the bigger cult. Like the little cults are rising up against the bigger one.
Yeah, everything's a cult. Like just online forums are culty. Like it's like you've made the definition so broad that it's meaningless. Yeah. Oh, like if you are really into cars, you're in a car cult. It's like, okay, like everybody's got a cult then. So broad and meaningless.
Religion is the problem, but I believe the Earth is spherical.
If you're in the octopus, you're in the occult.
Religion's based on. Well, my point is, religion's based on belief, right?
Yeah.
Globers will be like, religion's the problem, and then at the same time they'll say, I believe the Earth is a sphere.
I believe NASA isn't lying to me.
That's a religion. That's a religion.
Believe.
If we grouped everybody up, you would be in a group. If we group Christians up, if we group Islam up, and even if we grouped atheists up and they wasn't in a group, not being in a group puts them in a group.
In a group.
Like, you guys are fucking clowns, man. It's all a worldview.
Well, that's the secularist view, is the appeal to the other emergent properties, the other brain, the wet machine farts that they call thinking.
A worldview is religion. They've just been indoctrinated to believe religion is the problem and they don't have one. When really they do.
Yeah, they're the most religious. Yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah, and their religion is worship of authority.
Yeah,
that's what I call them, institution worshipers.
That guy's
they just worship the institution.
Whoever just said authorities, absolutely right. Absolutely.
The powers and principalities.
Absolutely, dude. Appeal to authority. That's what Globers do. And you know what's crazy? They lie. Like, we all lie. Don't get me wrong. We all lie. But man, Globers lie at a compulsive rate, dude.
Because they're covert narcissists. They worship a meta narcissistic authority that lies all the time and is caught lying duplicitously all the time. So it's just learning, it's monkey see, monkey do. If the authority they worships can be duplicitous, then they can as well, and they can justify it.
Yeah, they have no reason to tell the truth. That's why they're all bad faith. They don't have a capacity to make such qualitative assessment.
And if the government,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when the government or the corporations that they worship do get caught lying, they don't ever face any consequences. So why would they?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go. Like, when they do get caught lying, it's no big deal. Like, they're not the bad guys because they got caught lying. It's, I don't know.
No, they're just the losers that got caught.
Right.
That's where their mind is at. No, those people are just bad at it. You got to be better. You got to not get caught lying, cheating, and stealing.
It's like
that's the incentivized for this, the demonic realm.
Yep, it's the thieves'
Well, when
code.
I
You know,
lie,
the only real crime in the thief circle is don't get caught, and then they got to expel you. You got to get Weinsteined and sacrificed to protect the whole.
yeah, like when people ask why would they lie, just know this, dude. We all lie, but the only reason we lie is to benefit ourselves. Even if you lie to protect a loved one, that's a benefit for you because of your love for them. You know what I mean? It's the only reason a person will lie is to benefit themselves. And if it benefits a loved one, that is benefiting themselves because that's a loved one.
Just ask cui bono, who benefits. It usually leads you to the source.
And it's only for beneficial reasons that people lie. So when they say, why do they lie? Well, it's for beneficial reasons.
Power, profit, prestige, lots of reasons.
You didn't put your hand in the cookie jar, did you?
No.
If they ask why do they lie, I ask who. I ask them to point out exactly who is lying to them, because then we could get to the reasoning. Because if you're just asking broad statements, then it's like, yeah, people lie for many reasons. But it's like, who is lying to you? My mom, my teacher. It's like, well, your mother doesn't know. She's just believing people, so it's harmless. And your teacher, well, they just got a pension to worry about, a paycheck, and they can't really go against the curriculum. So now it's like, now we're at who is the curriculum? You got to go down through who is lying to these people, because these are the crazy conspiracy theorists. They think people are out to get them, and they're lying to them all the time, and they don't understand that, like, hey, there's somebody lying, but your teacher isn't lying for any reason that would be equivalent to the school board.
Yeah, they don't understand how deep compartmentalization is. Most people who are like purporting these lies isn't because they genuinely are invested in it, like the people at the top are.
No. When you say people lie for many reasons, I don't think that's true. People only lie to benefit themselves.
Yeah, various reasons.
No, to benefit themselves.
Yeah, you could probably condense it all into that one for sure. Just takes many forms.
Yeah, each one would have a different reason for themselves. Each person is an individual.
If a kid got in trouble at school and the parent knew the kid was in the wrong, the parent would lie. It's not so much for the benefit of the child, but to benefit themselves. It's hard to articulate. They love the child, right? So they're lying on the child's behalf, but it's only because they love the child, which benefits them. But people only lie. The only reason to lie is to benefit themselves, period. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to. They would not need to lie if it doesn't benefit them in some form or another. Period. And I lie. I mean, I tell small lies almost daily. I guess I don't want to say daily.
You shouldn't lie, man. It's not cool.
I do lie.
That is not cool.
But,
wait, do you lie? Wait, Fry, you never lie?
No.
Well, if he says no, then that's a lie.
I don't even know what it means to lie.
You know, it's like the two door guardians in the labyrinth. One of us always lies, and one of us always tells the truth.
We all tell lies, dude. We convince ourselves that. We convince ourselves.
Exactly.
What's the lie?
It's just a small lie. It's nothing consequential. It's just a small lie. But we all tell lies, and they're only for our individual benefit.
If you rearrange NASA, it spells Satan.
Yeah, well, anybody who says they don't lie is a liar.
Except for me, though, right?
Well, except for you, of course. Come on, dude. Really? You're just sitting on a pedestal above all of us? You saying that you don't lie benefits yourself, right? In the minds of people listening, makes you feel like you get a. I don't lie. Well, you say that because it benefits yourself.
Yeah, people think I'm cool because I don't lie.
Yeah.
Wait, Fry, is the Earth flat? Yes or no?
I wish the Earth was flat.
Why wish when it's reality?
We're trying to gauge how honest you are. Just answer yes or no. Is the Earth flat?
I'm like a known glober here, so.
You liar.
My answer is.
I'm about to say you're kind of shifty for an honest man.
Yeah, you got me. I'm like a undercover flat earther. Jaren sent me here.
Yourself.
Into the Break wants me to ask a question, but I'm really not.
He's a globie, but he's not a globetard.
I think we're all globetards in one way or another.
Are you a globosexual?
Yep, I am globosexual, man. I love the globe.
You notice how ever since
he likes balls.
Right.
Funny.
It might even go back further than I know, but you notice how every president has been asked, you get to the bottom of the alien thing, clear back since George Bush Sr., not Junior, but Senior, right? And they all have an answer, but they don't answer it, right? It's like they're lying to benefit themselves. So as long as the public believes that, hey, maybe there are aliens, well, then they can continue believing the globe model. It's a beneficial reasoning. Even Trump was asked. He's not going to get to it because it benefits all of them. It's a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar industry. Take into consideration all
Well, they've had all those hearings, and this thing in New Jersey where they're thinking they're seeing UFOs all over the place. Like, these people are just so deluded. They at the drop of a hat, they can just say the most absurd thing. We saw this, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. They can say the most and do the most absurd things, and these people will just lap it up. 40% of the population will.
Exactly. All you got to do is tell everybody the alien invasion is coming, and they'll just accept a one-world government like that.
Well, when you think about like the industry, it goes even into Halloween. People are dressing up like aliens and shit. So you got alien paraphernalia, you got Hollywood, you got the government, and now because of Trump, you got Space Force. I mean, this industry is so gigantic. For people to ask why would they lie, to me, I understand why flat earthers don't go to motive, but the motive is fucking right in front of your face. Like, it's close to $1 trillion industry, if not trillion. When you add it all together, because they're getting tax dollars for every amount of dollar a person spends on space paraphernalia, movies, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? guys get what I'm saying or not? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. We need more goobers walking around shopping centers with NASA shirts. Got to get those royalties in.
Why would the government tell the truth when they're making so much fucking money on it? Why would they tell the truth? To me, it makes no sense. I mean, if I tell a lie and it sticks and the whole world fucking all of a sudden I'm the richest man on earth, why the fuck would I say anything? Why would I say? I mean, me, the person I am, I would say something, but in general, most people wouldn't. Most people wouldn't. They would just let that money pour in. It's like, why would they lie about Iraq, Afghanistan? Why would they lie about 9/11? Why would they? You guys are fucking clowns, dude. You just keep waiting for your destruction. Let me know how that goes.
Did you guys hear? Talking about bird flu now. Start buying the toilet paper out before it goes again.
I need the shit tickets, dude. I don't want to use a leaf.
You don't have a bidet? Damn. That sucks.
I used to
Does it prove Earth curvature?
Wait, what?
Shit, man, if that proved Earth curvature, you'd have them wiping double time.
True.
Well, if you flush once and then you go to Antarctica and then flush there, then I think there's something that'll happen.
Oh, but if you flush, it'll spin. Coriolis, I forgot about that. Damn.
Just watch your toilet water.
Flush twice.
Have you not witnessed tornadoes and hurricanes, dude?
Does it spin twice as fast if you flush twice?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's stronger suction in the vortex in Antarctica and the North Pole.
Yeah, the trajectory in which the water goes in matters not. It's only the location.
Oh, only come around when I got food now, eh?
I tell you something, the only thing these final experiment numpties have missed out on is to put a shithouse down there and flush it.
Yeah.
That'd make my diet.
I think that's part of I think Mattoon did that one.
Like, think about it. Negative 30 degrees. Hit the button. Ting, 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 ting. It's all icicles. Good luck, boys.
Well, if the water goes down clockwise or counterclockwise, then obviously you can determine the shape of the ground. Right?
That's the story.
That's hilarious. That is fucking hilarious, dude. What the?
James Richard.
What?
Who do you think tells more lies, NASA or the U.S. government? If you had to pick.
Same mob.
NASA.
Okay, I was just wondering which entity you thought lied the most. Well, they must not be very good at it because you keep figuring out when they're telling lies.
U.S. government's taken more blood, spilt more blood. NASA's taken more souls.
These people need to start doing better because these lies they keep telling, people keep detecting them somehow. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, you know how your son will have the chocolate on his face, having just ate the cookies, and he's grinning at you, saying he didn't lie to you.
I'm thinking the best lies are the ones you never even know about, or you don't even know someone's lying to you.
Oh shit! Who?
I'm saying those would be the best lies, right? The ones that you never find out about.
The lies you don't know are told. I guess so.
Yeah, because if someone lied to you and every time you find out they were lying, they're probably not very good at it, right?
I don't know why people appeal to governments, man. Governments throughout mankind's history have done nothing but lie to the people. That's proven historically. They just lie.
Well, they just twisted the truth a little bit. Maybe that's that's what they're doing. It's because it's number rate and it's locally flat. So they just twist a little bit of the marketing so that they can get you to want to front a all-out rocket war with somebody, and all the time the organization that's manufacturing the rocketry is just exponentially getting more and more power, influence, and control. That'd be something, wouldn't it?
I think God's taking the old guard down. It might not happen in our
People are pretty smart, though.
That's
People are
what's
pretty
happening.
smart. I think the bigger the lie, though, the harder it is to cover it up. Would you agree? And people aren't that stupid.
Well, that's why you can use geometry, because nobody's lying about the geometry, right?
They could be, but you'd have to show that.
Well, yeah. How are you going to show that horizontal isn't horizontal?
Well, first you got to use triangulation, bud. Triangulation proves globe. Right? That's what they're saying. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar. I think, and I might mispronounce it, the Loran project. Loran? Loran.
Yeah, Lorraine. Yeah. What was it? What about it?
It was triangulation. You grid the Earth, at least in the United States and certain foreign territory.
What's that? These total stations, or how does that work?
Well, it's triangulation. They used 3 points on the face of the Earth, surface thereof. You determine location for battle, specifically for war, but other means come with it. Yeah, the Loran project, man. Triangulation to map. We had decent airplanes at the time, like wasn't like the Wright brother airplanes, but they were decent. But yeah, they use triangulation, which requires a horizontal plane of reference. 180 degrees. Four triangles is a square. If I remember how it. I mean, you could put two triangles equals a square, but for a grid, they used 4. He was way ahead of people, man, on the battlefield. Comes the navigation using horizontal plane of reference. I don't know if you guys are familiar on how Democrats in America hate Vladimir Putin so much and Donald Trump, but
probably because
all these things are derived. Well, they're all derived from the world they believe they live in. Most of our beliefs come from the world we believe we're in. Huh? People think everything started from Big Bang. From that, so that's the foundation lie. From that, you get branches. And all these branches stem from that one lie. Take that one lie down, you don't have to worry about all the other lies that come down with it. That's a problem with, in my opinion, Globers and some flat earthers. Like, you don't get today's world without 90% of the world believing they're in a world they're not in. It would be a totally different world. It's almost the main lie, where if you could take it down, all the other lies come down with it. That's what it means to me. Does that make sense to you guys? That's how important it is to me. And even if I'm wrong, I'll be damned if I'm wrong. But man, you don't get today's world without the majority of the people being Truman. Everybody's Truman. It's not one person that's Truman. Everybody's Truman. You ever seen that movie? Truman?
Yeah, my favorite part is at the beginning when, or near the beginning, when you see him and he's gardening and his ass is to the camera and his ass is pretty much blocking your view. You know what he's doing there? He's digging. He's digging his escape tunnel. So he already knew he was already planning a way out at the beginning of the movie.
See, my favorite part is when that satellite came down. That's when he started to realize, hey.
No, he'd already noticed the things. That was just it kept happening.
No, that was the icing on the cake. Satellite coming down with his name on it.
It had it was Polaris or what was it? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was the
you're
star.
Right. That was the turning point for it. The turning point was when the satellite came down.
Yeah, that's when he knew he wasn't going crazy, and it's like, I gotta finish that tunnel.
Yeah. Everybody's true. Everybody's worshiping that satellite. They don't know it, but they are. Well, if the Earth's not a globe, how come there's satellites? Oh, that's because you worship them. That is an object in which you worship. That's the golden calf for you. That thing gives you your worldview. I don't know. I think it's beyond what even flat earthers think. It's way beyond it. It's detrimental.
Yeah, they worship the abyss, that everything in the Milky Way galaxy is orbiting.
Yeah,
the black hole.
Worship. Total worship, dude. You can see it when they, oh, you're a flat earther, you're a dumbass. That all comes from their worldview.
Well, yeah, that's in their programming. That's what flat earther is a term used, like various other political terms like conspiracy theory, that is there to disparage your political opponent. It has no real meaning. That meaning has a long time been lost.
They don't care about who you are, your family. They don't care about none of that. All they care about is you're a flat earther. You're a dumbass. But what it's kind of revealing, if you ask me, it's a revelation. It's a revealing. They all have the same mindset, worldview. We've known for thousands of years that the Earth is a globe. Well, who's this we? Been alive for thousands of years? What do you mean?
The irony, a small cult called the Pythagoreans.
Yeah.
The Pythagoreans, right? That was it. Those were everybody else was mono gods, like worshiping polytheism, worshiping all kinds of things, right? All flat earthers. There's maybe a few cults around that were globe earthers, and the cult just grew.
We've been to space. We've landed on the moon. Well, when you say we, that implies you. Have you ever been to space? Have you ever been to the moon? Oh, I just mean we as in humans. Oh, okay. Oh, don't say we. Very few have been to space, allegedly.
Yeah, they'll be like, my grandma saw the moon landing on the radio. Like, okay, that's not validation. Where's the telescopes? Like, where's any footage of them landing? Because they're landing on the face of the moon. Right? No one saw this. No one saw the crater, the impact when it landed, or anything like.
Yeah, but the cult-like behavior is we. We. What the fuck you mean we? That implies you. It means you've been to space. You've landed on the moon. Their cult-like behavior is off the charts, man. Even if flat earthers have somewhat of a cult-like behavior, it's nowhere near globetards. Because I mean, you could establish a cult-like behavior in any religion or worldview, belief, whatever. But globetards are off the charts.
Yeah, they would be in a category error because you could be a part of many different groups and be actually part of a cult, and then you believing in the globe would be extraneous to that, but that would be the foundation for everything else.
Right.
So if you worship just the stories from the Jesuits that created them, then that's pure religion. That's because that is the epitome of a cult or a religion. Whereas flat, it doesn't. That's geometry. If you want to say my cult is I'm a geometry cultist, it's the irony comes is no. Well, you're this 2,000-year-old reference you had. That's a reference to a cult, the Pythagoreans. So is it bad or is it good? Right?
It's bad.
They don't know which way is up.
It's bad, dude. Even Christianity, even God says He wants you to question Him, because if you question Him, you're talking to Him. It's bad. It's bad to not question.
Well, I'm saying at one point they say the cult is bad, the geometry cult is good when it's Pythagoreans, but then 2,000 years later, the flat earth or the geometry cult now we call flat earthers is bad. So they don't have a logical consistency.
Well, all I know is the path to heaven is narrow. And if you group people up, flat earth or globe earth, flat earth is going to be narrow. Globe earth is going to be monstrous.
Yeah, none of these. We'll have a Glober in that'll be contradicting the next Glober. They'll think they're talking to a flat earther, like to each other, like talking, like completely confused because there is this globe model that they want to make believe that exists is on, there is no consensus on it. Like Raiden, he's a big one for consensus. There's no consensus.
Well, at the same time, globe earth gets rid of God. We all came from a big bang or a singularity. So it's like, man, all I can do is pray for him, dude.
Well, that's why they try to give that authority of this perceived consensus to this power of their, that's the higher power, which is just their collectiveness.
It's a worldview. That's my point. My whole point is it's a worldview, and the consensus is the Earth is a sphere. Anything outside of that, you're the cult. It's not the consensus that's the cult. They're the consensus, right? Like, it's bad, dude. It's bad. Real bad. And a lot of them will even say they lied about JFK, they lied about 9/11, they lied about the moon landing. A lot of them will even say they lied about the moon landing. But they won't concede that they lied about the shape of the earth. That's a lie about all these things. But the shape of the earth, or should I say this? But the world I'm in, they would never lie about that.
Yeah, and the doctors assume a social construct on the little babies. It's so bad.
It's crazy, man. Even people that took their poison and wore the mask are starting to say, "Hey, maybe we was wrong about that." Like they concede all these things, but the world that they're told they're in, they'll never concede. It's crazy. It is crazy. They won't even question it. Question all these other things, but they won't question the world they live in. It's bad. Like I said earlier, the way you go about living your life is totally based on the world you think you're in. You have to believe you're in a certain world to go on doing what you're going to do. Whatever it is you're going to do, it's based off the world you think you're in.
So, are you a flat earther? Anyone?
Yeah.
How long have you been a flat earther for?
Clear back since Google Hangouts, probably 2015, 2014, maybe.
What
I was
persuaded
in
you?
Utah. I was in Utah.
Yeah.
So it very well could have been 2014.
So what persuaded you? What was the...
I watched a video that didn't have to do with any of the flat earthers, you know. It was called now they switched their channel to America Discovery. I'm trying to remember what the channel was before then, but I watched this video on how exactly what I was just going through. It precisely details out.
So what was the what case were they making in the video for Flat Earth?
Pretty much what I was just going through.
Right.
And how it didn't capture my mind at the time like it does now, but celestial navigation, all maps that was created using celestial navigation. It didn't click then, but like it does now. But
I'm a globe earther, right? Yeah, I'm a globe earther, and I'm interested to see like what you could offer me in terms of a case for flat Earth, really.
A case of a horizontal plane of reference?
Yes, those exist, yeah.
Well, isn't that how you utilize Earth?
Yeah.
In practice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you think that something be a sphere that's utilized as flat?
Well, yeah, it can be. I mean, I don't know why there would be like a problem between like utilizing in some instances as a horizontal plane. I mean, I don't utilize the entire Earth as the horizontal plane because there's nothing I do in reality that requires me to do anything beyond a few kilometers, right? So,
well,
in that
like
sense,
I've heard the term ants on a basketball will treat the basketball like it's flat. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think that's true?
But, well,
you don't think the ant
basketballs
knows
are quite
when it's
small,
upside down?
right?
You don't think the ant knows when it's upside down?
Probably does, yeah.
Right. You think it knows when it's vertically on the side of the ball? You think it knows when it's on the top of the ball? Like, why do people use that? That's fucking. You know what an ant thinks? It's impressive.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. Right, so the case that you're making for a basketball, I mean, I don't know how that would extend over to the surface of the Earth because basketballs are quite small. Even an ant. I mean, we're not like an ant on Earth. We're
even
quite a lot smaller.
Even an ant is huge to a basketball. Like if you was to compare humans to the Earth, an ant to the basketball is not a comparison. No way, dude.
So have you ever heard of Hume's fork before? It's this idea that Hume says that matters of fact cannot be derived from relations of ideas alone. So when you say that statements that are true, so for instance we use a horizontal plane of reference,
that's what you're doing.
You can't derive a flat Earth from that, right?
Say that again, dude. Say what you just said again.
So
matters
relations of ideas. So horizontal, we use horizontal planes of reference, right? Would not follow to say, as a matter of fact, that the Earth is flat, right? Wouldn't even be evidence for it, really.
Yeah, well, what would you use other than?
Hold on.
Reference
that
to
would be evidence. Are you kidding me? Say that again, because that's absolute evidence.
How is it absolute evidence?
You're saying we witnessed the Earth, observe it as flat,
No, I didn't say that.
Using...
I didn't say that. I don't think that's the case. We're talking about a relation of ideas. So,
Is it in reference to horizontal?
Is what?
Is it in reference to horizontal?
What do you mean it?
Whatever you're like claiming is in some sort of free space that could be something other than in respect to horizontal and perpendicular.
Well, if we use a horizontal plane of reference, because I don't really ever use a horizontal plane of reference. I don't really ever use anything to do with any sort of spherical geometry either, right? I mean, for some people, they say right that they all use one. Some people will say the other. Some people will use both. But now, if you were going to say that we have to use spherical geometry, or we use planar geometry in this case, in that case, it's not going to follow to say what the Earth's shape is.
No. Hold on. You said that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Observation is not evidence.
Sorry, I didn't say that. That's not an observation. That's just a relation of ideas.
You didn't utilize those words, but in essence, that's what you said.
Well, I don't observe the Earth is flat, so.
You don't?
No.
You ever heard the term sea level?
I've heard the term, yeah.
Have you been to the beach?
I've been to the beach. In fact, the beach is exactly where I don't observe the Earth is flat, really. So, talk about the beach.
Oh, really? The beach you don't observe the horizon across that water. Up close, you'll see waves. A little further out, you might see waves.
Yeah, I see waves.
At the horizon, it's flat, right?
Horizontal. I would be able to establish that. So.
Well, why are you saying
Well, I mean,
dude,
I can't establish.
If you've been to the beach, you've seen the horizon as horizontal flat.
Well, I can't establish that. But what I can establish is, rather than talking about left to right, whether or not it's flat or not, we can see what happens when people just keep going further and further out, right?
Well, left to right is horizontal, dude.
And on my flat Earth, right, I would not expect to see a boat dip below a horizon.
Oh, okay. Well, besides that, that's not what I'm. We'll get to that.
That's me observing the Earth is spherical, right?
Okay.
And sunsets as well.
No. Hold on.
So tell us a bit more about your flat Earth model.
Hold on. So the boat goes out 3.5 miles, starts to dip below the horizon. From left to right, you're looking at about 7 to 9 miles, and there's no curve. Wouldn't that imply that you're on a cylinder?
You can't establish that there's no curve there.
No. If the boat goes out 3.5 miles, dips below the horizon, and you're calling that curve of the sphere, shouldn't the left to right match it? And if it doesn't, that implies you're on a cylinder.
Well, no, because if you keep moving forward,
curve, but the left and right is still flat.
No, because if you keep moving forward, let's say you get on a boat yourself and you think, okay, look, I'm suspicious about all of this. Hold on.
What did I just say?
Just hold on. Give me a second.
So I know you understand what I said.
So you're saying that wouldn't you be on a cylinder if you don't see left to right curvature, but you are observing curvature as you go further and further out? I'm saying no.
No. That's not what I said. It is in a way. But you're saying, what I'm saying is a shorter distance out in front of you, straight out, a shorter distance, it goes over the curve. Left to right is a longer distance, and there is no curve.
Yeah, so that's
what I'm saying.
I was about to give you a response, right? So let's say you get on a boat, right? You think, you know what, we'll do a bit of sailing to figure out what this, why it appears to be this sort of way. And you go out into the middle of the ocean. You brought your buddies with you on a boat, right? Different boats. You tell them to go each direction that they could go. And they all, in every single direction, dip below the horizon. Yeah. So you seeing left to right thinking it's horizontal, that would lead me to suspect that it actually is spherical.
Why? Are you assuming that?
Because it's dipping below the horizon in every which way direction.
But it's a shorter distance than left or right.
But I said it's in every direction, right? So it's not So even left to right, if you turn left,
no, that's
you watch that boat.
That's no. Hold on. You ever watched a video where a boat disappears from the bottom up, straight out in front of the dude holding the camera? Yeah, that's a shorter distance than left or right. Matter of fact, it halves it.
Yeah, but
you got the same distance to left, same distance to right.
Yeah, we haven't established that it's perfectly horizontal. But when you're going out into sea and you're watching a boat go below the horizon line in every which way direction, then at that stage, regardless of if you're struggling to see if there's any curvature left or right, you're establishing that in every which way direction, people are going below the horizon line, so the Earth cannot be flat.
No, dude, you just admitted it. You said you're seeing the same. You're saying that you see same amount of miles to the right, and then you're seeing the same amount of miles to the left. So if you're seeing 3.5 miles out in front of you, the boat starts to disappear. You look to your right, that's 3.5. Look to your left, that's 3.5. Well, that's 7 miles total. That's further than the distance right out in front of you.
James, I tagged you in the side chat to kind of give a visual. He knows what you mean. He's just playing stupid.
I'm not playing stupid. I'm not playing stupid. What I'm saying is that regardless of this...
I would agree if we've seen the horizon curve.
Yeah, but I've introduced a new...
It would have to be symmetrical.
Yeah, I've introduced a new observation, right? So you're still like stuck on the beach, right? We're off the beach now. We've gone into the sea. We've looked in every which way direction, and the boat seems each boat that goes away from you appears to be disappearing below the horizon line. So regardless of that image, you've now observed that it happens in every direction, which means that it's not just the case that it's a cylinder.
No, you're putting that in my mouth, dude. It doesn't appear to me that the boat is going over a curve. In my opinion, the boat's going out of perspective. Period.
Okay. So what would happen
as it gets further from you? The boat itself, symmetrically, left, right, up, down, symmetrically, it gets smaller and smaller. Symmetrically, as it goes from you, it gets symmetrically smaller.
And then what?
Now the only thing, there's nothing on the left, there's nothing on the right that's getting in the way is the sea or the ground. The sea, right? That's below it. So that's your angle of sight. Of course, the bottom's going to disappear due to perspective.
Right. What would happen
disappear before all the other parts?
Yeah.
There's nothing in the way of the angle of sight from the left, right, and above it, only below it.
So if you look at this image in the side chat, right? Look at this image in the side chat. So that's like, this is a matter of perspective.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I understand, right? So you look at that image in the side chat. That's a matter of perspective. What would happen if I say zoomed in on that boat?
Well, the zoom of an optic is the same thing as your eyeball, right?
Uh-huh.
So your eyeball can only see a certain distance. And when you zoom in, like the boat disappears with the naked eye, then you zoom in, there it is. It never went over a curve. There it is again. But the same thing's going to happen with that optic. It's going to get to a point where it's going to do the same thing your eyeball did.
But there's like a fixed position.
Hold on. Where you thought with the naked eye it went over a curve, then you bring in the optic, zoom in, there it is again. That optic you're using is going to do the same thing your eyeball did. It's going to get to a point where it looks like it went over a curve. You just don't have enough power, enough optic to do it again.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. I need to side with the globe earther for a second. With some, James, sometimes, right, it's different effects taking place. I'll zoom it back in.
Go ahead, shoot. Let me hear it.
Yeah, you absolutely can't zoom, right? If you've got sinking refraction happening, right, you can't zoom it back into view, right? So if you see like a blurry image right? Like this one, it looks like the ship's over the curve. You can zoom in on that all you like.
No,
and you're not going to be able. You're not going.
The image.
Hold on, let me finish.
From sinking, hold on. The image from sinking, you'll be able to determine that is sinking. That is a refraction caused by what we know as refraction sinking.
Yeah, well, the one that he's presented in the side chat, right? He presented a particular image in the side chat, and if you zoom in on that, you're not going to be able to resolve it.
No, that's what I'm saying. The same thing with the naked eye happens with the optic. The optic is trying to create the human eye, and we can make it more powerful at distances. But at distances, it's going to give you the same effect as with the naked eye. It's going to appear that it went over something, even though you proved it didn't because you used the optic to zoom in and get it again. You just don't have an optic powerful enough to do it again and again and again.
Yeah, but that's just it's not the case when you've got thinking refraction.
What do you mean that's not the case? That's exactly what you just said it was.
It's a bad argument some flat earthers use.
No, it's not. Right? It's the same argument you just used.
No, dude, that's why. Right? Well, I'll let you keep going. Right? I'm going to let you. Right? I'm going to let you
hold on.
with this guy.
Tell me where you disagree.
How it works out.
Tell me where you disagree.
Okay.
With the naked sometimes. Eye, hold on. Tell me where you disagree so we can establish a foundation. With the naked eye, when you're standing at the beach, you watch a boat disappear. Disappear. It looks like, hold on, with the naked eye, it looks like it went over a curve, disappeared bottom up, therefore it went over a curve with the naked eye. Now you can't see it anymore. Can't see it anymore. Now you take an optic that's more powerful than your eye, zoom in, and you see it again. That same effect is happening with that optic that happened with your eye. Why? How do you not get that?
Usually when that happens, it's actually a bad argument from our side, man. Look, I'm going to show you.
It's also going to get.
I'm going to show you an example. I'm going to show you an example. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Right? We need to stop making bad arguments, right? Because when you get it in a debate with someone, right, like the guy you're talking to right now, he's going to school you on it.
Tell me where my argument was bad. Go ahead.
Post.
Right? DJ, because, just do it the lazy way. Just step back and let him can himself.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
James, what I'm showing you in the side chat, right? So when he's zoomed out, right, it's kind of like when you're looking at it with your eye. Have a look in the side chat, right? And you can't see a boat, right?
Yeah,
and
so
as he zooms in,
the naked eye, right?
Yeah, like when he zoomed out, right?
Eye. Yeah, when he zoomed out.
When he zoomed, and you can't see the boat, right?
Yeah.
As he zooms in, it starts to come back. Large enough.
And the same effect
there's no bottom. There's no bottom up.
Hold on.
There's no bottom up obstruction happening.
There is, the whole time. The whole time, even zooming in and out, bottom up happens. Even zooming back in, bottom up.
As he's zooming out, you don't see the boat.
Hold on. You would if you kept going. It would be the same thing, same effect. If that boat kept going with him zoomed in, right there, just pause it. Go back to where he's fully zoomed in on the boat. Right there's the naked eye, right? Okay, hold on. Right there's the naked eye. Hey, now right there is zoomed in. Now if you paused it right there, right? If that boat kept moving out, it would do the same thing as the naked eye. It would do the same thing. It would get to a point where the aperture could no longer resolve it. Just like the naked eye.
But how do you resolve when there's other effects in play?
There's always effect. There's always other. You can't even control the variables.
Not in that one. There's not.
You can't even control these variables. Can't even control them.
So if you've got an inferior mirage, are you just going to zoom through it and go, ta-da, it's gone?
No, you would see it. You would see the inferior mirage. You would see it. I like that. That's not an inferior mirage. You would see an inferior mirage. But what my point is, just like the human eye, camera can zoom in further than the human eye, but it's still going to have the same effect once it gets to its full maximum and the boat keeps going. That optic is going to work like the human eye, and the boat's going to do the same thing as right here up close. Naked eye. You not get that? How do you not get that?
We understand what you're trying to say, mate, but you are just whistling straight past what we're saying.
Okay, my bad. Help me out. Help me out, man.
You're right. What we're going to do is let you go back to at it with, where is he? Remillion, I think it was, I'm pretty sure. And you can continue on your discussion with him. Go for it, man.
Go for it.
Hello. I may have missed the last couple of minutes, but where are we up to? Have you agreed that this isn't just a matter of perspective? What's your name? James. Oh, right. Okay.
If it's optics, it's nothing but perspective.
So what would happen if, just to catch me up a bit, when you zoom in, what would happen? It would come back, the boat will come back into full view again, right?
Yeah, just like the naked eye would.
Right, okay. Just give me a moment.
But the optic you're using is going to get to a point just like the naked eye and can't go any further. If the object keeps going, it's going to do the same thing the naked eye did.
Yeah. So in this video, which is where the screenshot's from, you can skip to where he zooms in. He zooms in on the boat and it doesn't come back into view. So what's happening now? Like what? Why isn't my boat coming back? P1000 camera, 30-foot observer height. I don't know.
Zoomed in? Is he fully zoomed in?
Fully zoomed in? How far do you have to zoom in? Should the boat come up to any degree?
You can only zoom in as far as the optic will let you.
So 125 times optical zoom, something like that, off the top of my head.
That's why I asked if he's fully zoomed in. No more.
It's 125 times up.
Fully done.
So 125. So something like 125. This is it's close to that number. Anyway.
Yeah.
He zooms in. Why is the boat not coming back into view?
Is that fully zoomed in? Oh, that's doing this. That's doing.
When you say fully, I'm saying it's 100.
Okay, that's doing the same thing.
The exact number it's zoomed in.
Naked eye can only see so far, right? You agree with that?
Say that again. Sorry.
You agree that the naked eye, with no optics, no binoculars, no scopes, you agree that the naked eye can only see so far?
Yeah, but we're not using the naked eye. We're using an Nikon P1000 camera. And yes, it is. I just checked. It is 125 times optical zoom. And the boat's...
Okay. Do you agree? You agree that, like the naked eye, this camera you're using can also only see so far? Do you agree with that?
It's only
just like the naked eye, it can only see so far. It just happens to be able to see further, right?
Okay, but it's only 12 miles away, and I've already told you how zoomed in it is, right? And what camera are they using? So, given that, why would 125 times optical zoom at 12 miles with a 30-foot observer height with a P1000 camera not be sufficient to bring that boat even slightly back into view?
What boat? Because it looks like it is bringing it back into view.
Sorry, I'll just 1 second. This screenshot I posted earlier is the where is it? Give me a second. I'm obviously not.
It's just like the naked eye, dude. It's only going to see so far due to perspective and the angle of sight. Increase the angle, and you'll see more.
Yeah, but the whole boat's still below the horizon. And that's the fully zoomed in image. It's still, right?
Okay, and that's the video. 8.86 miles. Shouldn't even see that motherfucker, dude. That big boat on the right, shouldn't even see it.
Okay.
Maybe the tops of the stacks. Maybe the tops of the stacks.
Yeah. But if you compare the two images I've just shown you, right? I mean, one's quite far further away, so it's a bit hard to see. I don't know if you pop your glasses on or something, but the boat's still quite far below the horizon, right? And you're zooming in.
Well, no.
1,125 times optical zoom, right?
It's not below the horizon.
Oh, sorry, it's far away, but it's not coming back, right?
Hold on, let me be precise. It is reduced at the angle of sight. It's not below the horizon. The aperture, everything, the optics involved.
Yeah, it's far. We'll say far away. Yeah.
At that particular image, it's not below the horizon. That's just perspective that's working. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you can see the perspective working in the second image where the boat's a lot smaller, right?
Go ahead.
But we're not just talking about how big the boat is. We're talking about why.
But it's also gonna do the same thing that the naked eye does, and it's gonna go out of sight, making you think it's over the fucking curve, but it's really the same thing that the naked eye did before you even zoomed in. Optic is still doing the same thing the eyeball does. That's what optics try to do.
So how strong of a zoom would you need to be able to bring that boat back into view then?
That just depends on the angle of sight. Like you could have you could get to a certain distance with the most powerful, and you still wouldn't be able to bring it back into sight because of your angle of sight.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Increase in elevation.
And how would you establish that? How would you establish that with a P1000 camera, 125 times optical zoom? How geometrically, how far away would a boat have to be before you couldn't resolve it anymore with that tool?
No, that's not the question. How far would a boat have to be when it goes behind the water? No matter what kind of zoom you have, it's behind the hill, so you couldn't see it. It's behind the curve.
We could go with that. How small would it have to be for that?
Question.
How far away would it have to be for that? For a P1000 camera could bring it.
1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
So all cameras, no matter what, at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, cannot bring a boat back into view? You know, you're throwing away every single observation.
No, the problem is they can bring it back into view beyond that so-called 1.22 times the observer's height in feet for the 3959 curvature of the Earth. That means they're not going behind a curve. They're beyond it.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Okay, right. But my question was, how far does a boat have to be before you're able to bring it back into view?
That depends on the optics you're using, the conditions of the day, everything, the pressure, the humidity, conditions, everything, all of it.
Okay.
All of it. All variables. You can't exclude all the variables and just allow one. Are you kidding me?
So we have humidity 51.1%, air temperature 21.5 degrees. We have wave height.
But if the Earth is a certain radius, you couldn't see beyond it. Water would curve.
It would curve. Now we're on to something, right? So we have a camera. We're not quite sure, right? 125 times optical zoom. If you're able to bring up a boat that's only 12 miles away, right? That's fine. There are other effects that are playing a part in it. So there's humidity that might impact whether or not you're able to resolve it.
You totally disregarded what I said, dude. It meant nothing, dude.
Well, I'm a bit confused, right? I'm not going to lie to you because I'm not sure how you've established that 125 times optical zoom P1000 camera cannot bring that boat back into full view.
Oh, let's say this. Let's say this. Back in the day, before we had optics, people with the naked eye would see the boat go beyond the horizon, witness it disappear, bottom up, so they thought the Earth was curved, right? But if the boat went over a curve, you couldn't zoom in and see it. It's beyond the curve. But if you could zoom in and see it, It means it never went over a curve, right? Now, optics that you zoomed in with are doing the same thing your eyeballs did when it did go out of sight. And with those optics, it'll also go out of sight, just like your eyeballs. You now get what I'm saying here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what are you trying to tell me? What's the
I'm trying to tell
distance that
you.
would
Okay,
no longer see it? I don't know. Those are all dependent on the optics being used, the conditions of the day. I can't fucking answer that question. Like, come on.
Well, I understand. I'm starting to get the gist of the idea. You can't answer it because you came up with this idea. Well, first of all, we gave you an observation, right? We said, like, look, this boat's going below, appears to be going below the horizon, right? And you said, well, aha.
Appears.
Yeah, appears. Yeah, I said appears. And you said, aha, well, it's a matter of perspective. With just a camera and a bit of zoom, that boat should come back into view. And I give you a video of the camera. I give you the specifics of the camera. I told you how high the observer was, how far away the boat is. I even get, with all of that, you said, well, it's obviously not going to be able to bring it back into view. Unspecified reason so far, right? And you said, maybe it could be the conditions of the day, right? The humidity and so on. And I've told you what the humidity of the day was. So now you know what camera it is.
Important part.
You know what the camera is. You know what its optical zoom was.
Specified the most important part.
Well, hold on, James. Give me a second. You know what the camera is. You know what the zoom is. You know the distance of the boat. You know the height of the observer. You know the humidity of the day. You know the temperature of the day. You know the wave height, right? What more do you need to be able to tell me why that boat can't be brought into view? Do you have all the information you need yet?
No, like it's all dependent on the power of the optic, right? Are you kidding me?
But that's all been, I've laid that out for you, right? I've specified all the details you could possibly need to establish whether or not that boat should be fully in view or obstructed bottom up.
Well, I'm misunderstanding your question, man. I'm sorry. I really am.
Why is the boat? Why when that guy uses his camera and all the specifications that I've given you around the conditions of the day, why is it that boat does not come back up fully into view? Why is the boat still apparently below the horizon?
If the camera could zoom in more, it would.
How have you established that? How have you How have you established that position that 125 times optical zoom at 12 miles at 30-foot observer height is not sufficient? Do you know it's not sufficient? Do you know that?
How do you establish that it is? Go ahead.
So first of all, it's about geometry, right? So all perspectives.
No, I'm asking for education. Yeah.
Yeah. So 125 times optical zoom. 1 second.
All right. Oh, I got you, man. My bad. I think I know what you're saying. That's where I don't think you get what I'm saying. You're going to get to a point where the angle of sight, like if you increase the elevation, you would see it again, right? You would see it again if you increased your elevation.
No, I mean
the angle of sight. You're going to get to a point. You're going to get to a point that because your angle of sight, no matter how much you zoom in, you will not see it because your angle of sight. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm not asking you that. Remember where we're at.
If you increase in elevation, you'll see it again.
Yeah. So
you'll also see that out in front of it, the water is still flat.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about height of the observer because that's going to be fixed.
Well, the angle of sight is the most important thing. Let me give you an example. I tried to say this earlier. When you're just picture a flat. You and I know that a chessboard's flat, right?
Yeah.
So just picture it. Okay, give me a. It's a hypothetical visual experiment. Picture you're standing on an infinite chessboard. Infinite, right? You're going to look out, and pretty soon you're not going to be able to resolve the squares on the chessboard. They'll just start to converge, and they'll start to disappear, right? Now, if you zoom in, you might see a few more. But because your angle of sight you're going to get to a point, no matter what power optic you use, you won't see any more squares because of your angle of sight. But if you elevate, more and more squares will be revealed. That's what I'm getting at with your boat here.
Yeah.
You're going to get to a point where even though you got the most powerful optic in the world, because your angle of sight, your angle, you won't be able to see it. It's the angle of sight won't. Now, when you raise an elevation, you'll still see a horizontal line on the horizon, flat, but more and more squares will be revealed, just like the boat would. That's my point. Get it now?
Yeah. So you should be able to use a formula to work out how far you should be able to see with different.
No, you can't use a formula.
Optical zooms.
Man, you're crazy, dude. Every day's different. If you had a totally perfectly clear day, I mean, then you could do it. Then you could work out a formula.
But you know what the conditions
every day is the same.
So, for instance, with 125 times optical zoom, you're able to resolve a human at 4 kilometers away, right? Like, as in, resolve them into to fit the full frame, right?
Would you agree that there's not one day, there's not 2 days that are the same?
Yeah, but you have the conditions of the day. You don't need to know what tomorrow is going to be.
I hate to use the word atmosphere, but atmospherically, would you agree that there's no 2 days that are the exact same?
Look, you have the conditions of the day. You know what the optical zoom is. You know the height of the observer. You know the distance of the boat. The boat, by the way, is about, I don't know, 30 meters length, about 20 meters.
Yeah, but that doesn't negate what
You know a lot about the boat. You know a lot about what's happening in the day. You know what the conditions of the day is. You know what the temperature was. You know what the humidity was. You know what the wave height was. You know what the average rainfall was. You know everything you could possibly need. You can resolve a human with 125 times optical zoom within 4 kilometers, as in recognize them. But you can't, for some reason, resolve a big fat fucking boat only a few kilometers further back.
No, dude. Knowing all those things doesn't negate my argument of angle of sight. Knowing
how strong should the camera be to be able to resolve it?
Even if every day was the same, does not negate.
James. Right, let's cut to the chase. Let's cut to the chase, James. Let's just cut to the chase. How strong does the camera have to be to resolve it?
You're not letting me finish, dude. You could have every day the exact same. None of that negates the angle of sight. You're going to get to an optic, the most powerful optic in the world. But the angle of sight, due to perspective, you will no longer be able to see the boat even on a flat plane because of the angle of sight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. Look, I don't know, right? So we're talking about the strongest camera, the best optical zoom in the world, right? And you're saying that camera can be used. That camera can be used to tell you when a boat's gone too far, right? But not this boat. This boat's special, right? What's this boat doing to evade being brought back into full view at that distance?
Yeah, perspective is going to come into play. Right.
But that's the whole point of using the camera, because you said, look, it's perspective when it's the human eye. We thought, okay, right, let's crack open the camera, right? And then we brought the best camera you could possibly use with the strongest optical zoom.
But you're still going to get to a distance where no matter how powerful the optic is,
we haven't established
angle of sight won't let you see past the ground. You're still going to get to a point where even though the optic you're using will see further than the angle of sight, the angle of sight won't allow it.
Why?
You don't get that perspective. It's your angle of sight.
But your response is that once you use an optical aid, right, what would be on it, what you wouldn't be able to see with the human eye would be brought back into view. So including the problem of the angle of sight at the bottom of the boat, like disappearing, right? Would be resolved with a tool, like an optical tool, like a camera, right? A very strong camera that let's go as far to say the best camera you could possibly get, right? For zooming.
You remember my analogy with the chessboard? Okay, put your eyeball, your head sideways to the floor of the chessboard. You're going to see less squares, right? It's not because they went over a curve. It's just your angle of sight.
I don't think we're going to get
that. You don't get that? No, pretty soon at a distance, your angle of sight will be reduced where you cannot see beyond it because of your angle of sight.
Yeah, James, I don't know. Like, I don't know how... Because I feel like you've come to the conclusion, right, that look, you see the boat's gone below the horizon, and even if we use a tool, it seems to be like nothing's gonna cut it for you, and you're not really sure why, right?
No, it's called perspective.
A flatter, yeah, I know it's called perspective, right? But we're using a tool to change what we should be able to resolve with the camera. With the camera?
No,
right?
the tool you're using is an optic. It's like your eyeball.
It should be able to resolve things further away, correct?
Therefore, it will resolve things further away, but it will also come to subdue a perspective.
Yeah, we're talking about a camera that can resolve your face at 2 kilometers away, right?
Angle of sight is everything, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you're just saying perspective and you're saying angle of sight, but you're not.
Damn, Richard's still going hard in the paint, huh?
You're saying angle. You're saying angle of sight. You're saying it's perspective, but you're not. And you're saying
dude, hold on,
you can say that forever, but you've been given you've been given the tools you need to bring that boat back into view.
Mr. Turkey Leg.
Oh shit!
Give me one more and I'll be quiet. Give me one more and I'll be quiet.
It's Mr. Turkey Leg.
With your naked eye, due to your angle of sight,
you're saying angle of sight perspective. I get it, right? But just tell me
your naked eye. Naked eye is an optic. Is an optic. Your naked eye is an optic.
No, yeah, we're not using a naked eye. We're using a camera with 125 times optical zoom, and I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, that's fine, but it should be able to resolve something that's far away, right?
All right. Anybody else disagree with me? Go ahead.
Hell yeah. Earth is flat.
Yeah, facts, bro. Facts.
All day, every day.
Do you flat earthers disagree with my argument here? Let me know.
Hell yeah.
100% disagree with you, bro. 100%.
Yeah, me too.
Couldn't disagree anymore.
If I could disagree more, yeah, I'd agree. I don't know.
James, you would have been better off watching the video, pulling at 2:45, pressing pause and looking at the mirage and realizing you ain't zooming through that shit, brother.
Think about this.
Yes. But I gave him the benefit of the doubt, saying even if it was
you didn't give him anything. You kept telling him.
Yes, I did.
I told him, hold on. Me, bro. You kept telling him with the naked eye you can see X. He's handing you the best camera available on the market. You should be able to zoom past the naked eye. We all get that, bro. So why isn't it coming back into view? Because it's miraged. It's fucked. There's nothing you can do to fix it. And there's also behind a meter of swell also, which if you'd have read the paperwork that he put up for you.
Oh, I said even without atmospheric conditions, just totally unreal. Hold on. Even without atmospheric conditions, angle of sight, perspective will get to a point where you can no longer see beyond.
Every optic has its own limitation. We all understand that. I don't think anyone on any side would disagree with that.
Yeah, James, come on, man.
Just one fucking factor, and you keep reducing.
It's kind of like you guys disagreed with me, man. I'm sorry.
You're all right, man. Just chill, bro. You got it.
It's all good, James. We're only just making sure you don't get hammered in the future.
It's every now and again you say some shit off the wall, but we'll just tell you about it. Anyway, fucking, I always thought Romulan wasn't speaking, but I found out it was Britnat, so fucking Professor Clown Cox in the flesh. What's going on?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
They have to keep rebranding Miggy so that people don't think they're here more than you.
No,
they are.
Dude, what I was gonna say was, what do you think about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? You think they just did like a smashing job over there?
Yeah, I think it was good. I think it was interesting. Although, to be honest with you, like, if I was a flat earther, I wouldn't mind too much because I'm already bored of it, and it's only been like 2 or 3 days.
You'd just be doing it for the funsies. I know.
Yeah, it was fun for the first like couple of days. Now it's just kind of.
Yeah. Well, isn't he gonna sell the rights to that to Netflix or some shit?
No idea. I haven't heard anything about that.
Anyway, yeah. We're trying to catch in on some of these guys coming in here with. One of the oldies but goodies came through here. Oh, what's his face, dude? Dan Fessler. It kind of got him all giddy and whatnot. He came in yesterday, just coming in here talking about the globe.
I don't think he seems that interested in it anymore either. To me, it's like when they were, because it was such a long build-up, and they'd already lost interest about a month ago. But when it happened, it was like, okay, there's some energy now. We've got the proof seeds, right? And then after that, it got boring again.
Yeah, but you didn't know, McToon was all lit up like a Christmas tree, dude. He stopped at Nathan Oakley's chat and whatnot, calling him a liar.
I did watch that. Yeah, I saw that.
He probably got his rocks off when he did that too, man. Fucking guy. Anyway, meanwhile, back on Earth, we're still talking about. Huh?
Where's my portable charger? Have you seen my portable charger?
Hey, Free, what's up, brother?
I'm not seeing.
Can you hear us?
We'll just lock.
No, man, better mute him. He's been hot micing for hours and hours.
There's all kinds of stuff going on in his background.
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen? So better mute him.
How's the final experiment? The final proposition going? Any results?
So far, you're about the only one that's ever come close to anything, even being close to something that we can use. Everybody else is just like, I mean, their attempts are feeble.
I was speaking to India last night about it, and he has a thread on X, and I saw some of the things people were saying. I was like, "Ooh, yikes!"
Hey, man, you got to get them on a little powwow and kind of coach them. Hey, look, guys, you guys need to stop fucking up. Like, why do you guys say dumb shit? Like, here, let me help you out. Because even if you do that, they'll be like, not listening to you, and they'll come in here and still say dumb shit. It just, like, I don't know. The kind of Globers that we got out there are not ones who can really address the argument. So it's like basically a festival of turkey legs. So for us, it's just like one after the other, just like bowling pins, knocking them down. Anyway, I really don't know, man. Like, it's so easy. I mean, gosh, so easy. Well, they make it so easy, so I mean, what can I do?
So there is a 24-hour sun now. I was just looking at the project, the last experiment or whatever.
The last experiment.
Last experiment.
Nah, you got it wrong. You got it wrong, homie. It's the final experiment.
Final experiment. Thank you.
Anyways, so they saw a 24-hour sun there, but do you think that it proved the Earth is a globe, Diesel?
Really, to be honest, you probably needed some more points. 1 point from Antarctica and other points being in other locations and simultaneously recording the event of the solar or the sun.
Well, where do you think
enough data points?
So where do you think, Diesel? Where do you think the other point would have been best put at if they had another point to put, like another point of observation? Where do you think they should be at, other than the place they were? They were at what is it? Union
North.
What are you talking about, Willis?
Opposite polar side. So if the sun,
but
is
you're not going to.
There's no way it could be in the other side, right?
Well, yeah, but you're not going to see the sun over there.
But in a flat Earth map, the north is actually the center of the planet, so the center isn't getting as much sun as the outside as well.
Yeah, flat Earth.
Almost like we're in like a donut or something.
No, the flat Earth map. What you talking about, man? What do you mean by that? Flat Earth map.
The one with the ice wall.
It's actually a globe, sir. It's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. You can look it up on Wiki. There's only one, like the one side that you see is putting north at the center, and then the other one puts Antarctica at the center. Go and look it up. So the one map
center makes more sense.
Huh?
The one that's north at the center, that makes more sense instead of the.
You mean south?
No, well, I mean, isn't it called? It starts with a G. I forgot the
Gleason's
map.
Why does it make more sense? Why?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well,
why does it make more sense?
Well, I mean, if you had the South Pole at the center, then the outskirts would be like the North. I mean, North America and all,
same thing, bro.
And everything. But
it's the same thing, different orientation. It's the same thing, same mathematics, same type of projection. You're just centering it around somewhere else. And when you do that, you see, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Well, it's the same thing when you do it for the North Pole.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say the North Pole in the center for a second. Then you could say that all the flights that go around, most flights go around the north part of the Earth. I mean, in a globe sense. So then it wouldn't matter in terms of the times. But if you're talking about the times when it comes to the let's say South America or South Africa, a flight going from South Africa to southern Argentina, then it would be so far. It would take like so much longer than it actually does. Then that would be like there'd be so much discrepancies.
Yeah, but how much? Yeah, you're really not giving any numeric values to how much time there would be. What would be the time difference between putting the north at the center and the south at the center? What is the time variance?
If the south is at the center, then you would have let's say something at the on the northern part, which would be, let's say, New York or something. And that flight to from New York to London would be a lot further than it is right now. The way the normal
but how do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, what is the flight time from New York to London?
Well, you're the one that made the claim. What would it be? Because you're going to substantiate what time, the current time it would take from point A to point B, and then find out from point B back to point A, and figure out flight times, and then figure out what it would be on an expanded model, which you're trying to say. So you're going to have to figure that out.
But the thing is, usually, I mean, in a globe model, the flight from New York to London would be equivalent to, on the South Pole, the flight from, let's say, Johannesburg to southern Argentina. It's equivalent. The flight times are equivalent. So
how do you know that? How do you know that?
But you can check it anywhere. The flight times are equivalent.
Mobius, how do you know that? Have you checked?
How do I know the flight times are equivalent?
Yeah.
Well, you can go anywhere and see that, and even if you've spoken to people that
bro, you're not giving any data. You're not giving any data. You're just saying a just so story. Where's the data?
Okay, but the thing is, if there was no data, and the North Pole was in the center of that model. How many times? How much longer would it be from South Africa to Argentina to versus New York to London, let's say?
Yeah, but why are you asking me a question? Shouldn't you have the answer to what those flight times would be? And then you could also give me the example of what it would be if it was actually the south in the center. But you're not doing any of that. Obvious, there's no data whatsoever that you're giving me. You're just basically saying, well, it would take longer. Well, that's great. Is that your story, your side? Like, how did you figure that out?
No, but the thing is that the flight times are listed like wherever they're listed. Okay, they're listed, or they're not.
Yeah, good. Flight times are listed. Now, how did you make a comparison to something where it has the north at the center versus the south at the center? How did you make the comparison to say that that doesn't work?
No, I'm saying that it doesn't matter if they're reversed or whatever. If they were reversed, then New York to London would be much more longer than South Africa to Argentina. But if they're reversed, then, but I'm saying that like there would have to be a huge discrepancy in a flat model.
That? I'm asking you a question, not answering it. How do you know that?
In a flat model, there would have to be huge discrepancies between the south. The south.
You're not going to tell me. You're not going to tell me, right? You're not going to tell me what the discrepancy would be in a numeric value. There's no way that you can tell me.
You could just look at it yourself. Let's say, for example, let's say the north is in the center. Just for a second, okay? Then you could say that the London to New York thing would be a lot shorter from Johannesburg or whatever, South America to Argentina, right? In a flat Earth type, in that type of model, right? But thing is, apparently they're the same flight time.
Right. All right. So I'm gonna pass the buck off to somebody else. So I got to get back to work.
But are they not the same flight time?
No, I talked to CB or Heretic.
You talk to someone else, man.
But it shows the same flight time. It's not hours more. It's the same.
Really doing flight times, dude? Like we're in season 9.
But in a globe, you would it would be the exact same, and it shows that it is.
Yeah, this isn't 2015. God.
No, but it shows that it is the same flight time.
We got better shit. We got better shit.
Airplanes measuring devices? Yes or no?
Airplane what?
Are they measuring devices?
No, it doesn't matter about measuring. I mean, have you spoken to somebody who's actually flown from Johannesburg to South America?
The reason I said that is because you can fly at 600 mile an hour or 300 mile an hour. Guess which one's going to get you there quicker, mate?
So you're assuming that
there's also air currents that carry you there faster, by the way.
Okay, the only way you could reconcile this is that either the planes are flying faster, which would require more fuel, and they would notice the fuel is gone, it's more fuel, or the air is thinner, and then in that situation, it would require the same amount of fuel, which is fine. Well, so then you have to prove that the air is thinner. You have to prove that the air is thinner on the outskirts.
Actually, no, you're the one that's got to prove this because it's your claim. We just sit back and go, the Earth is flat, it's measured flat, flown across flat, sailed across flat, and utilised those flat in building and construction. So outside of that, brother, anything plane related is your problem.
Absolutely.
No, I'm saying the only way to have a plane that's flying at the same speed, the same fuel consumption, is that if they're flying faster, and you do find a fly faster in thinner air, for sure. So then. But then you have to say, okay, is the air thinner on the outskirts of the circle versus the inside the circle? Then, if you can prove that, then you could say, okay, a plane is flying faster at the outskirts of the circle.
What's this about circles?
No, I'm saying that the flight time from the southern hemisphere, from like South Africa to southern Argentina, is the same time from to London to New York. Okay, and that would imply a globe. But if you were to say that the flight time is the same, and that there's this flat Earth kind of thing, then you have to say that the actual plane is flying faster in the southern hemisphere, like much faster.
Sorry, what's this flat Earth kind of thing you're talking about? What's that?
What?
What's this flat Earth kind of thing that you're talking about?
I'm talking about the flat Earth model where the North Pole is in the center of the circle.
Yeah, no, that was debunked ages ago, mate. Why are you bringing that up?
So what other model is there in a flat Earth?
Oh, I don't have one.
Yeah, I don't know why he's so desperate. We told him up front that it is a projection from a globe. And it's going to be distorted out towards the edges such that whatever is antipodal from the center that you decided to project from is going to end up being like a ring around it. Like, no, like it's a ridiculous thing.
Is it actually like any flat Earth model that you guys live by?
Well, but what flat? Like when you talk about flatness, you have to make it so like a visual. You have to visualize it.
No, we have to measure it.
No, you don't.
Just have to measure
So
it.
the only way I can think of it is this model called I forgot. It's called like a starts with a G.
Bro, we're trying to help you out.
That model.
Mobius. You're gonna relax with the Yappuccino, dude.
No, I mean like what? How are you visualizing the flatness?
We don't do that. Just like you don't visualize the entirety of reality that you think you exist within, which isn't just a globe Earth. How do you visualize the whole universe, Mobius? What does that look like?
No, but thing is, see,
no.
There has to be a way. If it's a flat circle, there has to be geometry to the flat circle.
Dude, it's not. No one here said that.
There's no geometry to the flat circle. Is that what you're saying?
Dude, trying to help you out here.
What? No, but the thing is, if it's a flat circle, there has to be.
It's not a flat circle. Dude. How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a flat circle. It's not our. Where did you get circle?
They're not going to tell you what model they believe. That's what they're going to do.
No, we don't have a model.
Right. There is no model that they can point to rationalize their thoughts.
They're gatekeeping their model.
Hold on. Let's get this clear. Tim Tam, do you have a model for the universe?
I believe in the heliocentrism model, or whatever the fuck it's called. I can probably not.
Can you put it in the chat?
I'm just wondering, like, what do you guys believe?
No,
that's what I'm wondering.
You were white knighting, so give us the model for the universe.
How about I white knight your mom, faggot?
I cannot defend it. I just want to know what you guys believe.
No, bro, we don't have one, just like you don't have one. Because as soon as I can, the faster you get to putting your.
I'm just. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, you guys got to chill out. Can you put a model of the universe in the chat? A visualization, a visual in the chat.
Give us the measurements.
Or that
too. Let me find the measurements.
Just give us the measurements. Model.
I'll just go back.
Hello? Is anyone actually here?
Yeah, that's big.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good.
Why did they stop Yappuccino? Because they wanted to rumpus when I was trying to talk. Now you guys are silent? It's crazy, bro. Tim Tam, you wanted to chime in. You're like, well, these guys don't have a model. They won't stand on one.
Do you have a model?
How do you make a model?
I'm legitimately I'm wondering, like, if you guys have a model or not. Or if it's just like you just don't believe it.
Tim Tam,
I'm more like everyone else believes. I apologize for yapping. I'm so sorry, sir.
How'd you make a model?
I would love to help him out, Jedi, but if you want to take over, go for it.
Wow, they're not going to listen.
I'm just trying to get this one thing clear, Tim Tam. You keep chiming in about this model thing. And I just want to point out to you that you don't have one either. Nor do you even care or visualize one. So we're trying to show you that you and I are no different. Stop holding us to the standard that you don't hold to yourself. This is crazy.
Okay. Well, how do you view the Earth then? Is it just like...
Oh my guys, where do you go? Listen. You guys have earwax in your brain, dude. I swear to God, you guys are like
the thing that I stand on. How should I visualize it from like your view?
Don't do
I don't need to. I'm just wondering.
No, because the flat Earth is not like the globe in the sense that the globe is an object within a large place, right? And that large place, you don't visualize that. You don't have a model of that. You don't have a map of that. You don't know where the boundaries of that are, etc. Flat Earth is a lot like that. Now, it's not like Flat Earth isn't where you can take the solar system or the heliocentric model and plant some sort of flat object inside of there and start asking based off of that. If that were the case, then sure, yeah, we could make a model and take a picture of it from really far away, etc. But in the same way you can't leave the universe and take pictures of it from some outside place, well, Flat Earth kind of works like that too, right? You would consider the universe as reality.
Okay,
kind of so that's how we're looking at Flat Earth. It's not an object within a large place. It is the large place, and you can't visualize the entirety of reality by closing your eyes and trying to imagine what it would look like, right? That's what we're trying to get at. So when you're like, well, they won't tell you the model, it's like, how would we even do that to begin with? Just like you don't do that.
I mean, like you explained it there. That's all I was asking for. Like how you view like the Earth and everything. You view it as like the universe, as from someone who would view it like the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
that's pretty easy to explain.
A better way to think about it than some sort of like flat circle of the universe, like whatever his name was talking about. Who left? Mobius? I think he left.
Man, that guy's gone.
Yeah. So you're a flat circle. It's like, dude, how long you've been in this conversation? It's not our pattern. So God, bottom of the panel. I am that girl. You are hot, my king.
My apologies.
What's happening?
Nothing much.
First time here? Or you've been here before?
First time here.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of Starbucks in this world. You could probably trip and fall into a Starbucks. They're all over the place. But you don't really trip and fall into a flat Earth server. So what's got you poking around the flat earthers?
Just curious. Do you guys actually feel that the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Yep. But probably not the way you're thinking. But do you feel like you have you talked to flat earthers before? First or no?
No.
Oh, okay. What about the globe? Do you feel like you understand the globe pretty well, or are you still learning about it?
I understand the globe.
Okay, tell us some things about the globe.
It's round.
All right, what else? Hold on.
That's all.
Okay, what about how big is it? Pause.
How big is it?
Yeah. You don't know?
Yeah.
All right. What makes you think it's round? Why would you say it's round?
Because I believe that the Earth is like round because there's specific reasons.
Okay, give us one of those reasons.
The world. Because I actually seen what the actual Earth looks like outside in space before.
Say that one more time.
I have actually seen the outside of the world before. In space before.
When did you do that?
When did I do that? Basically I followed this like world site, right? And it's basically like astronauts. It's like an astronauts YouTube channel, and they like show the outside of the world, and it's round.
Yeah, that's a huge L. So you're saying you saw some stuff on what, YouTube or like the internet? Saw a video?
It was live, so I knew that it was real.
It was live. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What if I told you outer space is not real?
I don't believe that.
Okay, well, we can prove it. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure.
Are you familiar with? Let's see. Like, okay, so if I gave you a can of sparkling water, and we open the can and we pour it in a coffee cup, and we leave it on the counter for like a month, will it still be sparkly?
Wait, what? Wait, repeat yourself?
You drink sparkling water, or like? Okay.
Yeah, I drink
Girls,
sparkling water.
women don't drink water anyway, but so sparkling water. You're familiar
Yeah, I
with
drink sparkling water.
Okay, great.
That's
So
like my go-to thing for like dinner.
So we leave it on a counter in a coffee cup for like a month. Will it still be sparkling?
No.
Okay. So you might understand that can, like, when it's in the can, it's that container that allows the bubbles, right? The gas, the sparkly, whatever you want to call it, inside the can. Once you open it up, you're going to start to lose the pressure, the sparkle, if you will. So my question to you would be, how could you have gas pressure without a container? How could you have this sparkling water essentially without it being in a container? Do you think you could give us an example where you have gas like this, the sparkling part of the water, without it being in some sort of container? Can you think of an example like that?
No.
Well, there you go. And so, just like to have the sparkling water, you need it to be in a container. Same thing would apply to the air you're breathing right now. So that also requires a container. And so you might have to pinch yourself, but when you go outside, you're really inside because there's a container, right? So there is no outer space. You see pictures of the globe Earth from, like you said, space, right? There's no container there to contain the gas pressure.
Okay, then if there's no outer space, then where does stars come from?
The first question, the better question would be, what are stars? What is a star?
What I would ask is what's outside of the dome. Wouldn't that be outer space? The space outside of the dome?
No.
Hold on there.
Yeah.
We'll get to you in a second, Goblin. Facts. So what was the question we asked her again? You said
are stars.
She said star. Yeah, what are stars, or what is a star?
Yeah.
Exactly. I think you might want to know what they are to then be able to say like how they are, where they are, when they are, why they are. I don't think anyone knows what stars even are to begin with, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. Personally.
I have a question, like, I mean, it's like no disrespect or anything. Is this like a comedy type of thing? Like, is this for like laugh? Like, you guys don't have to believe it.
Does it seem like I'm joking? Does it seem like I'm like playing around with you?
I feel like it's kind of a joke, like in a way.
This isn't a joke. This is 100% serious.
Tim, it doesn't seem like we're joking at all. First of all, I think we're having pretty good faith conversation right now. Yeah, the Earth is for sure flat. Outer space is definitely not real. This isn't a joke. But I mean, we just gave you some sauce. I mean, I don't know why you're trying to move on away from the gas pressure thing. I think that's a pretty good defeater for outer space. If you can't have gas pressure without a container, you can't have outer space as well. You can't have globe Earth without a container. Go ahead, Jedi.
Is the container not the atmosphere?
No, that's the gas. That's the air, the gas.
The air is contained in the atmosphere, no?
The atmosphere is the air, dude. Like, I don't know how you don't.
Okay, but wouldn't outer space be the liquid that's in the can? And then the bubble of gas is here. So what I don't want you to do is explain to me what is the dome. What part of the can? Like, what are you talking about?
Like, where did you
no, an firmament, whatever you want to call it, dude. The layer between us and whatever the fuck the vacuum of space is.
Holy, who hurt you, bro?
Yeah,
nobody hurt me. I'm asking a question now. It's a question.
We'll open it up.
What separates the upper ocean?
Hey, Bird Brain. Just wait. You'll get your chance to talk. If you don't wait your turn, you won't get one.
He's talking about upper oceans, domes, and firmaments, things that ain't nobody said. I've been sitting here listening for quite a while, my friends.
You see the guy we're talking to? Did this look like a joke? Look at how spazzed out this guy is, just over describing the sky.
Well, let's smack him around a bit, take him off mute, and let's just see if he can prove anything.
Well, we're talking to this gal who is new to the topic, and then some dude's trying to play, Agent Smith on it.
You're right.
Question was, does it seem like a joke? If it was just a joke, would people respond this batshit crazy over jokes, or would they laugh and just have fun with it? Did she leave?
I think so.
Okay, I guess Bird Brain did the job, man. He distracted, the conversation.
Wait, can I just ask one question?
Here we go, bro.
Why are you getting so tilted already, bro? I'm just asking a question.
I can already tell by the way you're speaking that this is going to be some bullshit. Bring it.
All right. You told me that the space isn't real, right?
The vacuum of space.
I just want your opinion on like asteroids and like meteors and shit.
Don't have one.
You think we just slingshot that shit in the air and just watch it drop?
When have you ever seen a rock fall from the sky, my dude?
How are you explaining them hitting Earth then?
No. Name one time you've seen a rock fall from the sky. Name one time.
I saw one the other week, mate.
There's rocks. There's like shooting stars.
No. I'm asking you, when have you ever seen a rock fall from the sky?
Have you ever seen a rock fall from the sky? I personally have not, but there's people who experience that.
There's been meteor showers the past week.
Tim, why are you white knighting tonight, dude? When we try to call on you,
I'm a white knight, sir. I'm a white knight. I'm so.
And we'll just talk to you in a second.
You guys are jumping in together.
Yeah.
And Tim's not allowed to jump in with me.
Put yourself up. And we'll get.
All right. Well, let me speak on one-on-one then. If Tim can't jump in, if other people can't jump in, let me speak one-on-one with someone then.
No one's jumping in here. This is a delusion of you.
There's two people speaking to me right now.
There's a moderator and then two speakers. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm literally just asking for a one-on-one conversation.
And that's what you get. You're having a one-on-one conversation, and there's moderators in the room moderating.
Okay, cool. So, can you answer my question, please?
What was the question?
Explain meteors.
What? Explain what? Explain meteors.
Meteors, asteroids, whatever.
Okay. What's that then?
A rock in space, parted from like Milky Ways and other planets, striking Earth.
So you've got an attached story to this already. Right. So the meteors come from, usually it's the Kuiper Belt or the asteroid field or somewhere like that, but you've got an attached story to it. What we see is phenomena in the sky. Yeah, some of that phenomena might be solid. What we see is shooting stars that streak across the sky that can have some kind of interaction with the atmosphere, burn up, for example. Okay. What about it?
You're telling me there is no space. I'm just wondering how the rocks get up there.
No. A vacuum of space. There's obviously height, width, length to the environment which we live in, and up there in the sky, that's a lot of height. That's a lot of distance from the Earth. A space, three-dimensional, but we're talking about a vacuum of space specifically.
Mic check.
Mike, it's fine.
All right, cool. All right.
Is he
so
resetting? He might be resetting. Give him a chance to think this out.
Oh, talking about Van Light.
Hey, yo, Donut Earthers, what's up?
Bruh. Here we freaking go.
Oh, yes, don't earthers, therefore meteors are sprinkles. Gotcha. Huh? Wait, what?
Boring.
They took your brethren to see the 24-hour sun.
Who's
No, they
they?
didn't.
And?
Well, hold on.
And
They
they
whose
still believe the
brethren?
earth is flat.
Who's
Yes.
Whose brethren did they take?
Ours, apparently, correct. Our
Yeah,
brethren.
that's what I'm saying. I had no idea. Well, tell us all about this. Like this.
Bro, like, if I had the money, right, I'd, like, build a spaceship and send you all to space. But I'm
Well, you're
poor.
broke,
It
dude.
wouldn't be a question of money. No one's
Can I ask,
going to sell you a
can I ask him a question about that real quick?
Of
course
Yeah.
you can.
Okay, sure. So going to space is that what is required to know that it's a globe?
Well, you could see, like, a sphere, I guess. Kind of sphere.
I'm just wondering if that's the standard. Like that's what we need to do to know this.
Of course, right? So, like, imagine you go to space.
Imagine.
You know what? I actually have a better idea. Why not just,
I'm
like...
just wondering if that's what we have to do to know it's a globe. Go to space and all that.
Just say it, bro. Yes or no?
This is the one thing. Nothing else is required, but this one thing. Don't need to do anything else. We need to go to space.
Yeah, is that what it takes?
Crickets.
What's going on this morning? Where's all the providers?
This is just...
I just didn't think it'd be that easy to tap you out. Come on.
It is. I'm not engaging any further.
It shouldn't be.
Holy, bro.
I'm not even taking that win. That's just too easy. Come on.
I'll give that one back to you. You come back and try again later, mate. You're fine.
Yeah, you can have it.
Pull a mulligan. It's like a mulligan on that one.
I mean, that wasn't even it. I was waiting for the answer, and then the rest was going to come. But
oh well.
Okay.
Let's unmute our white knight, Tim. So
it was like a fixed night in
hello?
Vegas.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you're.
Hello,
You're
sir.
up.
What's up?
How's it going?
What's up?
Sky. Standard.
I don't know what's happening.
It's
You're saying
Okay. I'm on trial. Let's go.
Flat water is happening. Come on, guy.
How have you guys been?
Not good.
Not good? Why not?
That's
We
fucking
need some
fantastic.
smoke, bro. We need the smoke right now.
We need to
It'd be
smoke?
even better if you could bring us some globe curvature proof, and we can all pack up and go home.
I don't think I can even do that. I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm so sorry.
Facts.
Oh, you're
Facts.
kidding me.
Why is it about
I'm not kidding you, sir. I'm so sorry.
How about
Hi, we
changing
appreciate your honesty, man.
instead of just smart, it's like, why do you think? Like, what is the rational reason you have to think the Earth is a globe?
What's the rational reason why I think it? What is the rationale? I guess I just kind of want to believe what the scientists are saying currently, like the smartest people that are alive. I usually believe smarter people.
Do you believe in cartoons as well?
Yeah,
Name one person.
I could not name a single person.
So then
So I'm sure there are people in those fields that
for the audience. This is called Phantom Expert Syndrome.
That is
where
true.
he believes it's like having an imaginary friend. Basically, you believe in an entity of big
dear.
brains that have the answers, and when we ask you to name one person, you're like, "Well, I couldn't name one." So then, who? What do you believe? What do you believe in? Who do you believe?
Neil, fuck, what's his name?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the guy I believe in. I can name
What does
one
he say?
person. I don't know what he says. I think he calls you guys
And
retarded.
what is it that you're believing in?
We are retarded. Look at yourself.
I am retarded. That is true. I'm
Yeah,
also a
thank you
retard.
very much.
I am.
I believe in these guys that I don't know, and I don't know what they say, but I believe them.
Well, because they dedicate their whole entire lives to this, like,
Who's
sort of
they?
field, which
to dedicate
business and shit.
You couldn't
It's like
name
the
one
scientists and
person.
stuff.
There is no they.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, that guy. He's like a physicist, isn't he?
What does he say?
I don't know. I don't really.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I believe in my brother. I believe in my brother. That's what I believe in.
Dude, this is crazy. You guys do this every time. Phantom expert syndrome.
No. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I shouldn't have said no.
Imagine having a degree in something that doesn't exist. Wow.
I feel like there's probably a reason why that degree exists. I couldn't think of one, but surely, right?
Oh, you think space is
unless
real?
there's like hundreds of thousands of people that like believe in this conspiracy that none of this shit really matters, and they're just trying to push it onto the chicken or the sheep that we are.
Okay.
If you're gonna believe it hook, line, and sinker, and then you're gonna defend all these experts that you don't even know or what they say,
I'm not defending anything. I'm just asking what you guys believe. I'm just asking what you guys believe. All I asked was, what is your model? That's all I asked earlier.
Oh, we don't have model.
Okay, that's all I was asking, and you guys got like really antsy about it.
Do you have one?
No,
I don't have one. No, sir.
Why do you? What's the?
Why are you asking for model then?
You haven't.
I'm just wondering what you guys believe. I just want to see what it is. I want to look into it a little.
Dude, hold on. Don't worry about that. Right now, you have no rational reason.
Absolutely zero.
The Earth is a globe. You have
absolutely zero.
One reason, one rational reason.
Yep.
So think about. Don't worry about what other people believe. Why do you have your worldview is irrational? Meaning
it is
you have
irrational.
No rational reason to claim what you claim.
Okay.
You want to hear the rationale for why the Earth is flat? You don't have to worry about models yet.
What is the beginning phases to like researching into like the flat Earth or like anything like?
How about this? What do you think? What would be the first thing to do if you want to know
I don't know.
what the surface of an object is? What would you
I don't know. I'm asking the professionals.
Yeah. Okay. How about you? Think what you want. Think of see. Can you right now? We know you've got no rational reason to think the Earth is a globe. Now,
Okay.
Let's see. Can you think of a rational idea? If you want to know what the surface of an object is, what would you do?
Absolutely. I have no idea.
You have no idea. You have no idea what to do. Like,
absolutely
hey,
not.
That surface looks rough. What would you do?
It looks pretty rough.
Okay, it just looks rough and that's it?
Yeah.
Like if you were going to, okay, you're making like a cabinet, entertainment system. You're like a 7th grader wood shop. The teacher says, hey kids, you're getting graded on sanding.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do to make sure your sanding gets an A?
Make sure it's smooth.
And how would you do that?
What I do. I sand it down.
And then what would
some
you
sandpaper?
Test it?
Just feeling it. Okay. My own experience, I guess.
So there you go. Check. Have you felt the Earth? What does the Earth feel like?
Have I felt the Earth?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could describe it to you. It just feels like more like dirt.
Bruh.
What are you asking me to? It's flat. That's what I'm asking. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like rational way of coming to truth and not truth. What's step one? What's the step one do you think you need to do for anything?
Coming to truth, experiencing it first. I would assume
some kind of
probably
epistemology to adjudicate balls and strikes. So you're coming here asking, "Hey, flat earthers, what's step one?" You're not even step 0 right now.
Okay.
You'd have to develop some kind of epistemology or epistemological sense of the world before you're even able to do anything at all.
Those are some big words that I don't know the meaning of.
Okay, someone else that you think is an expert would have to tell you something else. And that else would be something that you don't understand either. You're just like, it's like whatever sounds good, you just go with it. Even more
absolutely. It works within my worldview. Yes.
That's your first step. So just sit back, listen, and determine if flat earthers are saying things that sound good or not.
All right. I'll sit back for an hour and I'll just listen.
No problem.
We'll come back.
I don't feel like the argument that globe earthers have no rational reason to believe that there's a globe. Like I don't get that.
What is it? Okay, let's test it. What's your rational reason for thinking the Earth is a globe?
Well, it would be rational because we live in a world where every week they're sending up satellites. We can watch the rockets be sent up into space. Every single inch of at least America is photographed. We have Google Maps down to the, everything is mapped out. That seems like a pretty good rationale to be like, okay, well they've got this covered. They understand what they're doing. Global logistics or worldwide logistics.
So a logical fallacy, appeal to authority, is your rationale.
I mean, yeah, that's a rational thing to do. To see the world around you. See, it's all
logic is irrational. So if they just showed you a map of Narnia, you'd be like, "Damn, I wonder if I can get me some Narnia."
Absolutely not.
See, that's something. Your worldview is irrational. It's based.
Well, that's not the same thing, though. I mean, my apples came from Guatemala. My spinach came from, Mexico. All of our stuff comes from China. There is a logistics chain. People are operating within this world. They're not operating within Narnia.
We're not operating in an open cup either. Like, what do you mean? We're not operating in an open cup?
Yeah, I know we're not operating in an open cup.
So here's my thing, and I'm not even trying to be rude. Your analogy didn't make fucking sense for somebody who's new coming here trying to understand. You're like, okay, so you crack a can open, which would be our atmosphere. So now we're draining our atmosphere out into whatever the hell outer space isn't.
Oh yeah,
we're already right. Though you poured it in a cup, it's not a closed cup. So the gas escaping wouldn't escape if it were put into a cup and then a lid was put on it.
Well, I'm just saying, for a person coming in here, to tell them they have no rational basis to believe what they believe, I don't agree with that.
No, I asked you, do you have a rational reason? You didn't give a rational reason. Then my feedback was, you don't have a rational reason. I didn't know. That's why I asked you. I'm like, I wonder if this guy even has a rational reason for why he thinks the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
and you don't.
Yeah. Well, I see satellite images. I see rockets being shot up into the air. I mean, a rational conclusion.
Why not one at a time? You see satellites.
No, I said I see satellite images.
Oh, okay. So you see images. Taken by someone you don't know. You don't know how they did it. You just believe it. Then how are you not also believing the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, Bugs Bunny, Bigfoot?
Because I have more of a rational basis to believe those satellite images than to believe, Santa Claus.
Give that rational. Where's that at? How did you adjudicate between photo A and photo B?
Well, because a satellite, those are physical objects. I've known somebody who works in a company that makes a part of the satellite system. You can actually go to Cape Canaveral and see the giant rockets launching off. I mean that's when
they're going to space, bro.
And you saw a camera on them, and someone said, "Here's a camera that does that." You saw it loaded into whatever rocket.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay.
I mean, Google Maps is pretty impressive. The supply chain is pretty impressive. The technology
None of
we
this
all have
requires
is
a
pretty
ball.
impressive. We don't understand how it works. I mean, people don't understand how radio signals. Your average person has no idea how their phone works, what a transistor is. They just see that it works and they accept it.
So us talking on Discord here necessitates a ball.
No, I'm just
that's
making.
awesome.
I'm just making an analogy to how people just accept things, and why somebody would just accept it. Yeah, we're on a globe.
And what's the rational reason for that? If you got one. If not, that's fine. You're just not a rational for this topic. Maybe it wasn't enough charity. Maybe you do have a rational worldview, just not with this.
Well, I said, a rational kind of a belief. So I am, I'm saying it's a belief. I'm not saying it's rational to say I know that people, for somebody to say they know they're on a globe unless they've measured it, unless they have first-hand experience. But to say somebody doesn't have a rationale to believe something,
Given that rationale, yeah, dog.
I mean, what rationale for a belief would you deem acceptable other than just proof? Just proof. Because then you wouldn't need to believe it. You would have proof, right? I mean, a belief.
That's a good point.
That's what I'm saying. There's a difference
if
here.
the lore was we're humans, and I'm like the 8th generation of a colony ship that came from another world. It would be pretty rational to say, space travel must be possible. I might not really know how it worked, but my ancestors, like say the Mayflower came over, and after like 4 or 5 generations, they're like, there's a land far east from where we're at called Europe, and your ancestors fled that land for religious freedom.
And even though they haven't seen it or been there, it would be rational for them to believe in it?
It'd be rational to think, that's amazing. And they're like, yeah, it was rough and tumble. When we first landed, almost all the women died. There's only 2 women left by the end of the first winter. And just by chance, there was a native people that were here, and they lost a brutal war with one of their neighbors. And that's
a story. But guess what? We got more than a story. We got video.
Show video.
Didn't been to the moon. They show videos, they show pictures. So, I mean, you're saying that it would be rational just to believe the story about Europe. Well, we're given a story and more evidence and pictures, videos, all this stuff, and I don't believe it. But I'm just saying there is a rationale here.
What's the rationale?
Well, like you said, if we came from a colony or whatever, stories, that would be okay to believe. Well, we come from a society that we've been told that we went to the moon.
Yeah, and it was called, the people at the time didn't believe it. At the time in the 1960s, the atheists of America took the Apollo program to court repeatedly. There's like 4 court cases where they said, prove that shit. Because the atheists at the time were very upset that they broke bread on the moon. Apollo 8 read from the Bible. Apollo 14 brought the Bible to the moon. Edgar Mitchell said that, why are you bringing the Bible to the moon? He said, well, you see, if